Welcome in, everybody. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. John and Lance, along with Dell, here for the next 3 hours on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You didn't see that picture, did you? Okay. All right. Anybody who's watched, this is something that we can't even.
The show is kind of. I'm toward the very end. I'm like on episode 8, and you get to the end, and they do a good job of hiding different stuff from you.
Well, we're talking about Fool Me Once.
Fool Me Once.
Fool Me Once.
And apparently this is a really big deal. Who's the Corbin something? Who is that, Dell? I guess he's
the author, Harlan Coben. I guess he has a deal with.
He's got a couple of things
with Netflix where they adapt all his stuff and put it on.
Yeah, he's got a couple of things.
He's had multiple shows on there.
Yeah,
from
I guess
his books.
This is a big deal where a lot of people. This had 3 billion views or something. This is one of the
this show.
Yeah, but I don't know if it's this or people in the BBC have been waiting for. I think this is already a show in the BBC that they had already done, and this actress in it is maybe the most beautiful woman that's lived.
No,
maybe
next to my wife. Right?
Next to my wife.
Right.
Well, I'm talking about on TV. That's
right.
lived, not in personal.
No. I get you. I get it.
Not in my life.
Well, what happened to Mary Elizabeth? You just kicked her to the curb?
She's out.
Wait, what about Dua Lipa?
Out.
What?
Well, Dua Lipa's fine, but yeah.
Well, when you go and see that movie that Dua Lipa's in, you're going to be back. You'll be back on that.
Yeah, but this is special here.
Michelle Keegan. She's really beautiful.
She's really beautiful.
Yeah,
I like beautiful.
Bro. And she's right in your wheelhouse.
She seems like a
36.
Yeah,
right?
she seems like a really good person too.
From
what I can tell from her Instagram.
How do you know that?
Just some of the Instagram pictures I'm seeing.
You know, I saw the picture of her boyfriend, and
ex.
Okay,
by the way,
ex-boyfriend.
Ex.
I'm sure, but I saw the two of you two next to each other.
You saw
I could see.
You saw Mark right out on the beach,
right,
with his looks like he's been doing a lot of crunches.
And I thought,
you know how many prospects he's written?
Lance could compete here.
You know how many prospects he's written up?
0.
What does he even do?
He doesn't know. I don't even know what he does.
Does anyone even know what he does?
No, I don't even know what he does.
He is an English television personality who used to play for an EFL League 2 team side, Crawley Town. So he's a former soccer player, and now
on a scrub. It sounds like he's a club.
He's like British Greg Olsen.
No, that didn't sound like what it was.
No, football pundit.
You said
football pundit.
Crawley or something.
He's more Forrest Whitley. He never made it.
Yeah.
He played at the professional level.
What did you call it?
What are you talking about?
Crawley Town. He played at a professional level.
I never heard of that.
But that ain't the big league.
That's not even Wrexham.
It's an aside that Wrexham probably played. He's I don't know what to call him, but
I know what to call him a nothing, a loser, a has been, a never was.
And by the way, was Keegan's boyfriend was.
Well,
not anymore.
Spouse.
Yeah, not anymore.
Not boyfriend, husband.
Oh, no, well, whatever.
Oh, they were married?
They were married.
Yes, and I'm not sure
he ruined it.
Lance's interpretation of their current relationship is correct. He may just be fantasizing about whether they're done or not.
No, I read it yesterday. I looked into all this.
Did you?
Yep.
See if she was available.
She's gone.
She's
you won't see him in any Instagram pictures. Sleuthing.
I'm looking at an article written yesterday.
Okay, what does it say?
They are to be not separated from marriage, but be apart because one has to do a job someplace away from home.
Came in, Lance.
That's the
as soon as he saw the word separated, he was done.
That's the excuse they're using.
Okay.
That's the excuse.
She is going to be working away from him because she's in a star series. She gets another series, a hit series, so she's doing something else.
She's going to upgrade.
But upgrade to who? You? Why are you pointing at yourself?
Have you ever seen Big Love?
I can see that.
Dell, have you ever seen Big Love?
I've seen episodes.
I have not. I still haven't watched Big Love.
Nicole needs a sister wife.
Sister.
Wow.
Nicole needs a sister wife.
I can say all this because she's running right now. She doesn't listen to the show.
Well, you better move to Australia because that's where her show's going to be. That she's going to be.
I'm out on Australia. I already told you kangaroos.
Yeah, but
nope.
Are you sure you
not
can't
going
avoid
anywhere?
them? No one's ever avoided a kangaroo there?
You ever seen them? They're all over the place.
Okay.
They're like feral cats there. They just show up everywhere. You say, oh, look, kangaroos in the yard.
Oh, so you're not, you're out.
I'm out now. For now.
Right.
While she's shooting. But these kangaroos they're despicable.
So when she gets back to the UK.
Okay, So they say if you can't kill bees. Supposedly, if the bees died off, our world would collapse, right?
Right.
Apparently, that's part of the ecosystem. And they always say, well, you don't want to kill snakes because what snakes do is they eat rats, this, that, and the other. Okay, tell me what a kangaroo does. You could kill off all the
Punches you in the
kangaroos.
junk. Kicks you in the junk.
That's what I'm saying. You could kill off all the kangaroos, and there would be no problem.
Oh.
What would it do to the ecosystem? Oh, a bunch of roos
sure
are gone.
there's something.
What do they do
I'm
positive?
sure in some way.
What do they do positive?
How about this? You got your wish come true yesterday. How about that? You wanted a real backup for Alperen Şengün.
It was an exciting trade until you realize,
Well, he's not going to play till next
it's like
year.
buying a Christmas present for your kid in March. Like, well, we got this taken care of.
Right.
For December.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It's done.
It's done. Steven Adams is a Houston Rocket now.
Yeah.
So, Boban. Out of here.
Next, really,
Steven
Adams,
let's keep that guy. He's fun. Landale, out of here.
Steven Adams as a backup is a good deal.
No, I love
Why
it.
did you think they were going to win the championship this year? You
No,
were
no,
just
no.
worried about this year?
I do. Actually, I really do like this move.
I know, it's a
I
good
really do
move.
like this move.
It's a really good move.
You won't see
For
Steven
Victor
Adams.
Oladipo, who
Yeah.
knew he was on the team.
I knew because I saw some Rocket fans saying, it's time we start giving Victor a shot. Like,
No, it's
guys,
not.
This is never.
No, it's not.
Victor was never going to actually play.
Right. Plus draft picks, which Memphis needs desperately. Whatever. You got your back. You got your. It's exactly what you wanted.
Yeah.
Now, did you see the rumors about Michael Bridges?
Mikal Bridges, yeah.
Yeah. I
did.
Michael. I call him Michael.
Yeah, it's been out there for a while. Some of the rumors were crazy about how many draft picks the Rockets would give up and all this stuff. Well, yeah, give them back, but I don't want to give them anything. Screw you guys.
Well, no, but he is a top player, bro.
Mikal Bridges is really, really good.
Yeah.
Yeah, really, really good. And I did see that. I don't think based on what – so Roosh has a pretty good in with the team, I think. He has a pretty good source on the team. And Roosh broke down the things that he's hearing from quote-unquote sources. And the things he said is they are looking to make a move for someone who will upgrade the team from a rotational standpoint. You know, kind of probably like a 7 to 9 guy.
Uh-huh.
And they're open to a big move if one comes, but they're not in any big hurry because they like the development of their young players. So we may not see the mega deal. I don't think Rafael Stone's going to just panic. Like, the deal has to be the right deal, which that's good. You don't want to ever be in a situation where you feel like you're reaching and panicking, and because the Rockets aren't in a position to win any kind of championship or even be that compete for something like that. They don't have to. They're not going to make bad moves and kind of desperate moves. I don't want them making desperate moves. They're not in desperate move mode. They're not even where they need to be yet.
No.
So I like that. Like, if the right deal comes along.
Bridges over Jalen?
Yeah,
okay.
But if the right deal comes along, they will. But if they're not
would
getting
you have done Bridges for Jalen and given them back their draft picks? Yes. Right now I do.
Well, I think I'd give them maybe this year's, I guess. I mean, this year's going to be very valuable. Now, you don't get the rest of them.
No. What? Yes. Bridges over Jalen. Bridges is one of the better players in the NBA.
Who scored more points over the last 5 games, Bridges or Jalen Green?
Okay. That's
yesterday
probably
was
true.
a lot of last 5 game talk for Jalen.
This is something that could and should be done if it could have been done anyway. But that looks like it's it. They hit the trade deadline, right? The Rockets got in with the Steven Adams deal right before the deadline.
Well, the deadline is days away. The issue is the Nets said no.
Right.
There's no interest in trading Bridges.
The Nets are out. What's the?
Well, that's what was
Next week,
reported.
It's next week. Okay.
Yeah.
This is the report that they said no, they're staying with Bridges
I
for the
wonder
rest.
if Jalen is playing himself on the team. One could look at it as Jalen is creating tremendous value for himself.
Yeah.
You could look at it that way, or you could look at it as maybe he's playing himself. To me, I already see at the end, if you just look at the end of the road, what it turns into, he's not going to be a $30+ million player for the Rockets. I just don't see it.
No.
I don't see them making him the number 2 player on the team. I know there's a lot of Jalen Green fans who would be very upset about that and would argue that. I just can't see that. I don't think Ime Udoka is going to operate like that. I think this is not going to be a big 2 situation. This is going to be great post player, good pieces around him, and And one of them, he wants to be a certain type of player, which I would think would be a better 3-point shooter.
If the Suns don't win a title,
Booker,
will they regret that trade that they made for Kevin Durant? Because, Bridges just got a chance to be a part of something really big somewhere.
They might. They had some good. I mean, they had some good players on that bench. They were not. I felt like they panicked a little bit personally, but they might. I don't know if they'll regret it or not. 'Cause Kevin Durant's obviously still a really good player, but
great player. But I think he's got to win a title. Though.
I saw the idea from some Rocket fans online, and I don't mind it. Is going after Devin Booker in the offseason. Trying to do whatever you can to bring Devin Booker.
I don't know that they would do that, but okay.
Why not?
Because I think
he's a max dollar guy.
I don't know that the Suns would do that.
Yeah, the Suns wouldn't do it.
Have they seen the last 5 games from Jalen?
He's their guy. He's their franchise player.
Have they seen the last 5 games from Jalen? This is the second time he's brought up the last 5 games.
I think they've seen their perennial all-star, too, in the face of their franchise.
What if you go Nets? What if you go Jalen, Nets first-round pick this year?
No.
And I'm not done, Del.
I'm going to continue to say no.
You got a long way to go. Alperin? You're going to throw in Alperin?
Hang on. And Tari Eason.
Oh.
Okay, sure.
The reason that I say this is because I'm looking.
Well, it's got to hurt. I mean, it's got to hurt.
I'm looking at.
I would almost say Jalen and Tari Eason.
I would tell you
next year's one.
I would tell you right now, the Suns will say if he is untouchable for the rest of his career.
Yes, they ain't doing it.
He should be.
Rockets fans want Devin Booker. Duh. Okay. Yeah. Me too.
There's a lot of Rocket fans who they've spoken. They like Devin Booker. They also like Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
Okay. So bring him in too.
Yep.
Come on.
Let me give you a package.
Get it
Ready?
done.
It starts with Jalen Green.
That's okay. The reason that I said that about because I have a little remorse this morning. I'm looking at the 25 Major League Baseball prospects who will make an impact in 2024.
Oh, yeah.
Guess who's on that list?
Drew Gilbert.
Yeah.
How can you have remorse? You wanted.
I know. I wanted Justin. I know. You know what?
That's how credit card spending works. You get happy on the front end, sad on the back end.
Yeah, that's the way this is working right now because Drew Gilbert looks like he's going to be
Laramie Tunsil. Ooh, these draft picks would have been sweet.
Yeah.
Until
now. You know what? Laramie Tunsil being in here long term. I know he's gotten.
But those draft picks also help bolster.
Yeah.
The Dolphins' resurgence.
And you could be, could have Trent Williams,
at the time, you would have
who's in the Super Bowl.
Could have gone Trent and kept your picks.
Yeah, right. And kept all those picks. No. You'd be a little bit further ahead, absolutely. But you wouldn't have Justin Verlander and had the chance that you had last year.
No, I mean, do you want Justin Verlander or not? It was always going to hurt. You were never getting Justin Verlander for scrubs.
No, but you know what? A lot of these times, though, the last Justin Verlander deal, the deal for with Kansas City. I don't see any of those guys.
No, but this one's gonna sting.
Yeah,
at some point.
The Josh Hader for Carlos Gomez that hurt.
Yeah, that one hurt. But you're gonna feel this one because this is Drew Gilbert. The Astros really liked him a lot when he was in the organization. It's like they thought he was going to be a really good player. Guess who else did? The Tigers.
Yeah.
I mean the
Mets.
The Mets.
Yep.
The Mets also thought he was going to be a really good player. That's why you're able to get that deal done. So. You'll have Justin Verlander another year, and then he'll be gone. You'll be like, ugh.
Or you might have another.
Maybe.
One
I mean, he's in his 40s.
Yeah, but
he's in his 40s, and even if you do have him longer, at what level is he playing? That's going to be the question. Every older player eventually declines, and they still keep playing, but they decline. I mean, I have a hard time believing Justin Verlander is not getting towards the end of his career. I mean, this year he wasn't the same guy as he was last year. Well, yeah. I mean, when I say this past year. He wasn't the same year as he was with world champ Astros.
Right.
The numbers weren't.
I don't doubt at all that Justin Verlander is going to be really, really good.
Still good. But at some point it's going to go from really good to above average quicker than you think. That's just how history has always worked. Like I've never seen a guy go out at the top of his game and he's 42 years old, 43. That's never happened. They usually don't even make it.
Ryan still had plenty.
Yeah, Nolan, but that's maybe the only player I could. Even Tom Brady had come down a little bit, was having off times here and there. Was not the same quarterback, not as accurate. So, and we're talking about all timers and Nolan Ryan, but Justin Verlander is an all timer.
Yeah, no, Justin.
I mean, for him to be pitching at this age, at this level, is pretty astounding.
Yeah. All right, 713-780-3776 is the number if you'd like to get in here with us on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Just getting it started. This is the Michelle Keegan show here.
Yeah, and I'm looking at I went to her Instagram, but I went into Instagram and found like associated pictures that other people have posted, and I'm not an admirer of men, but Glance calling himself an upgrade over her husband may be one of the most ridiculous things I've ever heard.
No, it is.
Let the record reflect.
Of all the things that he said, that could be the most ridiculous.
I would turn her. Let the record reflect. She would try to upgrade, and I'd say no. Okay, so let the record reflect. But, however, what does he? Honestly, what does he do now? I have 2 jobs. I work at the draft.
I don't even know what he does.
It doesn't matter what he does.
No,
I do draft stuff. I do video.
Have to do anything.
You can find me on YouTube.
Because I'm looking.
He doesn't need another sit-up for about 30 years.
Because I'm looking at a picture of them walking on the beach, and his value is there.
Listen,
for her.
Okay, let me ask you this. Does he ever do anything on NFL Network streaming platform on YouTube on draft day where you can find me on the YouTube stream or digital shorts, like on YouTube Shorts? Like, I'm doing basically TV.
Do you imagine she finds that valuable?
Yeah, as somebody who's also in the business.
Who does it? We don't even know what he does.
I'm also in the business.
We don't even know what he does.
I don't even know what Lance does during draft weekend.
Speaking of Bill O'Brien, did you see the little? We gotta go to break, but we gotta tell this little kid story on the other side. You got to talk about underdog.
Did Bill O'Brien scream at a child?
No, but his child was screaming at Bill O'Brien.
Oh, that's old. It's the best video of all time. It's one of the top videos of all time.
Yeah.
So underdog fantasy, right? This is what you're doing. What you're going to do. You haven't done it before, and I've told you. And I'm not going to take no for an answer today. You're going to go to the App Store. You're going to download Underdog Fantasy. Okay, it's an easy to load app. You can just download it. You don't have to do anything with it if you don't choose to. Now, I suggest you do. You can get in with a deposit as low as $10. As low as $10, you can get into Underdog Fantasy. Now, you can go as high as you want. They will match your first deposit up to $100, but you must use promo code Lance. You must use promo code Lance. They're going to match that first deposit. So let's say you put $100 into your first deposit. You're going to find $200 in your account, and that's for you to play right there. You don't just take it out. That's not how it works. You have to play it. But playing the Pick'em Challenge makes it so much more fun because you pick between 2 and 5 players. You are going to go higher or lower than the statistics they have available for that player. There's a range of statistics. You'll go higher or lower, and if it hits, you're going to win real money. You win anywhere between 2 or 3 and 20 times your money picking just between 2 and 5 players. It's real money. It's completely legal here in the state of Texas. And when you sign up, they're going to have a special pick for you in the lobby where you can go higher than 0.5 yards or 0.5 points. So it's like that's an easy win. They're basically giving you your first win. This is a great chance for you to take advantage of an awesome, awesome way to continue watching your games and playing along with them. It's Underdog Fantasy. You must be 18 or older and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER or go to ncpgambling.org.
The recipe is simple. Take 1 part John because you know what you're going to get. And add like 50 parts Lance because you never know what you're going to get. Spike the spice with some Del Olaleya, and damn, it tastes like the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So one thing before we get started with this, the last chance to register for the Houston Texans Senior Showcase is February 5th. It's coming up. So you got to register. It's going to close next Monday. So the Senior Showcase by Gatorade right around the corner. It's a Houston Texans Showcase. It's at the Texans facility. Colleges, small schools from all over the country are going to be here, and there's a money in them there heels. There's money for your kids to go. All you have to do, it's a combine kind of deal. You go out there, go register, go to the Houston Texans page, and you can find how to register for the Houston Texans Showcase and get your kid money for college. If you play football here and you want to play small school and you want to get money for college, if you can't find a way to get to college, this is a great way to get to college. There's schools from all over the country here. Knox College has been here. I don't know if they're going to be here this year, but Knox has been here giving away money. If you want to play football at the collegiate level, if you're done and you're like, hey, I don't know how I can get to school.
I need to offer our Scout Source stuff to them. I need to get with Chris because the stuff Tyler and I did, which kind of found Byron Murphy for Texas, they weren't even recruiting him until they saw his growth potential. Like we got proof of concept. We're working with Zoe over at Miami, working with a couple colleges. I did just give that to him because what it does is it can tell you how big, the growth potential of 15, 16, 17, 18-year-old. It's based on 25 years of NFL Combine data. And so it captures growth potential and frame potential. And that would be something that would add great value. They just
for
put
the
it
coaches?
in there. I just give it to them to put together because that's how kids, it's sometimes it's the late bloomers who have the best opportunity to shine on the next level because they may be good football players. And the only thing holding them back is teams thinking they're too small. Well, it'd be nice if you have something to show us.
You never know when that growth spurt is.
This guy has still got another 20, sometimes we found linebackers who had 25 pounds, 30 pounds still that they were going to add who are 190. And then we found a tight end who was 245 who we projected to be 300. And he's at TCU now as a tackle weighing almost 300 pounds. So we had 33 pounds of growth still to go for Byron Murphy, and he actually gained 38, and he's still all muscle, like pure muscle. So, I need to throw that in there because maybe we capture somebody who's got, tremendous growth potential, and they do. Is it like a combine?
It's a combine.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, athletic scores. Oh man, I definitely need to get a hold of Chris.
Yeah.
About doing that.
Yep, absolutely. See if you agree, because you just got back. For those of you who don't know, Lance was at the Senior Bowl this week. That's all you missed. See if you agree with the 33rd team here. The 33rd team says the Risers, Ladd McConkey.
Yes.
You said that. Jackson Powers Johnson.
Yes.
Interior offensive lineman from Oregon.
I had to bump his grade.
You did?
Yeah.
Quinion Mitchell, cornerback from Toledo.
For sure. He's mine too.
He's your what?
He's mine too. I wrote him too.
Yep. Darius Robinson, defensive lineman from Missouri.
He's a monster.
Yeah, Missouri's
like
putting on some players now.
Dude, Drinkowitz is getting sick talent.
Yeah.
He's got two corners that are good. He had the kid Keon White last year. Well, I mean, he was a portal guy, but Keon White, he had No, Keon White was Georgia Tech. There was another big guy last year who they had that came out. And then he has Darius Robinson. He has
well, they always put out defensive linemen.
No. I mean, it's offensive lineman. He's got a left tackle, Javon Foster. Drinkowitz is putting out talent.
Yeah. Well, they were good.
And you know what?
That wide receiver.
The O-line coach. How about this? He used to be at Houston.
Yeah.
Brandon Jones.
Yeah.
We watched him in Joe Moore Wars. They almost made the semifinals. They were so well coached. My dad called me up and said, "Hey, I was watching this the Missouri offensive line. Man, are they doing a great job on offensive line?" And I looked up who the coach was because I was like, I got to see who's coaching him. I need to have him speak. It was Brandon Jones. Yeah. And he's like, I got to get Brandon back out to the clinic because they're doing a great job up there. And I spoke with Brandon Jones a little bit. He gave me some insight into Patrick Paul. I didn't know this. Patrick Paul, not his real name.
Oh, it's not?
No, they changed it. They changed his name. He's Nigerian name.
Oh.
And his name is not Patrick Paul.
We should change it, and then maybe he'll get selected earlier. We didn't. Oh, wait, you're Patrick Paul?
Yeah. So yeah, he just said
you
early.
think he's falling in the
Yeah,
draft?
I think he's fall, but second round.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I don't think he'll fall below there because he's got super long arms and he's good in pass protection, pretty good. There's just some areas like I don't think he's a first rounder, but Dana thought he was a lock for the first, an elite pass protector. He's not an elite pass. I don't use that word lightly, but I do think he'll fall out of the first. But I mean, he'll still probably go in the top 60 picks.
Yeah. Well, we know one thing about Dana. He
goes to bat for his guys.
He does.
Now, he's also told me, like, he's also had some pretty good insight into guys like Mark Glowinski, who was an offensive lineman. He was dead on Glowinski and some of those guys. But, yeah, like most coaches, they're partial to their guys.
Some coaches they don't play
Well, no, I like when you give me the honest facts.
Yeah, right, exactly. They also got Cam Hart, the cornerback from Notre Dame.
Cam had some – I just didn't watch corners as much. Some other guys, Austin Booker. I've been telling everybody this. You're going to hear everyone else talking about this. No one was talking about this guy. This kid, Austin Booker from Kansas, who's only played 505 total snaps in college football. I watched him and put a first-round grade on him. I said, I just have to. He's 6'6". He's like 240. So he's real skinny. But you watched him. He ruined Kelvin Banks. Like – talk about a guy who's going to be a first-round tackle.
Why has he only played 500 snaps?
I don't know. He went to Minnesota. He would, first year he didn't play like most guys. He's undersized. He's growing into his body, probably 230 pounds as a defensive end. It's not big enough. The second year he barely played at all. Who knows why? They probably had guys who were bigger and better. So he got in the transfer portal, went to Kansas, got a chance to play, and immediately has all these pass rush moves. Is very physical, can run and bend, can beat people around the corner at 6'6", 245. And I'm just like, these traits. My comp on him is Max Crosby. I missed on Max Crosby the first time. Yeah, I'm not missing on Max Crosby again. First Max, he's too skinny. His arms aren't muscular. He's this, that, and the other. He's not, he's going to get pushed around. Max Crosby remembered that, hit me. He added me on Twitter, and I'm like, I ain't missing the next Max Crosby. So I put a first. All of a sudden, he didn't do much the first day, and one of my NFL guys said, who I told about him, said, your guy's too light. I told you he's not going to be good. The second day, he got to the quarterback like 3 times easily in pass rush drills, and all of a sudden he's on everyone's list as, who's Austin Booker? He's a riser. Man,
I felt that way about Daniil Hunter in LSU.
It's the same kind of deal. Only Hunter's even more filled out. But
he was skinny at LSU.
Thomas McGahee, he was drafted in the 3rd round. Thomas McGahee, whose son used to be an intern here, and listener of the show, even when he was special teams coach and
special teams coordinator
with the special teams coordinator with the Giants. He was at LSU at the time, and he told me, Lance, he is a monster on special teams. He said he is going to keep growing into his body, and this guy is barely scratching the surface on who he's going to be. Nailed it. 100% correct. So all these backgrounds, all these things I've seen in my background lead me to remember, Hunter.
Booker.
Max Crosby. I'm like, here he is. I don't care. I'll go high on the grade because I think that's who he's going to be. Like, I would love it if the Texans took him. Would love it.
23?
Yeah, probably trade back. Trade back into early second round. But the problem is he's kind of he is going to need the first year he's not going to do a whole lot because he needs to hit the weights. Like, he's got to try to get up to 255.
Yeah. The Fallers, Bo Nix, Xavier Leggett.
Yep.
Tez Walker, the wide receiver from
I didn't really think he was a faller in what I saw, but I hadn't seen all the practice. I thought he looked okay.
And Joe Milton.
Mm-hmm. He's not a faller. He was already way down there.
Right.
I've got him undrafted.
Tyler Guyton, offensive tackle from Oklahoma.
I don't know. NFL teams like him a lot.
They do.
He's not a faller.
What? Well, is he going to perform? That's the question.
He'll test well at Combine, too. My first mock, I got to turn it in at noon at 1:30 today. So,
you got it done?
No.
You don't have it done yet?
No.
What are you doing?
Well, I think we know what he was doing.
You got a me? I know what he was doing.
Yeah, I was looking at.
He was looking at Michelle Keegan.
Michelle Keegan.
That was last night.
You could have had your mock draft done. Instead, you were looking at Instagram.
Have your cake and eat it too.
Well, and deluding himself into thinking.
Yes.
Upgrade.
And thinking of different ways to kill Mark Wright.
Yeah.
Big love.
Okay.
He saw the word separated and thought, well,
Yeah.
she's divorced from him.
No, they're going to be separated because she's moved. She's got to
Do a show in Australia. Yeah.
This is all kind of a joke. She is beautiful. It's a joke, but my wife gets to talk this way about Rhett Miller. So
Yeah.
I'm sorry. This is my Rhett Miller.
Okay, sorry.
Is what it is. And I'll tell her today. I'll tell her to her face today. Just yesterday, I did tell her she's beautiful. Today, I'm going to say, this is my Rhett Miller.
Okay.
Okay? So don't let her go on concert tour and let me be in the first row.
Okay. If she's on concert tour, you're going to be in the front row
if she's in
everywhere.
concert or whatever, and
really
I'm in
needs-
general
Mark Wright's
admission,
done. She's got no shot.
She really needs to do a
it's
show.
already shaky over
She
there.
really needs She really needs to do a show that gets her on the con circuit where she's like in Comic-Con or some sci-fi con that comes to Houston, and Lance can take Nicole and let's see what Michelle's up to.
Let's see how she likes it.
Yeah. Let's see how you
she
like
likes it. Yeah.
I got news for her. She already does this. Go for it. She's told me this before. Go for it.
Yeah. And you get
Like
the
a
kids.
woman with no fear.
You got the kids too.
Yeah.
You got tequila too.
Yeah. Maestro Nobel, always a friend on a Friday, and really any day, but Friday's the unwind day for a lot of people, and Maestro Nobel is a great way to do that. If you are a tequila fan, it's a great sipping tequila, a phenomenal sipping tequila. It's a chance for you to really enjoy the craftsmanship that goes into the tequila making process. It's made in Tequila, Mexico. It's great from a standpoint of the aging process, the barrels they use, and what goes into it. The Reposado, the Añejo, the Cristalino, these are all very different types of tequilas from each other. There's a central flavor that you can taste. There's a similarity, but it actually has changes of the flavor components on the back end, and you can taste it if you're a sipper. If you're not a sipper and you just want a great cocktail or a great margarita, hey, that's great too. I mean, I appreciate that as well. And I have the silver and the smoked silver with my margaritas and the cocktails that I make. So make sure that you're taking a look at a bottle of Maestro Nobel wherever fine liquors are sold. I expect it to be up on your shelf. Let me know how it's going with Maestro Nobel.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John Granado and Lance Zerline.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. Couple of other notes. Did you see that Corbin Burns got traded to the Orioles?
Did.
I don't love that. They
Why?
won 101 games last year. They're good.
Yeah.
They're really, really, really
They're
good.
the next Astros.
They're
They're the next Astros.
Yeah, they really are.
I mean, they're just some. I just think they're pitching away.
They were that last year. They were the 2000. They reminded me a lot of the 2015 team.
Yep, and now they're just a matter of. It's just a matter of them getting an ace.
And they quite possibly got one. He's finished top in his last 4 years. He's been top 8 in Cy Young voting.
No, it's a great pickup for them.
And he won the Cy just a couple of years ago. So he is he's really, really good.
So you know when you run an ice cube, when you have an ice cube and you run it under the water of a sink, it can be cold water, and it just you slowly see the sides start to drift away.
Yeah.
And it melts away, and it's still the ice cube, and it's still there, and it takes time, but slowly, it's not.
Is this your analogy for the Astros?
I feel like it. I feel like it. I mean, I feel like the water's running over the Astros, and you just lose little pieces here, piece there, and it's still an ice cube, but it's not the same.
Right.
It's not the same shape.
We did a sports map piece yesterday. Josh Jordan and I did, and we talked about the leadership and. Look at the last 2 years with Maldonado and Carlos Correa gone. Those are your two biggest leaders in that locker room. I don't know that the culture changes because Jose Altuve is still there, Justin Verlander is still there, and for now, Bregman is there. But they're going to have to get a guy.
They're going
to have to come up with a guy that's going to be.
Did Yuli hurt it all? I mean,
vocal.
I know the players loved him, but some of the fun out of the locker room just not there anymore. Or?
Oh, I don't know that because I'm not in the locker room. I can't tell. Can't tell you that, but I can tell you. Well, I do know that Carlos was he was very vocal and he kept everybody. When he walked into Minnesota, he just said, "We go out every day like we're playing for the World Series every single day."
He sets a standard.
He did.
Carlos is a standard setter, and then. Who was the one that ran the music right now? Who runs? I think Michael Connor told me it's Breggy who runs the music potentially.
Well, I think after this year, they're going to have to find somebody else.
Yeah, but I think Bregman is the music guy. But Michael Connor has phenomenal insight in the Astros. For Connor and Beard to come on after Paul Gallant, he is covered. He was the Astros post-game guy, spent a lot of time in the locker rooms, went on the trips with the Astros for playoffs and other trips, knows a lot of people in the organization. Just so you guys know, Michael has phenomenal insight into that team, and he can tell you things like that. But I am a little concerned that eventually you can't just keep taking. George was a heartbeat guy when he was here, a fun guy. He's the one who kind of really helped bolster the fun. Carlos is a standard setter, and then you have, it is going to be interesting to see without Machete here. There's baseball stuff we didn't like about Machete, inability to do this, inability to do that, but the intangible stuff, man, that's what makes championship teams is the intangibles.
Well, the biggest thing is whether or not the guys are going to like to throw to Yainer. That's going to be the biggest thing.
They better learn to love it.
Ass off this offseason.
They better learn to love
it.
And
get a lot of chemistry with these guys.
Odds the Astros. Do you think it should be on the board that the Astros trade in season to bring Machete back? Because Verlander, I would not rule it out.
No.
The second half before trade deadline, that they make a minor move to bring him back because Verlander wants him. And Fromber.
Yeah. No, I think that ship has sailed. I think there's the front office did not.
But for one half season?
They did not want to see what happened. And listen, I happen to know. Somebody in the front office sat down with Martin Maldonado and told him exactly this. It's going to be almost impossible to bring you back because we cannot play Yainer. The organization wants to play Yainer, but if you're sitting there, Verlander, Fromber, and maybe some guys, whomever else is going to say, no, I want to throw to Maldonado, and we can't have that. And so he had to go. And I don't think there's any way, unless Yainer's really struggling and they figure, listen, Yiner in his second year, he had limited number of 200-some at bats, right? Oh,
Yeah.
No, he had more than that. What did he have? 400-some at bats?
Yeah, it was up there. Yeah, he got more starts than people thought.
Yeah, had more starts than you. But you don't know that I mean, it was a great start. It wouldn't be the first time that a guy got off to a great start in Major League Baseball and then then wasn't that guy.
Right.
So Yiner's really, it's important that Yiner comes through big time this year. Look at Jeremy Pena from year 1 to year 2.
He needs to play like he played last year.
Yeah.
But if he plays like he plays last year, we're talking about one of the best catchers in baseball. Certainly one of the best offensive.
He's already a top eight catcher in baseball.
Yeah.
Already.
I'd say easily.
Yeah. No,
when you look at his power number. I mean, he projected into the 30 home run season as a starter last year. That's phenomenal. But that's the problem. It's projected.
That's the problem. And so we'll find out whether or not he can back that up. He needs to validate that last season, and then he'll validate himself with the rotation.
Well, he's got a great pop to second. His pop time is really, really low. So, I mean, he's got the arm to second. He threw out more runners.
Unfortunately, they don't hold any runners.
Well,
They're
but
really
that's
bad.
not a Yiner problem.
No, but it's a problem for the team.
It's a problem for the team, but now people run not more than ever, but now more than any time over the last 15 years, teams are running now. Having that ability to excel as on a throw down to second, that's a really big deal. Yiner Diaz is very good, a power hitter who can hit to other sides of the field. I mean, he looks like a legitimate hitter across the board, like one of those guys you may try to change positions to extend his career type guys. And then number 2, he's got the ability to, we've seen him, he's got an arm to throw people out. Now all you need is just learning how to catch a guy.
Yeah.
And that's going to take the only way
to call the game.
Yeah, how does that happen?
Well,
time,
study.
Experience,
and
Justin
study.
Verlander sitting with you and say, no, I didn't like this. This is why. No. Like, I think just pitching to Justin Verlander and Fromber is going to help.
Well, they loved how much prep work Maldonado did, and we'll find out whether or not Yiner has that same kind of work ethic. Because that's what Maldonado did, and he knew what hitters liked and didn't like when they walked up to the plate. It wasn't like
awesome having him as a bench coach.
It would be, but you can't. You can't have him
even
around.
As a coach.
He
could just say, "Guys, I'm out of the game."
No.
What do you mean you can't have him sitting around? You can't. They can't call for a coach to catch them.
Get in there, Molly. Get in there.
You can't have him sitting around like this is like an ex-girlfriend that I can't even afford to live in the same state as this person because we may hook up again and I may ruin my relationship with Yiner. Is this what we're talking about?
What if Michelle Keegan moved here? Then how would okay? What if she moved
what?
here?
I'd say, excuse me, I know where some really terrific Mediterranean food is.
What?
Let me point it out to you here and here and here.
That's all you'd say? Okay.
Let's grab lunch and
talk
about.
Did you also see, speaking of the Astros, before we finish, Lance McCullers says he wants to be back by July? Yes, he wants to be back by July. Okay? Don't look at me like that. Like this is some kind of, I mean, aren't you excited? Where does Lance McCullers fit into this whole thing anymore? I have no idea. You know what? He might be your sixth inning guy.
I don't know if that's harder on his arm or not. I mean, after multiple arm injuries, you would just, in shoulders and arms, you would just think, okay, there's enough surgeries done that it's not an issue anymore. Like it's, you don't have the same tendons to be the issue. So I don't know.
Where's Garcia fit in?
I don't know where any of these guys fit in.
Where is France fit in?
I know this. It feels like somebody should be traded, but after last year, I am terrified of trading anybody.
No, you don't trade
Last year,
anybody.
before the year, we're talking about trading.
You got an excess of pitching. No, you don't.
No, you don't. At any point, you don't.
No.
All it took was a bad Hunter Brown year.
Yes.
Christian Javier falling off the map for 3/4 of the season. Garcia out for the year with injury. Urquidy. Lance McCullers can't make it back. Like all of a sudden, you're like, who's this guy that looks like he works at a Cinnabon on Better Call Saul? Oh, it's J.P. France.
Yeah. No, J.P. France.
And he was good.
J.P. France is going to play. Oh, he did.
You don't make the playoffs without J.P. France.
You don't.
Make no mistake about it.
What the heck was that?
Just my chair.
Oh, that was your chair. 746 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Hey, when we come back, I want to talk about some really cool stuff. I found out Bill Belichick's not the greatest head coach of all time yesterday.
Yeah, I heard that too. Time to talk about HR&P is what we're going to talk about now. But from a Ravens cornerback, is that where you heard it? I want to talk about HR&P. He needs a little HR help, doesn't he? Marlon Humphrey. No, well, I don't know if the Ravens are going to they're going to call HR on him, but I can tell you this: he was reckless. And if you've got reckless people in your office, like we do here, like Dell and Lance, then you need HR&P as well. HR&P is here for you for all of your HR needs, and it's kind of a big deal that you take care of those HR needs too. I mean, it's just like, oh, HR, what? No, HR is kind of a big deal. Okay, there is also. It doesn't matter what question that you have, you call them up at HR&P. We could go to any employee that you have can call HR&P to find out anything that they need to know. They're there all the time, and they're answering questions for you no matter what that question is, all of your employees. You could have thousands and thousands of employees. HR&P is there for you to answer all of your questions and all your needs. The technology is second to none. The payroll comes out perfect. You don't know about the Affordable Care Act. They do. They're going to help you take care of your taxes. They're going to help you take care of your payroll. They're going to do it perfectly, and they're going to take care of your HR as well. They can save you money. Don't know who you're with now. If you're with an admin company, you're probably paying more for your insurance and your 401ks than you have to. That's not what they do at HR&P. Find out for yourself. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
Back to the Veritex Community Bank Studios and your daily distraction from the horrific reality of your very existence. Man, I didn't know it was that bad. But hey, it's John and Lance.
Well, we're going to talk about Bill Belichick in a second. But the guy that he hired was Bill O'Brien. I had not seen this video before. This little kid, is this old?
It's like, yeah, he was head coach of the Texans at the time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. He's like 4 years old, but that's okay.
I don't know why this came up in my. Eric Azuna sent it to me.
Yeah.
Eric Azuna sent it to me. Here is a little kid. So his brother had just gotten a DeAndre Hopkins autographed picture. This kid can't be 5 or 6 years old. I don't know. He's 5 years old, whatever he is. He's got his pajamas on. His brother has matching pajamas. And the brother got the DeAndre Hopkins. He opens his up, and it's an autographed picture of Bill O'Brien. And here's his reaction.
What is in the post? What
is it?
What is it? Bill O'Brien!
What? What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that?
He's tearing it up and putting it in the trash right now.
Yeah. He's throwing his trash. His brother picks it up out of the trash, and he grabs it and throws it back in the trash.
And he's crying, like he's scream crying. This is mad. He's doing a scream cry where a kid is so enraged.
He's enraged. Look, he's nuts that he got a Bill. I mean, I think that's ugly. I mean, if you got a Bill O'Brien autograph picture, what would you do?
Some people will say I'm not the dad of the year for this move. But I have to tell you what I did because I was not here when this happened. Here it is. It's my last. I sent Sebastian. Sebastian hated Matt Barnes. Hated Matt Barnes. We were watching, Snacks is watching. I sent this to him. And by the way, shout out to
who hates Matt Barnes other than Derek Fisher? Was that it?
Derek Fisher hated him. Matt Barnes drove like several hours to come beat up Derek Fisher.
Yeah.
To fight him. But anyway, this was in 2015. So Sebastian would have been, looking at this, he would have been 6 right here. And so shout out to my man Sebastian. He had a tough surgery yesterday. Broke his collarbone in 3 places. And
oh, gosh.
They didn't know that until they got in for the surgery. And then they're like, oh, it was a little worse than they thought. So it was 2 plates in his shoulders. And it was rough. It was a rough night for him last night, too. But can't sleep. I mean, I felt bad for him. But anyway, so now I'll tell you this story. I created, so I knew he hated Matt Barnes. We watched a lot of Rockets together. He hated Matt Barnes. This is in the middle of the Rockets making their, run. This is a good time for the Rockets. And they're playing they're playing, who was Matt Barnes with? Was he a Clipper back then? I don't know. He hated Matt Barnes. And so in 15, I sent him, I told him, hey, there's a place that you can request an NBA player to come to your birthday party. Because he had a birthday code. This is in May. I sent this May 15th. His birthday is in July, or is in June. And I said, July. I said, my son Sebastian is having a birthday this June. Okay, June. And he is requesting Terrence Jones or Dwight Heck.
Wait a minute. Father of the Year?
Okay,
Okay. Who was it? Antonio
Cromartie.
Knows more about his kids than Lance does.
No, it's easy to get confused on June and July.
Okay.
Is it?
Yeah, in Texas,
they're your
it's
children.
Hot.
Yeah.
Figure it out.
It's hot when his birthday is. That's all you know.
That's all he knows.
Okay.
And Alex.
Okay,
2 days after.
All right, go ahead.
My son Sebastian's having a birthday this June and is requesting Terrence Jones or Dwight Howard or James Harden at his birthday party. I've attached a video for you to see. Okay, and I guess I don't have the video here, but the video is pretty good. Anyway, there is a video in here. And then I created sometimes I just get bored. I created a Gmail account called NBA Birthday Parties. And that's who I sent the email to. Then I responded back from NBA Birthday Parties. And I said, and I got a video of Sebastian's reaction to this. I said, Dear Sebastian, thanks so much for your video and your email. We know so many kids are fans of the NBA and our main star players, and we appreciate you reaching out to us to include one of our players at your birthday party. We can't necessarily provide you the players we request at all times since their schedules are very busy, but we did find a player for you and your birthday party. Please scroll down to see who we selected for you. And you scroll down, and it says, Matt Barnes is coming to your birthday party. Matt plays for the LA Clippers and is a very energetic player. He is fun to play with at parties and will push you very high on the swing set, and he's very good at playing tag you're it. Please be careful, however, if you have a basketball goal because he's very rough, and he will play rough on you and the other children at your party with hard fouls. He also might use bad language at your birthday party, so be ready. He got so pissed off when he got this because he thought he was getting Terrence Jones.
He loved Terrence Jones.
Loved Terrence Jones. And when he got Matt
everybody
Barnes,
but homeless people love Terrence Jones, right?
Yeah, they didn't like him.
They didn't like him much.
And when he got Matt Barnes, he lost his mind. I've got the reaction video. I just have to find it. He was so pissed off to the point that I just said, and he used to always talk like this, Sebastian, because he once threatened to arrest and shoot Johnny Manziel when he was. Wow. I don't think. Yeah, you weren't. That happened when I was at 790. I got a video of him when he's 4 years old. I said, what was Sebastian? You hate Johnny Manziel, don't you? He goes, yes, I hate Johnny Manziel.
Arrest and shoot.
And I said, what would you do if you saw Johnny Manziel? What if Johnny Manziel, everything was coming to birthday parties. What would you do if Johnny Manziel came to your house to your birthday party? He goes, I would arrest him and shoot him.
Well,
I'm like, okay.
All right.
I mean,
that's too much.
Is it for?
And Michael Connor would fire that off on the show all the time when he was the producer. Arrest him and shoot him.
So this all leads into the Bill Belichick conversation, which we'll have on the other side, right here on ESPN 97.
People are disrespectful.
And 92.5, and they are. And you know what? I can't be I can't be disrespectful whatsoever to Chastang Ford. Love Chastang Ford. I love what Chastang Ford has done for me. You'll be part of the Chastang family, and you'll especially love because they still have brand new 2023s on the lot, which they have to get rid of. So you know what they're doing? 1.9% financing on new 2023 F-150s. Got to get them off the lot. They got to go. It's 2024. Don't need them 2023s no more. So 1.9% financing in this economic, in this climate, are you kidding me? This is a great deal. You're looking for the best deal that you're going to find with customized exactly for you, exactly how you want it, not the way that the dealership wants it. No add-ons, no markups, giving you the best possible deal that they can on every single vehicle. They will come to, if you're a business and you have a fleet of vehicles, they will come to you to fix your vehicles. They've got the mobile unit out there that they can go to your place and fix your vehicles. This is the kind of service that you get every single day from Chastang Ford. You're looking for the best way to get into that Ford car, truck, or pre-owned vehicle as well. All you need to do is get to ChastangFord.com on 610 at Homestead. Not Hempstead. It's just 5 minutes from downtown Chastang Ford.
That's the ease at which you get information. You want it, you get it, like that. Ask your phone, group chat, smartphone. You're always connected and informed in real time, no waiting. So if you're diabetic and still using finger sticks to read your blood sugar, what are you waiting for? Knowing your blood sugar levels instantly is important for managing diabetes. Call US Med at 888-665-0696. To learn more about continuous glucose monitors, a real-time instant method to track your blood glucose, US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 1,000 private insurers. And the best part? Call 888-665-0696 and we'll give you a free insurance benefits check today. So call 888-665-0696 today. That's 888-665-0696. And manage your diabetes as easy as...
The all-new ESPN Radio Morning Show, Unsportsmanlike.
At what point are we going to acknowledge that Josh Allen is a great quarterback, but Josh Allen is also an overrated quarterback?
Chris Canty, Evan Cohen, and Michelle Smallman.
20 years running into guys that are my size. Does it sound like fun?
Chris, Evan, and Michelle.
Nobody can work the room like Coach Prime. And the people that like it are going to love it. People that hate it, they're going to hate him even more.
Unsportsmanlike. Weekday morning starting at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN2.
If you only have a 401k, you're not getting the most for retirement.
Wait, what?
Add a Robinhood IRA on top, then they'll boost it by 3%.
You can do that?
And if you transfer in any retirement account, you get 3% on top of that.
Is there a limit to the match?
No limit. Robinhood Gold gets you the biggest contribution match of any IRA on the market. Sign up for Robinhood Gold at Robinhood.com/boost by April 30th. Subscription fees apply.
Investing involves risk. 3% match requires.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 is the number. Was there a reason that Marlon Humphreys went after Bill Belichick? Did we see this? Or just, was he on some kind of podcast and made these comments?
No, it wasn't a podcast.
He can't be saying about his coach.
It was on Twitter.
It was on Twitter?
He just took to X.
He just went to X and started opening fire on.
I mean, it was a couple sentences, and he said what you kind of think, maybe not about the hiring process, that no one wants the best coach of all time.
Here's what he said. Marlon Humphrey said, the greatest coach of all time, quote unquote, did not get hired out of 6 head coaching jobs now. I think that debate can be put to rest now. That is the dumbest. The worst thing for Bill Belichick is that people now have a chance to rewrite his history based on Tom Brady winning a title in Tampa. Because that's what's happened, and it's not fair because Tom Brady's greatness also stemmed in part because of Bill Belichick. I mean, learning the Belichick way, Bill Belichick having the structure and the things he put together, the defenses. Tom did not lack for the running game. Bill, some of his draft picks early on was, Logan Mankins was a phenomenal draft pick by Bill Belichick. The defensive guys he put in place were terrific. They gave Tom the best chance to win a championship. And the coaches he hired gave Tom Brady turned into a high-flying quarterback when Randy Moss got there in 2007.
Hey, make no mistake. I don't feel like Bill Belichick didn't get any of these jobs because he's not a good coach. He's one of the greatest coaches in NFL history. But and Marlon Humphrey is off here.
This is out of pocket.
It's not because he didn't get one of these 6 jobs. If I own a team, I'm not hiring Bill Belichick. I don't want Bill Belichick as my coach right now.
Well, so
I would have liked Bill Belichick 20 years ago, but not now.
Yeah, some NFL players jumped in.
Yeah.
It was
one guy said, he didn't want to coach the Panthers, so throw those rings out.
One of them jumped in and made the comment about who was the player? There was a player in the league today who made a comment that said, dude, he's 70, just because he's not the best choice now for a head coaching job doesn't mean he's not one of the greatest. And that's it. He wants to control stuff. That's not going to be the case. And he's 70-something years old, and people don't know how long. Like, that's why I don't think Bill Belichick's ever going to be a head coach again. It's working against him because his age and what he's used to with having so much control, that just simply isn't going to be the case anywhere unless he's willing to back off the control thing and find a team like Dallas. And really, it almost can only be Dallas.
Yes.
They have to be ready to win now.
Well, and even then, I don't think so. Listen, the debate isn't put to rest because Bill Belichick didn't get a job this offseason. The debate has been put to rest because of his record with and without Tom Brady. And the debate has been put to rest because, you know what? Bill Belichick almost turned – that organization is a mess right now. Is a mess. And he's left it that way because of his general managership. He was awful at that.
Yeah.
And he had to have all the power, all the control. It's much like the way Bill O'Brien left the Texans organization in a mess. The Patriots it's a bad job right now. They don't have any talent.
His personnel.
It's all because of Bill Belichick.
Now, you look at defensively, the team was still pretty good defensively. They were hard to score on. They were still – but
his coaching helped that.
Yeah, his coaching – but it doesn't change what we're talking about. One of the great coaches, he had good personnel stuff for about half his career, and frankly, below average to poor the other half. And Bill Belichick, the GM, put Bill Belichick, the coach, in an unwinnable position. And guess what? Bill O'Brien did that. Most coaches end up doing that.
Right. Exactly.
Well, they try to do both.
Well, Bill Belichick,
it's too much.
The coach, I don't know what Mac Jones would have been, but he should take all the blame for turning what looked to be at least a above-average quarterback into a trash heap by hiring Patricia and Joe George and then following that up with Bill O'Brien. That's Belichick, the coach.
Yeah, that's true.
Yep. Yeah, no.
Well, let's try to stick with what he knows.
Well, you know how arrogant that is? Do you know how arrogant that is to go, you know what? I'll just put a defensive coordinator. You know what?
Yeah, that is.
That's arrogance.
That is arrogant. And you know, Raheem Morse, though, coached wide receivers one year. He's coached offensive and defensive side of the ball over the last, 3 years, which actually has probably helped him. But the Belichick thing, what I was told by a guy who knows him intimately is that Bill Belichick is such a, the circle of trust is very small in New England. Scouts like Marvin Allen, who used to work over there, said, I write, when he was a scout, I wrote my guy up. He's the assistant GM in Miami. He goes, you write your guy up, and you don't know what happens. You don't know what
There's no discussion.
There's no discussion now with the scouts. We don't even know what the board looks like. So that kind of thing is NFL teams aren't going to put up with that from Bill Belichick, where he's like, well, this is because people like Atlanta supposedly wanted an open process with a lot of communication, and that's not the Belichick way.
Nope.
And I think it hurts you because your sphere of influence, look at him. He kept retreading the same coaches, guys who I just don't think he could trust anyone else at this stage. He's so set in his ways that I'll bring O'Brien back again. I'll bring Josh McDaniels back. He just keeps bringing in the same guys back over and over.
Yep.
He retreads the retreads.
Yep.
And I don't think he knows anyone else because if you're not in his circle of influence, you're kind of screwed.
Gary wants to talk about this Belichick thing. What do you say, Gary?
Hey, guys, thanks for taking my call, and I would love to hear your explanation if I'm not cut off. I hear about the Bill Belichick way. I just want to take it out of the sport right quick. Phil Jackson and the logo, Jerry West once said years ago on the logo, said that if I didn't never have these players, I wouldn't be X, Y, and Z. So two of the greatest in their sport always attributed to the players. One more thing. Robert Horry won 5. It's about the rings. Robert Horry won 5 or 6, 7, 8 rings. Ain't nobody talking about he's one of the greatest. I think the Bill Belichick way, and they're talking about that Tom Brady deal. I know it's hard to say or not say great, but if me, I'm one of the few, if he's one of the greatest in the Bill Belichick way, if you won those 7 Super Bowls, because you're still great and stubborn in your ways, you don't go from the penthouse to not at least making the playoffs. They didn't need him to ever win another Super Bowl. You are great enough to will your team like the Steelers coach at least to the playoffs. And when you go from 0 to 100, that's the way we say, yep, it was Tom Brady. When he was with Cleveland, he did nothing, and with other Jets. So it's not, they call it the Bill Belichick way, but I know you guys are going to have a reason or excuse or whatever, but you can't go from 7 Super Bowls to not even sniffing the playoffs. You're still great enough to where you can get 9 and 6 and get in the playoffs, and that's the loophole for me, to not even be able to get your team to the playoffs consistently, no matter who you have.
Don't hang up. Don't hang up. I want to ask you a question. Don't hang up, Gary. Hang on.
Yes.
If LeBron doesn't make the playoffs this year, does that challenge his greatness?
No. Let me tell you. The difference is LeBron is on the court making the play like Jerry West said.
Yeah, his play is high.
The X's and O's. Yeah. So no, like Jerry West. We're going with Jerry West. Everybody know Jerry West. I'm going by him and Phil Jackson's statements, the player. So LeBron has more control on the court than the guy who selects the players. And so now I'm saying that because of the rings, sure you got the rings and you're going to be considered great. But make a play. LeBron has done 21 years, 25 years. The game is passing him by. But that means he's great because he's won in Cleveland, not in Miami. If he'd won in Miami, I would say this here. He riding his coattails. I was one of the only ones to say, because Dwayne Wade them did it before he got there. He needed to go to Miami. But when he won in Cleveland, that solidified him. Bill Belichick does not have a solidification of anything
6 Super Bowls?
That man, the greatest quarterback ever.
He had 17 consecutive seasons of double-digit wins. 17 consecutive seasons of double-digit wins with a defense, by the way, that was top-notch pretty much every one of those years. He won 11 games when Tom Brady was out with an injury in his prime. He won it with Matt Castle. I think Bill Belichick, over the last 20 years, this is why I just can't buy into that. Over the last, I'll tell you what, I'll just go from 2003. Over the 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Over the last 21 years, he has won double digits. He has won at least 10 games, 18 of the last 21 years. Bill Belichick, 18 of the last 21 years has he won double-digit games. And the idea that it's all Tom Brady, I mean, literally half the game on defense was Bill Belichick. Do you know Bill Belichick is the one?
I agree somewhat with Gary. I just think he may have taken a bit too far. Bill Belichick is a great coach. You don't win all of those games, even if you have Tom Brady.
You have to have a great talent.
They played plenty of times defensively, great defense.
Guess who won?
And Tom Brady wasn't all that great.
Guess who won the Super Bowl against Seattle? Bill Belichick.
If you've ever seen who won the Super Bowl against the Rams? Bill Belichick.
Super Bowl against Seattle.
Against
the one where Malcolm Butler made the play?
Yeah. Have you ever seen the talk about those guys talk about that? So this is what happened in that. I just recently saw this. I'd never seen this. Bill Belichick watched some ways that they were playing it. So they said they started running this play in practice. They showed the practice tape of it. They ran the play in practice, the rub route that they had seen on tape. And Malcolm Butler couldn't get to it. He just couldn't get to it. So Bill Belichick said, when we see this, we're going to play it different. Here's what we're going to do. The man who's on the outside, you're going to the man who's on the slot, you're going to step up and jam him. When we see this, you're going to step into him and jam him so he can't bring you up the field to set the pick. And instead of going under Malcolm, you're going to go over the top. So he coached it completely different. He said, we're not going to play it the way we usually do. We practiced it over and over, and they couldn't find the timing to disrupt that play, so they changed how they attacked the picker. So they now pressed him, and then they played over the top with Malcolm, and they changed it in practice, and it worked. And so that as soon as they saw the set, they said they recognized the set, and so they played it like that. And that's literally, you probably win a Super Bowl because of a change that Bill Belichick made before that game in practice in the week of the Super Bowl. Those are things. This is why you can't just say the saying it's just Tom Brady. Anybody who played for the Patriots will tell you it's ridiculous. But yes, there's no way Phil Jackson wins without Michael Jordan. But guys also said Rudy wins nothing without.
Who was it? Welker.
One of the receivers said it. Yeah.
Yeah. Who was it?
Maybe it was Amendola. I don't.
Amendola. Whatever. We played for Tom.
Oh,
we played for Tom.
There's no question.
No, listen. I agree. I don't think Bill.
It's
without
both.
Tom Brady, Bill Belichick has been at best, even at best, an average coach.
But no coach could. He's the one that brought him in.
And the cleanups and stuff, Gary. They did make the playoffs the
with
year.
The Browns. 11-5.
Mac Jones the first year.
Yeah, Mac Jones.
And they fell apart. I had a discussion.
And he also was 11-5 in Cleveland.
1 year.
Yeah, I had the discussion with John when you were here, Lance. That if Andy Reid wins a couple more. This whole who's the best ever.
Oh, it's a good
because
debate.
of what Andy did in Philly with Donovan McNabb, good player. What he did with
Philly fans were done with him. They were ready to get him out of there.
With Alex Smith before. Now Patrick Mahomes is taking him to greater heights. But Andy Reid has done it. If we're going to play who's he done it with? Andy Reid's done it with multiple quarterbacks.
But here's the thing also, though. Here's the problem. And Bill Belichick did it by swapping out players defensively left and right. Yeah. Andy Reid is an offensive coach, which is the sexy position. Belichick is the defensive mastermind, which is not sexy. And I think at the end of the day, you can just, no one's going to say Andy Reid. Who's saying? Is anyone saying a Tom Brady? Patrick Mahomes is making Andy Reid. No, but you know why? Because he's an offensive coach. But because Bill Belichick wasn't an offensive coach, you can just say, oh, Tom Brady did it all. You can't win without Tom Brady. You know who else never won a Super Bowl without Patrick Mahomes? Andy Reid. Andy Reid never won a Super Bowl without Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, but he
doesn't catch that slander because he's an offensive coach.
Without, and he still made the Super Bowl, and he also made the playoffs without
several.
No. Bill Belichick has been bad without Tom Brady.
Wait, Bill Belichick. Hang on a second.
1 year, the Matt Castle year. Okay, we got to stop with that. 1 year.
No, we don't have to stop with it.
Well, it's 1 year.
But he gets punished because Tom Brady has played longer than any other quarterback?
No.
Why does he get punished for that?
Why wasn't he
had
great
a rookie, he
with
had
the
a
Browns?
rookie quarterback, and he had a bad roster of his own doing. That doesn't make him a bad coach. It makes him a bad general manager.
Yeah, right. Well,
that's not fair.
Well,
you got to separate.
It's not a question of bad coach. It's a question of greatest of all time. I think it's a question we're having.
Yeah.
This is crazy. He's got so many Super Bowl wins and so many Super Bowl appearances. People are turning on him just because Tom Brady was able to win in Tampa. The fact that Bill Belichick maintained greatness on a roster and had a roster that could do it. We've seen lots of great quarterbacks who have not been able to win that many games. You know why? Because their defenses weren't good enough.
Yeah.
Bill, he's a defensive coach, so he doesn't get any credit for Tom Brady. Andy Reid is an offensive coach, so he gets tons of credit for Pat Mahomes. And would Pat Mahomes be what – how many times have we said, would Pat Mahomes be what he is without Andy Reid?
No, probably not. No.
So, I mean, that's the benefit that he gets. And I would argue with Willie McGinnis and Mike Vrabel and Teddy Bruschi and all those guys be who they were without
no, they wouldn't.
No chance they would.
All right, we got to break at 8:17 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You got thoughts on this or anything else, you're more than welcome to get in here. Listen, if you haven't checked your roof in a long time, this is like you got a car and you never check the oil. Okay, you got to check. And, oh, by the way, insurance companies are not going to – if you have not done anything, any maintenance with your roof, how old is your home? 5 years old, 10 years old, 15, 20 years old, and you haven't done anything to your roof? Guess what's going to happen if you have any damage whatsoever? The insurance company is not going to cover it because they're just saying, where's the maintenance here? That was wear and tear. It wasn't because of the hail. It wasn't because of the storm. It wasn't because of the wind. It was because you didn't maintain it. Do you have any proof that you maintained your roof? Well, how about BrinkmanQuality.com? Go to Brinkman, BRINKANN, BrinkmanQuality.com. Get a hold of Jason. Let him come to your home. Let him inspect it. And at the very least, you are going to have a maintenance. You will have the maintenance on your roof that'll prove to the insurance company that you did something. And if there is anything to be done, you need to do it. If you've got black streaks or your roof is shiny, you need to do something right now. So call 281-480-ROOF, 281-480-ROOF, or BrinkmanQuality.com.
Currently, in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, one is a renowned forensic blood splatter expert. The other, an appointed master of haberdashery. It's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back. Del, what did you think about Tua's performance in the Paramount commercial?
I don't particularly care about Tua's performance. I think the entire thing was pretty funny.
It was pretty good.
It's a good job by them.
Yeah.
Overall.
It's a 2-minute commercial for Paramount Plus in which Patrick, what's his name? Captain Kirk or not Captain Kirk?
Patrick Ricard?
Patrick Stewart.
Patrick Stewart.
Ricard from the Ravens?
Actually, no, Magneto. No, Professor X is what we call him. Thank you.
Yeah. Whatever his name is. Patrick Stewart.
Patrick Stewart.
He throws the little football head kid.
Yeah, what cartoon is that? They said it in the show, in the commercial. I don't remember.
Creed is in it.
Yeah.
Drew Barrymore is in it.
Shut your face, Barrymore. She goes, shut your face.
Shut your face. We used to say that to each other.
No, she was
shut
like,
your face.
She was like, what? That guy actor, like you would recognize his face, but you probably don't know his name. He's been in a lot of stuff.
He's wearing a sheriff's outfit.
Yeah. Maybe, and then there's a couple cartoon characters as well. But yeah, it was entertaining.
Tua get in there.
Well, I mean,
NFL
leading the league in passing yards, I guess will get you there.
Well, I guess, and then so anyway,
people are so disrespectful to it.
How did he get in
he doesn't
there?
even play football.
Hey, what's the matter? How did he? Oh, by the way, I sent it not because of Tua, but because the players decided even we don't care that DeMar Hamlin played football this year.
Oh man,
Tua. The Sporting News asked the players who they thought comeback player of the year should be, and they said Tua. So they voted till Tua won comeback player of the year according to the players. Now I'm sure the AP, which is a writers thing, will probably have DeMar, but the players are like, he don't need
the liberal media is going to vote for DeMar.
I gave it to Baker. We had our votes at NFL, and they said, tell us who you think should win, not who you think is going to win, who should win. And I had Baker Mayfield. I think Baker Mayfield's to me, it's between Baker and Joe Flacco.
Yeah, I just don't like coming back from suck.
Well, he came back from being the first. Well, he resurrected his career.
I know, but
you're thinking it should be injury.
Yeah,
yeah. I don't.
That to me is
I don't
what
look at it that
comeback
way.
is.
To me, the best comeback is a story about here's a guy who used to be the first pick of the draft, was thrown into the trash heap, and went to the playoffs. Like that's a phenomenal turnaround and comeback for me. That's how I view. I mean, to me, it was either him.
That means you're just benefiting from suck, which is how
I don't like only guys that are injured can be the only ones who win. And
well, but that's how you
Hamlin
win Coach
won.
of the Year.
By the way,
so to be fair, it's always who overachieves.
Yeah,
you thought they were going to be terrible.
Yeah, I mean, in Hamlin,
in fairness,
and Hamlin won the award with ours, but it wasn't a sweep. Like it was 15-8. DeMar Hamlin had 15. Baker Mayfield had 8. Joe Flacco had like 4, and then there was, I think Tua had 1 or 2. But I took some heat because I didn't vote for DeMeco Ryans for Coach of the Year.
Who'd you vote for?
Stefanski. And only because Stefanski. I know.
You are pathetic.
I know. Stefanski just, for me, I was just like, dude, Stefanski.
You mean the guy who got destroyed in the playoffs?
But it's a regular season, and they beat.
I turned my votes in before, and they beat the Texans. And he also had won.
Now you look stupid, though.
He also won. Yeah, now I do. But he also had won with three different quarterbacks, including one guy who was Joe Flacco, one guy who was DTR. I don't even remember his real name. I just call him DTR.
4 different quarterbacks.
Dominic Thompson Robinson.
Dorian Thompson Robinson.
Oh, there it is.
Don't be disrespectful.
P.J. Walker, Deshaun Watson.
That's 4.
He won games but he has 3 quarterbacks who won games.
Okay.
4 total he coached. Like, that's rare to be able to get into the playoffs like that. So I voted him. Some Texans fans picked that up.
Oh.
They weren't happy about that. But my rookie of the year defensively was, and by the way, he won by a large margin. Will Anderson. Jalen Carter finished 4th.
Really?
Yeah. It was Kobe Turner. This is also an L.A.-based. A lot of voters in L.A. And Kobe Turner does deserve to be 2nd.
Yeah.
He does. We'll see if that happens with the voting. And then, of course, it was, C.J. Stroud, wide margin, Puka Nacua 2nd.
Yeah. Yep. So there was a bit of an issue. This came out. Now, when he has to sign by the end of this week, by today? Is this what happened?
Yeah, it was today.
It's today.
Tony Snell, yes.
Tony Snell, NBA player. He needs his 10th year for his pension. Is that what it is?
For lifetime benefits.
Lifetime benefits.
And
okay.
Including health care stuff.
So I know he's got 2 autistic children. And he needs to sign the 10th year to get lifetime benefits from the NBA. Here's Charles Barkley last night talking about this on the pre or post or whatever it is.
And he needs to play to the end of the year to get a 10-year medical to help him take care of his 2 autistic kids. I'm hoping, man, the NBA has been great to all of us sitting up here, and you guys are going to be playing basketball forever, making gazillion dollars. I hope one of you guys sign Tony so his 2 autistic kids can get great medical care. I read that article.
Or it's the league Adam Silver comes in and it makes an exception and he gets the. It's only 40 games, so he can make.
I'm just telling you,
that's an easier way.
Well, no, I'm just saying. I hope a team signs him for the rest of the season because, I don't know a lot about autism. I'm not gonna say that, but man, I know it's got to be expensive to have 2 young kids with that situation. So, I'm hoping the NBA. We always talk about what a family we are.
Right.
Let's sign that kid for the rest of the season.
I think it would be great too. We did look at it though, right?
Yeah.
How much has Tony Snell made?
It is really something where I'm like, am I just being an a-hole when I go look at Spot Track and I see that he's made upwards of $50 million in his career?
$50 million.
And because when Charles talks about the kid, obviously then you realize he's played almost a decade of NBA basketball. The kid makes it sound like Tony's scrapping away. He's now in the G League, or at least trying to be, scrapping away for G League for years. He's been on NBA rosters and got a 4-year, multi-million-dollar contract, plus all the other contracts he's gotten. I know it would be great. I just don't know if I'm an a-hole if I go, hey, does he need the NBA to step in when he's accumulated that type of wealth over a decade?
But if you're going to step in on him, then don't talk about, not you. But if people want to step in on that, then it's probably not right or hypocritical to step in on this player needs to get the bag, this player needs this player needs this. He made $50 million, which is not enormous by NBA standards. You're going to shave off half taxes,
sure,
more than half after you take agent fees, cost of living stuff.
But
I don't know.
We're talking about health. The point is the health care, and the story hits you because
10 years is what does he get at 10 years?
I think it's full lifetime health care.
Yeah, I mean that's
understood.
Yeah, I think that's the most.
I think people who will read or hear the sound and then comment underneath are like, wait a minute, he can't supply his children without that? I think that's some reaction from people beyond the heartstrings of his kids have autism. Let's get this done because they're affected by something. Certainly a lot of kids are, but it hits home and people want to help. Some people are like, wait a minute, does he need to be on a roster, or does let's say he's down to 20, let's say he brought in $20 million in his bank account if you include taxes, who he has to pay to keep the Tony Snell economy going. People are like, wait a minute, $20 million is not enough?
Well, it's $52 million, so it's more than it's actually,
I know, but we're just
if you shave it down.
We're just shaving. Let's say aggressively shave it down.
Agent fees.
$20 million is a lot of money.
Oh yeah, it's a lot of money unless you spent, I don't know over what time, but you're also spending on houses, cars. You're spending on whatever, maybe education. I don't know. I don't know if
I don't know what his financial situation is. I don't know.
The case may be. Yeah, I don't either.
But from the outset,
I know
outside,
that's certainly there's players who've made substantially more.
Yes,
and regular people who have made substantially more and gone completely bust.
Yes, it's not a question of. I guess it's a question of what has he done with the money.
More health. To me, it's more the healthcare stuff.
And I think people would say, Tony Snell, you can pay for that. But I'm not objecting to him being on the roster. I'm just not sure if an NBA team is like, yeah, you know what? Let's get that done. I'm not sure they think that way.
You know what? Okay, this is a very bad person sent this in. You know what rich people hate doing? Paying for stuff.
Oh, well, we've said that in the past.
It is true.
It's actually
that is true.
It's one of the weirdest things in the world.
Is it? That's not
surprising. Yeah, because the richest people expect the most free stuff.
Oh.
They do.
Well, it's part of Hollywood. Like, you get you get your
swag.
You get swag. Your sponsorships.
Meals,
they give you free
everything.
stuff. Everything. It's free. Yep. If you're up at a higher echelon, some people that doesn't happen for. So I don't know if the NBA will do it. It doesn't look like it's happening. It doesn't look like anyone's signing him by Friday. Or maybe the NBA steps in because of the heartstring pulls of his children with autism.
Maybe they just step in and say, you know what, we're going to give you that 10th year.
Yeah.
They're going to want it to be done inside the lines. Because they have you open a door
He's
for
got
one
two
guy,
autistic
then you'll
kids
say,
is another
hey,
story,
this guy's a year and a half
Adam
away.
Silver has a heart, unlike
then Adam
you.
Silver needs to
unlike
talk.
you.
No, but they're going to make
Adam
it inside.
Silver has a heart.
I know, he has
and
a heart.
maybe two autistic
He has a heart,
kids.
but he's not going to go outside the collectively bargained agreement. He's going to ask a favor of a team. He'll ask a favor of a team, and they'll do it.
Maybe.
Or they won't because it's coming down to the wire. Has to be done today.
Yeah. So maybe if you were a better person, you would just say, okay, it's fine.
My wife's been listening.
Oh,
never mind. I'm not supposed to say this. Never mind.
Okay.
She told you not to say it?
She said, don't say this aloud.
Okay.
And then and I said, oh, my wife just texted. Oh, no, she didn't.
Time for you to talk about maybe do a shot of tequila with your wife, and everything will be happy.
My wife doesn't do shots of tequila. She doesn't really care for shots. She'll do a shot of Montenegro, but not tequila. But here's the thing. If she did, she'd find out like I did, like me and the four other guys in my neighborhood did whenever our baseball team won the championship a couple years ago. Smooth. They couldn't believe it. There's absolutely no burn. Now, I had the finest tequila, so, I mean, that certainly helps. But even their silver, which is their standard tequila, you don't get that burn. And the burn is not supposed to be, a lot of people grow up thinking the burn, that's tequila. That's how you know you're drinking tequila. That's how you know you're drinking cheap tequila. That's how you know you're drinking a tequila that really hasn't been made and distilled the way it's supposed to. But Maestro Dobel goes that extra mile, and they are a fine distiller of different types of tequilas. The silver, the smoked silver, the reposado, the añejo, the cristalino, the añejo extra cristalino. You name it, they've got it, and it always goes down smooth. That's why it's such a fantastic sipping tequila. And if you've never had a tequila that you've sipped and been able to taste a variety of flavors and really enjoyed the smoothness of it, then you haven't had the right tequila. And the right tequila for you is Maestro Dobel. Wherever fine liquors are sold, you're going to find my friends over at Maestro Dobel.
All right, so my bookie. There's still plenty to do, people. You got the big game coming up. Yeah. You want to bet on the big game? Yeah. Of course you do. If you're looking for a great way to play, win, get paid, you're looking for all of the different bets that you could possibly make. You're looking for a fun way to watch the game. You're looking for a bonus when you sign up. You got to put in ESPN 975. You got to put in bet 975. All you got to do is go to mybookie.ag, promo code bet975, and you're going to play, win. You're going to get paid back. They've got a way to get out of parlays early. They've got an early cash out bonus. They got all kinds of great stuff. They give you bonuses all the time. You're looking for a great place to play, win, and get paid. There's one place to go. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. Mybookie.ag, promo code bet975.
Your morning continues on its steep trail towards greatness. And these are your Sherpas, keeping you on the straight and narrow. John and Lance, live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Yeah, this is got a text from a longtime listener. Said, I agree with Dell. First time ever, he says. I'm not crying over a millionaire's lifetime benefits, especially having lived with leukemia for 25 years and having a live-in brother-in-law with brain damage. Ain't no one doing us any favors. That's true. I mean, I'd love to see healthcare stuff. I'm a big proponent of the healthcare stuff has to be fixed in this country. This is ridiculous. I was talking to a bartender the other day who was telling me, he said, how's your kids doing? How's your son? Who said he just broke his collarbone. He's going to have surgery on Thursday. He goes, oh, man, that sucks. He says, I broke my collarbone 2 years ago. It was the most pain I've ever had. Mm-hmm. He said, I used to break bones when I was wrestling back in the day. And, as a high school wrestler, I had broken bones. And he goes, that one is the worst. And I said, you had one just a couple years ago? I said, what'd you do? He goes, well, he said, when I found out it was going to be, I had to pay for an x-ray. I'm like, well, I guess I'll just tough it out. And I'm just thinking, man, he couldn't even go get an x-ray because he couldn't afford it. He didn't make enough money to, he doesn't have insurance at all. And he couldn't afford what an x-ray would cost. It's just preposterous. So yeah, I totally get the frustration level of, and especially a lot of, for whatever reason, rich people fight against poor people being able to have, insurance, their health, their ability to
live.
The
healthcare stuff is bad, but let's dive into the back half of that text. The likelihood of him never ever agreeing with me before is no chance. I'm over for this guy until this take.
He's never agreed with you before.
No chance.
You've had a lot of takes. So that would make you you're like 1 for 576.
Yeah, that's performative.
My man Jason, who's got Garrett, who a CP. I did my golf tournament forever for cerebral palsy, and Garrett was one of the first. I got a picture with Garrett as a little kid, 6 years old, whatever he was, 7 years old. Jason says, I make about $60,000 a year, pay for health care, and I have a son with CP. Send me some money or sign me. I agree. Yes, sign me.
And by the way, when you say you pay for health care, you pay for health care, and then you still pay for health care.
Oh, my God, do you ever?
I mean, we're going to catch a $5,000 bill for my son's shoulder surgery.
Yeah.
And I'm going to wait, and then see if I can get some
Jackie,
kind of break-in price.
They got to hook Tony Snell up. 50-plus mil doesn't go far in this economy.
Yeah,
plus, banning a man in his early 30s from getting a job with health insurance outside basketball is mean. Stop it, Jackie, okay?
It's true. He does have a chance to get a job.
Yeah, he is not destitute as far as I guess his only.
Not really.
When you leave the game, what are you trained for?
Well, I don't know what he did in college.
It is a concern for players.
That's true.
My buddy who went overseas when he went to play basketball, when he got back, he goes, Lance, the weirdest realization is coming back when you're 31 years old and realizing,
no skills.
I wish I would have started a job by now. And he became a basketball trainer because that's what he knew.
Yeah. I remember who was the kicker, the Texans' early kicker.
Chris Brown?
Chris Brown, every offseason would go and intern with huge companies so that he had some job skills when he left the game. He actually was looking forward to, and I'll bet I don't know what Chris Brown is doing today, but I'll bet you $1,000 he's successful at what he's doing, and he's making money because he actually trained for it. I had a guy who in Lafayette, my weekend sports anchor, was a guy who played in the Cardinals organization for 10, 11 years. He was behind Darryl Porter, never made it up to the big leagues. He's done with his career. He knows he's not going to the big leagues. He says, "No, I'm starting from scratch. I got nothing. I got no skills."
Oh, Aaron Taylor told me, it's a phenomenal story. Aaron Taylor got done playing a game of football, and Aaron's a good friend of mine now. He got done playing the game of football, and he just thought it was going to be okay. What do I do now? I'm going to go fishing every day, and I'm going to do this, and life is going to be good. I got to go live my life. And he goes, your entire identity has been sports and who you are as a player. People don't know you anymore. People don't recognize you. He goes, you're bored. You don't have the camaraderie. He turned to drugs, turned to alcohol, spiraled out of control, had severe issues with not only anxiety but depression, and he had to go get help, and he got help, and now he is a tremendous advocate for players and how to get out from under that. Aaron's one of the best people I know, but he talked about that, and then we watched Marcus Coleman dealing with that. Marcus would just come up to at first we had him on as a football analyst for us. We were 15-6 the game. Then Marcus just started coming in every day to the show and like, hey, Marcus, it's not Friday or not Tuesday or whatever. And he just was, and he'd stay and lay down on the couch. Remember that? Like sleep on the couch. And he was just bored.
Yeah.
He was bored. He didn't know who to be or what to do because the rest of us are getting on with our lives. And a lot of these guys, it's like Arrested Development.
Well, to clean up what John said about Chris Brown, he certainly has been a business owner, was a CEO of the Berliner Group, had Dunkin' Donuts franchises, and now is a business development manager. So Chris Jones did well in those off seasons, finding out what he wanted to do next.
The same Chris Brown, guys.
Yeah,
Stop.
Chris Brown, the kicker. Not
he never
Chris Brown,
did any of that stuff.
Not the kicker of.
He's not a dancer.
He was more of a puncher.
The kicker of the Texans.
Yeah, he was a kicker for the Texans, and he's done quite well since.
Yeah, no, good for him. Good. No, I knew it because he was like, yeah, I got to go. I'm going to. I believe he went to Wells Fargo to intern for years. For a couple of off seasons, I was like, "Wow, this guy's really got it going on." And sure enough,
should
Chris
we do
Brown
a PSA
okay.
for Tony Snell?
Pardon me?
Should we do a PSA with some music behind it for him?
No, we got to do one for Alyssa Milano.
No,
to get
because
her
that's going to seem heartless.
It's more important to get Alyssa Milano's kids to play baseball.
Yeah.
In Cooperstown.
Travel team.
Now we saw the reaction. How we had a reaction when we found that story. Which, if I tell you, put those stories side to side.
Give $1,000.
Put those stories side to side. Alyssa Milano, who was on Charmed for 178 episodes, is asking for money for her son's travel baseball team, or Tony Snell, who made $52+ million as an NBA player, is now asking for someone to sign him so he can get lifetime health care.
I would give it to Tony Snell.
That would bother you less, giving him money than
I wouldn't
Alyssa
give
Milano.
Alyssa Milano
for a travel
penny.
baseball team versus
her politics
autism,
aside.
what kind of person are you, Dale? I could already see you lining up with Charm.
She's got
it's
money.
America's
Send your
pastime.
kids. Every year, kids from here go to Cooperstown. They bring a team to Cooperstown. They don't make Alyssa Milano money.
No.
Okay?
She's trying to pay for She's trying to get the whole team paid for. She can probably pay for her kids, but she's like, I ain't paying for these other kids.
Well, wait a minute.
The whole
I'm
thing
pretty
will
sure
cost
Alyssa
$10,000.
Milano's group is from the same area. They live in the same area because that's how you form those teams.
Raise money, sell chocolates, sell wrapping paper like I did.
Wash cars, Alyssa
wash
Milano
cars.
in little shorts.
Yeah, you let the moms wash cars.
Even
not
now
the
in
kids.
little shorts.
No, the moms.
First of all, kids do a bad job washing cars. Secondly,
Yeah.
moms in bathing
Moms,
suits.
yeah.
But isn't America's pastime important? It is baseball, right?
Yeah, but autism.
Baseball or autism? Which one do you think is more important in this case?
What a setup.
You're the
What
worst
a
person.
setup.
You are a bad person.
I just asked
one for 577.
I just asked
with
a
him
question.
agreeing with your taste.
I didn't give an opinion. I just asked a question.
Yeah. Well, I got a question for you. Do you have any plumbing issues? Because if you have plumbing issues, Billy Brown and Aqueduct Plumbing is here for you. The best. Billy Brown has been to my house. Well, his people have been to my house a few times and taken care of my issues. If you have so it's usually an emergency. If you need Billy Brown, it's usually an emergency. So make sure that you have this number because Lance and I might not. We get it all the time. Hey guys, tweet us. Hey guys, what's the number of that plumbing company that you guys? 281-488 6238. Put it in your phone. They're here on the spot, and they're going to take care of any huge issues that you have. But how about repiping? How about doing some preventative work? Tankless water heaters. Have you checked them lately? Have you cleaned them? You did yours.
Yeah, I cleaned mine, and they actually had to go through 3 times. 7 years I didn't know I had to do this every year, and they had to do it 3 times to get all the sediment out of there, which was causing issues with my like shower heads. There was just so much sediment that was causing cloggage. It's little things like that, I mean, that turn into big things. Our plumber of choice, without question, is Aqueduct Plumbing Company. Make sure you keep the name handy, aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
I love Doc Linville. I love what he's done for me, and I love what he'll do for you too. You're gonna be amazed. I mean, we've had a few guys here that have done it, have done the hair thing with Doc Linville, and been successful for all of them, and look great. And I just can't say enough about it. I went back after I did the NeoGraft, and I'm doing some PRP. I've got a couple of treatments left on the PRP, but it's simple. It's easy. You sit in the chair for about a half an hour, and Kelly does it, and she's great. It's awesome. The whole process is awesome. Now, if you need the NeoGrafting, that's a little bit bigger process, and that's going to be a little bit more expensive. Doc Linville had given 50% off, 50 cents off, not 50%, 50 cents off each NeoGraft. I don't know if that's still happening. I haven't talked to him about it, but if you try right now, you might still get that 50 cents off. But you got to do it today. I'm telling you, he said he was going to end it end of January. I'm pretty sure he will, but beg, tell him, no, Doc, I missed it. I want it. 50 cents off right now, hopefully. 975hair.com. That's 975hair.com.
From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's John and Lance and the same 5 guys who always call. Oh, yay.
All right, 850 ESPN 97.5. You know what we got to do? We got to give away VIP for the big game, which is coming up next Sunday. And we're going to be at Warehouse Live Midtown. So let's do that at 8:55 exactly. 713-780-3776. 8:55 exactly. 713-780-3776. Come on out. Listen, everybody gets in. It's free for everybody. There's going to be food trucks. Let's have a big ESPN 975 party. Let's watch the big game on the biggest screen that you're going to find. I mean, it's as big as a movie theater screen. I mean, so it's huge. It's wonderful. And then there's other TVs all throughout the bar. But it's a great place to watch a game if you've never been to Warehouse Live Midtown. It's awesome. It's got a retractable roof, and it's beautiful out. Maybe he opens it up, and we watch the game, which hopefully it will be nice out. But if not, it's covered, so it's great. If you've never been to Warehouse Live Midtown, let's go. Let's watch the game there. VIP table for 4. It's 713-780-3776 at exactly 8:55.
And caller
number 4.
Okay, we got a call from someone earlier this week who won. Just let you know, I gave your information to Justin. I mean, you won on Monday, you called on Thursday. I don't know how quick the turnaround is. Just be aware, Justin has all your information. Everybody who's won, Justin has all of it. We can relax. Sean texts me. He goes, "Hey man, somebody called in and wanted to know about when he's going to be reached out to." I was like, "When did I send this in?" I gave the guy your info on Tuesday.
Was his name Gilbert?
No, I was like,
did Gilbert win?
No, he did not win. I was like, he did not win. He wouldn't call in for that.
Hey, are you going to get Gilbert a birthday party? Are you going to get him a table to your birthday party? A VIP table?
No.
I mean, you're going to have to give him drinks too and food.
Well,
and a bike.
Yeah, no, I know. Probably a bike too, and a ride there and back. No, Gilbert's not. Gilbert can't come. He just said he's sick.
Let's check. Line 4 is Gilbert.
No.
Oh, it is.
No,
it is.
No, it's not.
There's no one on hold.
No one
I'm blocking people so they can wait till 8:55.
All the lines are blocked.
It used to be Gilbert.
Yeah. Are we doing John versus Genius today?
Well, it wasn't going to be John versus Genius. It was going to. There's a rap beef, and since apparently people give us updates on what Black Radio is talking about, I wanted you to read the lyrics from 2 diss tracks that have been dropped in the last week or so. Nicki Minaj versus Megan Thee Stallion.
Okay.
And I think John, despite his, let's say, love of one Megan Thee, because you're the established old head, you'd be the guy who reads Nicki's lyrics.
Going to be Nicki.
No,
I mean,
no,
I get to be.
No, he gets to be Megan.
Yeah, I get to be Megan.
Because actually,
Nicki.
and plus he's actually from here, and you're from another place altogether.
Nicki's from Chicago.
I don't know if she's from Chicago, but
no idea where she's from.
But but Lance is from Houston. Megan's from Houston, so he'll be her representative. You'll be the outsider.
Do you have a link to it?
I'll get you the lyrics.
Yeah, get us the lyrics
so we
can
up.
read it. Yeah, get us the lyrics so we can read it.
Yeah, of course.
We'll do that. We'll do that. How about next hour? I want to hear from. So this is getting to the Super Bowl.
Have to be since that's our last hour of the week. But
yeah,
okay.
We'll do it in the next hour.
We'll
Early in the next hour.
9:30.
Okay.
9:30.
Okay.
Because then basically the show's over. 2.5 hour show. It'll
yeah,
be great.
no,
it's,
it's
I've cashed this week in a long time ago.
Yeah, no, I know you did.
He's already getting ready for a trip to Lake Charles.
Right. We go to my Lake Charles.
I broke
Monday
that
and
information
Tuesday.
to my wife yesterday.
Oh, you did?
As my son as she spent, let's see, she was at that facility until they didn't leave until almost 6 something. So she was there for, I guess, 8 hours. Snacks of surgery went about 3 hours. It was worse than they expected. And then the recovery lasted longer. Yeah. He was throwing up nonstop because of the amount of anesthetics they had to give him. And it was a rough night for my man. And so after all that, I'm like, hey, also...
Sunday afternoon, I'm going to be leaving.
So Sunday afternoon, not that I want to. It's actually for my job, and I wish I didn't have to, but I'm going to be going to the sportsbook and casino at Lake Charles, where we have a VIP set up.
I don't think I've told my wife yet. I think.
Yeah.
But she doesn't care nearly as
she
much.
Won't care as much.
She's like, oh, good.
My wife typically wouldn't care until there's a kid that's in extraordinary pain who just had surgery.
But he should be better by Sunday.
But by the same token,
Sunday.
This is a job.
Yeah, but by Sunday,
this is how I have to pay for health care. I'm not Tony Snell.
Right.
Okay?
Wow. Tony Snell's a bad example. That's a bad example.
Well, I am here. Well, we're hoping he gets health care, but I'm not going to cry over it if he doesn't now. I've had enough people say, hey, they're right. Wow, that's right. I mean, it's great if he gets it for his kids and everything, but also he's in a lot better space than I am, and everybody I know,
all of us.
So I want to play you. Dell's gonna handle this, so we'll have to do this in the next hour as well. Luke Kuechly, linebacker. You get great insight from former players. Luke Kuechly was one of the most instinctive, smartest linebackers that has ever played a game.
Yep.
Was just phenomenal, and he was talking about Travis Kelce. So on the other side, he basically lays out why. You know how I know you've watched games and said this to yourself. How is Kelce this open? How is it possible that Travis? Like, I can't believe that Travis Kelce's open.
Right.
I literally can't believe it. He's the most devastating pass catcher in the history of the game at that position, and yet this guy gets open this much. Like, how is this possible? And if you listen to his response, he was talking to Kay Adams on a Zoom. Once he tells you, when we come back, we'll do it when we come back. It's important because, obviously Kelce has been playing better of late, and the Kelce, that's his top target. If Kelce plays well, they got a chance to beat San Francisco. And he's going to be going up against Fred Warner, who is one of the preeminent defenders of the passing game at the linebacker spot against tight ends. This is a phenomenal matchup.
Fred Warner will be Hall of Famer.
He will be a Hall of Famer. I'm going to play for you. Dell's going to play for you why he's so devastating. And when you hear it, the link between Pat Mahomes and Travis Kelce, you'll totally get it.
Okay. Let's talk about Warehouse again. Let's talk about Warehouse Live Midtown. It used to be Rise, but now it's Warehouse Live Midtown, and it's just awesome. And they've got show after show after show. It's what they do, okay? They got all kinds of great shows there, from the Taylor Rave, okay? It's going to be on May 4th. Get your tickets now. It's probably going to sell out. Bad Bunny is going to sell out, okay? All kinds of different shows. Rodeo show, a garden groove, a dance yourself clean. I'm looking at the list of it's one after another, different bands. Blood Red Sky, a tribute to NXS. All kinds of great shows, day after day after day. And us, we're going to be there next Sunday for the big game party. And we want you to come and join us there. It'll be so much. It's going to be fun. Food trucks, and it's absolutely free. Just go to the website and get tickets. They're free. But download the tickets for however many people are going to go with you. Come, enjoy the big game. Have yourself great food with food trucks. Justin set up a couple of great food trucks that are going to be there. This is going to be fun. You're looking for a great time. Head by all. WarehouseLiveMidtown.com. WarehouseLiveMidtown.com. Frank is just a bad person now. He puts in stuff like that. Because, okay. Shut up, Frank. Just shut up, Frank. I mean, hope that's Mondays. That'll be Mondays. Frank, you're stupid. Okay, thanks. That's all. 713-780-3776 is the number if you would like to get in here. Now, Luke Kuechly, linebacker forever for the Panthers. Is he in the Hall of Fame yet? Yeah. Luke Kuechly's in the Hall of Fame.
No, I don't think he's been out of the game long enough.
Has he not been? No?
He's first
ballot.
ballot.
He's going to be, yeah.
He's first
if
ballot.
He's not in. I don't know. I'm not a big Hall of Fame guy, so I don't know. I've never watched a Hall of Fame. Actually, never watched a Hall of Fame speech through in its entirety, ever. But apparently he knows his football. So here he is. Here's Luke Kuechly talking about why Travis Kelce is so open all the time.
Well, I think the thing with Travis, you try to study as much as you can. You try to anticipate routes. He doesn't run. He runs normal routes. He runs fades like he just ran that touchdown, that back shoulder ball he caught against Baltimore. But nothing he does is truly on script. So he can come up, he can find a window, he can move out of a window. He has the freedom to kind of find space and sit down. And what we always talk about with guys like that is you have to keep your eyes on Travis. You can't take your eyes off of him and put him on Mahomes. If he comes out of a break, you think it's a typical out route, you put your eyes back to the quarterback, then you lose sight of Kelce. And once you lose sight of him, Mahomes knows that. Kelce knows that. Now he's going to pivot and get open. So when you play guys like that have such a good ability to kind of just go off the cuff, you got to have your eyes on them. You got to pin hips. You got to stay attached. And then when the ball is in the air, the one tell that guys like him have is his eyes. His eyes are always going to tell you when he's tracking the ball. The good guys, you can't read hands because they're going to wait to the last second, throw your hands up. But with Kelce, if you can stay attached, you can keep your eyes on him. You can read his eyes. When his eyes begin to focus is when you can play through his hands. And it sounds super easy, but there's a reason that he's Travis Kelce.
So what he's telling you is that, and there's a longer one too that says Pat Mahomes does the same thing. These guys together do the same thing. And what it is, it's a basketball mentality where, okay, if you're a cornerback and all right, this route is like they're going to take a 7-step, then they're going to drive off the back foot, and then they're going to drive off their inside foot and cut it. I'm anticipating this out, and I know when the break point's going to be. I know what the routes kind of look like. These are what it's, because precise route runners, right? Ladd McConkey's got a certain way he runs his routes and all that. What he's telling you is that Travis Kelce basically throws the rules out. He'll run some routes sometimes, but he'll run the idea of a route and then freestyle. You know who would hate that? Tom Brady. Tom Brady would be so pissed off with that. You know who loves it? Another guy who plays like that, Pat Mahomes. Pat Mahomes, a basketball player. Pat Mahomes says, we'll do things on script to an extent, but once it goes off script, man, we're playing backyard ball. Well, now you got a tight end who's playing backyard ball with you. And so that's what makes it so hard, is because if you think it's this route, maybe you guessed right. Maybe it was that route, but it's not that route anymore. And now he's running to free spaces. And Pat Mahomes has the freedom to understand, and they kind of see it the same way, of understanding, I'm just going to wait and let Travis get open. And so that's what makes him so hard, because he's unpredictable, because he doesn't even know what he's going to do completely before the snap. He's going to read you and then make moves outside of structure. And Pat Mahomes plays that way too. So this is why he's open. You think that you've got him. You think that you're tracing the route. And then he just says, let me just see what else I can do out of this. And you're like, well, wait a minute. This isn't fair. It should be, you have to run this route and I have to guard this route. Right. And he goes, I'll just freestyle. And everywhere else it'd be considered a negative. In the draft, I'd have to consider freestyle's too much. But guess where it became a positive and why he's the greatest of all time? Because he has a quarterback that can, he would not be good with Bobby Slowick's offense. I mean, he would, let's face it. But Bobby Slowick's offense is timing. It's this read, then to this read, then to this read. Well, what happens if he's your number one read and your quarterback is on the same page with being an improviser? Then it's a nightmare, because those two guys can beat the brakes off you. And that's what happens. And that's what makes him special. And Luke Kuechly talked about it. I never really looked at it that way, but because I didn't realize that's what was going on. But that's what's going on. The reason he's hard to guard is because he's not working. He's not coloring inside the lines. He's just going to open spaces. So how do you guard?
Are you
Fred
sure
Warner
that I think there's a lot more. When I was, it was funny when I was watching, when I was doing the, and at U of H as well. But when I was doing the Roughnecks play-by-play, I'd go to the practices and June Jones and P.J. Walker, and it was a lot of improvisation.
Well, they do route. Like they make reads and they side
it's
adjust
all about
based
reading.
On, yeah,
it's all about reads. It's
yeah.
about reads. And I think a lot of that is probably Travis.
No, Travis
well.
makes reads, but then he takes a step further.
It's a lot more
by.
than I thought.
Oh, yeah.
It's a lot more than I thought.
Well, those are the complicated ones. Where
it's really complicated.
They both have to recognize coverage. Like, okay, if a linebacker's got outside leverage, you're going to run this route. And that's why you'll see a quarterback throw one place and a receiver goes another place. I always watch that on tape, and I'm like, okay, I try to pick up what the read was, who made the wrong read on that one.
Yeah.
It's not always – quarterback's not always right on those, by the way. Wide receivers sometimes are right, like, dude, because I'll see the wide receiver go to the quarterback and say, no, he had inside leverage, I'm running this. Or if it's zone, if I got too deep, we're running this, remember?
Well, that back fade that he was talking about with Travis Kelce is unstoppable. It is unstoppable for a defensive back.
His body
but how
adjustments.
Travis Kelce reads that as well, that they're on the same page, that they know.
Same chemistry with a guy named Teo Gragg. Del, we used to play pickup basketball at Tulane, and I would be like, he'd be the Kelce to my Mahomes, because we had that intuitive thing where I would make backdoor passes to him, and I'm not calling myself the first Mahomes, but in a way I was the first Mahomes in terms of being on the same page of another player and be able to make those kind
He
of
couldn't hear that.
reads. I could hear it. You did the choke on a concrete thing, and I just played right through it.
I hate it. Stop it. You're not the next. You weren't the first anything. You're not an upgrade from Michelle Keegan's husband. Stop it.
Yeah. Well,
husband.
The first
Alleged
Mahomes.
husband.
The first Mahomes, he said.
Well, I wasn't a Mahomes back then, but I was a guy who we were on the same page, so I know what that looks like. And so
in pickup basketball.
Yeah. Me and Teo, like, you did not want to see us.
Speaking of which, you think Pat Mahomes can play basketball? You ever see Pat? Did you see Pat Mahomes play softball?
Oh, yeah. Pat Mahomes is a mega
He's unbelievable.
And
with that body.
He's kind of a bad body guy, but he's a great athlete.
Yep. No, he's
not trying to go to get beach muscles. He's trying to beat you in every game imaginable.
Yeah.
Pat Mahomes, you think he can golf? I'll bet you Pat Mahomes in the 70s.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Pat Mahomes can golf. Absolutely.
What do you think Pat Mahomes can't do? Do you think I could beat Pat Mahomes in disc golf if he – now, I don't know if he's ever played.
I'm not sure that he married great. But did you see she's under fire now?
What for this time?
Apparently, they were walking out of the building and she turned to a guy, I guess, who I don't know, that works there or something, and she like spun her finger at him, like, let's turn this over, let's do this, let's go with this or whatever. The world reacted like Brittany Mahomes like punched him in the kicked him in the nuts.
Can't wait to be mad at other people.
And Jackson Mahomes was actually in the picture, and then people had to respond. Oh, Jackson Mahomes isn't in prison, really?
I just can't believe Brittany Mahomes. I get not like Brittany Mahomes loves that Taylor Swift is there now. She's got a great friend. It's somebody she probably loves, and she's not taking as much heat. People just realize, oh, finally we can jump back on Brittany for a second. Did you see that when she did her finger?
Well, right.
We're gonna have to get her.
Brittany was fine because Jackson was
your backlash. Honestly, F your backlash.
Yeah.
F your outrage, F all that stuff. These are sad people who are online, who are anonymous sad people. They don't matter in anyone's life. James Harden, the great philosopher James Harden once said, I quote,
what did the great philosopher once say?
If you mind, you don't matter. If you don't mind, no. Okay. Great philosopher James Harden once said, if you
mind, you don't matter.
Yeah. If you mind, you don't matter. And if you matter, you don't mind. That's what it was.
Oh, okay.
If you matter, you don't mind.
Oh,
if you don't matter, if you don't mind,
Yeah, but another philosopher also.
God dang it!
Another philosopher also
sorry,
said,
James.
"If you ain't got no haters, you ain't popping."
Yep.
That's what another great philosopher said. So guess what?
There's another
Brittany Mahomes is really popping.
There's another great philosopher who once said, "You can either be a hunting dog or a pot licker. A hunting dog is out there doing things and being useful. A pot licker does nothing but lay around and lick pots. What are you going to be, a hunting dog or a pot licker?" And that was Roy Hayes, my high school basketball coach.
I don't know about that analogy. But
well, think about it. If you think about it, there are hunting dogs and pot lickers.
Yeah, I mean,
there
I guess.
Are, right?
I don't know any pot. What is a pot licker, really?
Lazy. Just waiting to lick around, not going out to get his own food or go
you're kind
work
of
for
gross,
anything.
Actually,
you're just laying around. Well, dogs, here's a little. So they just want to sit around, lick the pots, just get the scraps that fall on there, just lay around all day. You're a hunting dog or a pot licker.
I guess
you could break people down like that in drafts or in just people. You could do people. Like
I guess I'd be in pot licker. I guess I don't know.
No, you're a hunting dog.
If you're gonna just bring me food and I could just lay around all day, play poker or golf, I'll be a pot licker. Yeah, I'll do that.
Yeah, but you make it into work whenever you have had drinks and all that
yes,
stuff.
I do.
Like, to me, I think that's your greatest skill. The fact that you don't sleep and you drink, and I'm like, John says a lot of crazy stuff, but this is pretty much impossible. Most people can't do this.
Listen,
and you should get into Texas Radio Hall of Fame for that alone. The ability to drink the way you do and not sleep, and sometimes drink and poker and not sleep and work.
It is a superpower.
You did it at Super Bowl. Super Bowl 2004 was one of your greatest and most terrifying runs of all time.
Super Bowl 2004 was I should have died that week.
You should have died that week. And it sounded like you were on the verge of death a few times on the air.
We had Jim Nance on, and I remember just saying stuff that I shouldn't have said. I said a lot of things that week I shouldn't have said.
Oh, yeah.
I said a lot.
We let Jay Moore go way too far with some comments, too.
Jay Moore was awesome.
The map of Hawaii was too much.
The map of Hawaii was the best. 713-780-3776 is I took Art's his line. He can't pick a hot wife like the rest of the NFL. I don't know. She's not ugly. You people are just ugly about Brittany Mahomes and Jackson Mahomes. He's such a good kid.
Well, wait a minute. You set him up for that.
Oh,
you said he didn't pick a good wife or whatever.
Oh, did I?
He's been with her forever. They love each other.
No. People think that.
Not
Because
you.
Not me particularly.
Yeah, people.
I think she's fine. I don't. That's a man's wife. Leave her alone.
I know. You started this.
No. People started it. She's all the rage, right? And by the way, Britney Spears.
Brittany Mahomes.
By the way, oh my God, Travis Kelce's wife.
Oh, Taylor Swift.
Taylor Swift
not
is
wife yet.
Well, Tony Romo said Taylor Swift is now apparently changing the entire election. This is what's she is absolutely ruining America because she's having everybody vote for Biden.
Is she changing the election?
She's changing the election.
How?
Yes.
How?
Wait.
She hasn't done anything yet.
How? You mean like in 2016 when the polls said Hillary's going to win easy?
Oh, you want to see this story?
Am I going to see some polls?
Well, you're going to see where,
Let's just see what
apparently
happens.
She's asking everybody to go out and vote. And who are her listeners?
God forbid.
Okay. So,
hey,
Taylor Swift
don't tell people to exercise their American right.
Yeah. No. She's trying to get people to vote. And you know what that's causing? All those lefties going to the ballot boxes.
Well, John, why don't you get your people to go out there and vote and see how it matches up?
Italians.
Yeah, get the Italians out there to vote.
Get out there. All right.
Exercise your right.
Oh, speaking of that. Oh, my God. All right. We're going to hear from a former president. We're going to hear from two former presidents when we come back.
Okay.
Who apparently don't like my draft stuff.
Two former presidents who don't like your draft stuff. Holy crap, are you kidding me? But first, we are going to hear from a little tequila. And tequila is really, really, really awesome.
Are we sure? This is my third tequila. Are we sure I'm doing tequila right now?
I'm sure you're out for a couple days.
Yeah,
okay. I was just making sure, I don't mind having 3 different 2-ounce pours of tequila on a Friday. That's fine. And I should have had one with each one of these spots that I did because we'd be going a lot smoother right now. But Maestro Dobel's the best. I mean, they're the absolute best. when it comes to finding a tequila that is going to be your premium top shelf tequila, but at a very reasonable price. And Maestro Bell, if you've had cheap tequilas, one of the first signs is going to be that burn that you have. Oh, man, that is going to be rough on you. It's not distilled properly. It's going to have the burn. Will it get you where you want to go? Sure. If you're just looking to get hammered, go ahead. Do your shots. Suck the limes and lick the salt and scream after you're done because it burns your chest. And great, have fun. Go have your fun, and then congratulations on your hangover in the morning. But if you're looking to be refined and a gentleman like I am, then maybe you're going to have some Maestro Bell. You're going to have it in a cocktail, in a margarita, and a reposado cocktail. Maybe you're going to sip a Cristalino. You're going to have a nice pour there, maybe with a single, maybe cooled a little with a single large ice cube, or maybe you're going to just have it straight and, up and neat, and it's going to be delicious as well. I can promise you this. It's your premium top shelf tequila at a very reasonable price, made in Tequila, Mexico, and it's waiting for you right now. If they don't have it at your restaurant or at your liquor store, make sure you ask for it by name. It is my good friends over at Maestro Bell.
The all-new ESPN Radio Morning Show, Unsportsmanlike.
At what point are we going to acknowledge that Josh Allen is a great quarterback, but Josh Allen is also an overrated quarterback?
Chris Canty, Evan Cohen, and Michelle Smallman.
20 years running into guys that are my size. Does it sound like fun?
Chris, Evan, and Michelle.
Nobody can work the room like Coach Prime. And the people that like it are going to love it. People that hate it, they're going to hate him even more.
Unsportsmanlike. Weekday morning starting at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN2.
If you only have a 401k, you're not getting the most for retirement.
Wait, what?
Add a Robinhood IRA on top, then they'll boost it by 3%.
You can do that?
And if you transfer in any retirement account, you get 3% on top of that.
Is there a limit to the match?
No limit. Robinhood Gold gets you the biggest contribution match of any IRA on the market. Sign up for Robinhood Gold at Robinhood.com/boost by April 30th. Subscription fees apply.
Investing involves risk. 3% match requires gold for 1 year from first match. Must keep IRA for 5 years. Match on transfers subject to additional terms and conditions. Robin.
Hey, time for me to talk about my people over at Home Bank. Look, if you're looking for a great place to go and get your banking on, okay, how about this? If you're looking for a CD right now, a CD from Home Bank right now, a 7-month CD pays 5.15%. A 14-month CD will pay 4.75%. This is a great deal, but you got to put in $2,500. The minimum balance $2,500. These rates are impressive. They are something you make your money work for you. Put in over $2,500. 5.15% on a 7-month CD, 4.75 APY on a 14-month CD. $2,500 million is the minimum balance. River Oaks, Sugarland, Gulf Freeway, Baybrook, Friendswood. All of these locations for you, Home Bank, 5 different locations. They got 42 different locations, but here in the Houston area, those 5. If you're looking for a bank that is going to give you business and personal banking solutions for nearly any need, listen, your small business checking accounts there's some difficulties involved in that. So if you've got a small business and you need a checking account, they got competitive rates. You see that with the CDs. Local bankers to help your financial needs. Home Bank 24. Home24bank.com. That's home24bank.com for more information. Home Bank, member FDIC.
Currently, in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, one is a renowned forensic blood splatter expert, the other, an appointed master of haberdashery. It's John and Lance.
This is not the Cabo Cup. There's a guy who's laying on the ground in front of a golf cart. He's got his legs propped up. He's being pushed along the grass while another guy's standing on top of him pouring a beer into his mouth. That is not the Cabo Cup. That's not what we do. Can we stop that already? I mean, the Cabo Cup is serious business. Reginald, if that is your real name. Goodness gracious. I mean, that is terrible. How bad do you feel Alperen Sengun didn't get into the All-Star game, Del?
I'm not surprised. I don't feel bad because I don't care about the All-Star game for any reason. But if you have a argument, the fact that Cat made it when Sengun's numbers are very comparable and in some cases better, I can see you being upset, but Cat's on a top 2 team in the West. Yeah. So that's your problem there.
Man, there's some people upset that Rudy Gobert didn't make it because he's the best defender in the league. And look at where they are. Look at where the T-Wolves are.
You called it, though. Sengun had such an uphill battle, and the guy is an all-star this year. It's just at the position.
No,
since they don't do it position, they just do front court. He's just in.
Would he have made it ahead of Domantas Sabonis?
What's that?
Would he have made it ahead? I don't know that he makes it ahead of Sabonis.
Sabonis is having a great year, too.
Well, and Sabonis lost 1.3, not making the All-Star team. He's been an All-Star before. He was an All-Star last year.
Ooh,
and he didn't make it this year, and he lost 1.3 on that. Nice job taking money out of the Sabonis' mouth when they're foreigners and they need the money. Okay?
They're foreigners and they need the money.
Yeah.
Why do they need the money?
Because they're foreigners. They come probably from poverty.
He was literally Arvydas Sabonis' son.
I know, but he probably came from.
No, he played in the NBA many years.
Yeah, but you don't know. He might have spent it. He might not have. You don't know.
We got to find ways to get these NBA players more money.
I mean, the whole show's been about making sure these guys get money.
One thing we're going to do is find a way to help some of these guys get more money. It's like people I see on Twitter is like it's like when somebody gets paid a gigantic paycheck, there's a celebration. Like, dude, this guy has never given you anything. You know this, right? None of it's going to trickle down to you in any way, shape, or form. And it's like huge celebrations when people get these enormous deals.
And they
like,
don't
yes,
care
we
about
did
you
it.
as well.
We did it. Like this person doesn't know you or care about
the
you.
Celebrations when Lamar got his money.
Oh my God!
How many people were so excited? I was like, why? Why do you care?
But he ain't giving you no.
Yeah, what does it matter?
They wouldn't even get an agent.
By the way,
that money's not leaving the house.
Here's the quote: Be who you are and say what you feel. Because those who mind don't matter, and those who matter don't mind.
Okay, well, James.
Dr. Seuss.
Oh.
It wasn't really.
Well, James, I heard it from James, who actually, James just took that and shortened it. I didn't need all that other crap from Seuss. James just said, those who matter don't mind, those who mind don't matter. Thanks, James.
Thanks, Dr. Seuss. Well, at least we know James reads something.
Yep. Told you he's a voracious reader. One fish,
Ian
two
LeBron.
fish, red fish, blue
Why
fish.
Why is LeBron always on the first page of a book?
I know. What about one fish, two fish, red fish, blue fish?
I love it when people even manipulate it more and turn the book upside down.
I know. That's so bad.
All right.
Do you have? Hold on. Do you have that? Do you have?
No, you sent it as a Mac file, and I got to convert the thing so it plays off a Windows computer.
Okay, so are you converting it right now?
I'm trying.
Okay, you're going to love this.
Presidents of the United States.
Yes.
Didn't like
just
your
one.
Your draft?
Well, it's not just me. It's the media.
No, sorry.
But it has to do with sports media.
Okay. Wait, so it was a president of the United States.
Uh-huh.
I thought it was at you, particularly in one of your draft evaluations.
Well, you'll hear when you hear it, you'll find out. It's not great.
Was it about Me Too then? It's about sports media?
It's not about the Me Too movement, or is it about you two? Yes.
It's about Me Too.
Yeah, sports media.
Oh, it's about all of us. He's none too pleased with all of us. Well, I hear some coaches aren't too pleased with the media, but okay.
Oh, yeah. The one I told you about at Senior Bowl?
Yeah.
Who literally said, I have no respect for ESPN at all.
Speaking of which, I just want to give, Lamar, you got big money. What about John Weeks? John Weeks.
Today should be about John Weeks.
It is all about John Weeks.
Once again, John Weeks beats the odds. When he graduated, high school. I wonder if anyone said, you know who's going to be like an 18-year pro? John Weeks.
You know,
I think we're on like year 13.
Samwise Gamgee. That's what he looks like.
Well, I consider that a compliment.
Yeah, he looks like a not a hobbit per se, but you know they're bigger.
He's built different than the other people.
Right? No.
On the field, yeah.
Yeah, he absolutely is.
But this guy is
and
like
yet 15 years. This is the greatest career in sports history.
He's the people's long snapper.
He's the great. This is. I mean, you don't even have to. He doesn't even get hit anymore. Back in the day, they would destroy centers, the snappers. Destroy. Now he doesn't even get hit, and he gets $1.37 million.
Yeah,
to not get hit.
No, he doesn't get that to not get hit. He gets it to snap the ball with good placement, good speed, and accuracy every time. That's what he actually gets paid for.
Name the last time he had a bad snap.
Never.
It's impossible. No, I just asked you an impossible something.
It was a trap. It's a trick question. Here you go. Right here before we get to a break. This is a former president, and you'll see, yes, it's about me, but it's about you too. And I'm really concerned right now with the direction our country is headed in now that these presidents are starting to turn on media members and guys who do good jobs like I do.
I mean, who is this Lance Zierlein? He and his friends in the crooked media think they know the draft. It's fake news. He has asked me to be on his show many times. I won't do it. So he and his corrupt media friends attack me. So we wipe our asses with his mock drafts. Lance Zierlein is fake news.
I mean, can you believe that?
Is he wrong?
Can you honestly believe?
Is he wrong? Are you making America great
President
again? No.
Trump wipes
your mock drafts are not
ass
making
with
America
my
great.
mock draft.
He wipes his.
And the crooked media, like you. And he's lying. I've never asked him to come on the show many times. Many times. I never did. And I'm not crooked media. I'm just out here trying to put together a mock draft.
I kind of feel like he's right.
He's not right.
I kind of feel like you're not making America great. Your mock drafts add nothing to this country.
I just feel like, well, it does. They are polarizing, and they are divisive at times. And guess what? There's a huge division going on right now.
More divisive, your mock draft or Trump?
Well, I mean, Trump's saying it's mine. Twitch seems to like this segment. Oh, somebody came after somebody. They like the segment.
Who came after what?
Lance, you win today. I win because somebody wiped their ass on my mock draft. That's not.
Somebody.
I had that sent to me. I had that sent to me saying, "Hey, Trump hates your mock drafts," and I played it. I'm like, "What the hell did I ever do to Trump? What did I do to this guy? I'm just minding my own business, trying to slot guys where they may go in the draft, and then like I'm fake news. I'm the media. What am I? Fake media or whatever he called it, my media friends, and then he wipes his ass with my mock.
We don't need to misquote him. We can always listen to it again. Didn't take that long.
Yeah.
I mean, who is this Lance Zierlein? He and his friends in the crooked media think they know the draft. It's fake news. He has asked me to be on his show many times. I won't do it. So he and his corrupt media friends attack me. So we wipe our asses with his mock drafts. Lance Zierlein is fake news.
The cadence is perfect. I won't do it.
Boy, it's AI.
I won't do it.
Oh, this stuff is too far. You could be prosecuted for something like that. Okay.
Oh, AI. Let me tell you something. AI is so terrifying.
You can't bring a piece of video into a courtroom now and say, "Well, this is this is what happened." No, you could have absolutely AI'd that.
I can't believe people have not figured it out. I have my LDK shirt on today just to bring awareness to the situation.
Oh, wait. You don't
know.
That
Lance Berkman?
LDK, that's Joe Rogan. LDK means Lance don't know. There you go. How about this?
I've read all of Lance reports from over the years, and for the life of me, can't figure out why people read Lance Zierlein's reports. The guy doesn't know. I have just had T-shirts made to make sure everyone is aware that LDK.
Lance don't know. See? Obama's coming in on me. Stevie Wonder said, even I can see that Lance is terrible. I got a Stevie Wonder one. You want to hear that? I don't know if you could pick up that this is.
To you?
I don't know if you could pick these. Ballard.
Doesn't know. I don't know why people can't see that.
Here, listen.
Lance,
hold on.
With his evaluations. I mean, I have a better chance of seeing it, and I can't see.
I am currently wearing my LDK shirt to spread awareness to the plain fact that Lance doesn't know.
Is that Stevie?
Yeah, but I don't feel like that AI has been fixed yet.
No, I don't
it's
think
not
so.
great.
It's
The
inside.
Obama, though?
Stevie Wonder.
The Obama's perfect.
Perfect.
The Trump
So
is
the Trump,
perfect.
yeah. I don't know. That is funny. How much did he spend on that? He must have spent some money on that.
I mean, they're terrorizing one of the guys in their own building named Todd. They've got him. They spend time. Like, it looks like it'd be fun to work there, but also not as fun.
Ballard better not screw up the draft because if they find out what he's doing.
Like, says one of his guys, they made him, they put him in a kiss. See, they put him in kiss. The guy's head is one of their NFL scout, like one of their pro scouts that they have.
And they put him in a kiss outfit?
Yeah, they just put him, they go after him. I mean, listen, they grind and work hard, but they're going to have a little bit of fun.
All right,
too.
when we come back, we're going to do...
Yes, check your emails. I sent the lyrics to each of you in your email. I cleaned it up.
You did?
A lot of naysayer in the lyrics.
What?
I wrote naysayer instead of the actual word.
Oh, okay, good.
Can we still say naysayer?
Yes.
I feel like you can.
Yes.
I mean, unless people are
That's
just going
like
to be
you when you're like, I don't know if I should say they're Mexican. They're from Mexico.
No.
They're Mexican
you
heritage.
can't. You really
Yes, but am I supposed to say it? Like,
People
you
are
can say
sensitive
if
about
somebody's
that. No.
heritage is Mexican,
No,
yes.
I cleaned it up
Now,
the way
don't call somebody who is Puerto Rican Mexican.
Yeah, don't do that.
Yeah. Even still.
Look, I cleaned it up the way I thought.
Can't say Mexican.
I thought it was okay,
No,
but
you don't say Mexican.
Yeah, don't say that at all. But you can mute yourself if you want. It's up to you. But I put in the socially acceptable word, I guess.
Okay.
Now I'm not
Is
sure.
that
I don't know.
socially acceptable
I don't
now?
know. It was said like for a weekend. I'm not sure anyone's saying it anymore, but you can decide what you want to say.
Okay, I don't know about this
Look at
naysayer
you.
thing, but we'll
Look
see.
at you showing some restraint.
GimmeTheVin.com, because I want to keep on talking for John Clay Wolf. That's what I want. I want to make sure that everybody knows that I'm a big John Clay Wolf fan. I sold a car to John Clay Wolf, got way more than I should have for it. I'm telling you, way more than I should have for it. And it wasn't just because it was me. Actually, John Clay Wolf wasn't even a part of the process. And then, no. He actually was. I said it on the air, and he said, I'll give you this. I said, take it, done. But then we had to, listen, after he goes over the car, if you play bumper pool with it, okay, chances are you're not going to get as much money. But if it's in great shape, you let him know, and that's kind of important when you're making the deal with him. Here's the deal: is you go to GimmeTheVin.com, you send him a picture of your vehicle, you send him the license plate, and he'll tell you what that vehicle is worth. Then then there's what is this? Is everything okay? What kind of condition is it? All that kind of stuff. It all comes into play. But here's the deal: is you're going to get more at GimmeTheVin.com. You want to sell your car? John Clay Wolf is here to buy it from you, and he will give you more for it, or at least be armed when you go to CarMax or the dealership or wherever you want to sell your car at GimmeTheVin.com. That's GimmeTheVin.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John Granado and Lance Zerline.
Okay, so how does this work? Do I go first? Or is there any point
We're
where
going to go in the
stop
order of when the songs are actually dropped. So if you don't know, two of the queens of hip-hop are in a back and forth right now, Megan Thee Stallion, Local Girl, and Nicki Minaj. So because in this regard, Lance is the local guy because he was born here, he's going to be doing the part of Megan Thee Stallion. And John will be the outsider responding with the verse from Nicki Minaj. I only gave you guys like 3/4 of a verse because really at some point, listen, you two rap for more than 45 seconds, maybe a little too much for people. So I made that determination. But I'm going to give you the best parts. And Lance should go first because Nicki's responding to Megan, so it makes more sense. So the first song is Megan Thee Stallion's Hiss. Apparently she'll have snake references in her song. Maybe
because she's a snake in the grass.
Or maybe the album will be about all the snakes in Megan's grass. I don't know, but the first song is called Hiss. I'm going to give you a beat, the instrumental to the song Hiss, and then I'm just going to let you go, Lance. You have the lyrics in front of you?
Let me hear the beat.
But do you have the lyrics in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Okay, now we talked about in the previous segment, Lance will be the one who has to do all the editing possibly because Naysayer is in his song, not in yours, John. No. So you have to determine if you want to say that or say something else.
I'll just stick with Naysayer. I don't want to.
Or you could just not say a word at all. I don't know, but it's up to you. So here's the beat. I'm going to give it to you first, and then we'll start. So get ready.
Nope. When is it supposed to start? Are there any of these bars?
Well, it's instrumental, so it's up to you. So that's the beat for you. Are you ready? So I
guess so.
So I'm going to restart.
I'm trying to figure out how the bars are going to.
You're trying to figure out
what
how
the rhythm is.
Just do it.
Just do it. Like it matters.
Go ahead.
Pre-Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah. I feel like Mariah Carey. Got these naysayers so obsessed. Damn, my piece so famous might get you managed by Kris Jenner next. Mwah. He can't move on, can't let it go. He hooked, nose full of that Tina Snow. And since naysayers need Megan help to make money, be my hoe. All of you bees is weak on the Bible, talking S from where no one will find you. I can never be judged by a bee that was dancing making R. Kelly go viral. Hey, I'm sexy as F. I'm freaky. Got whoever I want, any, meany, yeah. Why the F would I stay with a naysayer weak in the sheets and didn't know how to please me? Bodies on bodies on bodies on bodies. Say F Megan and now he the topic. These naysayers thinking they lowered value, all this free promo. I'm turning up profit. Hang on, again.
Do you need some to breathe?
Hate when a naysayer kissing and telling. Say he a player, but he's all in his feelings. What? That's all you get. And I don't even know how it goes. I'm just trying to.
John, do you think you can match that energy? Because that's what Nicki Minaj tried to do. Her song has been panned as not being very good. Mm-hmm. Megan, if we're talking about the first salvo in this battle, Megan Thee Stallion has won it. So maybe you can change the narrative for Nicki Minaj. So I'm going to give you the same chance Lance got. You're going to get to listen to the song initially, instrumental-wise, and then you can figure out how your flow wants to go. I'm actually a little impressed with Lance. You put something on it. We know what you sound like when you do stuff. Yeah, no energy.
I got zero.
That's fine.
There you go.
All right.
Let me hear it.
Now, I don't know the lyrics, so this is going to be good.
So I'm going to give this to you. Get used to it, and then we're going to restart, and then you read that verse. So if you're ready, let me know, and I'll get you to the right spot again. And this is Nicki Minaj's Bigfoot. The reference for Bigfoot is Megan Thee Stallion was shot in her foot by Tory Lanez, a rapper, an artist. So she references Megan Thee Stallion's foot a couple times in the verse. So
That's rude if we're being honest.
it is very rude.
I mean, it was an accident, I'm sure.
Well, he went to prison.
He went to prison, so we're not sure it's an accident.
Okay. Well, he was a bad shot if he shot in her foot.
Or a good one.
I don't know what he was trying to hit, but allegedly he shot her in the foot.
Okay.
All right, here we go.
This little begging W talking about Megan's Law. For a free beat, you could hit Megan raw. Ooh. If you a ghostwriter, party in Megan jaw. Ooh. Shots thrown, but I still ain't letting Megan score. Tell him. Bad B, she like 6 foot. Ooh. I call her Bigfoot. Brrr. The B fell off. I said, get up on your good foot. Still ain't top red ruby. No, MHM.
Just say moi. You don't want to go. You don't have to spell that.
Trying to steal the sauce. I get up out my cookbook. But really, I'm a sweetie pie. PRTTY, but I'm PETTY. Why still you lie about your lipo? Finn, your best friend, man, is crazy. You the type, though. You was lying to the queen, then you went lying to the king, Gail. The 30-year-old T ain't stale. Kylie kicked you out, made you stumble to the car. Barbs, I need a good alcohol bar. Roman, wait, that was the bar. Like a bodybuilder, I keep raising the bar. F you, get the shot, no scar. Brrr. This little piggy toxic. Somebody adopted. S will get the dark like chocolate. I'm about to get up in your ass. Be clenched. Woo.
Send the next. Send all of it. Send all the lyrics over.
Sort of like French. They got to get all them Grammys, but your flow's still a no. What a fiasco, Lupe. Future made you pay. Nice. Ha ha. Because she was lying on your dead mama. Ooh. On your dead mama. Lying on your dead mama, on your dead mama, lying on your dead mama, lying on your dead mama, lying on your line on your dead mama. Brrr, ooh.
Frank's got his whole intro. Frank's got his intro, lying on your dead mama. Oh my God.
And that's just part of
I almost had a heart attack.
The verses that these lovely ladies were dropping on each other. Nicki Minaj's Bigfoot by John, Megan Thee Stallion's Hiss by Lance. You make the call.
Okay. I think
seems like you two enjoyed it, certainly. I don't know about the people.
I don't know how you couldn't enjoy that. Whenever he did her little thing, she's wait, no. Is she the one that does that, or is that?
I don't really listen to her, so I'm not sure.
I thought that was
that's a Nicki Minaj. That's
no.
The other one.
Cardi,
isn't
B.
it?
Yeah.
That's what I thought. But I like the way you did it though. On your dead mama. Yeah. On your dead mama. Yeah.
Lying on your dead mama.
Yeah, lying on your dead mama.
Lying on your dead mama.
So there it is.
Oh my God.
Nikki versus Megan, or Lance versus John.
That's it.
And we have a news of the weird segment. If that wasn't weird enough.
If that's not weird enough, John Daspit's not weird. I know that.
No, John Daspit's not weird. We should have had him sponsor that. Is what I'm thinking. John Daspit works with people all the time in terms of people in all communities, people in all areas of Houston, people down the shoreline headed towards Beaumont, headed down towards Victoria. It doesn't matter. A lot of offshore accounts when he had, not offshore accounts, but offshore injuries or offshore accidents that happened or refinery blasts. He's handling the big case. He's got a lot of people signed up, and he's going to be representing them for the big issue that the stuff going down with Astro World. We all remember the tragedy there. He helps people who have had loss of life, and what is that going to mean for you? There's hospital bills there, or somebody who's been badly injured and will never be able to work again. Hospital bills, physical therapy, everything it's going to take for you to live your life, or someone you know or love, or maybe you're depending upon to live their life in a substantially declined way. And where's the money from the workplace going to come from? The time missed from work. I mean, all these things are taken into consideration, no matter how severe the injury may be. There's obviously different levels to it. The pain and suffering, there is going to be considerations and payouts for all that. And John Daspit's going to fight for you. He's going to fight for you to get what's right, not for what the insurance company's trying to give you. Make sure that John Daspit is there to take care of you. John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm, 713. Call now or go to daspitlaw.com.
Time now for News of the Weird with John and Lance. Weird. John and Lance Weird. News of the Weird. News.
Yeah, we're getting really weird in high schools now. Do you see the bathroom stories? Like they took one place took the mirrors out of the bathrooms because the kids are doing too many TikToks so no mirrors in their bathrooms.
Oh, that's good.
In middle school. One put cameras in the bathrooms.
We talked about that yesterday.
Yes. One put a glass door on the bathroom.
That's curious.
That is curious. A glass door so that you can see in there.
Okay, that's
maybe
not usually what
that's
you
better
see.
than a camera, I think, maybe. I don't know. I'm not sure. But at Brookfield High School, they put a tampon dispenser in the bathroom, which is not odd, unless they put it in the boys' bathroom.
Knew where you were going with it.
It didn't last 20 minutes. It was destroyed 20 minutes after it was placed in the boys' bathroom.
Of course they thought
Which
they
is
were gonna
odder,
do
that they put the tampon dispenser in the boys' bathroom or that it was destroyed within 20 minutes?
That they put it in there? Getting destroyed in 20 minutes was a lock.
Yeah.
That's not odd. That's super predictable.
Yeah, I guess that. Are we?
Was it a mistake?
Are we stupid?
Was it? Did they just
No,
put
I
it in the
think
wrong?
I think now they're saying
They just equal opportunity for tampons.
for tampons, equal tampon.
Like I don't know the school's policy about how they treat transgender kids. Maybe a transgender girl who's transitioning has to still go to the boys' restroom. I don't know, and that's why they put. I can't explain it. It sounds dumb. To put tampons in the boys' restroom.
Yeah, it can't be dumber. We're so stupid. We don't. I mean, it wasn't
for
that long
yourself.
ago
I'm
that
not
we didn't
stupid.
even know what bathroom we were supposed to go. We had to vote on what bathroom we can go to. We're so stupid now. We're so stupid. Speaking of stupid, a St. George, Utah woman said she had medical issues, and that's why she hit a cyclist with her car. She said she had uncontrollable defecation. Do you think that that's a good defense against hitting someone with your car?
I can
someone
tell
on a
you,
bike?
it would. Is there a chance that you could, that it would distract you? Absolutely.
Ooh. Have you ever had to go really, really bad?
Yeah, I've been in a car too.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh my God.
Yeah.
And you don't want to hit any speed bumps or nothing. You can't have any movement. You just need something to just kind of move around a little in your stomach to give you relief.
Can't move where you're clenched up and you're the worst.
No, it's the worst.
It's not a good defense though. She was found guilty. Just so you know, don't use that. Don't use that as your defense. Speaking of, a video shows an Indiana lawmaker flashing his holstered gun to students who were advocating gun control. He went, "Hey, how's this? You like this?" I don't know how long he's going to be a lawmaker there. I'm not sure. Although I think in Indiana they probably liked what he did there. Okay. Some people will go too far. A man was locked out of her Netflix after they had split up. She locked him out of her Netflix account.
Okay, that's understandable.
So he's locked up now because he threatened to publish intimate images of her. Do you think that's
revenge porn? Yeah, that's strictly prohibited.
I don't know. Maybe just get your instead of going to jail for.
Yeah, I just feel like things aren't well thought out a lot.
Yeah, don't you think you could buy your $7 a month Netflix or whatever it is? Don't you think
you 100% can?
Yeah, I think you probably should. Laura Boebert calls for alligators to be deployed at the southern border.
Lauren Boebert?
Lauren Boebert.
Oh, yeah.
Lauren Boebert calls for alligators. Do you think alligators
would be deployed?
To be deployed.
I don't think alligators can be deployed. You just put them in a spot and see what they do. I don't think you can direct them to do things.
Well, if people are trying to get across, I think they'll do their job.
You can just plant them in the area.
Yeah, you can float.
You can't float
that's what she means by deploying.
You can float with a stick or a paddle and smack them.
Do you?
Right?
Yeah, no. Well, yeah. Or you could get eaten by them. There's two ways that you could go about that.
What if you had piranhas in there?
Do you think that'll be a...
What if you had piranhas in there? It's game over.
Right.
No one can go in there, ever.
Do you want to go to a water park in southern Kedah?
Probably not. If it's in this segment, probably I don't.
It's a water recreation park that is strictly for Muslims.
Okay.
Do you feel like just to get into this park, you feel like you might change religions? It looks like it's a pretty good water park. I don't know. Maybe.
So the park
depends on how hot I am.
So the park will it have signs, or are you just supposed to know that it's only for?
I guess I'll just wait for a Catholic
it's
park.
It's strictly for Muslims.
What country
I think
is
it's right
in?
there on the front door.
What country is it in?
It's a water park. It's in Kedah.
I don't know where that is.
I don't know where the Kedah is either.
So if it says this, if I'm probably not going, if they're telling me not you.
Oh, no. If you tell me you don't want me, I'm going to believe you.
I'm good. It's just a water park.
That's generally how separatism has worked for years. In racism, separatism, segregation. If they say you're not welcome, I say, you know what? I'm going to believe you.
Yeah.
I'm going to believe that I'm not welcome.
I don't want to test this. I'm good.
I don't think I'm the guy that's going to break through here.
An Arkansas man broke into a house so he could order pizzas. Do you feel like that's a good... I mean, I just think people aren't thinking these things out.
Was he out of the delivery area?
Couldn't you just knock on the door and say, hey, could you order me a pizza?
Maybe they weren't home.
Yeah, I don't know. An ex-U.S. Army man claims that 2 blue aliens said that there are 135 billion humans out there. Do you believe 2 blue aliens? That there are
Where
that
does this come
many? That 135 billion humans? I mean, that's bigger than China right now.
If aliens said it, I believe it.
Yeah.
But I have to go through Arkansas?
No, it's not in Arkansas.
Who said it?
It's a U.S. Army official. He said he met 2 bluish aliens who said there are 135.
But where's the Army official from?
It's a helicopter pilot. It was the 80s. He probably was in Vietnam doing a lot of LSD.
This is from. This happened in the 80s?
It happened probably before the 80s.
I just can't trust that.
Yeah. He was, probably had too many stints in Vietnam.
It's probably like a real live Randy Quaid.
Probably.
Randy was a lunatic in Independence Day, and then he turned into one in real life.
There's a certain Pizza Hut that is catching it a little bit. Due to unforeseen circumcisions, the dining room would be closed this evening.
Oh, no.
Do you think Tim Tebow was at that Pizza Hut?
Do they have a table for that at Pizza Hut?
I don't know if I want to eat at
Who
that Pizza
spelled
Hut.
this?
Well, we've got informal polling considering about our last segment. Twitter, people texting me, John in a landslide.
Yeah, it said, sorry. John wins because he improved that last song 100,000%.
My biggest.
Dell, this needs to be a weekly thing.
People love it. My biggest fan.
We had another guy who said spring training can't come fast enough.
John cooked Lance.
Yeah,
That's
I'm
not
telling you.
right.
I said my biggest fan, which means my mother. She goes, John did good. He was funny. Lance, you got cooked.
I tried to do it seriously.
Well,
John just went. He just played it straight. John.
I did not play it straight.
No, he
that's
had
how
all
it
the
sounds.
sound effects and stuff. He tried.
That's it. I did it all.
And the people loved him.
Louisiana's largest sports book. Where are we going to be on Monday?
Golden Nugget.
Golden Nugget,
And
baby.
Tuesday.
12,000 square feet of premier sports betting. It is awesome. If you're looking for a great, oh my goodness, it's just 2 hours down the road. It doesn't get any better than Golden Nugget Lake Charles. If you're somebody that really loves casinos, don't waste all your time going all the way to Las Vegas. You got it right here. It's right here. Do you know how much money you're going to save? How much more money will you have if you don't have a $500 airfare? Well, with you or to another person, that's $1,000 right there. How much the hotel's going to cost? How much time it takes you to get to Las Vegas? All of these things are right here with the pool, with the nightclubs, with the 12 restaurants, with the golf course, 1,100 rooms that are just beautiful. It just doesn't get better. I love it. So convenient. It's right here down the road. They've got all kinds of shows that are coming as well, all kinds of concerts. I'm telling you, you're looking for a great place. I just love it. The food is wonderful. It's a Landry's deal. I mean, it's all perfect. You're looking for a great place to play. And if you want to book a table at the DraftKings Sportsbook, goldennugget.com/Lake Charles, goldennugget.com/Lake Charles.
ESPN 97.5 on YouTube. Dracula Flow.
I took 2 limitless pills to limit myself.
Bye, bitch.
ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Brought to you by Zadok Jewelers, KFNC and KFNC HD2, Mont Bellevue, Houston.
Something special is brewing in College Station.
Needs marble, power dribble. He just cramped it over the right side and through. The dunk by Julius Marble.
The Texas A&M Aggies play here on the Texas A&M Sports Network from Learfield.
Texas A&M versus Florida. Game coverage begins Saturday at 2:30 right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You know, right now, what you're hearing could actually be a super effective message to let Houston know about your business. Get started advertising on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 by emailing sales@galmedia.com. It's easy and it's affordable. But most of all, it reaches a large and dedicated audience full of the smartest and best people in Houston. Just like you. Join the revolution by emailing sales@galmedia.com.
A radio show host called Paul Gallant.
It's Paul Gallant.
Pauly G Show. He's the best in Houston.
The most interactive sports radio show in Houston.
Oh, what's good, my man? How you doing, Paul? What are you doing, Paul?
Join the devastation by dialing or texting 713-780-3776.
I love the show. Y'all keep it up.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Paul Gallant.
You are definitely living in the hindsight world today, Paul.
Hey, welcome in, everybody. Happy Friday. Glad to have you guys on board the Paul Gallant Show. Pauly G out today, taking a little PTO, a little paid time off because he's earned it. And then, of course, you go, well, and you know, I see a slight, question mark there from producer Sean, Planet of the Mapes, behind the glass on the 1, 2s, and 3s. Mr. Mapes, you might be suggesting that maybe he has not earned said time off today.
It's just
since you're here.
It's just early, and he went through his vacation days pretty quick last year.
Yeah.
Right now, he's on pace to go through them pretty quick again. So that was the face. Has he? Has he earned that time? Christmas was like 4 weeks ago.
Literally. By the way, all you folks out there that still have Christmas stuff up outside, like, you know, inside, whatever, nobody can see your house, so nobody cares. But if you still have Christmas things on outside, say a wreath, most Christmas decorations are gone. But I was door knocking yesterday and saw somebody had something on their door that said, Jesus is the reason for the season. Which, look, I'm not debating whether he is or whether he isn't. I mean, it is his birthday after all. But that was a month and a half ago, okay? You get to celebrate Jesus for a weekend, his birthday, and then it's all, and then we go back to whatever it is we're doing.
Jesus, if anyone deserves a birthday month, it's Jesus.
I'll
give him a birthday month.
Hands down, okay? Jesus Cristo, still number one in my book, okay?
No, who doesn't deserve it? The chick you went to high school with on Instagram. She does not deserve a birthday month. Jesus Christ, I'll come out here and say, deserves birthday month.
Jay Sizzle, give it up.
All these years later, 2,000 years later.
JC, still putting in work all these years later. I'm Fred Davis. Glad to have you guys on board. We're doing a little sports talk today. Look, we got a lot to get to today. My boy Vader is going to jump on here in studio, no less, because, look, the Rockets are doing – you know what? They're not doing Rocket-type things, okay? They're doing about what I expected them. I mean, you know, hovering around the 500 mark right now. You look at what Ime Udoka's been, and I don't care what anybody says, Ime Udoka has been the biggest of any of the things that went down or any of the moves that happened this offseason going into this 2023-2024 NBA season. I've said from the jump that I thought Ime Udoka was the best move that the Rockets could have made, whether player-wise and or coaching-wise, and I think that's across the NBA. And so, you know, you get Steven Adams, and obviously that's a move, Sean, that they're looking at. That's not a move that you're looking at to have any kind of impact this year. You gave away 3 second-round picks, which in the NBA is, you know, I mean, it's monopoly money. I mean, you know, name me, it's been a while since I've been on. 713-780-3776. 3776. You know, I get confused because my number is very similar to that. 713-780-3776. Give us a phone call, and we'll talk Rockets. Obviously, we're going to talk plenty of Texans today, too. I have an apology to make. I'm not going to make it right now. I'm going to make it in this first hour, though. I have an apology to make to a Houston sports executive, okay? And that's going to be the extent of that tease right there. We're going to do that at some point here in the next 2 or 3 segments. We're going to do it here in the first hour, though, because we're going to, like I said, we're going to talk some Texans. We're going to talk a little bit of Super Bowl as well. And we're going to talk how the two go together. And what do I mean by that? Look, if you're a Texans fan right now, and you know, Sean, you and I were talking before the show, it's what a difference a year
has made, right? I mean, a year ago, we were talking about firing Nick Caserio, Lovie Smith, the David Culley hires, question marks as to, why did you take Derek Stingley over Sauce Gardner? You were just looking at a roster that, the churn was nonstop. Our boy Green, the guard, who, by the way, and look, I hope he has a bounce back year. I mean, what else can he have? Either he's going to have a bounce back year, or he's going to be out of the league. Kenyon Green. But I'm going to say this about our boy Kenyon Green. I remember seeing him in the elevator when he was coming up to do a show, and I can't remember which show it was here. And I remember seeing him in the elevator, and look, we've all seen. Look, you spend time in radio, you spend time in sports media, you're going to see professional athletes, you're going to work with professional athletes. And so, some look more obvious than others. Some you look at and you're like, wow, that guy was, you look at a Case Keenum and you think to yourself, wow, that guy spent a decade plus in the NFL. Holy mackerel. Kenyon Green did not look like a starting left guard to me when I saw him, right? Like I looked at him, and then when I found out that was Kenyon Green, I thought, wow, okay. I mean, again, hope everything works out. And this was going into his rookie season, and obviously he struggled, and then obviously had the issues in year two. So, again, there was just something about him. And so I was curious as to what, going into this year's draft, kind of what Casario's mindset or kind of what his process was for looking at players. And then, of course, you juxtapose that with what had gone on in New England, and you're sitting there thinking to yourself, like, man, this is going to be, we're off to a pretty crappy start. Like, this isn't good. And literally in one draft with one coaching hire, your entire football program has done a complete 180. And now the conversation has morphed from you being a laughingstock in the National Football League and, people talking about you need to sell the team. Cal McNair doesn't know what he's doing. He's a real life Tommy boy, to now suddenly the question is, okay, what are we going to add in this offseason to take that next step to where we're playing in, not only just playing in the divisional round, but we're winning the divisional round. We're winning. We're going to AFC championships. We're a legit threat to a Super Bowl. And so that we're going to talk a little bit about that and get some of your thoughts on that. Again, we got a huge draft coming up for your Houston Texans as well. And, of course, obviously, DeMeco Ryans did an absolutely fantastic job. And you got good news, too, from what's been a very bizarre coaching coaching offseason, right? I mean, look, you got no Bill Belichick this cycle. You've got no Mike Vrabel coaching this cycle. You got rid of Ron Rivera, and you basically made a lateral move if you're the Washington Commanders, which, again, I'm trying to understand how, if you're the Washington Commanders, it's like, okay, look, you got rid of Dan Snyder, and that was supposed to, who was the worst owner in sports. You brought in Josh Harris, who everybody was talking about how he was going to change the culture and change the vibe and change everything about similar to what was going on with the culture here in Houston a couple of years ago. But again, Cal McNair steadied the course and what have you. You brought in the guy from the Golden State Warriors. You brought in Spielman from the Minnesota Vikings from back in the day, and the best you do is Dan Quinn. So I'm trying to wrap my brain around what exactly the Commanders are doing. And look, Dan Quinn, great defensive coordinator, albeit postseason wise, might have a few questions about that. But again, what that tells me though, and taking a step back and looking at how the entire situation has played out for this Houston Texans team over the last 12 to 14 months, is that, again, for as inauspicious as this Houston Texan tenure started for one Nick Caserio, the fact that one offseason literally got rid of all the bad vibes, got rid of all the negative juju, and on top of that, more importantly, all right, and this is something that I don't think near enough Texan fans have really been able to appreciate or been shown any kind of gratitude for. You've drafted two franchise quarterbacks in less than a decade, if you think about it, right? Like, that's something that I don't know that's gotten talked about near enough, because, again, look, I get it. You had, and again, we get it. The Deshaun Watson situation didn't end anywhere near what people thought it was. And, of course, he goes to Cleveland, has been a shell of himself since he's been in Cleveland. And the $1 million question was, okay, who are you going to take with that number 2 pick this year? Again, nobody in their right mind. And I know everybody's coming out now. Dave Ziegler, former Raiders GM, and of course everybody can come out now and say, oh yeah, we knew, we thought C.J. Stroud was going to be this guy. Sean, I'll ask you before we go to break, how many people do you remember this time a year ago saying, oh, C.J. Stroud, you're going to be okay taking C.J. Stroud at number 2?
Yeah, I mean, he was a very. It was like a very tepid acceptance of like, yeah, Bryce Young is 1, C.J. Stroud is 2. And that's really it. If anyone had C.J. Stroud 1, a lot of it was off the back of, well, Bryce Young's too small. There's nothing that
Which is valid.
Which it was valid. It still is valid. He's still small.
Still small. Hadn't gotten any bigger.
Well, it's been like small. A month of an offseason. Okay, he's probably still small. Maybe he growth spurt. Drink a lot of milk. I don't know. But there's nothing superlative about C.J. Stroud that made people go like, wow, I'm betting my house on this guy. It was a lot of he's good, and then also a lot of the S2 cognition test.
Which, again, that was one of those conversations that I didn't even know look, we know what the Wonderlic is. We've been, we've heard about the Wonderlic for the last 20, 25 years. Did you know what an S2 test was prior to last year?
C.J. Stroud is why I know
what I'm saying?
Like,
that was the first time I'd ever even heard of the S2 test.
Yeah.
Okay? And as far as I'm concerned, I don't know that I would ever I would never take another I would never have another quarterback take the S2 test again. For what reason? Because again, okay, it was supposed to, your decision-making skills and how quick you get the ball out, and how quick you can register defenses and stuff, and blah blah blah. And apparently, C.J. Stroud wasn't good at it. And then he went out and had arguably the greatest rookie season in NFL history.
And guess what? He processed really fast. He made really fast and good decisions.
Look, I'm no C.J. Stroud apologist, but I'll tell you what, he looked pretty dadgum good processing defenses to me this year. Right? I mean, I'll tell you what, C.J. Stroud, and again, I don't know that you can put, and we're gonna delve into this a little bit more. I don't know that you can. I mean, for as good as Deshaun Watson was his rookie season, all right, and I'm gonna say this before we continue the show. Look, I'm only here till noon, so don't worry about it. Let's take away the way the Deshaun Watson period ended here in Houston, okay? Because a lot of look, I get it. It was not right. There's a lot of ugliness how it all went down, and I think there was more to that story. And again, the Texans, you want to talk about getting out like a bandit in that situation, okay? And I'll just leave that as it is. But Deshaun Watson was pretty dadgum good when he was a Houston Texan, okay? I mean, I think we can pretty much say that. And to leave the way he did, and then here you are 2 years later, and you get a guy who, dare I say, is that much better than Deshaun Watson on literally from week 1 and gets your franchise to a place that y'all hadn't been to in 5 or 6 years after Deshaun had already been in the league 2 or 3 years. Again, I can't say enough about what the job Nick Caserio did. And again, when you hit on a quarterback, okay, you can hit on linemen, you can hit on defensive players, all that good stuff. When you hit on a franchise quarterback, suddenly the air tastes cleaner, the sky's bluer, the water's crisper. Hell, it's blue water in Galveston for crying out loud. I mean, I tell you what, when C.J. Stroud balls, I tell you what, if you look close enough, you might see a speckle of blue water in Galveston. That's the kind of impact C.J. Stroud's had here in H-Town. That's Sean, Planet of the Mapes. I'm that boy, Freddie D. Our boy Vader coming on here in about 45 minutes talking all things Rockets. We're going to talk some Super Bowl as well. However, I've got an apology to make to a Houston executive. I'll make that next. Don't go anywhere. This is ESPN 97.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Paul Gallant. Join the conversation by dialing or texting 713-780-3776.
Welcome back in. Paul Gallant Show, Paulie G out. Do we know what he's doing? I mean, did he give y'all a update? I mean, it's only February 2nd, for crying out loud.
Yes, he did give, or I'm not sure if he said it on air, but it's not a secret anything. He's going on a ski trip.
Okay.
Hitting the slopes with some college friends in Vermont, I want to say. New
Okay.
Hampshire, same thing.
Yeah.
So that's what.
I mean, Vermont's in the Northeast, so that sounds about right.
Yeah.
Right next to New Hampshire, which has arguably the greatest state motto in state motto history.
Oh, is it liberty or death?
Live free or die.
Live free or die.
Live close.
I think liberty or death is. Give me liberty or give me death. It's from the Alamo? I don't know.
713-780-3776. If you know who said give me liberty or give me death. I feel like we should know that, shouldn't we? Give me liberty or give me death?
It's Patrick Henry.
Oh, Pat. Where's he at these days, huh?
Well.
Dead?
Yeah. Like 300 years ago.
Pat, if your descendants are listening, 713-780-3776, do you go around telling people give me liberty or give me death? Huh? When's the last time you said that?
Does anyone decide to give you death?
Well, if they do. If they do. Again, look, I know crime. I know things have eased in 2024, and you got the governor of California going to Target and watching people shoplift literally while he's there, and then the cashier says, "Well, it's the governor's fault that people do this," and then she does a double take. Oh, so it's you. You're the reason people literally just grab stuff and walk out the door. So anyway, if you're why am I paying $380 for stuff? Well, it's a great question. Anyway, we digress. I got an apology to make. Can we do some sad, somber music real quick? Because I'm a big fan of, and I've made so many apologies over the course of my adult life. I enjoy playing a little music underneath said apology because when you do that, all right, A, it sets the mood. B, it lets the other person that you're apologizing to know that you're serious about this apology. I guess it depends on the kind of music you're playing too, but we'll go ahead and something a little slow jam on a Friday. Again, nothing going on this weekend. Although, no, actually, stop. Let me take that back. I've been meaning to get to this too. U of H fans. As a matter of fact, I was on, the last time I did a solo show was actually damn near about a year ago almost. I was on the Friday. It was a Friday too. I was on the Friday that U of H was playing in Kansas City against Miami. Okay, and of course, they couldn't hit the broadside of a barn that day. Miami beats them, goes to the Final Four, whoop-de-whoop, whatever. And I remember saying that day that where were all my U of H fans at? Where were all my die-in-the-wool U of H? Because I just felt like that particular Friday, I wasn't feeling the love. I wasn't feeling the vibes, as the kids say, right? I wasn't feeling it's game day today. Right, like we're a game away from going to the Final Four. Let's make some noise today, and then you went out and lost, right? And so I have a hard time with this whole U of H basketball culture thing. No, and nothing against my boy JB, okay, Jeremy Branham, pound for pound, one of the best play-by-play voices around. But I need a little more oomph from some of you UH fans, and the reason why I'm saying that is because tomorrow, U of H basketball gets to feel what a real basketball program looks like. And you get to see what a real arena looks like tomorrow, okay? I get it. That, it's one thing to play in whatever Rice plays in, okay? And I want to say it's like, some rec gym in Sunnyside. You're going to the greatest arena in college basketball tomorrow, right? So it's the real deal Holyfield. Now, that being said, U of H is, I am worried about KU tomorrow. I am worried about them losing this game tomorrow. I really am. Why? One, Bill Self is 0-6 against number one ranked teams in Ken Pom in his career, right? And guess who's the number one team ranked in Ken Pom right now? Whose house? Kelvin Sampson's house. Number one team in the Ken Palm right now. After getting off to kind of a sluggish start in the Big 12 play, what have they rattled off? Like 3-4 wins in a row. They're kind of in cruise control right now as far as the Big 12 is concerned. KU's already dropped 3 games. Hadn't looked especially great. Hunter Dickinson looks slow as all get out. Meanwhile, LJ Cryer and Sheed have been absolutely next level. I mean, that team top to bottom. And again, it's what do you expect out of your boy, Kelvin Sampson? So tomorrow's a huge game for both KU and U of H tomorrow. U of H, a little bit of a measuring stick. Like I said, got knocked around football-wise in the Big 12. Have, like I said, kind of a slow start there in the Big 12 basketball play, but have since kind of righted the ship and can go a long way tomorrow, Sean Mapes, as to and look, I'll just tell you this right now. If U of H wins tomorrow, and again, I bust balls because, hell, my daughter's a junior at U of H, for crying out loud. I bust balls in that sense, but U of H, A, can legitimately win that game tomorrow, and I would not be surprised if they did. And B, if they do win that game tomorrow, Big 12 champs already. Book it.
And, print the T-shirts.
Print the T-shirts, okay? Print the hats, all right? Put out the, get your social media template ready, okay?
Start making the Photoshop.
Start doing the Photoshop, okay? Because it's and that would be a huge accomplishment. I mean, look, the Big 12's been arguably the best basketball conference in college basketball for the last half decade.
Yeah.
Okay, and that's not hyperbole.
And to come in, win. U of H has been a good program.
They've been a great program for the last half decade, no question.
Yeah, under Kelvin Sampson. But then the question was always, they played in the AAC, so they had maybe one other
Memphis and some upstart AAC team that had 17 transfers on it and a 45-year-old dude who may or may not be,
who's
45.
ready to take the Florida State job at any given moment.
That's it.
Then you come to, like you said, the best basketball league in the last half decade, and to come in, and like you said, besides the first kind of scuffling in the first 3 games.
And there was nothing to take. And look, TCU is ranked, right? You lost to 2 ranked teams, by the way, okay? And on the road, okay? You lose at Iowa, which let's call it what it is. Yeah, Hilton Coliseum, a little bit different than playing in, whatever what arena you're playing in the AAC, right? I mean, it's a little
different than Tulsa.
It's a little different world, exactly, right? And your boy Jamie, and I want to say Kennedy, but I know that's not the right name. Jamie, and I can't think of his name, the TCU coach, you know what I'm talking about. Jamie Dixon, that's right. I knew it. Look, I'm going to tell you right now, and real quick, we're going to get to this here in a second. We're going to get to this in one of the next 2 segments. I have a whole new appreciation for the concussion protocol. Okay? I am dead serious. I was telling Todd Farquharson before the show, I got into a car accident back in October, okay? And was knocked out, Sean Mapes, for 18 minutes.
Oh, my God.
True story.
Oh, my God.
Your boy, out, 18 minutes. Night-night. To the point where I woke up in the ambulance, all right? Guy's talking to me. I don't know what he's saying. Tells me to remember these 3 words. Couldn't tell you those 3 words if you put a gun to my head right now. I mumbled something after to him, and he's like, "Oh, you might have a concussion." I said, "You think?" I don't even know where I'm at. I don't know how I got here. And it was a sad day. We had to put the GLI, the OGLI, to rest. It was totaled that day. A sad day all the way around. I'm a truck guy now, and I'll be honest with you, can't stand it. Can't stand it. God bless all you truck people out there. God bless you. All right? Can't do it. Can't do it. I miss the manual. I miss shifting, okay? I miss that. Trucks, you can't drive like that in a truck. You can.
People do.
But it ain't going to end well.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay?
People do.
You can do it, but I don't advise it. I don't advise it. So, anywho, I want one U of H fan to call in. Okay, because I've already thrown it out, and look, maybe I suck. I don't know, but I was told, or at least I'm told every day on this show, that it's the most interactive show in Houston. So I don't know how interactive the fans are, but I want to hear give me one U of H fan representing the basketball program. That's it. That's all I want.
Put on for your city.
Put on for your city. Look, outside of Andrew Carlson.
Yeah, I was gonna say you might get one.
No, Carlson. Look, but see. Andrew's take Andrew, right? That's the entire KU fan base. Okay, he's a casual considered by KU fans, right? Like we're all Andrew Carlsons when it comes to KU basketball. He's the exception rather than the rule. for U of H basketball. So I want to see U of H fans, whether you're a fan, whether you're a grad, whatever you are, like you said, put on for your basketball program, okay? Tell me why you're going to go in to the hallowed halls of Fog Allen Fieldhouse tomorrow and you're going to beat the Kansas Jayhawks at Allen Fieldhouse tomorrow and stake your claim to Big 12 supremacy in your inaugural season, okay? That's what I want to hear from somebody from U of H. If I don't get a U of H call tomorrow, I'll put it like this. If I don't get a U of H call from now until the end of the show, I got no love for U of H from here on out. I'm done with y'all. And I don't care if you got Jordan uniforms, okay? Which is a big thing for me. Okay? So, 713-780-3776. I'm calling out all you U of H fans. We got a great basketball program. We got this. We got the Fertitta Center. Boo, 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 boo. Yeah, but when the rubber meets the road, where are they at? You know who shows up? Rain or shine? Aggies. Aggies are so delusional, they don't even know any better. But they show up. I guarantee if I called out Aggies right now, that phone line would be lit up right now. U of H fans, where you at? 713-780-3776. Oh, I got an apology to make. I really do. I'm going to make it on the other side. Don't go anywhere.
Back to the Paul Gallant Show, coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Are we still on Twitch? We are, right?
We're on Twitch and we're on YouTube.
Ayo.
YouTube's the new.
All right. So shout out to my crew over at Core 4 Roofing. Connor, Rocky. And I got to give a shout out to my boy Rocky because Rocky, first of all, let's just give a shout out to all the diehard Texan fans out there. Okay, and there's a few of y'all out there. I got to give a shout. I got to give a shout out to my boy Rocky. I got to give a shout out to my boy Eli Bajani from High Performance Connection, who is look, these are guys who were still gearing up every Sunday in Texans gear when it wasn't cool to do it, and yet here they were, week after week after week, L after L after L. Rocking their Texans gear, going to the games, rooting the team on, taking all kinds of smack talk from people like me, but yet here they are. And through all that, the perseverance, the resiliency, and here they are now celebrating a Texans AFC South championship. And, I will say this, though, Texans fans, can we stop wearing the AFC South championship shirts? Can we stop with that? Saw a guy at the gym the other day, and it said AFC South, and it said champions in capital letters across the shirt. Like, bro, nobody's celebrating that. Like, you it's cool to say you won a division when you've never won anything and you're trying to come back from something. But don't rock the shirt. You know, what was that movie, PCU, with Jeremy Piven and Jon Favreau? A little probably before your time. I don't even know if you were born in '94 yet, Mapes.
I was not.
And there's a line in that movie where they say, you're gonna wear the shirt to the show you're going to tonight? Don't be that guy. So don't be AFC South championship shirt guy, okay? Texans fans, like you've got a legit quarterback, you've got a legit defensive end / outside linebacker, you've got a legit head coach. You got Bobby Slowick for another year, so you better go ahead and bring in his replacement and have him work under him because there ain't if Stroud and Slowick do what they did last year and build on that next year, which there's no reason to think they won't, especially when you consider all the stuff they're going to add to. Yeah, Bobby Slowick's gone after next year, and rightfully so. So enjoy him while you got him. All right, I shouted out and I clowned on U of H basketball, and rightfully so. Again, ask and ye shall receive. Wilson is calling to talk all things U of H basketball because I said if I don't get anybody from U of H to call in about this big game tomorrow, y'all are dead to me. Wilson, what you got?
Yeah, man, I think this is the game of the season with it being in Kansas, but I do feel like this is like U of H is, I mean, they haven't lost in 3 weeks, and the 2 games they lost in the conference thus far has been 4 points and 1 point.
Right.
And Kansas is just, they're preseason favorites and all that, but they just haven't shown up the way everyone thought they would. I mean, they just fell a week ago to Iowa State. So I think this is the year for U of H. I mean, it's Kelvin Sampson. How can you ever pick against him thus far?
He might be the best text messenger in basketball history, too, so there's something to be said for that as well.
Yeah, and I just think that even if U of H comes out and they can't get a bucket, they'll be able to keep it close defensively to give them an opportunity, give an opportunity for Shed to take over.
I agree. Real quick, last thing, Wilson, are you a U of H grad or are you just a U of H fan?
Yes and yes. I went to U of H Clear Lake, so I kind of adopted U of H as my alma mater.
There you go. Hey, we'll take that too. Shout out to Wilson, my man, a fan and a graduate as well. Appreciate the call, Wilson. Is there anybody else that wants to chime in? I mean, look, Wilson came in strong, feeling good about tomorrow's chances. One person, that's all we got. We got one U of H fan calling in tomorrow. I promise you, if this was U of H football, we'd probably have a few more people. Again, y'all can't tell me you're a top-notch program, and I got one person trying to, carry the water for U of H basketball. Where are we at, Sean Mapes? Sean's going to go to the call right now, so like I said, I'm busting enough y'all's chops. Anyway, back to shouting out the Texans fans. Like I said, shout out to my boy Rocky, shout out to my boy Ellie, and the Core 4 crew, Felicia as well. And so, great job by everybody over there. But, look, I got to give a huge apology to my man, Nick Casario. I was on these airwaves last year with Josh Beard, and we were on, it was like that Wednesday or Thursday, whatever it was, and it was the week that
Derek Stingley had gotten hurt and was going to be out, I don't know, 5 or 6 games. I know they put him on IR or whatever it was, and then, of course, he came back and had a great finish to the season. And so I, in typical Fred fashion, somewhat abruptly, somewhat hastily, somewhat without really thinking it through, said immediately, fire Nick Caserio. Okay, like went on these airwaves and demanded that you fire Nick Caserio. And, of course, obviously the joke's on me, ladies and gentlemen. And as we saw as the season played out, not only did Derek Stingley have a bounce-back season, you could argue that you see why after watching this past season. And I don't know that the gap between him and Sauce Gardner is as near as large after their rookie season than it was after this last season, right? I mean, Derek Stingley took monumental strides in year 2, albeit with a few injuries there at the beginning of the season. I think he's starting to shed that injury label because, again, he does have that a little bit. I mean, let's call it what it is. Doesn't make it right. Doesn't mean it's unfair, but there is something to that. And I think it's going to be huge for next season to see him play a full 16, 17 games for Derek Stingley. But if you're a Houston Texans fan, and like I said, my boy Rocky called this before the season started, I think he had him intercepting 6 or 7 passes, which I thought was insane. He ended up with, what, 4 or 5?
He got, I think, to 5. And
when it was all said and done?
10 games. So that he has gone from, like you said, before the season, he was viewed as
a bust.
Yes, not just because he can't stay on the field, but also he was not as good as
Sauce Gardner, and that didn't help.
Yes, and now the only thing, if you're to sit there and defend Sauce, the only thing you can say is, well, yeah, Stingley play a full season. Like that. That's it. That's the only knock on him.
Exactly it. That's the only knock.
And then if he plays 16, 15 games this next season, because I'll give you 2 games where you just get knocked. But if he plays in a full season next year, what's the knock on him?
No. I think after, again, you're feeling really good about where some of these where some of these guys are. And look, for a guy like a Nick Caserio, who, again, 2 years ago, you hire Lovie Smith, you take Derek Stingley, and you take Kenyon Green. And it was a absolutely abomination of a season. Now, that being said, look, Lovie Smith did you the eternal favor of all favors by winning that Indianapolis game, right? And again, we don't know and now I will say this. Do I think Bryce Young would have looked as bad in Houston as he did in Carolina? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. All right. Bobby Slowick's a damn good offensive mind, and DeMeco Ryans is a phenomenal head football coach, right? And that's the thing about where, shout out to Cal McNair for, again, you can say what you want about his first 2 drafts. You can say what you want about his first 2 coaching decisions, going through the motions, taking those lumps, and then boom, I'm talking hitting it out of the park, Yordan Alvarez style, and now all of a sudden you're set for the next decade, right? Like you went from this team couldn't get it out of its own way to now all of a sudden you are positioned to be the face of the AFC South once again for the next decade plus, as long as CJ Stroud is as your starting quarterback. All right. We got another U of H call. All right. So you U of H fans are starting to slowly chime in. All right. We've had 2. I'll take it. All right. So Dave, hang tight. I got to finish up my apology on the other side. We're going to talk some Rockets. We still got to get into a little bit of Super Bowl talk as well. And I want to hear from you guys one more time as well. What's the number one of all the things that the Texans need to do into the offseason? And again, it's not a super long list. I mean, the beauty of it now is that you're building off of what you've already got. What's the one position and or player, and we'll just go with free agents because I'm not getting into the whole rookie thing right now. That's way too long down the street. Give me one free agent. And you know what? I'm going to be even more clever about it. Not name Mike Evans that you'd like to see in a Houston uniform next season. He's Sean Planet of the Mapes. I'm still that dude, Freddie D. 713-780-3776. 713-780-3776. That's the phone number to chime in. We look forward to hearing from you. Don't go anywhere.
back to the Veritex Community Bank Studios and your favorite 10 to noon sports talk host, Paul Gallant. Give him hell, Paulie.
Are you the man behind the bumper music? Like choosing these bumper music songs?
Yes.
Or is that already in there? How about you with a little Mobb Deep? Where you at on Mobb Deep anyway?
I can't say I go too deep. You know a few of the songs.
You know a few. I'll tell you what. Shout out to Mobb Deep. I'll tell you what. Is it Prodigy that's dead? 713-780-3776. Prodigy. R.I.P. What's that?
I don't think you should give out the phone number for things that are easily...
I mean, nobody calls anyway, so I mean, what difference does it make? You know, I mean, if somebody just wants to chime in. I mean, you know what I'm saying?
Hey, Fred, big fan. Yes, he's dead.
He's dead. Thanks. Thanks for checking in. Hey, I'm good with that. Like I said, I was told this was the most interactive show in Houston. So you know what? Let's get interactive. Okay, let's get interactive. Shout out to speaking of being interactive. Shout out to former ESPN 97.5 host Jake Asman, who will be hosting on Mad Dog Radio tomorrow from 4 to 8 Eastern. So definitely give that a shout. So where are you at on Mad Dog anyway? Mad Dog Chris Russo.
The man himself?
The man himself. He's insane. I love him.
Yeah, relatively pro. Most of my exposure to him is here on Wednesdays.
On First Take?
When he's on First Take, watching it on mute as he's screaming into the
going
camera.
Insane.
And making a top 5 list where all the highlights are in black and white. So I like him.
I appreciate the fact that this dude's got like this euphoric recall where he can literally like name, you know, like the 1978 starting NBA Finals teams and what have you, and like literally list all their stats and what have you. So that's an impressive feat itself. So anyway, shout out to our boy Jake Asman, who again will be on Mad Dog Radio tomorrow. Let's jump out to the phone lines real quick. Like I said, I've called out the U of H fans. Okay. Called y'all out because again, you guys are going to go see what a real basketball program looks like tomorrow. And of course, you know, the thing is this. Kelvin knows what he's getting himself into tomorrow because he knows all about Allen Fieldhouse, right? As a coach at U of A, or excuse me, back in the day when he was at OU, I've always said, and I would love to ask him this just for bleeps and grins, just and you know, maybe put a smile on his face. We don't give, and I've said this time and time again, and again, I will say this and I will die on this hill or stand on business. I guess that's the new phrase that kids are using these days. That Kelvin Sampson is a trendsetter in college basketball that does not get enough credit for the fact that he was really the first coach to use and abuse text messaging. Okay? Like, we're talking mid to late 2000s when, you know, back in the day, you still had to, like, type out the number 3 like 2 or 3 times if you were trying to get DEF.
Yeah,
okay?
T9.
You know what I'm saying? Like, that was legit. That was a real thing. Where's all my Nokia people at? You know what I'm talking about with those Nokia bar phones,
right here.
Okay? And by the way, maybe not the most technologically, aesthetically pleasing, but I'll tell you what.
Got the job done.
You could fall off a building with that thing. You might die, but guess what's still ringing? With the ringtone you paid for 99 cents. Okay? What was, you know, my go-to ringtone for probably all throughout college was Wu-Tang Clan Ain't Nothing Up. Burp. Now, imagine that on that lo-fi Nokia. I mean, it sounded like Elmo was talking, right? It was like, when did Elmo become a member of the Wu-Tang Clan, okay? And why is my phone going off like this? Let's go out to Dave on the phone line, talking all things U of H. Dave, what's up?
Hey guys, thanks for taking the call and also
calling,
thank you for wanting to talk some Cougs hoops.
Whose house, Dave? Whose house?
Cougs house, baby. Cougs house. Love it. Yeah. So you wanted to run down of why they're going to get the win this week, and I'm going to tell you that's first and foremost is because defense travels.
Yes, it does.
But that was a pretty yes, absolutely, and that was a pretty hostile environment that they went into in Austin last week, and the other 2 games that they played on the road that they barely lost. We had a little bit of bad luck. Obviously, it wasn't as hostile at TCU as it was in Ames. That's a very tough place to play. But nevertheless, up there in Iowa State, I think defense travels. I think they're used to the pressure. I think they're fitting in great in the Big 12. I think it was a perfect fit.
Amen.
It is murderer's row coming through the Big 12, and I think they position themselves playing defense fantastic. I'm thrilled to see the arena packed the way it is. I jumped on board on this train about 4 or 5 years ago with some buddies, and it has been a blast. We've so far been in the Final Four, the Elite Eight. We've traveled and gone to. It's been a good time, and it's been a really great few years, and so we're enjoying it. So I think defense travels. They're trending the right way. It makes me a little uncomfortable that the starting lineup, they're a little thin. They're only playing 7, players at the most, sometimes 8. But I think that these guys are good, and I think this weekend's game comes down to, a last-second shot, and I'm hoping it's Jamal Shead that pulls it off.
Love it. Love it. Dave, great call from you, my man. And I'll tell you what, that's the kind of fan support, that's the kind of breakdown I like to hear from my U of H basketball fans right there. That's a U of H that's no Johnny come lately, my friend. Okay? Dave's been on this train. All right? Dave is on the bandwagon, chugga choo-chooing all the way to Lawrence, Kansas tomorrow. Okay? And look, I still think KU's going to win. Let's just get that out of the way. All right. Now, that being said, we have had 2 U of H calls. Shout out to Wilson. Shout out to Dave. All right, who are going to be rocking their red gear tomorrow, cheering on their U of H Cougars as they play the University of Kansas Jayhawks. A top 10 matchup in Lawrence going down. I want to say that game's on CBS too, if I'm not mistaken. Little Billy Packer and a kiss.
I'll run the.
You'll look that up.
Run the numbers on that one. You keep saying that U of H is going to see what a real basketball arena
is
like.
That's right. I do keep saying
that. They did play at the Moody Center earlier.
I'm sorry, what? The who?
The Moody Center.
The Moody. Like the Moody Blues? Is that what they're named after? The band?
No, it's a
Tuesday
guy who's giving a lot of money.
Afternoon. Is that what they're named after, the Moody Blues? How come we never get an answer when we're knocking at the door? I mean, look, it's only like the thing about, look, and no offense to the Moody Center or whatever the hell it's called, it's only that the Allen Fieldhouse, their court is actually named after the guy who created basketball. Isn't that crazy? Like that, my friend, is a little. And hold on one more time. Did you know? James Naismith, the founder of basketball and Canadian, we won't hold that against him. This is prior to Justin Trudeau. Did you know that James Naismith is actually the only coach in Kansas basketball history who has a losing record?
Yes, I do know that. That's hilarious.
Can't make this stuff. So Moody Center, again, Moody Blues, Moody whatever, mood disorders. I don't know. That's what I think of when I think of the UT place, not of basketball royalty, is what you think of when you go to Lawrence, Kansas. So, again, I'm excited for U of H tomorrow. Did we figure out what time that game is tomorrow, by the way?
It's on ESPN at...
What time?
3 o'clock.
Oh, all right. So 1,500 for those of you operating on the 24-hour clock. ESPN, I'm guessing it's going to be like, John Shambi probably and Fran Fraschilla will be on the call.
Is not missing this game.
Fran Fraschilla lives for moments like tomorrow.
No one's happier about the rise of the Big 12 than Fran Fraschilla.
Fran Fraschilla and Yorkum, or whatever the hell, Brett Yorkum, Yomark, whatever the hell his name is, the commissioner. Those two together, nobody is more excited about the Big 12. And you know what? I don't even, and Mapes, I'll tell you what, man. It hurts my soul. It hurts my heart when, you look at the University of Texas, and I've been a Texas supporter, okay? I've been a fan of UT as a bell cow, even though not a very good bell cow for the Big 12. And then y'all going to bounce and just go be mediocre in the SEC?
Mediocre?
Oh, yeah, that's exactly what you're going to be. That's exactly what you're going to be.
This year, they're the lineal SEC champions. Who won the SEC? Alabama. Who beat them at home? Who's their only loss in the regular season? That's right, the University of Texas. Double champions, double conference champions this past year, and now
that's it.
Gonna be also ranked. You're putting us with Auburn. That's what you're doing now.
Yeah, you guys are basically going to be like the Vanderbilt of.
Well, we'll be the second best school in that conference. I'll tell you that.
No, look. I think the Texas transition will be better than Oklahoma's. I do.
That makes sense.
I do. Although I do think basketball-wise, who knows? The SEC's a joke anyway when it comes to basketball. So we digress. All right, 1 hour in the book. Shout out to Dave. Shout out to Wilson. All right, any of other U of H folks want to chime in. Now we're gonna switch gears here a little bit in hour number 2. We got our boy Vader coming in. We're gonna talk some Rockets. We're gonna talk a little NBA. We got some all-star stuff coming up here pretty soon. And, of course, Vader being the H-Town guy that he is, I've got to ask him about his Houston Texans as well. So, we're going to talk a little basketball here coming up next. Second hour of the program. Don't go anywhere. Vader coming up next. Your phone calls and more. Sean Mapes, Fred Davis, right here on ESPN 97.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Paul Gallant. Join the conversation by dialing or texting 713-780-3776.
Welcome back in. Second hour of the program begins now. Glad to have everybody on board. Paulie G out. He's skiing in Vermont with college buddies. Sean Mapes is here, though, doing the damn thing. Your boy, Freddie D. Shout out to Joe George for reaching out to me and asking me to come on. And, of course, we talked a lot of Texans. We'll still get to a little Super Bowl talk here in the second hour as well. And just so you know, all right, Everybody, and look, I get it. I'm from the Midwest. I'm a Jayhawk. I'm a Chiefs fan. I was a Chiefs fan before it was cool to be one, and I make sure that I, ask people that nowadays because, look, it's the whole Patriots thing, right? I mean, you had people that weren't Patriots fans that suddenly became fans, and I get it. People want to be part of winning organizations and cheer on winning teams. And so now I always like to ask people when they say they're a Chiefs fan, especially when I can kind of sense that, you're not a real one, okay? You are a Johnny-come-lately. You don't know what it was like rooting on Brody Croyle. You don't know what it was like rooting on Brock Heward. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Tyler Thigpen from Coastal Carolina. All right, you guys don't know Bill Kenny. All right, you don't remember what it was like when you were going to a Super Bowl with Rich Gannon, and then Marty Schottenheimer, may he rest in peace, decided, let's stick Elvis Gerbach back in, even though he's garbage, and Rich Gannon's been the guy, and our defense is phenomenal, and Elvis Gerbach goes in there, spits the bit, and you lose, and the rest is history, and then Gannon goes on to the Raiders and becomes an MVP and dominates you for the next 5 years. So. All that being said, I have mentioned hardly anything about my Kansas City Chiefs, so we'll save that for the final 2 segments of the program, a little Super Bowl talk. But before we get to all that, let's talk some Houston Rockets, and let's do it with none other than my man Vader. I had you on. We were on, I don't know what it was, 6-7 months ago or whatever it was. Before the draft. Right before the draft, okay? So you came on, we talked some Rockets, and of course, we had Ime Udoka, and I shared with you my, anybody that can say, flip the bird to knee along and do the damn thing is okay in my book. All right?
Yeah, I got a lot of flack in my community about something I said, so I promised everybody today that I will not say anything that's going to embarrass us. So
yeah. Now, I might. In fact, I probably will. Okay,
you go right ahead.
Like I probably will say some things that are going to embarrass some people, or embarrass myself at the very least. So again, Ime Udoka. Not only did he do his, obviously him and Nia have since split ways, but called LeBron a bitch that got a lot of attention. Okay, and that's something that I think everybody in some form or fashion has wanted to do. And so Ime Udoka, I have said, and I think you and I talked about it. I don't care who you bring in, short of bringing in a LeBron. That was the biggest addition of the offseason. I don't care what team you were, okay? Bigger than Dame Lillard going to the Bucks, all right? Ime Udoka going to the Rockets with this group, with his pedigree, with the pelts on the wall that guy has, and what he's been able to do in such a short amount of time and turning this program around. Your initial thoughts on what you've seen out of this Rockets team so far, and kind of, here we are at 22 and 25. Are they about where you thought they'd be? A little bit lower, a little bit further ahead?
So, first of all, Ime Udoka is a culture setter. He came in immediately, and I think he's trying to establish a toughness on this team that we did not have with the previous regime. Like you said, he went toe-to-toe with LeBron James. He basically called him a soft boy. I'm not going to put the word in between that he said, but me personally, as a lifelong Rockets fan, I like that. You
got to have it.
You have to have a guy on your team who's willing to do the dirty things, the Vernon Maxwells, the Patrick Beverleys. And, you don't just necessarily need that from your coach per se, but just coming from where they were, I think he's a guy that they needed. You know what I mean? Because I think we weren't tough. We weren't known as a
there was no discipline.
No discipline. If you believe the reports that have come out pretty recently, guys were just kind of doing their own thing. And so for you to bring in a guy like that who is willing to make the uncomfortable decisions, who's willing to get in guys' face, and also, not just do that, but also there has to be a balance. He's also a teacher. He's also a nurturer. Apparition Goon, I saw on a podcast with Paul George, specifically mentioned that he felt empowered by Ime Udoka and the coaching staff. So it's not like he's just in there and he's, beating dudes over the head. He's also like building them up. So I think it's a process, and so I like what they're doing. And as far as do I think they're where I thought they would be right now, I'm a fan, man. I've watched Houston sports my whole life. I'm kind of a homer. And so, I expected us to be in the position that we're in as far as fighting for the play-in. Yeah. A lot of people did not. I think the injuries have kind of derailed some of the momentum that they had at the beginning of the season. Yeah. The defense has kind of taken a step back. But I think when they get Tari Eason back, hopefully next week, I think hopefully they can kind of right the ship.
Well, and let's call it what it is, too. I mean, look, you had Noah Min Thompson to start the year, all right? You had Cam Whitmore, who was in the G League, and, of course, he's been kind of a revelation here as of late. I mean, and Raphael Stone, I mean, outside of the fact that I'm still trying to understand why you pronounce his name Raphael like that, but whatever, it is what it is. Say what you want, and again, we can say whatever we want about the Steven Salas deal. Look, you righted the wrong. You brought in the best coach available in Ime Udoka when there were other good opportunities available. I mean, that can't be understated. The fact that Fertitta and Stone went out and got the best coach available for a team that there was a lot of discussion about. Who is going to be that guy? I'll tell you
Nick
what.
Nurse was a name that was.
Although Nick Nurse I'd have been okay with. I'd have been okay with Nick Nurse. I'll tell you what. I wouldn't have wanted Doc Rivers.
Right.
Okay.
Oh, no.
I wouldn't want Frank Vogel.
No.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Like these same, I mean, we talk about the old boy system in the NFL, all right? NBA is no different, okay? I mean, look, you can say what you want about Adrian Griffin, and of course, we've seen all the behind-the-scenes stuff. And look, not to say that Doc Rivers won't get this thing turned around, but okay.
And I always say respectfully, but, like, I see Doc Rivers. There's a lot of footage going around. Like if you're on social
Gilbert
media,
Arenas cooked him the other day.
He's clapping and he's like
him.
He's like doing some stuff that is like I just can't do anything other than laugh when I see this dude who is a professional NBA coach who also was a player, and I'm like, this can't be like motivating the guys. This is not good X's and O's. He is like to me, in my opinion, respectfully, he's a tier above like Darvin Ham, who has his hands in his pockets constantly.
Yeah.
And the Lakers fans hate him. I'm very thankful that we
say this though. Darvin's in a tough spot. Darvin's in a tough
What do you
spot.
mean? What do you mean? His hands are in his pockets. 100, like okay, not 100% of the time. That's hyperbole, but at least maybe 75% of the time he's like this, and he's confused.
Here's the thing I'll say about this, though. The only thing I'll say about Darvin Ham, and I've been a Darvin Ham guy for a while. I'm old enough to remember, and hell, you might be old enough to remember, too, when he was breaking backboards for Texas Tech in I think, was it the NCAA tournament he did that? I just feel like, look, at this stage, Anthony Davis is what he is, right? I mean, when he's healthy, if he's healthy, we're still having conversations about when is Anthony Davis going to be the guy that takes over, right? Yeah. The fact that LeBron is almost my age and they're still relying and having him carry the team. And if you're Darvin Ham, I mean, look, you don't know what's going on behind it. I just feel like that's a situation.
Yeah, you're right. He does not know what's going on.
I mean, and maybe he doesn't. I just feel like, because look, again, to me, it's a little bit, and maybe, again, it's the NBA, it's 82 games, you never know, but things like when you don't have LeBron and Anthony Davis, and then you go out and beat the Celtics, and all of a sudden you look like a legit, and you're playing offense and you're flowing and everything. I mean, how many coaches has LeBron gotten fired?
That's true.
Okay, I mean, what's the common denominator in all the issues that LeBron's already had, that LeBron's always had? Okay, LeBron. Okay, I mean, how are you going to take a dude that was one of the best coaches in Europe, all right, David Blatt, all right, one of the best, and it was widely considered one of the best basketball minds around, gets to Cleveland, suddenly he doesn't know how to coach basketball all of a sudden.
I hear you.
That's my only thing.
At the same time, so Darvin Ham's story has not been written, right? He still has the opportunity to, right the ship or whatever.
Right.
They have to make the playoffs, obviously.
I
mean, they're fighting with us.
Exactly.
They're fighting with us, and coming into the season, when you have a guy like Anthony Davis and you have a guy like LeBron James on your team, I think the expectations have to be we have to be better than the 10th seed, and right now, that's kind of where they are.
Well, and that's my point. Is that again, when you're and look, I'm not trying to die on the Darvin Ham hill, but it's just again. I just look at where LeBron's at in this stage of his career. The Laker thing has been a disaster. The Anthony Davis thing has been a disaster. And okay, you want a title in the bubble, all right, great. Okay, you want it, good deal. But we just keep having these. I mean, we're talking as much about how the Lakers aren't any good as much as we are about all the other peripheral things going on. And to your point, Rockets don't have a LeBron and AD type talent on their team.
And we have a similar record. And I'm going to put it like this. I wish all the worst on the Lakers, outside of a season-ending catastrophic injury.
Yeah.
Because I want my Rockets to be in at least a play-in or fighting for a playoff spot. So, I don't want them to succeed. And so, the fact that Lakers fans are, not enamored with Darvin Ham, the fact that they don't know what they're going to do with D'Angelo Russell, the fact that we don't know if Anthony Davis is gonna fall down and be out for 12 weeks.
Well,
you know what I mean?
Exactly.
Like I'm perfectly fine with them being in disarray because, like I said, I'm a Houston fan. I don't care about the Lakers. I wish them all the worst. Like I said, outside of a catastrophic injury.
Yeah.
And I want my Rockets, and my Texans and my Astros competing for championships. That's what
very player haters like vibe he's giving off here. I hate you, and I hope all the things in life happen to you and only you. So, I mean, I was going to say something inappropriate, but I forgot we're on radio, not YouTube. I'll tell you what, YouTube can... I'll say this. YouTube does get you, because, I do a lot of shows on there, and, you can say whatever you want. It's the internet, right? So there's been a couple times in this show where I've had to stop what I was about to say.
Don't get too comfortable.
You can't.
Don't get too comfortable.
You can't, okay?
Especially quoting Dave Chappelle.
Ooh, well, I almost said something.
The GOAT.
I almost said something, too, that I shouldn't have said. But anyway, we digress. So, all right. Real quick, look. Sengun has been incredible this year. Yes. Green starting to come around a little. Jalen Green starting to come around a little bit. And again, this is a dude who has been kind of maligned. And I want to get your thoughts on him in the next segment because, I feel like you've accumulated enough pieces, and I don't want to go all Daryl Morey here because that's kind of what comes to mind here, especially when you got. Because that's kind of what this team reminds me of a little bit, right? Because you've got so many pieces on this team that Daryl Morey was he probably looks at the Rockets lineup sometimes and goes, man, I'd love to make a trade with those guys right now, and grab about 4 or 5 of those guys for Luis Scola and Kevin Martin. But when we come back. Trade deadline's coming up. They already made a move for Steven Adams, although that's going to be a move that you make that really isn't going to play off until 24-25, and you gave up a gazillion second-round picks that nobody cares about. But are you content with where the team is headed in that playoff spot, and would you kind of lay low come playoff deadline time, or do you go ahead and move a couple chips in there and maybe do something that nobody's expecting, and maybe you're pushing for that 6 or 7 spot when it's all said and done? We're going to get Vader's thoughts on that. Do you push the envelope a little bit as far as where this rebuild's going?
Kick the can.
And you know what I'm saying? And maybe mortgage a couple of those pieces that you got, because the Rockets certainly do have pieces. He's Vader, talking all things Rockets. That's my boy Sean Plenda of the Mapes, and I'm still that dude, Freddie D. Coming up next, we'll talk about more Rockets, as well as I got to get my man Super Bowl prediction. And, of course, look, he already said he's a H-Town lifer, so we got to get his thoughts on his Houston Texans and the season they just had. Don't go anywhere. It's ESPN 97.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Paul Gallant. Join the conversation by dialing or texting 713-780-3776.
Welcome back in. ESPN 97.5. That's Sean Planet of the Mapes. I'm still that dude, Fred Davis. We got our boy Vader in the hazy for sheezy. Has he embarrassed anybody yet, Sean? Has he embarrassed anybody yet?
No,
I think we're good so far.
I can't speak for everyone, especially in his community.
Fair.
But to my eyes,
no, so far so good.
There was no mentioning of bath water or anything of that. Anything
well, now you're mentioning it, so let's steer away from that.
Just bath water in general. We didn't say whose. Okay. And are we throwing the baby out with it? That's the real question. 713-780. All right, so deadline coming up. Steven Adams, they made a trade for him yesterday or 2 days ago, whatever it was. And, look, it's going to be great in 24-25. I mean, and Steven Adams, I mean, good God, he's been around the league for, a decade at least, okay? So you figure, you're going to have him for another 2-3 years, whatever it is. They plan on pairing him up with Sengun. With the trade deadline coming up, though, right? Again, you've got a lot of moving pieces on this team. You've got a lot of good, questionable good, not great, great-ish guys that are on their way to being great, but are still in that developmental phase right now. Do you hold fast with what you got and let it ride for the end of the year, or do you go ahead and take a stab on somebody? But at the same time, though, are you willing to give up one of the? Because look, I would think Cam Whitmore I'm not getting rid of. Amen Thompson I'm not getting rid of. Obviously Sengun I'm not getting rid of. After that,
yeah.
Hey, I'm not saying that, they're untouchable, but again, for the right price, the right player.
You're hitting me right here, man, in the feels, right in the heart, because I'm probably one of the biggest Jalen Green fans on social media, as far as even when he was going through his struggles, I held steadfast, because I'm some of the things
I've seen it. I've seen you on social.
I took a lot of arrows. I took a lot of arrows. I took a lot of flag for
I appreciate the fact you support that guy as much as you do.
So here's the thing, though. I'm looking at the process of him becoming an all-around player and him getting better. I'm trusting in the fact that Ime Udoka is an elite coach. I know that he's had Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown, and he's been able to help those guys be better. So I'm looking at Jalen Green's missing layups. I'm looking at Jalen Green is missing wide open 3-pointers. Yeah. And I'm if he's gonna miss wide open 3-pointers and he's gonna miss wide open layups, then he really isn't an NBA player, right? So I'm thinking
he certainly ain't what you thought he was when you took him number 2,
right? So I'm there has to be some kind of coming back to the mean or whatever, because I think he was just in a slump. He was inside of his own head. Yeah. Udoka has actually come out in the media and has said I'm requiring Jalen Green to do things that he probably wasn't required to do in the past, as far as he's holding him accountable defensively. He's asking him to rebound. He's asking him to initiate the offense a little bit more. Become an all-around player can, affect the game in multiple ways, not just scoring. And so, a lot of people don't know, but, when you're exerting so much energy on a defensive end, and I'm not trying to pretend like he's a defensive stopper or anything of that nature, but when you're actually trying and competing.
When you've never done it before.
Right. And so, that takes some of your legs away, right? And then you're also on offense, you're trying to make the right play.
Right.
Because now it's not just you get yours, you get mine, which he had, previously when it was just him and KPJ kind of running the offense and Sengun kind of picking up the scraps. You're required to play in a structured offense. And so, I think he was just overthinking everything. And I think recently what we've seen in the last 5 games is a guy who's come out, he's been aggressive, he's decided to play his game, but it has not been to the detriment of the team.
Right.
I think he's still he's aggressive, but he's also getting assists, he's getting rebounds. And so I like that for him. I think that's good for the team. But like you said, you can't keep everybody. You have Sengun, you have Jabari Smith Jr., you have Cam Whitmore, Amen Thompson, Jalen Green, Tyrese, and they're not going to be able to sign all of those guys. So
Fred VanVleet.
Fred VanVleet, who's on a huge contract. So somebody is unfortunately going to have to be the odd man out when it comes time. And he is a guy who right now, he has to make himself invaluable to the team. The way he's playing right now is good. Can he sustain it? The one thing he's been is consistently inconsistent. People keep saying that he's been inconsistent all year, but it's been more he's been consistent. It's just been he's been inconsistent.
Yeah, no, and look, basketball people understand that, right? If you're a true hooper, you get what consistently inconsistent means, right? So I totally understand that. Something you said though that I'm going to pick up on, and I heard this on a podcast, and I think it was Kenyon Martin that was saying this. And it might have been Kenyon Martin. I can't remember who it was, but he mentioned, Antoine Jameson. That's who it was. Talked about how in today's NBA, they'll go through practice and teach guys how to set screens. In the NBA, they're teaching guys fundamental basketball because certain guys that are coming into the league now don't know how to screen properly, don't know how to throw passes properly, and don't know the fundamentals of how to run a damn NBA offense.
AAU.
So my thing, AAU has been the bane of NBA of basketball as a whole, right? Taking it a step further, to that point, he was what, a overtime elite guy or whatever it was?
No, it was
or Ignite.
G League Ignite.
G League Ignite, right? So, Jalen Green, for probably the last decade of his life, has done whatever the hell he's wanted to do.
Because he's been better than everybody.
Because he's been
faster,
better
he
than
jump higher.
Jalen Green can walk onto a court anywhere the last decade and is more often than not been the best player on the court, right?
Yes.
How much coaching, if we're really being honest with ourselves, do we really think Jalen, like legit, in your face, go do that over again when you screw up coaching has he gotten? He didn't get it from Steven Salas. I'll bet you bottom dollar he didn't get it in the OG UT over league at night, whatever the hell it's called, okay? So this is probably the most in-depth coaching that Jalen Green has ever got. I mean, you want to talk about, this is like learning from a fire hose, right? I mean, my man is getting a world-class NBA basketball education from one of the greatest in the world at it. So the idea that this dude's pretty much been freelancing, going off of what he does, which is cool, and you can get some buckets from time to time when you're that talented, but guess what? The rest of the league is talented too, and that stuff, that bleep catches up after a while. And so, it's one of those deals where when you're talking about a 21, 22, 23-year-old kid who's facing adversity for the first time in his life.
How will you respond?
How do you respond?
And I gave an analogy, and it's probably not a great analogy. I'm not gonna be deluded or whatever, but I don't know if y'all ever watch HGTV and these people buy these houses and they have to renovate them, tear them down, and build them
fixer-uppers.
Yeah, but sometimes you see the house at the beginning and it is terrible,
garbage,
and then by the end of the show you see this amazing product. And I think from a basketball standpoint, Ime Udoka has had to do that with Jalen Green because his fundamentals.
You could argue that to do it with the whole team.
His fundamentals were so bad. His basketball IQ was not there. His ability to read defenses, make skip passes, like little things that we would expect that he would be able to do when he came into the league. He didn't have to do those things. And so Ime Udoka has had to tear him down. He's had to pull everything out of there, gut the whole building, right? And he's building him back up. And I think hopefully right now what you're seeing is, by the end of the show, you're going to see something that's really impressive.
Yeah.
And so, that guy, I'm hesitant to move off of that guy. But like I said, somebody out of that core group of young players is not going to be here. And if you mentioned Daryl Morey earlier, Daryl Morey is a guy who he wouldn't hesitate to trade a good player for a great player.
Oh, hell, right. Jalen Green we'd already be hearing rumblings by now. Daryl Morey, like I said, I guarantee you there'd already be at least 2 or 3 moves percolating right now if Daryl Morey had this roster.
Right. So that's how I love Jalen Green. To me, and I've said this publicly many a times, he's been my favorite player on the team.
Yeah.
But I'm number one. I'm a Rockets fan, so. If the trade makes sense, for the trade. I think that Jalen Green still has maybe top 2, top 3 potential on this roster, depending on how you feel about a guy like Alfred Şengün and Amin Thompson, if he can develop certain things to his game. But
I like him. I honestly, between him and Cam Whitmore, those two to me there's something about their game. They give you this just basketball junkie type vibe.
Oh, absolutely.
Right? Those two are I mean, and look, I get it. I got a 16-year-old son, but those are dogs.
Yeah.
All right? And Jalen, I'm not saying Jalen's not a dog, but there's questions. Sometimes I wonder,
yeah,
does this dude want it? And again, like we talked about, this is the first adversity this kid's ever faced. So again, maybe we need to step back a little bit. And, of course, we live in a hypersensitive world where it's we don't have time for that. I mean, it's either you're going to be great now or we're going to make fun of you. But at the end of the day, the reality is that, this is a Rockets team that for the last 2 or 3 years. It's been a grind, man.
And there's been some rumblings.
Not an educational grind.
And there's been some rumblings about like Mikal Bridges and whether or not you would move Jalen Green for a guy like Mikal Bridges from the Brooklyn Nets, along with some of their
I saw
draft capital back. And so we, some of the guys that I'm really cool with, we were on a playback app last night for about 2-3 hours, kind of discussing that. Trying to decide whether or not that would be something that would be good for the Rockets. And there was some differing opinions. Like me personally, I feel like if you can trade Jalen Green and maybe a pick or two and give it back to the Nets, that's a move I think Daryl Morey would have done. You know what I mean?
In a heartbeat.
Yeah, because like and see and like my dude Bias Houston was kind of like, nah, I wouldn't do that. I think the Brooklyn Nets picks are not going to be very good. I mean, they're going to be very good, and so we don't need to help them out. But I kind of pointed out like Daryl Morey was a guy. He'd bring in a Kyle Lowry. He brought in Goran Dragic. He brought in Kevin Martin, and see what he did was he just kept
the churn of that roster
he kept
was
increasing
nonstop.
the talent level on that team until he was able to like parlay some of those guys into a James Harden.
Yeah.
So you have to kind of look at it that way from a roster building perspective. I'm attached to these guys because I watch every game. I don't miss a game. But at the end of the day, like I said, I'm a Rockets fan, and like if you have to move a guy to get a better guy, I mean that's just kind of what has to happen.
No, and look, and that's like you said, that's the reality of what this Rockets team's facing. And I think when you've got, there's something about Cam Whitmore's game. I loved his game when he was at Villanova. Look, you can work on shots, right? Mm-hmm. Like his basketball IQ and the fact that this dude's a legit point guard, right? Who is only going to get better and has started to show you flashes. And you look at what his brother's doing over in, moribund Detroit, and there's no reason to think that, okay, this dude can't do the same thing. So, look, with this year's draft class, again, Jabari had a great year last year. Again, I'm not going to say Jalen Green is the odd man out, but I'll tell you what, if there was somebody on that roster that I saw, that I looked at, that I thought, okay, who can I get my most bang for my buck for? I mean, Jalen Green's probably that dude.
Right. And so, like, I think the way he's been playing recently, though, like, he's been showing an all-around game.
Yeah.
So he has the opportunity to, like,
it's a good showcase for the rest of the league.
Yeah, right. Like, some people are saying, like, this is good because he's raising his trade value. And in my eyes, I'm like, okay, maybe he can redeem himself in the eyes of the front office, and they're like, okay, this guy is turning it around. He's actually he's actually taking it. Like you said, he hasn't been really coached before, right? So if he actually has turned a corner, and you believe he's turned a corner, I don't want to see him going somewhere else and averaging 26, 5, and 5 for another team when he can.
Well, and that's the $1 million question, right? Is can he be that type of guy?
Right.
And that's what you hope for when you draft a guy number 2, right? Is that that's the guy that he's going to morph into. That's Vader. I'm Freddie D. We got our boy Sean Planet of the Mates. Let's do another segment. We'll wrap up the NBA talk. We'll get into some football talk as well. Final 2 segments of the program. Are you a U of H guy?
Oh, absolutely. I went to U of H.
All right. You went to U of H?
Yes, I did.
Okay. All right. I was going to say, because I hadn't heard anything from you about the game tomorrow. And, of course, I've had to, pry folks to talk about their U of H Cougars that I've heard so much about how good U of H is, but yet their fans are just, they must all be busy today. They're so excited about tomorrow's game that they're holding fast. They don't want to say anything, and they don't want to take any chances tomorrow. We'll get your thoughts on your U of H Cougs as well as the Houston Texans. And of course, did I make my apology already? Again, I'm in the concussion protocol still. You ever had a concussion before?
I have.
How long were you knocked out for?
Man, look, I don't want to divulge too much, but probably 2 minutes.
2 minutes?
Yeah.
All right. On the other side, we'll discuss how long is too long to be knocked out. We'll discuss that next. Don't go anywhere. He's Vader.
Are you trying to suggest I have brain damage?
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Paul Gallant. Join the conversation by dialing or texting 713-780-3776.
Just want to thank everybody, and the Nate Dogg family estate has finally been squared away. I don't know if you knew this, but you know, my man's been dead for what, 9-10 years?
Something like that.
And his estate has been in disarray because he, of course, you know, Nate Dogg wasn't expecting to die.
Right.
And, you know, he had no will. So he had 6 kids that he knew of, and during the discovery process found out that there were 3 more little Nate Doggs running around. And so 9 little Nate Doggs, all said and done. And his wife, who he'd filed for divorce from 19 days prior to his death. Long story short, the Hook King and his estate has finally been settled. Everybody got 6-figure payouts, so we can all rest easy knowing that the Hook King's family.
Yeah. I wonder if I was related to Nate Dogg. I need to.
Yeah.
Well, it's too late. The money's gone.
You're running the puppies, Nate puppies.
The money's gone, though, guys.
Yeah,
okay.
Part of the little payout. This parlay going right now.
Real quick, I got to give a shout out to my boy Mayman and the Amana Group over in League City, doing big boy things. They got a brand new thing coming up April 1st, so stay tuned for that, my boy Mayman and the Amana Group. Stay tuned for that, my boy doing big boy things. He's also a U of H grad, okay? U of H guy, dyed-in-the-wool, Houston Texans fan as well. When I gave a shout out to my boy Rocky, Eli, I got to give a shout out to my boy Mayman as well, because they are all 3 die-in-the-wool, win, lose, or draw, Vader. They are die-in-the-wool Texans fans. We know you're a die-in-the-wool Rockets fans. Where are you on the Texan front?
Oh,
because you have no Texans gear on today.
Oh, okay. Well, you know, you didn't tell me we were going to talk Texans, but like, I'm a huge Texans fan.
Okay.
I was a huge Oilers fan.
How old are you, by the way?
I'm old.
Are you older than 42?
No.
Okay. Well, you can't be that old then. You ain't that old then. Trust me, you ain't that old. You were born in the 80s, obviously. Yeah. Okay, fair enough.
So look, I'm going to put it like this. Like, I am a huge Texans fan. The fact that I think anybody who has been watching and has endured what we've endured over the past few years and is still here and is not just a bandwagon fan.
Fairness, though, let's hold on. One thing. It's only been 3 years.
It felt like 7.
And now you got a point there, right? And I think it was all the off the field rigmarole that added to the stress. So I'll give you that.
With the baby yoga pose and all that other stuff. You know, like, it just kind of made it feel like it was longer than 3 years.
Nobody died, though.
Nobody died. Nobody killed nobody. There were some things that we don't need to discuss. But however, like, yeah, I'm a huge Texans fan. And the fact that, like, I think everybody was excited on draft night when they drafted C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson Jr., and much to our surprise, they were actually good,
and they hit. And that was the. Not only was C.J. Stroud, and I said this to start the show. Y'all just did something that, unless you're a Green Bay fan or unless you're a 49er fan from the late 80s and early 90s, when you went from Joe Montana to Steve Young, or again being a Green Bay fan going from Brett Favre to Aaron Rodgers and maybe even Jordan Love now. Y'all drafted 2 franchise quarterbacks in less than a decade.
Yeah.
And I don't know that gets enough run because of how hard of a thing that is to do in today's National Football League, right? I mean, you had Deshaun Watson, who again, let's take away how the thing ended, and let's take away that, okay, he's been over in Cleveland. But Deshaun was a top 5 quarterback before he left Houston.
That's true.
Right? Like, I mean, let's call it what it is.
I'm so mad at the way he left, though. Like, I can't even. It's almost like I can't even go back and remember those memories in a fond way.
I'm just gonna say that I've gone on record about this before on this station. I'll just say this: there's more to the Deshaun Watson story than we know.
Okay.
Let's put it this way. Let's put it this way. There's more to the Deshaun Watson story than got released.
That's fair.
And all I'll say is this: Deshaun's a freak. No question about it. Yeah, but absolutely. I'll say this: he wasn't alone.
All right, cool.
Okay, he wasn't alone as far as how he went about handling his business.
But we gotta, sometimes things happen for a reason, and I feel like I think C.J. Stroud has the ability. You know,
he's already better than
if you're talking about like playoff football, a guy that's going to be able to sit back in the pocket, dissect defenses, be accurate with his passes.
Yeah.
He can make every throw.
Every throw.
You know what I mean? So like I kind of feel like things ended up working out, for the better. Because as much as I like Deshaun Watson and as impressive as he was when he was off schedule, we saw some really cool things from him when
he was phenomenal.
When he was under a heavy pass rush, he got away from guys. I remember that one play where the dude like ripped his helmet, and he couldn't see, and he
still kept going.
Yeah, you know what I mean. But like CJ is just different, man. Like his accuracy, his anticipation.
He's a better thrower of the football than Deshaun is, right? I mean, Deshaun. The thing about Deshaun, and I think that's been one of his issues in Cleveland, is that. And look, I've talked to Henry Thomas about this. I've talked to Ted Johnson about this. You take a year away from football,
right?
Or in his case, almost 2 years. Like and you're going to a different system. Your body's going to be different. The game changes. I mean. He was finally starting. I mean, hell, the last game he played in, that game they won against Baltimore, like that. And I remember telling some folks, I was like, okay, this kind of looks like Texans Deshaun. Then, of course, he rips his, or, blows out his shoulder or whatever it was and was gone for the rest of the season after that. But, you just wonder, kind of where he's at. But with C.J. Stroud, look, whether it's been interviews, I mean, I've seen him on the Pat McAfee show. You've seen him on College Game Day. I mean, this is a dude who just loves football. Right? And every time you hear this guy talk, it's like you learn something different about him, about how he approaches it. And if you're a Houston Texan fan, and look, I've said this, I don't know who I was texting with a buddy of mine a few months ago, or about a couple months ago, whatever it was. And he said, where do you rank C.J. Stroud? And look, I said this then, and I'll say it now. I said this or tweeted this out with A.J. Hoffman because he asked, give us your 5 quarterbacks. Look, for my money, Mahomes number 1, C.J. Stroud number 2.
That's fair.
Okay, I would take C.J. Stroud over Josh Allen. I would take C.J. Stroud over Joe Burrow. I would take him over Justin Herbert, and I would take him over Jalen Hurts. Okay, because what this kid did in year 1, he said something
with the weapons that he had.
The weapons that he had,
we came into this season and people were saying that like he did not have enough weapons. Nico Collins was not that great. We didn't know what we were going to get from Tank Dell.
He blew up.
And he pretty much like made these guys household names. Like I think he's going to get guys.
Who Noah Brown was before the season?
Noah Brown.
Okay.
I mean, it was
nobody outside of Noah Brown's house knew that he was even in the NFL. First of all, how many brothers named Noah? First of all, I've never seen a brother named Noah in my life. Number 1.
I know three Noahs, 2, and then of course the guy that built the ark and brought the animals on it.
Okay.
Other than that, that's it, man.
Fair. Yeah, I was gonna say. I'm trying to think. I mean, I got one of my closest friends is named Noah, but he's white, so I'm trying to. Like I said, I don't know.
Joakim Noah.
That's his last
name.
That
doesn't count.
That
does not count.
So you know what? We can't do that, right? But no, you're right. I mean, and look, that offensive line was a disaster through parts of the season. And so for what he was able to do, and then of course Devin Singletary was a revelation as the season went on. So no, I'm geeked about what the Texans are doing and the direction. And I'm just like you said, man, it's nice to finally be able to talk about Texans football and not be saddled with, well, yeah, but Cal's this, Deshaun this, blah, blah. Like, we have finally been able to remove all of that negativity and focus on the fact that you have 2 cornerstones on this franchise for the next decade.
And not just even that, like DeMeco Ryans. We talked about earlier as far as like Ime Udoka being a culture setter for the Houston Rockets. DeMeco Ryans is that, and I don't want to say and maybe then some for the Texans.
Oh, you can absolutely say that.
But like, golly, what he did in his first season is phenomenal. Every interview I saw from him, every time I saw the camera on him when he didn't even know the camera was on him, you saw a guy who looked like a leader, and he was always that. When they drafted him as a rookie and they made him a captain. You know what I mean? Like this dude was, we had Mario Williams. Mario Williams was the guy who we thought was going to be what DeMeco Ryans ended up being, right?
I was going to say, and we saw how that turned out. I'll say this much when it comes to DeMeco Ryans. I mean, look, it's going to be him or Kevin Stefanski as Coach of the Year. It's going to be hard to unseat Stefanski simply because they made the playoffs and they went through 4 different quarterbacks, and of course that's going to get all the run anyway. But although I would argue, Stefanski's won a Coach of the Year award before, and Cleveland was supposed to be good this year, right? I mean, and I get it, 4 coaches or 4 quarterbacks, but again, you were supposed to be good. Nobody in their right mind expected the Texans to compete for a division, win the division, and then, oh, by the way, get to a divisional round in the playoffs.
Like you said, they had a makeshift offensive line. They had like 0 running game for the majority of the season. You had no number 1 wide receiver. I'm not trying to be disrespectful.
Well, let's put it this way: you didn't go into the season with a number 1 wide receiver, but Nico Collins is
he became one
of a number 1 wide receiver now.
Right, and then we didn't know you have a rookie quarterback, and then historically. You're not expecting a rookie quarterback to come in and throw 20-plus touchdowns and then throw 5 interceptions.
I was going to say, what he did leading that offense.
Yeah, it was amazing. And so, the fact, and they won a playoff game. And I know that doesn't count. That doesn't go into consideration when you're talking about Coach of the Year. It's a regular season award. But D'Amico Ryans has been at least as advertised. Oh. In my opinion, I think he's been better. And the future is bright for the Texans. This is probably one of the first off seasons that I've gone into, and we haven't had in a while where we haven't been who's going to be our quarterback next year? Do we need to upgrade that position? Who's going to be our head coach? Do we need to fire this dude and bring? No, we have a head coach. We have a franchise quarterback, and when you have those 2 things, I think that your path is set to playoff success. And I expect us to be in the Super Bowl. I mean, like I said. I believe in my teams, but if Nick Caserio does his job and we can keep guys healthy, I expect the Texans to be in a Super Bowl, at least an AFC Championship game in the next 3 years.
Oh, hands down. I mean, look, I don't think there's any reason not to think that. I think you can argue this is probably the first off season since the 2018, 2019 where you feel like, okay, we're not reeling. We're not trying to, piece this thing together. We're not trying to figure out, okay, are we doing a coach? Are we doing a quarterback? Ever since that loss to the Chiefs in the divisional round in 2018, 2019, whatever it was.
What was that fake punt? Let's we don't need to talk about the fake punt.
Don't feel bad. I mean, look, the Buffalo Bills did a fake punt against the Chiefs too, and we saw how that turned out. So, don't do it against the Chiefs, all right? I mean, that's the moral of that story. And I want to say our boy Justin Reed was the guy who was one of the guys who stopped DeMar Hamlin on that play, incidentally enough.
Comeback player of the year.
Who's that? DeMar?
Yeah.
Oh, hands down. Look, hands down. I mean, I don't know. Even Joe Flacco was like, I'm not sure how I'm in the conversation for it. I mean, I was like, yeah, look, we played.
That was a crazy play, though. That was an insane play. I watched that live, and I was like, it gave me I probably shuddered because it gave me a flashback to the Bill O'Brien call.
Oh, it should have.
Yeah.
It should have. And we saw,
I'm still not over it, man.
Same result.
You know what? I'm not going to lie, before we get done, but before we wrap it up, but a lot of the stuff Bill O'Brien did in his tenure here has traumatized me, man. Every time I see him on TV, every time I see him get a new job, I'm just they just don't even know. They do not realize what they're doing.
No, they don't. But at the same time, too, though, I mean, look, I would argue this, all right, is when it's all said and done, you look at this Texans roster, you look at what y'all have been through when it's all said and done, and, look, 3 to 4 years of pain for a 10-year run that you guys are about to go on.
Yeah.
Could be the Jets.
And then
could be the Chargers. Could be the Raiders.
That's true.
I mean, there's a lot of crap teams out there in the NFL. Let's call it what it is. And I've said this time and time again. I get it. Jim Harbaugh's going to the Chargers. Chargers are still a garbage organization. Okay? Every year for the last decade, it's been, here's a chic pick. Chargers going to win the AFC West.
Washington is also a tough job. When is the last time they've been relevant?
But, I mean, here's my thing. The bottom line is get a quarterback and get a GM who can manipulate the cap. Period, in the story, and you'll win championships. I'm telling you, I've seen it first. That's Mapes. That's Vader. One final segment. We'll put a bow on this thing, get you ready for the rest of your afternoon. Don't go anywhere. ESPN 975.
back to the Paul Gallant Show, coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right. Final segment of the program. Glad for everybody tuning in. Hope you guys have enjoyed the show today. We had 2 U of H calls. Like I said, big game tomorrow, U of H and KU. First time U of H. And I don't know if they've ever played at KU before, but like I said, going to be a good game tomorrow. Top 10 matchup. I want to say there's 4 top 10 matchups this weekend in college basketball, because let's call it what it is. We got no football this weekend, right? Football. So we're just kind of, we're gonna dig deep. We're gonna watch a little college hoops, watch a little NBA. You got Rockets and Raptors. That's what, tonight?
Yep.
So you got that going on as well.
We have to win that game because they
who the Raptors have left?
Scotty Barnes.
Yeah. Oh, and my boy Grady Dick. Hey-o.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. I'm not going to touch that.
How about that coat? Huh? Draft night? What?
Oh, the coat was kind of fire.
Yeah.
He had the
He should have stayed another year, though.
He had the ruby red.
He did.
Ruby
He had
red slippers with the Wizard of Oz.
That's
inspiration.
That's it. There ain't many people left that remember the Wizard of Oz. So, one of our claims to fame. Think about it.
Are you saying we're about to die pretty soon, man?
Well, I'm just saying, like, how many people remember the Wizard of Oz? Like, the Wizard of Oz used to be, like, regular programming for people our age. Okay? When's the last time you saw the Wizard of Oz on TV?
That is true. Okay, I hadn't even thought about that. A lot of the stuff I used to watch when I would pretend like I was sick and stay home from school, I don't see on TV
anymore. Ain't on TV anymore.
Bewitched and...
No. When's the last time you saw Leave It to Beaver on TV? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Seriously.
Yeah.
I mean, think about it. Martin is like Nick at Night now.
Yeah, Martin.
How's that feel?
That was my show, man. Martin.
Brumman's from Galveston.
No, I did not know that.
We had Brumman on a while back. Brumman was supposed to go to SMU, okay? Was a top recruit linebacker from Galveston. Was supposed to go to SMU. That was when the whole Pony Express and Eric Dickerson and the white dude, what was his name? Craig James, when they were just, taking money over there. Yeah. So they were allowed to transfer, so he went to Mizzou.
I did not know Brumman was
So there's your Brumman useless information. Hey,
we got some Brumman information. I need to know what Hustle Man is from too. If you can ever,
we'll find out where Hustle Man's from. I'm efforting to try to get Pat Mahomes' dad on my show. We're working on that. Fingers crossed. We had him on at the beginning of the year, right at the beginning of the season, and people don't realize, like. Pat Mahomes, I mean, we get it, and the whole dad bod picture of Pat Mahomes that came out this week, right? People forget, like, Pat Mahomes Sr., though, like, was that dude. Like, he was second, and I guess he finished second Mr. Basketball here in the state of Texas back in, the mid to late 80s, and actually was going to go to Arkansas and play for Nolan Richardson, okay, and play it at Arkansas.
40 minutes of hell.
40 minutes of hell. And then at the last second, I think dadgummit, don't give me the lion. I think it was the Twins who came in and drafted him as a pitcher. And the rest is history, as they say. So, anywho, last thing. Super Bowl winner is?
It's hard for me to bet against Pat Mahomes, and I'm going to tell you why. Like, I thought the Baltimore Ravens were going to beat the Chiefs.
Yeah, a lot of people did. Don't feel bad.
And I kind of feel like the 49ers have a better overall team
than who?
Than the Chiefs. But like,
do they though?
I mean, that's just kind of how, like, when I look at it, I kind of feel like Baltimore had the upper hand. I kind of feel like the 49ers have the upper hand. But what I've seen the last, 3, 4, 5 years is that, like, when Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs get into the playoffs, they're just a different animal. It doesn't matter what happened during the regular season. That man came out. People were trying to talk up the fact that he hadn't played any
hadn't won on the
road, right? Yeah. And like, he came out, and what did he start? Like 11 for 11 or something?
Balling.
Something stupid like that. Him and Travis Kelce had this insane connection. So, yeah, I'm not betting against Patrick Mahomes. I don't like to bet my money because I like to keep my money in my pocket, in my bank account.
But if you do.
But if I did bet money, I'm gonna bet on Pat Mahomes, man.
I guess you're not giving your playoff. Y'all ain't doing Super Bowl predictions till next week, so I can appreciate that.
Embargoed.
Obviously. What's that? I appreciate that.
Next week
I respect that 100%. You guys already know where I'm going with it. All right. Last I checked, Pat Mahomes still had a pulse, and last I checked, I still did too. for all my folks out there, in case you were wondering, you better ask somebody. Mapes, great stuff from you as always, my man. Tell the folks at home where they can find you on the socials, Mr. Vader.
Appreciate that. Yeah, you can find me on Instagram. You can find me on XApp, formerly known as Twitter, at Vader Sports. Also, you can find me on the Rocket Fuel podcast on YouTube. And also, we're doing a thing on Playback, which is a live stream of the Rockets game at Houston Live with Brado NBA, Bias Houston, and Minda J Dub. That's where you can find me.
That's my man Vader. Follow him. You will be glad you did. For the one, the only Sean, Planet of the Mapes, I'm still that dude, Freddie D. H-Town. You know we love you. Good night. God bless.
It's a Friday on Connor and Beard, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Kick off your weekend with us until 3 o'clock today. I'm Michael Connor. He's Josh Beard, Andrew Carlson. Of course, you want to get involved with us today, 713-780-3776. You can watch the show, twitch.tv/ESPN 97.5. And, of course, you find us on Twitter, Connor Radio, Josh Beard Radio, and Carlson Radio. Guys, it's I like to say a Freaky Friday because it's a Friday. And you know what? We're all grinding through it. I've got a nose that's completely stopped up, but we're just gonna grind, man. Just
grinding.
So what the record of our
grinders
as we start the show, you've not done this show because you had a concussion once. I've had apparently an ear infection this week, and I've been doing the show.
You're the toughest person on the on the show for sure.
Yeah.
Well, although we haven't seen Andrew go through any ailments on the since we've been doing the show with him yet.
Something.
He is
All
a
that
very healthy
chicken
person.
works out or something.
We'll work on that. We'll try to. We need to figure. We need to give him something or find some way to introduce something into his life that he has to get around, some kind of roadblock. But I couldn't do it because of the flu, the concussion. I've been out for two things.
I mean, you did do one show with the flu.
That's true. I did technically. But you've been working through an infection and powering through all this week. So you're an inspiration to me and those around you.
Thank you. So if I sound like I'm breathing through my mouth today on the show, it's because I am.
And because you're
I've
grinding.
got sinus pressure out the wazoo.
Just
today.
3 dudes being grinders.
Yeah, just
3 dudes being grinders together.
I don't know about that. I don't know if we're going to do that today.
3 dudes grinding the day away.
We could just, you know what? You might be grinding on something later today, but you can grind on this show. I don't know what I'm saying, man. I'm delusional already.
That's
Are
the
you and
medicine.
Andrew, by the way, wearing
That's
the
the
same
medicine
shirt
talking.
today?
Are we?
No. Is this ESPN?
We're both wearing orange.
I'm wearing an Astros shirt. Josh is wearing an ESPN 97.5
Full disclosure,
shirt.
it's because I spilled coffee on myself, and this is the only shirt that I had in my car at the time.
At least you had a shirt.
Huh? That's true.
Yeah, I usually don't have that.
I had it in my
available.
backpack.
That's
It's like
good.
my just-in-case shirt.
I've got my layer of clothing in here if it becomes an icebox at some point.
I don't feel like it's going to.
I don't think it is
We're
either.
off to a pretty warm
I think
start.
shorts were a good call again today.
Yeah.
Hey, guys, yesterday, look at that. We talked about the Rockets making trades, and they make a trade yesterday. They make a deal with the Memphis Grizzlies. I'm going to call them the Vancouver Grizzlies for a second. That's where my brain is at today. They haven't been Vancouver Grizzlies for a long time.
You're so sick, your brain has been thrown back 30 years almost.
The Grizzlies send Steven Adams to the Rockets for, man, I'm really mad we didn't get a second time around with this guy, Victor Oladipo, who has randomly been in Houston working. I mean, I know he's part of the team or whatever. He's been working out at the facility recently. But they send Victor Oladipo and 3 second-round picks. It could be it is OKC's pick this year, Golden State or Brooklyn's this year, then Houston's in 2025 are going to Memphis for Steven Adams. He is not playing. He is out this season, had knee surgery, got hurt last year, played through it, came back, tried to rehab it. The rehab did not really go all that well in the offseason. They went ahead and had surgery, so he's done for the year. But all of that, the Rockets have gone out there and gotten a legit NBA center who is under contract for $12 million next year, a very fair price for the services that he does bring. I like the move a lot. You trade out your crap. You weren't going to use all those second-round picks. You get a legit center, and it also shows us that you're not just freaking out about this year and getting into the play-in. You are making decisions for next season, and I was happy when I saw this move yesterday for the Rockets.
Yeah, I'm fine with the Oladipo thing. I don't care. I'm fine with them trading seconds. Just for some reason, the 3 seconds kind of just bothers me a little bit. It's more one of those things that like, it's not a pain in my side, but it's just.
Can I make you feel better though? Because teams, you can honestly on draft night buy them for cash.
Oh, I know. No, that's why it doesn't bother me a lot. It only bothers me a little bit, and it wouldn't bother me at all if Steven Adams were playing right now. But that's like one tiny little itty bitty percentage of how I feel about this. I love this move for the Rockets. Steven Adams is only going to be 31 years old, and before he got hurt, I mean, over the last, you say 5 or 6 seasons, he's probably one of the better to best defensive and rebounding bigs in the league.
Yeah,
and so he's still going to be relatively young. He's on a really affordable contract, and when you're talking about everybody's been clamoring for size. Steven Adams gives you that. Not only does he give you size, but he gives you a really, really gritty dude in the paint. And I am so very excited about a future next season where we see Dylan Brooks and Steven Adams on the court together again, but this time out of the influence of Memphis and Ja Morant carrying guns everywhere, and now under the influence of Ime Udoka with all those pieces around him. A front court duo of Steven Adams, whatever set they want to use, but Steven Adams and Alperen Şengün sounds so much fun to watch.
He's an enforcer. I
He is.
think that's the most important thing here, and it fits exactly what Ime Udoka wants to do, and I'm excited about it. And I'd imagine if he comes back and plays well, this is a player that you're going to be looking to extend. He's 30 years old. It's not going to be a lengthy, huge deal for a player like that. So they do, by the way, have multiple second-round picks basically in every draft for the next, 6 years.
Yeah, I would never be concerned about throwing away second-round picks just because of the current state of the team, too.
Yeah.
It's hard to imagine that they would have the time to develop and nurture a second-round pick properly the way that you would expect someone picked in that area would need to be. We've already got enough players that we're complaining about not getting minutes on this team. If we're concerned about 2 or 3 second-round picks that would probably find themselves in a similar or even worse situation, it's not something to really be concerned about.
I don't care about the picks from the player standpoint. I'm team almost never draft a second rounder. I'm team use the second rounders as trade bait. And
so you hated when the Denver Nuggets drafted Nikola Jokic.
I hated it. It was awful. I mean, there are circumstances where it's fine and where it works out. There's other circumstances where second-round picks have worked out for a team. But my only hesitancy with it is it going to preclude you from using those seconds in a trade later on? But the reason I don't really care about that is because I like this move, and I like what Steven Adams means for the future of this roster and of this team and what he's going to be able to provide. I mean, those moments, the moments that we're seeing this season, we're going to continue to see this season, where they just fall apart defensively, especially in the paint, those are gone. Like the Jonas Valanciunas game, that doesn't happen if Steven Adams is healthy and playing on this roster. And so if you're telling me that I have to give up those seconds and it might preclude me from using them as assets in another trade, that a hypothetical trade that might happen in the future, of course I'm going to give those up for Steven Adams. Honestly, it just sucks that we have to wait until next year to see
That's
it.
the part of this that's not fun. You would like to see him out there right now. I mean, just the overall, the flip, and we talked about this a lot with the Texans this year, of course, just the flip in mentality that this team has had in a year. And this is another piece to it. And I don't know what he's doing for his rehab, if he's doing it with the team or whatnot, or if he'll be around. I'm not sure.
Knowing him, I feel like he'll be around. He likes.
I mean, he's
all
from New
about,
Zealand,
but he's all about camaraderie and growing.
But he
with
might
his
be
team.
back home in New Zealand.
I wouldn't.
Would you rather be? I mean, like, no offense to Houston, Texas. We live in a great city.
Yeah.
Would you rather hang out here or hang out in New Zealand?
If I were Steven Adams, professional basketball player, and I just got traded to a new team, I wouldn't want necessarily to hang out here over New Zealand, but I would be here to start getting to know my teammates, going to dinners with them, find a place to stay. I would be here because I'd want to commit and try to ingratiate myself to the city and to the players on the team. That way, by the time I'm playing and I'm healthy, there's already some chemistry there. There's already some there's camaraderie there, and I feel like he's one of those guys.
Well, the next question becomes: will this be it, or will they do more? They have, guys that still have some value and whatnot. This was the easiest contract to move for the Rockets, that being Victor Oladipo, a player that was making, I think it was like $9 million this year, and it's just a throwaway on a final year of a deal. But do we think at this point they're done, or do we expect to see something else before the deadline next week?
This was the contract that everybody kept talking about the Rockets. It looked like the Rockets would move for somebody. For a few weeks we heard, or I guess it was more like a week and a half, we heard the name Robert Williams, which is another guy. He's with the Trailblazers right now, but another guy who won't play until next year. A little younger than Steven Adams, but not nearly as good. He has his moments. He's a good defender and he's a good rebounder, but Steven Adams has a little bit more offensively than Robert Williams does. I know that everybody talked about this as being the one contract to move. I don't feel like they're done because of what we talked about yesterday, because of what we've heard, and from the Kelly Eco article from The Athletic. I don't feel like the accelerating the rebuild means trading for Steven Adams, who can't even play for you until next year.
It feels, though, like it's a little bit hard to probably put together the pieces to do at least significant trade now.
I don't disagree with that.
I'm just looking at their money real quick. They'd have to trade. I mean, look, Jalen Green's got a $9 million salary this year. Jeff Green's got a $9.6 million salary, which I think is the kind of player you go trade. Because he's a veteran that somebody else might want for the home stretch, but he's good Lord, he's got another 9.6 next year. You're not trading Jabari unless you have they don't have a ton of money to line up deals. So Jay Sean Tate, $6.5 million, that's a prime one. So I don't know how deep it's going to go at this point.
I forget how the CBA is calculated, how much cap space they have, but they may not have to match up salaries perfectly, depending on what their cap numbers look like. And how the CBA rules work now. It used to be
salary cap's 136 this year. Their salaries are at 150.
Oh, at 150. So I'd have to look at the percentages, but if they're not too high of a percentage over their salary cap, well, they're gonna have to match. Like, there's no way they can't match. What I think that they end up making another move. I don't want them to, though. Like, what I think they're gonna do and what I want them to do are two things. So if they end up not making another move, man, I'd be totally fine with that. Just roll this season with what you got and then retool in the offseason and figure out where to go from there.
Andrew, you think they're done?
They might make a small, minor move, but I don't anticipate them making a move that drastically alters the direction of this season. I'll put it that way. The rumors of this Mikal Bridges thing, I just think the price is going to be too rich for Rafael Stone to pay. And frankly, if the reports that are circling right now are accurate, I agree with that. Giving Brooklyn the majority of their picks back for a guy who is going to be out of contract 2 years from now, just when the young core of yours should be coming into their prime and you're going to have to pay them all, just it doesn't all line up to me. So maybe they make a small move for another back end of the rotation type piece, but in terms of any drastic moves, I think they're done.
I think you guys have just convinced me that they're going to make a massive deal, and they're probably going to trade for LeBron James.
I like how we're both like, well, no, I mean, they probably do a thing, and then you're just like, no, they're trading for Nikola Jokic right now.
No, they're trading for LeBron because LeBron's on the block.
Okay.
You haven't seen the report today?
Easy.
Rich Paul shooting it down that he's not getting traded. LeBron to the Rockets confirmed.
Oh, I mean, would you say no to that?
Yes, I would. He's 39 years old.
That's all right. It's LeBron. He's going to play until he's 50, and he's going to be awesome. I have the easy move, honestly, and I think this is very realistic. You take Jalen Green, Alperen Şengün, Jabari Smith, and one Brooklyn first. Trade them for Nikola Jokic. Easy, done. Why?
Yeah.
Denver says yes, absolutely.
Okay, well then, what did you trade for Steven Adams for?
Huh? It doesn't matter.
What are you going to do without? You're just going to run out three centers and two guards?
You just traded Alperen Şengün and Jabari. The Joker would be fine at the 4. It'd be like a 4-5 hybrid. They'd be all right. They figure it out.
I don't think that
small ball.
You know
small
what?
ball and
I'm glad you're not the GM of the team.
There's no world. I mean, Denver wouldn't even do that anyway. Like they wouldn't even come close to doing that.
He's kind of good. You don't want to trade away great players.
Yeah, kind of good.
Yeah.
That's the understatement of the year.
Players that give you a chance to win a championship after you just won one the year before.
Yeah, they've been there, done that. Maybe they want to retool
yeah,
already.
Go back to losing again. Let's go back to the Carmelo days. Let's bring him back.
Let me live in this world.
We'll get more into the Rockets in a bit because somebody yesterday, were they snubbed? We'll tell you about that. But hey, what's your dreams? You have a dream scenario for the Rockets at the trade deadline, whether it's actually LeBron or whatever it might be. What's your dream scenarios for the Texans this offseason? We'll discuss it when we return to Connor and Beard, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Connor and Beard. I guess that's their last names or something. Oh, yeah. John and Lance are the only ones allowed to use their first names.
Connor and Beard, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. With you today until 3 o'clock. It's a weekend show, right?
Yeah.
I mean, let's be honest.
It's pretty much a Saturday show.
Yeah. You got, anything on your mind today, just let us know. Call or text, 713-780-3776.
Yeah. And, I mean, definitely call or text.
Sure.
Do it. Get later on in the show, much later on in the show, we are going to do a Connor and Beard Love Doctors.
Yeah. We're also going to do our first soft-ass boys of the week.
We are. I'm really excited about that.
Looking for some candidates.
So if you have if you have any soft-ass boy candidates, text them in.
Yeah, send them in. You can actually call for that segment if you want to nominate somebody for a soft-ass boy. Maybe it's somebody in your life, somebody that's done something wrong. Or, being a soft-ass boy.
Or if you need love advice or if you have some issue that you're dealing with, of course, Connor and Beard Love Doctors will help you out. So we're here to help you on this wonderful Friday.
That's exactly what we're here to do. We're the true host of the people. There might be a band of the people in the morning show. We're the host of the people.
And then Spencer makes it like, oh, they're the only ones that are allowed to use their first name. It's because our last names are better than their first names. Why wouldn't we do that?
Yeah, of course. And we look better too.
That's true.
It's just an honest truth.
You more so than me, but
we both.
I look better by just by default because I'm younger.
Yeah,
newer is always better. So.
Always better. Hey, what's your dream off season for the Texans? You can make a dream pick for the draft, free agency, trade, each one if you want.
My dream scenario for the Texans is for you.
And you can be realistic. Don't be like, well, give me
Mike Evans on a hometown discount for $5 million a year.
Jamar Chase says, bleep the Bengals. I'm coming. Like, no.
I was definitely going to go full unrealistic, but not in the realm that you guys thought. I was going to say my dream scenario would be for the three of us to embark in a summer training program for me, and then I try out for the Texans to become their new left tackle or their new left guard. Not left tackle. God, I'm too short.
If you're
for
playing
that.
left tackle, we're screwed.
Yeah, but the new left guard. I think I could. Or
37,
the
a rookie, Josh Beard, playing left guard today out of Texas A&M University. I'll tell you this: you probably be the best guard that they have on the team that's from Texas A&M University.
That's true. That's really where I'm at with it. Or I could play right guard. It's fine. Or I promise you this. You won't see any false starts from me. I have very good timing, mostly from the music stuff. Yeah, very good timing.
I hope you do.
Yeah, that's all right. Well, maybe that's what we could do. My legitimate dream scenario, my dream offseason for the Texans. Do you really want me to go in depth with this? Or?
Sure.
Okay. All right. So my dream scenario for my dream offseason for the Texans, if they decide to use their cap in this way. My dream scenario is for them to go out and re-sign Blake Cashman. I think he should be one of the priorities on defense. I would go out and I would move on from Dalton Schultz and I would try to draft a tight end. I would not bring back Jonathan Grenard. And I feel weird saying that, but it's because I would go use a good chunk of the money on Justin Madubuike. Like that's my dream offseason. If you look at some of these 3-4s, especially the defenses that Robert Saleh likes to run, that DeMeco Ryans is running, that's being run in San Francisco right now, they have guys on that defensive line that are really, really, really flexible. And they can be used in a variety of different ways. Like, look, 49ers, I've used this example a ton of times. They have Nick Bosa. Well, okay, you have Will Anderson on a rookie contract right now, right? So go get your Eric Armstead. That's what I would do if I were the 49ers. Justin Madubuike could be that Eric Armstead. I'm not going to sign Chris Jones because we've already talked about how he's like, it's going to be like $28 to $30 million a year for him. No, thank you. Not at his age. But Madubuike's younger. He's been productive. He just had a breakout season. The guy is 6'4", 310, and he doesn't look, this isn't like a Vince Wilfork, 300-plus pounds. The guy is built different.
He's not like
no.
I heard Lance talking about Sweat from Texas.
No.
The other day, did you guys hear what Lance said about that? That he is he believes he's going to slip out of the first round of the NFL draft because everybody there says that he played the season like I think 340 plus, and they think he's closer to 370. He didn't weigh in at the Senior Bowl.
Yikes, dude. That's not Madubuike. Madubuike's 305. He's 6'3", 305. But he could play inside and outside, and he showed that in Baltimore. I mean, having a defensive coordinator that knew how to use him worked out perfectly for him. If not him, then I want another guy from Baltimore. If they don't go with him, I want them to go get Patrick Queen and add Patrick Queen to that linebacker core. One of those two guys. If you get one of those two guys in the defense, you're already well on your way to my dream offseason for the Texans, because you're filling out. We've talked about that middle of the defense is just so problematic. As long as you're fixing some portion of the middle of that defense, and I'm fine with signing Blake Cashman or re-signing Blake Cashman and signing Patrick Queen too, because then I feel really good about the linebacking core where you've got Henry To'oTo'o, Christian Harris, Patrick Queen, and Blake Cashman. And Blake Cashman, I think, is going to be kind of cheap. And then on the offensive side of the ball,
what's cheap though?
Blake Cashman's, from what I've seen, is somewhere around like $7 to $8 million a year, which
fine.
I can stomach that for a guy. His productivity this year.
He's going to go out there and make tackles.
Well, he's a good cover linebacker.
Yeah, I'm saying like the number one thing, he's going to wrap people up, make tackles.
Yes,
you're not going to worry about it.
And Patrick Queen is that. Patrick Queen's slightly lesser of a cover linebacker than Blake Cashman is, but he's not that much worse. But that's what this defense needs. Is it needs multiple linebackers that can actually cover guys, and then you just let Christian Harris do whatever what it is he does best, and cover the flats and make tackles behind the line of scrimmage. But offensively, I want them to splurge on running back. We've talked about that. I'll go, in this dream scenario, if they're signing Justin Madubuike, I'll see they go the Austin Eckler route where they sign him to like a 1 year, $7.5-8 million deal.
You were really in on these free agent running backs.
I am. Why not? You have the money and you have the time while CJ Stroud's on a rookie contract. Why not give him for sure weapons right now? Still draft and then draft wise, still draft a running back. First round, though, if depending on who you sign, if it's Madubuike or Patrick Queen, you go the opposite position in the first round. So either interior defensive lineman or linebacker. Corner, maybe if it's there. Corner should definitely be a priority, but I'm not bringing back Steven Nelson. I'm going somewhere else in that regard. And then I would go most likely running back in the third, wide receiver maybe either in the second or the fourth. Okay. But I want more wide receivers and I want more depth and I want it to be cost effective. But that is my dream offseason.
Mine would be number one. It actually would be Mike Evans, like we've been talking about.
Yeah.
In the draft, my dream is that somehow Brock Bowers falls. And if he fell all the way to, what are they, 23, I believe?
You wanted us to be realistic, Michael.
Well, I mean, I'm looking at a mock draft right here from Daniel Jeremiah. He has him at 15.
Has who at 15?
Yeah, it's Brock Bowers at 15.
There's no way. That's worst case scenario. He falls to 15.
Pushing. I think 15 is pushing it
very
a lot.
much pushing it.
Okay, well, let me live, damn it. This isn't like me asking for them to get Caleb Williams and run a 2-quarterback system.
I love this. Michael's like, let's be realistic. All right, in the first round, I'm drafting Marvin Harrison Jr.
You don't think he could fall?
Not to 23.
To the middle of right. Okay, how
Not
about
to
this?
He's
then
going
my
top
dream
10.
is he falls to like 15. The Texans get a little edgy. They trade up and get him.
Okay, now that's
okay
more realistic.
I'm fine with that. Yeah.
Okay,
I like that.
Thanks for playing the game, guys. Wow.
Salty.
I mean, yeah, I'm pissed off. Okay, then you know what? For my dream scenario, I want them to trade for Devontae Adams and Jamar Chase on top of it.
Are you using saline spray in your nose?
I used the neti pot this morning a couple times.
I was gonna say that's where all the saltiness is coming from. It's from
yeah,
that saline
there's
spray.
a little bit of that, but it's going in waves. Like right now, I can kind of get a little air out. 5 minutes from now, nope, won't happen. Andrew, what's your dream scenario?
More explosiveness on offense and
clone Tank Dell.
Look, that would be great if we could just get 2 or 3 more Tank Dells out there.
That way, when one of them dies, you can just put the other one in.
Exactly. Just replace one tank with another tank. But whatever form that takes this offseason, I think it will probably be signing a wide receiver. And for me, it's that third tier or second tier wide receiver that would be the third option on this team that I'd be looking at. And whether that's a Calvin Ridley from Jacksonville is somebody that has been thrown around, or a Gabe Davis, and use that to bolster the wide receiver room while still giving you plenty of options on what you want to do on the defensive side of the football. Because like we've talked about really since their season came to an end, as good as this year was and as much as they impressed us, they have a lot of holes to fill across the roster and a lot of areas that still need improvement. And if you can get that second or third tier wide receiver in free agency who will be your wide receiver 3 and give you some level of consistency at that spot, then you can go out and get a Justin Madubuike, for instance, or a Patrick Queen, or maybe a Jalen Johnson from Chicago. One of these guys who is going to be a massive playmaker on the defensive side of the football. So for me, it would be someone to be that wide receiver 3 and then a blue chip signing on the defense, whether it's linebacker, defensive end, or even in the secondary. I don't care. Just make a blue chip signing on that defensive side of the football.
I forgot about Jalen Johnson. Yeah, I'm glad you brought up in the secondary too, because I'd take that as well. That's where I'm at.
I think that hopefully Nick Casario is listening to this segment.
Yeah.
And if he's not, first of all, he's making a huge mistake. If he's listening to whatever they're putting on over there on 610, well, I don't know what you're doing.
Well,
but
I don't want to get into
whatever. I will.
They don't know football.
Right now,
they don't know football, and half of them played.
You should put this show on, because this show just gave you your dream scenario.
Yeah, easy.
Especially mine, where
Mike
you traded
Evans
for Jamar Chase and Devontae Adams and signed Mike Evans.
And you get Brock Bowers.
Yeah.
You trade up for Brock Bowers in the draft.
Death
Easy.
offense.
Yeah.
Death offense.
The death lineup of
You're going to get the
Texans.
Vince Young soundbite again. Dream team. Just, it won't implode because you don't have Vince Young on the team. So, yeah, there you go. There's your definitive. What's the perfect scenario for the Texans?
I'll text Nick and send him a list of all
our
wishes.
Let's go ahead and get it out of the way now on February 2nd. Let's predict some things that are going to happen for the Texans in 2024. That'll be next here on Connor and Beard.
We now return you to Connor and Beard in the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Hey, this was your idea. No one's holding a gun to your head to listen. Jeez.
Connor and Beard, ESPN 97.5, 92.5 with you on a Friday. As Josh said earlier, you can call or text 713-780-3776. Have your phones ready for the 145 segment where we'll have our first Soft Ass Boys of the Week segment.
We already got a nomination.
Oh, so
we already got a question for Love Doctors, too.
There you go. file the questions away. File them in. You can
them.
also call with them later on as well. Let's go ahead, and I guess you could chime in on these too. Let's give out the Josh. You want to do some predicting for the Texans in 2024?
Yeah, I was really looking through this, and with all the different offseason moves that we think that the Texans are going to make, it begs the question: who's going to be the leader in a bunch of different areas for the Texans? Like, who's going to be the guy that steps up? Is it going to be somebody that's currently with the team, somebody that's a free agent that maybe they re-sign, or somebody completely different? Because there's a lot of question marks about who is going to lead this team in a multitude of different areas. So I wanted to see if we could just do our way too early for the Texans. So the first one, predicting the receiving category. Who's going to be the receiving leader for the Texans in 2024? Is it going to be now? I've picked two players that were on the roster in 2023. They may or may not be free agents that need to be re-signed, and then other. So for receiving, I have Nico Collins, Tank Dell, or other. Who do you think is going to be the receiving leader?
I think that this one is just the easiest one to do. It's Nico Collins.
Yeah.
What he built with C.J. Stroud this year. What he looked like in the offense, the growth that he had, Bobby Slowick coming back, everything, like it just screams. You know what? Put it down on my guaranteed list right now, Josh.
Oh, my God.
Nico Collins, 1,400-yard season.
Oh, my God. I was like trying to find the list and then registered exactly what you said. I have to put this down on your 1 to 5 year guarantees. Okay, what is it? Nico, 1,400 yards season?
1,400 yards in 2024.
All right. 1,400 plus yard season in 2024.
There you go. I feel pretty good about it. I think it's going to work.
It's not bad. I don't think it's a bad one.
Yeah, it might be. You know what? It might not be ballsy enough. I probably should have gone to 15. But you know what? I'll be a little.
You know
safe.
that puts him in like top 4, top 5 wide receiver category,
that's why I did
right?
it.
All right.
Just saying.
I don't feel as confident as you, especially with Tank Dell back.
I think you're just a hater.
I'm not a hater. Maybe a skeptic.
I just think you're a hater.
Sag, skeptical ass Josh.
That's a new one.
That is a new one.
We like that one. But yeah, Nico Collins, easy pick here.
Yeah, Andrew, who are you going to pick for this one?
I agree with Michael. Nico Collins is the easy selection here. I was tempted to select other just on the hope that, even though it may not be my dream off season, it would still be really exciting if they went out and made a massive splash move at wide receiver. But even if they do that, I don't know if it's 100% certain that whoever they end up bringing in would be the 1A option ahead of Nico. I think it would be very much a 1A, 1B type scenario if they end up bringing in a top-of-the-line type talent, a wide receiver. Michael's dead on. The connection that Nico and C.J. Stroud built last year, and just they were where they were on the same wavelength seemingly all the time. And we saw it on full display in that game against the Colts in the regular season finale. We saw it again in the playoffs. Those guys, they have a special bond, a special connection on the field. And when that's the case, it typically leads to some really, really great results. And even if someone comes in and is going to take a decent number of targets away, I still expect Nico to have a fantastically productive year next season.
I agree with both of you guys. And I know this isn't factor cap, but this was all fact, no cap.
That is not how this
So the
works.
biggest thing when I was putting this on here, we've been talking about a free agent wide receiver, get a wide receiver, sign a wide receiver, all this stuff. But when I was putting this one specifically, and I'm looking at Nico, Tank, or other, it kind of, like Andrew's point, even if they brought somebody in, it'd be a 1A, 1B situation. Well, I think it'd be a 1A, 1B, 1C situation. So like if we think that strongly about Nico Collins and Tank Dell and their ability with C.J. Stroud, I'm kind of starting to lean more towards the realm where I don't want them to use money on a free agent wide receiver, and I don't think they will.
Yeah.
I think they're going to use that money somewhere else. Nico Collins embarrassed really, really good cornerbacks and secondaries last year. It's not like he was only putting up numbers against bad defenses and bad corners. He was doing it against good secondary, and he was doing it in a way where his route running specifically on deeper routes and on those like corner and post routes, the way he would move his hips and get separation from those guys, almost nobody could handle it and stay with him for the most part. So I think Nico Collins is the wide receiver one moving forward, and it makes more sense for them, in my opinion, to use the money somewhere else and just draft a wide receiver and move on about that, and that guy ends up being the wide receiver 3, and you give John Mechie a little bit more run too.
I don't think it's the craziest thought.
If that happens, I feel good about your 1,400-plus yard guarantee.
Oh, if all that happens, I mean, he is capable with the way that he and CJ have connected, I think, of having a 1,500-yard plus season.
I think
Being
so.
one of the 5 leaders in the league in receiving yards. I mean, you had the 17th game now, of course. That helps here.
Yeah, it does. But man, there is a world where both Nico and Tank could be 1,300+ yard wide receivers.
Would have been this year.
I know. And that's to me. I'm starting not quite at the same level, but I look at Nico and Tank kind of in the same way I look at the Dolphins with Tyreek and Jalen Waddle. Like it's a similar. Nico obviously has not done it the same way Tyreek Hill does. I'm not saying Nico is Tyreek Hill. But it's a similar kind of thing where it's just if you just add one other piece that doesn't cost a lot, but he's got a lot of talent and he's young, I'd be really interested. I think that if there is a free agent wide receiver signing, somebody like Hollywood Brown make a little bit more sense, whereas it take the top off guy. But I'd just rather them draft someone. Anyway, rushing leader. Who's going to be the rushing leader in 2024? Devin Singletary is a free agent, but I left him on this list. So is it going to be Devin Singletary, Dameon Pierce, or other? I'm
going to take other. And guys, I'm going to get a little out there on this one. Ron Dane's coming out of retirement. That's what's happening. No, I'm kidding. No, I will take other. I think that they will draft a running back. I think the easy play would say to take Devin Singletary here because I do think that they'll bring him back, but I'm just going to say other and that's somebody that they draft in the middle rounds.
I'm going to say other because I think they end up signing a guy. I do think they end up signing one of these.
Who is it, Josh?
Running backs. Either Saquon or Eckler. I don't care who it is. I'm just going to say other. Okay, other Saquon.
There you go.
But I just don't. If they do bring back Derek Stingley, they're only going to re-sign Singletary. They're only going to bring back Devin Singletary, and then they'll draft a guy. But that guy's not going to the drafted guy is not going to be.
I think it's a 1,000% lock. Dameon Pierce is not here, so he's definitely not an option.
I really want to meet the person who heard me throw out those names, and they said Dameon Pierce, and they were like, "Yeah, Dameon Pierce in 2024."
That guy.
Sack leaders. This one I feel like is pretty obvious, or seemingly obvious.
Did Andrew pick the running back?
Oh no, Andrew, running back. My bad. I'm sorry. My brain's all over the place. The ADHD is real strong.
No, well, we have to go relatively quickly through this, so I'll take. That's an interesting pronunciation of that. I'll go with Devin Singletary just because of the fact that whoever they bring in, especially if it's someone through the draft like I anticipate it will be, there's going to be a betting-in period probably where they are not the top choice at running back. So Devin Singletary will get the lion's share of the carries at the beginning of the season, and he may not be RB1 by the time the season ends, but he'll end up with the team's highest rushing total.
I agree with that. Yeah, let's run through. We can run through these other ones pretty quickly. Sacks: Will Anderson, Jonathan Grenard, or other.
Will Anderson, I already told you he's going to have 12 plus sacks this year. I think is what I put. It's going to be Will Anderson. I'm thinking more like 15 this year.
I'm
not even joking when I say that.
I think it needs to be Will Anderson. I'm going to be worried, so I'm choosing Will Anderson. Andrew?
Yeah, if it's not Will Anderson, we're in agreement here. There's probably something to be relatively concerned about.
Yeah, there's a problem. Interceptions: Derek Stingley, Jalen Petrie, or other.
It's Stingley. Come on now. This is a bad question. He's going to probably get 10 this year.
10 interceptions?
10 interceptions, yeah.
Do you want to put that on paper?
What's the most ever in a season? I would assume.
I don't know.
We'll look at it.
Andrew, what's your answer on this one?
It's going to be other. And I don't know whether it's a draft pick or someone they sign in free agency. I'm leaning towards it being someone in free agency, but I'm guessing that teams stop throwing at Derek Stingley next season.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm not going to go with him, just because the ball skills that he displayed and his ability to stick to his man in coverage, I think teams are going to shy away from targeting him at a lot next year.
Yeah, I think so too.
By the way.
14 by Night Train Lane.
What a name. Night Train
1952. I'm also going to say other. For the exact same reasoning. I just don't know that many teams are going to throw his way. Derek Stingley is going to be he's going to be known as a half of the field cornerback. He's going to shut down half the field. Tackles: Christian Harris, Blake Cashman, or other. What's your answer on that?
Blake Cashman, because I think he will be back and he's a tackle machine.
He is. He absolutely is. I am going to say Christian Harris, just because I'm not 100% sure if Blake Cashman comes back, and the way we saw Christian Harris grow at the end of the season and a full off season with D'Amico now. Not that he didn't have that before, but a season in the system, then an off season with D'Amico. I feel like he's going to be even better next year.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Michael here. Blake Cashman's a tackling machine, and as long as he's able to stay healthy and assuming that he's going to be on the team next season, look, he and Christian Harris have both missed a little time with niggling injuries here or there, so I would lean Cashman over anything else.
Yeah. And then the last one, the most important one. Who's going to be the leader in passing in 2024? Is it going to be C.J. Stroud, Davis Mills, or other?
I'll take other Case Keenum.
I'm going to take other Daria Gumbawale.
Oh, okay. Andrew?
It's going to be Davis Mills.
Man. Sorry to C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
I had to add that one. It felt weird not having passing on there. Of course it's going to be C.J.
Yeah, it's going to be C.J.
Yeah, no, man, it was a fun season, C.J.
C.J. can throw one pass in the first game, and it'll be him.
And it'd be more than Davis Mills.
Yeah. So there's your predictions for the 2024 season. Go ahead and take those to the bank. They are definitive, and they will all be right by the end of the year.
Bank it, but we're not experts, so please don't do
No,
that.
we're definitely experts.
We're not experts.
Roundup is up next, and we'll. Speaking of C.J. Stroud, we have something new on him that we'll tell you next to lead off the roundup here on ESPN 97.5, 92.5. All right, guys, we got a lot to get to today in the roundup, so let's just get right after it. Last night, the Pro Bowl games took off. Did you watch, first of all?
Yeah, I watched.
Andrew?
I turned it on a little late, so I had to go back.
Okay, Andrew?
I watched C.J. Stroud in the persistent passing, and then I turned it off.
I did not watch a single second.
Really? It was fun.
We binge-watched Griselda.
I've heard that's
on
good.
Netflix with Sofia Vergara.
Yeah.
Oh, it was phenomenal.
I've heard it's really good.
Drug Lord, those kind of shows. I love those shows.
I do, too. Did you ever watch Weeds?
No.
Oh, I was wondering if it was kind of similar to Weeds.
I'll have to watch that.
It's a good show.
It's a Drug Lord show. I'll watch it.
It pretty much is.
Drug Lord shows, cult shows, I'm always in.
Weeds is a woman's husband dies, and to try to pay the bills, she creates a marijuana empire in a suburb in California.
Wow. in a state where it's legal now.
Yeah.
Great, good on her.
Yeah. It wasn't when the show came out, don't worry.
C.J. Stroud last night lost to Baker Mayfield in the precision passing competition. Is it time to give up on C.J. Stroud, guys? Out there losing? I guess he had to give one back to Baker for beating him earlier.
I'll be honest. I'm totally fine with the way he lost, though.
I did see the video on the Twitter page, the NFL Twitter page, that of his first round where he got 26 points. He seemed to be going for the big ones. Is that what he did in the second round?
He beat everybody else's score in the first round.
Yeah.
The Baker was second with 24 points. The way the final round worked, because it was just between C.J. Stroud and Baker Mayfield, is once you hit a target, it was removed and you couldn't hit another target. You couldn't hit it again.
Oh, okay.
So what Baker ended up doing is after they hit a couple of big targets, Baker ended up going for the 1-point target over and over and over, just to try to like trickle CJ down. And Baker hit a 1 point, then CJ hit a 1 point, then Baker hit a 1 point again. And they had the coaches, Eli Manning for the NFC and Peyton for the AFC. And Peyton looks at CJ and you just see Peyton go for the big one.
Oh man.
And she's just like, all right. And so I like the little interaction between the two of them, because it's like one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time is telling you, hey, go for the win. Don't play this little dink and dunk game that Baker Mayfield's playing. Go for the win. And CJ, it was a 50-yard shot.
I did hear CJ cursing on the television.
Oh, I didn't.
Man of God.
I missed that. I didn't hear that. All I know is twice he threw that 50-yard bomb for the 10 points, and he almost hit it both times. No other quarterback hit it. He came really, really close on the second time.
Didn't he hit it in the first round?
No, he missed it to the right.
Oh, I thought
he missed the 10. He hit the 5-point one that was going across. That one was that was a difficult throw too.
Yeah.
But the 10-point, 50-yard throw, he almost nailed it both times. And really, he lost by 1 point because Baker decided to be. You know what? Never mind. I'm not gonna. I have one of my candidates now. But Baker decided to be a soft-ass boy, and C.J. Stroud decided to go for it and go for the win.
I'll give Baker a little credit. I did see his interview where they asked him about it. He was like, they were like, did you get a lot of practice? And he goes, no, my last pass was an interception to whatever in Detroit.
Yeah, it was pretty good. It was a nice one.
I'll give him that one. After last night's competition, the NFC holds a 12-6 lead. I don't know.
It was kind of fun.
What does that mean?
Derrick Henry and CeeDee Lamb.
Does the winning side get something?
Oh, who knows? I don't know what it is. I don't know what they get. Like, oh, cool, you won. But
here's a new car.
Derrick Henry and CeeDee Lamb are really good at dodgeball. CeeDee Lamb especially. They said he was out there practicing.
Yeah, you watched
before.
a lot of this.
I watched the whole thing. I sat there. I was like, I'd gotten done at the gym. I was doing my stretches, and I just sat there watching it. It was a lot of fun. The high stakes competition was actually a blast. Like it's like a square, and you have to catch. It was like a kickoff where they shoot a ball up in the air with a jugs machine, and you had to catch it like it was a kick or a punt.
That's where you have a bunch of balls.
But once you caught it, you had to hold the ball. You had to keep it in your hands.
How many balls can you hold?
So the guy who won it is, I can't remember his name right now for some reason, but it's the one of the safeties
Real fan
from
you are.
one of the fans from one of the safeties from Pittsburgh. He was holding 5 balls and caught a 6th one.
They should have used him at receiver this year.
They should have. And then he had 6. He was holding all 6 of them and tried for a 7th and ended up not getting it. Some of these guys, it was fun watching because some of them were stupid as hell. They were trying to put the ball between their legs and didn't think that, hey, once you start moving your legs and shuffling to try to catch it, it's probably not going to stay there.
You could have hopped.
They could have, but it wouldn't have been great. But that high stakes competition was a lot of fun. It was fun. I had a blast watching it. It wasn't like anything big. There's no stakes, whatever, but it was just fun to see these guys doing these different things.
I'm glad I binge watched a Netflix show instead. I feel a lot better about my decision last night.
That's fair.
Okay. That's okay. You tickle your fancy, Josh. I'll tickle.
I will tickle my fancy.
And I did that with my Netflix show. Hey, the Raiders, they have found their coordinator. Will this work out for Las Vegas?
No.
That's rude.
No, I mean it might. I don't know. I don't know what to expect.
I think he still is a great offensive coordinator.
I am interested to see if he.
You got to get him a quarterback.
If he changes, well, you don't think Aiden O'Connell's the guy? You don't think he could turn Aiden O'Connell into Patrick Mahomes?
He
in
probably
fairness,
get some numbers out of him a little bit. But
in fairness, Kingsbury couldn't even turn Patrick Mahomes into Patrick Mahomes whenever he was at Tech. So
Patrick Mahomes was a monster at Tech.
He was fine.
Dude, he threw for like 5,000 yards.
How often did they win?
He did not. They did not. The win-loss was not because of him. Seriously,
sure.
They were losing every week, 60-50.
I mean, you could justify it however you want.
No, it's the truth. Go back and look at their defenses. They were the worst thing you've ever seen.
All I know is Patrick Mahomes gets into the NFL and he is now in his 6th AFC championship.
Well, he got to a team that plays defense.
Another Super Bowl, I guess.
And into a league where they don't spread it out and score as much.
I guess maybe. This is a wait and see for me. I am interested to see how Kingsbury adjusts his offense and tries to modernize it. I wouldn't be surprised if he's watched a lot of what Shanahan and some of those Shanahan tree coaches have done, and if he doesn't try to emulate some of it.
Yeah, you're definitely right about he didn't get anything out of Cliff Kings or out of Patrick Mahomes at Texas Tech. He only threw for 11,252 yards.
That's not that great.
93 touchdowns and 29 picks in 2.5 seasons.
29 picks?
That's over 2.5 seasons.
That's a lot of picks.
He threw 15 in his first season as a starter, then 10 a second.
Yeah, oh yeah, he was really great at Texas Tech.
He was awesome.
Garbage.
Anybody that watched him would have known that. I watched every one of his games.
I didn't watch him because Texas Tech's irrelevant.
Well, they were that last year. They went 5-7.
Yeah,
and he threw for 5,000 yards.
Why are you letting me bait you into this over
because
and over and over again?
Because it makes me mad that we had Patrick Mahomes. We had the next GOAT, and we
did nothing with him.
We won nothing. We won absolutely nothing. We went 5-7 with him as the quarterback.
This is the life of.
They lost it. Here's that 5-7 season. Lost to Arizona State 68-55. Win over Louisiana Tech 59-45. Beat Kansas 55-19. Lose to Kansas State 44-38. Lose to West Virginia 48-17. Lose to Oklahoma 66-59. You see the trend here?
Yeah, they lost a lot with Patrick Mahomes as quarterback.
By giving up 60 points in games.
I guess all I see are W's and L's. It's a lot of L's.
Yeah, it's still better than watching whatever A&M puts out.
Yeah, that's true. It's such as the I would have.
I mean, not really.
I would have rather watched Patrick Mahomes lose a bunch than watch what the Aggies do with no quarterback.
Yeah, with Haynes King or whatever the hell their name, Max Johnson.
Yeah, whatever. It doesn't matter who's there.
I think Cliff's going to work out there. Hey, Mike McDonald apparently would have been the Commander's second choice. This is accurate. Was Dan Quinn the third choice for the Commanders here?
No, they already told us that Dan Quinn was the first choice, Michael.
That's a lie.
Don't let them make you believe that they would have rather have had Ben Johnson or Mike McDonald or Bobby Slowick or any number of other coaches. Dan Quinn was their guy all along.
Sure.
Just like I was probably my wife's first option to marry, and she didn't have to settle into it.
Well, that one I hope is true.
You hope that my wife, that I was the first option?
Yeah, you were the first option.
Well, I feel like we got married young enough that she wasn't settling. Maybe I just duped her into it. I don't know.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with a good con.
Yeah. This is the long con, too.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with it. Hey, the Ravens are playing it close to the vest with Justin Matabuke and Patrick Queen. You were talking about them earlier.
Yeah.
Eric DeCosta saying we'll have a good plan in place for both. Do you think they keep both, or do you think one or the other is gone?
I don't know that there's a world where they can keep both guys. It's going to be one or the other. Like, either they keep Justin Madubuike or they keep Patrick Queen. I don't know that
I'll
they can do both.
I'll be able to say his name at some point, by the way. I just realized I said Matabuke again.
There's times where I still say Matabuke. I don't even say Matabuke. I've said Matabuke before.
That's good.
It's better, but it's Matabuke. I only foresee them keeping one of these guys. Honestly, if they had their druthers and they could choose one of the two, I mean, they've got Roquan Smith. Like, you don't really love a world where you just let a guy walk, but it makes a little bit more sense for them to keep Justin Madubuike and let Patrick Queen walk because Roquan Smith was so good for them whenever he ended up in Baltimore.
I'm going to go ahead and pivot on the end of the roundup here. Sorry, Andrew, because I just saw Jim Harbaugh's quote a minute ago. I mentioned it to you guys during the break. He was on the Colin Cowherd show. He says that J.J. McCarthy will be the first quarterback taken off the board in the NFL draft this year. How high is Jim Harbaugh today?
He doesn't believe. You know how I know he doesn't believe that? Because if he really truly believed that J.J. McCarthy was that good, he would have taken the Commander's job and drafted J.J. McCarthy at number 2.
Agree.
If he really believed that, he would draft J.J. McCarthy with all the weapons they have there.
If he's a real man, he'll trade Justin Herbert for the first pick in the draft.
Yeah.
And take J.J. McCarthy.
You trade Justin Herbert to the Bears.
Yeah.
And then the Bears can trade Justin Fields to wherever. for a second
Vegas,
and whatever. Yeah.
Atlanta.
Yeah,
whatever.
and then they get Justin Herbert. Yeah, come on, Jim Harbaugh, coward.
Yeah.
Trade
coward.
Justin Herbert for the number 1 overall pick and take J.J. McCarthy. Put your money where your mouth is.
I'm going to go to college football for the last one here real quick. A former Utah State University football player was arrested on Tuesday, accused of driving his truck onto the football field while impaired.
What?
Kevin Wimpy, 33, was booked into the Cache County Jail for investigation of driving under the influence, criminal trespassing, possession of marijuana, and possession of drug paraphernalia. Person called the police at 9:20 a.m. after witnessing the truck drive onto the Utah State football field, and the driver exited the vehicle and began to dance, according to the police affidavit. Officers arrived at the scene and approached the driver, identified as Wimpy, who was kneeling on a yoga mat located near the 50-yard line. Guys, have you ever gotten so drunk that you've driven onto a football field, done yoga and danced?
No. Why a yoga mat?
I don't know.
Well, he was prepared. He knew
he was also out on charges. So he's out on charges on probation or something. He had a ankle monitor on, so he was away from where he needed to be.
You know what? I feel bad for him. I do. I legitimately feel bad for him. That sounds like a guy who's in a has been in a rough spot for a while, and he peaked whenever at his time playing college football. It peaked, and everything is kind of like when your identity is based around one thing for so long. And you lose that one thing,
I mean,
it's
been
really hard.
Probably like 12 years since you've been playing college football.
It's still hard. I mean, the way I think about it, like his life was probably dedicated to football before that. Like when he was a kid, when he was in middle school, high school, college, and then if there's just no life for football afterwards, then you have to go and be a normal person again. I try to equate that when guys leave the game to like being in the military. Even for a short amount of time, if you're a career military guy, your identity is based around that. And whenever that's gone, you have to figure out who the hell you are again.
I think I'm going to break onto a football field after the show and do yoga on the midfield.
I'll do it with you. What kind of? We'll just do like a nice calming.
Was it Happy Baby?
No, we're not doing that. I'm not doing Happy Baby.
Happy
with
Baby,
you.
that's the show.
I'm not doing Happy Baby, Downward Dog, not Child's Pose, nothing. We're gonna do like some normal hands to the sky on our knees or something like that. Do not do any of those other poses around me.
Okay, I'll consider.
Not consider, just don't do it.
No, I'll consider. Hey, should we not expect Mike Evans to be a Texan this offseason? According to this piece in the Chronicle today, you should definitely rule it out. We'll tell you why next.
ESPN 97.5. God listens to us too.
At Edwin Watts Golf Shops, there's something that binds us all. The collective goal to transcend the ordinary. Introducing the all-new TaylorMade QI10 Max Driver, combining TaylorMade distance with the forgiveness of 10K inertia. Experience your drives in 10K. Visit us in-store for a free custom fitting at your local Edwin Watts Golf Shops or shop us online at worldwidegolf.com. Get there.
John Granado here. Brinkman Quality Roofing has been the most trusted name in Houston for 50 years for roof repairs, roof maintenance, and roof replacements on both homes and businesses. Brinkman Workmanship is backed by the largest roofing manufacturers against leaks for up to 30 years. Brinkman has 100% financing available and free, no-obligation estimates. Brinkman Quality Roofing is the one to call at 281-480-ROOF. That's 281-480-ROOF, or go to brinkmanquality.com.
Time to hydrate. Grab a Rambler Sparkling Water, the official sparkling water of ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. A Texas mineral blend available in original, lemon lime, grapefruit, and satsuma. Ramblers do it better.
Brooks Bossler here, owner of BB's Texas Orleans, on behalf of my friends at HRMP. HRMP has been there every step of the way as we've grown to 14 locations. At BB's, we've mastered Texas Orleans cooking, including all of your New Orleans and Southern favorites, fresh seafood options, po' boys, and don't forget our massive seafood bowls. If you're a restaurant owner or operator, let HRMP carry the burdens of human resource, payroll, and compliance so you can focus on delivering the best experience for your patrons.
Get started at hrp.net.
So I don't remember which side. Oh, we're rolling.
Hey, Houston, it's Barry Laminack. Remember me? I'm back, and I'm with my boy Jerome Sullivan. We have a new show, Game On, every Thursday right here, 6 p.m. ESPN 97.5. Check it out.
ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5, brought to you by Zadok Jewelers, KFNC and KFNC HD2, Mont Bellevue, Houston.
Greetings, Earthling.
In a world, in a symphony of debauchery, two strangers must work in tandem, and the task ahead of them is vast and treacherous. Can they face the challenge? Will they survive? Michael Connor and Josh Beard. It's Connor and Beard.
Hour 2 of Connor and Beard, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. If you'd like to get in the action today, 713-780-3776 is the number to call or to text. You can watch the show, twitch.tv/ESPN 97.5. Or I just commented in the comment page.
Yeah, you told everybody you don't know how to read.
Yeah, I don't know how to read. I'm faking it. It's all fake. Never learned how to read.
You know,
I actually didn't go to any school.
I have a friend that told me that he never actually really learned how to read. He just memorized the letters and figured it out. And
That's
I'm like,
good.
but that's what reading is.
Yeah. You know.
Then you learned how to read.
So if you can read or not read, you can watch the show and involve yourself at twitch.tv/ESPN 97.5, ESPN on YouTube. ESPN Houston is what you look for there as well. Guys, Mike Evans, we've talked a lot about him throughout the season this year as a potential Rocket or a potential Texan. We talked about him being at the Rockets game the other night. Well, Jonathan M. Alexander of the Chronicle, who covers the Texans, has a piece up today about Mike Evans and you not expecting him to be a Houston Texan.
Did you read this article?
Yeah. So I'll read a few of these paragraphs here for you, then we can react.
I tried to read it as quickly as I could before I got the pop-up. The
paywall
my
pop-up never showed up.
It never
today.
showed up. I was like reading it quickly and it never showed up. Yeah, I think it's just an article anybody can read.
That's good. Yeah, I'm not sorry. What the Chronicle charges for their online.
It's good if you want to read the Chronicle, but also
it's like $4.99 a week.
Yeah,
I'm not paying that.
It's fine for other people.
I pay $4.99 a month. I'm not paying that a week.
Pay $4.99 a year.
That's at best. So from this article, though, Evans, whose first 10 years in the NFL have been with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, was a topic of discussion on Texans Twitter and local radio throughout the 2023 season. That is accurate. We can confirm. That talk picked up when he was spotted at the Rockets game against the Pelicans on Wednesday. It's not far-fetched to say the Texans would be an intriguing place for Evans. He's a Galveston native and a Texas A&M product. He spends his off seasons in Houston and regularly attends Rockets games. Coach DeMeco Ryans at his end-of-season press conference said that he expects the Texans to be an attractive destination for free agents. Can the Texans woo Evans? But there's one key factor as to why Evans won't be playing for the hometown team next season. Money versus averages $30 million per season at 29 years old. Davante Adams is second at $28 million per year. He signed a 5-year, $140 million deal with the Raiders in October 2022 when he was 31, the same age Evans is now. With the salary cap increasing, expect Evans' deal to be somewhere in that vicinity. League sources expect him to command somewhere between $25 million and $30 million per year.
That's a lot of money. But
I'm sorry for wasting all the time that we have wasted on the name Mike Evans. There is no freaking way on earth you're paying Mike Evans that much.
He's not going to get
And you know
that.
what? I think he actually is now that I see those other examples and I think about it. All it takes is one team.
That's true. That's true. But there's also like market value, his age, how long the contract is going to be. Everything that I've seen from almost any other source that I trust has him maxed out at $23 million per year, which I'm still out on. Like $23 million is more agreeable. He's not going to make $28 to $30 million a year.
Yeah, if Davante Adams can get that, I think he can. He's got 1,000 yards.
He has a lot of 1,000-yard seasons, but has he ever had the sheer dominant production that Davante Adams has had?
I mean, I don't think that's fair to.
It's definitely unfair. But that's how they judge contracts and market value.
When I watch him, I think he's a devastating, game-changing player every week when he's out there. And he has that potential. He's always been on a team as well that typically has another wide receiver.
Right.
I mean, Chris Godwin has been Brady was a guy that had Godwin and had Gronkowski there. I mean, they had a lot of options, and he still was pumping out more yards than anybody. I mean, yeah, has he ever led the league in receiving? No. He's hit the 1,500-yard barrier one time, sure. But, I mean, even at the age of 30 last year, he kept doing it.
That matters.
1,200 yards, led the league in touchdowns last year. Double-digit touchdowns in how many seasons? 3 of the last 4 seasons and 5 total.
But those numbers matter when you're talking about contracts and market value. That's the difference between making $23 million per year and $28 million per year. Also, Davante Adams was 29 when he signed that contract. So he was.
No, he said Davante Adams was.
He signed it in
29?
He signed it in 2022, so he was 29 years old. He's 31 now.
That article's wrong. Says he was signed it when he was 31.
Maybe he didn't sign it when he was 31. He signed it when he was 29.
Okay.
Mike Evans is going to be 31 at the start of next season.
I don't think it's crazy now that when I look at it and really think about it that Mike Evans is going to get $25 million plus a year. Maybe it's a shorter deal. It's not a 5-year deal. Maybe he gets 3 for $75 for somebody with 60 of it guaranteed or something.
The projections that I've seen is a 3-year contract. So like 369, 370 with like $52 million guaranteed. I wouldn't do that. I mean, that's still too much. I wouldn't do the 23. I wouldn't do the 25. Sure as hell wouldn't do the 30. if it's somewhere in the realm of, if we're talking like 18 million, like 18 to 20 million,
I don't even think I'm doing that.
I would.
As much as I like him.
If it's a 3-year contract and you can cut bait after 2 years, I would do that.
You know, you can't find another receiver out there, or just draft one, I guess.
But we had this is why I wouldn't do most of those deals for Mike Evans, because if you add Mike Evans, does he become your clear-cut number 1 target? No. Does he?
But I don't think this is an offense that's ever going to have a clear-cut number 1 every week.
Right. But do you want to pay?
Even though for the most part it's going to be Nico Collins that leads the team in receiving.
Do you want to pay that much money to a guy who is not a clear-cut number 1?
No, I think you go ahead and pay that to Nico Collins
exactly
and do it.
Extend him and draft a guy. Even if you want to go a little bit earlier in the draft with wide receiver, maybe they end up saying, you know what, screw it. Let's go ahead and draft a guy in the first round, or let's draft somebody in the second round.
I don't do that.
I would rather that. Well, if they're not going to sign a wide receiver, I'd be fine with them drafting somebody in the second round. I'd rather them go interior defensive line or linebacker in the first, and then draft a wide receiver in the second round. But there's going to be ample wide receivers for them to draft from. There's a lot of talent there, a guy that they could bring in that could break out. But Mike Evans at $20+ million per year, even if it's just for 2 years, the 20 I'd be more okay with, but like 23, 25, 30, whatever, I'm out on that. Doesn't need to happen.
Andrew, you in on 25 to 30 million on Mike Evans?
No, and hearing that number makes me think unless by some miracle he's giving the Texans a hometown discount, he's not going to be coming to Houston.
Probably not.
Which, if I was advising him, I would tell him to not give a hometown discount, correct?
Yeah, unless for some whatever reason he's going to be earning the same, and so the Texans in theory are getting $4 or $5 million off the contract cost. But even then, what are we talking about? $21 million versus someone else giving him 25 or 26. I just don't see the Texans being willing to spend that when they need to spread that money out elsewhere.
Yeah, especially on the defensive side of the ball, and other places on the offense. Like, what if you sign Mike Evans to be to be a guy who's in your let's say he is your 1B or your 1C, whatever it is. If you sign Mike Evans to that much money, what does it keep you from doing? What's the opportunity cost of signing Mike Evans? It's pretty huge.
Yeah. My question is there anybody out there, like if you could go get, and this guy had an up and down season, would you go and, like, is Calvin Ridley a 1-year contract guy this year?
Yes, but
would you go get Calvin Ridley for 1 year and see if you can get something out of him?
He had some nice moments, but
he ended up with 1,000 yards.
There are other guys I'd rather sign.
I'm just thinking of options that aren't the locking yourself into, multiple years.
Multiple years and just multiple millions of dollars over multiple years.
Because he probably wants to reset his value a little bit. It wasn't a bad year by any means, but it wasn't a good year.
The projected contract for Calvin Ridley is $16 million per year. I'm out. If that's the money.
1 for 16?
No, it's the projected contract is 2 years, $32 million.
Well, what if you could do it 1 for 16?
No. I want them to spend money elsewhere. 1 for 16, even for 1 year, keeps them from being able to sign guys somewhere else.
They have $60 million to spend.
We talked about a couple other guys. If you're looking to sign a wide receiver 3, why not go the Gabe Davis route? Why not go the Tyler Boyd route? Tyler Boyd's going to cost you like
Gabe Davis.
I would too. And he's probably only going to cost you like $10 or $12 million a year. Tyler Boyd's going to cost you like $9 to $10 million a year. I think he's a good wide receiver 3. He's a good option. Curtis Samuel's an option. Curtis Samuel, you could do a 2-year deal for him, like 2 years 18, 2 years 20. And it's more cost effective than going out and signing. You're really just looking for a wide receiver 3 right now. And if you want to do that in free agency and draft a guy, go do that. But anything over $15 million for that guy, for me, is too much.
I just
Marquise Brown is an option too. I don't know how much it would cost.
I think the further along we're getting into this offseason where nothing's happened yet, there's no real reporting going on because nothing can happen yet.
There's no market's been set.
I'm walking myself away from keeping Grenard, and I'm walking myself away from signing a receiver.
You know what?
Spend your money elsewhere.
I'm calling my shot right now. I'm not guaranteeing it because I'm lying, but I'm calling my shot right now. Mike Evans, 3-year deal, 3 years, $30 million for the Texans.
Oh, good God.
He's doing it.
Be ballsy and guarantee that because that's terrible. That's not happening.
Hometown discount.
1 year, $40 million would be more likely.
Yeah. 1 year, $40 million?
Yeah.
No.
Take up $40 million of your $60 million cap. He's getting.
No.
3
years, $30 million. He gets his $30 million just over a 3-year period.
It's amazing that when you look back at it, and maybe it was just because of timing and everything, and he had some issues right before, but Hopkins getting the little amount of money he did from the Titans. Because he was the same age as these guys. And if Evans goes out there and breaks the bank,
yeah,
it's going to be interesting. Like you look back on that.
If
Could have
he
just had Hopkins.
Could you imagine how much money T. Higgins is going to get on the open market if Mike Evans makes $28 to $30 million a year?
He could get 32 to 33
wild.
a year probably. He'll
Wild.
be the new highest paid receiver in the league, even if he's not worthy of it, which is crazy. Absolutely crazy. You know what? Get your money. I'm not gonna sit here.
I'm fine with it.
Not going to sit here and dog on anybody for getting their money if they have the ability to do so. It's that time of the show, guys, where we give you your Astros question of the day as we get ready for spring training. 10 days away from pitchers and catchers. We'll do it next.
ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Planet Unicorn, hey.
Planet Unicorn, Unicorn Planet.
Maestro Dobel. If you enjoy tequila, this is the name to know. I'm drinking the Añejo right now, and this is what I love about Maestro Dobel. It's the variety of excellent tequilas they've created, all with different flavor profiles. The Silver, Reposado, the Añejo, Diamante, and Humido all show off Maestro Dobel's mastery of the art of tequila making, so you get a variety of complex aromas, flavors, and finishes. You're going to truly love making your cocktails with Maestro Dobel. Find Maestro Dobel anywhere liquor is sold. Maestro Dobel.
You can now buy official Texas Lottery tickets right from your phone with Jackpot.com. Mega Millions and Powerball jackpots are getting bigger every day, so don't wait. Go to Jackpot.com, choose your lottery game, pick your lucky numbers, and get your winnings instantly. Plus, get a free ticket with your first play. Get in on the action. Go to Jackpot.com and buy lottery tickets on your phone. Go to Jackpot.com. That's Jackpot.com. Jackpot.com. Paid for by Jackpot.com. You must be 18 or older to order a lottery ticket. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, you got better things to do than think about your electricity bill, but how do you avoid the surprise of a high bill at the end of the month? Here's what I do. I rely on the guys over at Champion Energy. With their low-price, fixed-rate plans, there's never any surprises. Plus, the team at Champion sends me weekly usage reports with my projected bill amount. Again, no surprises. They also remind me when my contract is about to expire so I can lock in on low prices. Visit champion.energy to view a variety of fixed-rate offers. That's champion.energy. Promo code 1560. Promo code 1560.
Hey, Lane Zerline here. Everyone knows I'm a numbers guy, but I don't know plumbing. You know how I know I don't know plumbing? Because I just had to have Aqueduct Plumbing come in and redo a job I had done 3 years ago, and it was a massive undertaking. I should have gone with Aqueduct first. I made a mistake. I don't want you to make that mistake. If you're doing a kitchen or bathroom remodel, if you have water heater over 10 years old, if you have low water pressure or dirty, bad tasting water, it's all Aqueduct Plumbing Company. Check them out at thebenchplumbing.com, thebenchplumbing.com.
In times of economic uncertainty and chaos, your money means nothing. You may not even be able to get it from your bank or ATM. And the money you do have in the stock market will go down and down. What you can bank on is gold and silver. Gold and silver have been a reliable and trusted form of currency for thousands of years. Gold and silver have never been worth zero, and typically gold holds its value during economic turmoil. Call the Gold Hotline now and learn how to protect your money and your assets with gold and silver. And learn how to set up a new IRA or roll over your current one into a gold-backed IRA. Protect your money from the next market crash with gold and silver. Call now for your free gold guide.
800-461-9694. 800-461-9694. 800-461-9694. That's 800-461-9694.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Michael Connor and Josh Beard.
And it's that time of the show, guys, at 1:16, that we give you the hottest of hot questions of the day. The Astros question of the day. 10 days away from pitchers and catchers in West Palm.
This is my favorite part of the day. Honestly, every day that we've since we've been doing this,
we're actually going to double up on an Astros question. Well, we got another one in the final hour, but it's not the question of the day. This is the question of the day.
Every day that we've done this, after the question of the day, I just check out the rest of the show.
That's good to know.
I'm still talking, there's like some just regurgitation, and I'm pretty much an automaton at that point. Okay. Where I'm just like, my body's just operating, but my mind's not here, so I'm pumped because this is like my last segment of the day, and then it's weekend for me.
Can you give me the best number 10 in Astros history?
The best number 10 in Astros history?
It's recent.
I'm not good with numbers, man. I don't remember numbers. I remember letters.
For the both of you if you don't have this one. Come on now.
I feel like Andrew will definitely have this one.
Had many significant moments in Astros postseason history.
Carlos Correa.
No, 10. Number
He was
10.
1.
Just say it.
Marwin Gonzalez. No.
No.
He was 9.
I was close.
Yeah, but you were you were really
I guess
close.
he did technically. One of the positions Marwin would play, this man played.
Look, can I be fully honest with you right now? This is how bad I am with jersey numbers.
Oh, see, this is.
I know
Jose
Jose Altuve is 27.
Yuli Gurriel.
Yuli Gurriel.
I wanted to say Gurriel, but for some reason I thought he was a different number. I thought that, and then I went away from it.
2016 to 2022. Nobody wore number 10 last year.
Nobody wore number 10? I'm so bad with stuff like
He's still trying to play. I don't think that's going to happen.
I'm better with when it comes to football jersey numbers, but even then I'm not great. Like if you get outside of wide receivers, running backs, and quarterbacks, I don't know.
Yeah.
And then baseball, I'm okay. I can be okay if I pay attention. Basketball, that's a bet. Good luck. I'll never remember who was what number.
If Yuli could somehow play this year, he needs 61 hits to get to 1,000 and 2 home runs to get to 100.
That's easy.
That'd be pretty good for a guy who started at 32 in the big leagues if he actually is 32. But he was easily the best number 10 all time in Astros history. And that's no disrespect to Miguel Tejada, who was actually 2 years older than he was, or Eric Bruntlett, or Jose Vizcaíno, or Mike Hampton, or Tony Eusebio, or Dickie Thon. Actually some decent number 10s. So 10 days from Astros spring training. But the question of the
I have
day
homework
for the
to do
Astros,
now.
huh?
I'm gonna have to remember 9 through 1.
I can give you 2 number 9s right now.
No, don't.
We're not going to be here for number 9.
Huh?
We're not
Oh,
gonna be
that's
here for,
right.
I gave you one
okay.
a minute ago.
Give me
Marwin
number 9.
Gonzalez, the other one, Hunter Pence.
Oh yeah, I forgot Hunter Pence was number 9.
Yeah.
What about number 8s?
Number 8, Mark Loretta.
Yeah.
Jeff Keppinger, maybe.
How are you so good at this,
dude? I remember.
How do you remember
Astros
numbers,
stuff.
man?
I mean, I remember really random Astros.
I don't even remember James Harden's number.
Jed Lowry, I think. Number 8.
No, Andrew just made this look like what? How do you not? I don't remember it.
What number was J.J. Watt, Josh?
You know
99.
You're faking
It's
it.
no that one. That one I had to think for some reason. I panicked.
Andre Johnson.
80.
Brock Osweiler.
Oh no. 11?
This is a new segment right
11?
here. I already feel it. Getting Josh to guess
working
players'
on,
numbers.
Working on Josh's memory. 11. What was Brock Osweiler?
17.
Oh.
Jesus Christ, man.
It's bad, man.
Case Keenum the first time he was here.
7.
Hey, look at him.
Guess. Total guess.
Yeah, good job on you. Good job on you.
See, I'm better with football, but the rest, it's awful.
Hey, who wore number 7 for the Astros?
I don't know. Number 7 for the Astros?
Craig Biggio. Does that ring a bell, Josh?
Okay. Well, look, in fairness.
He only wore it for like 20 years.
In fairness, I was younger when he was playing, and I wasn't an Astros.
You weren't that young. You played until 2007.
He was already retired by the time I moved here and started watching them, like
Who wore
really,
number
really
5,
watching
Josh?
them. Jeff Bagwell.
Okay. Can you give me? I'm not going to spoil all.
That was
of
that was the hardest guess I've ever made in my entire life.
Yeah. Well, there'll be more fun.
Oh, James Harden was 13. I remember that now.
What number Trace McGrady wear? Can you tell me all the numbers McGrady wore for the Rockets real quick?
All of them? No.
Yeah, because he wore 2.
Didn't he
2
wear
different
12
numbers.
at one point?
No, that was Dwight Howard.
Oh, well, I knew that. I knew that
No, you
one.
didn't.
I actually did know that one. Trace McGrady, I don't know, 6? I don't remember Trace
He
McGrady.
wore number 1, and then in his last
that's
year
right.
he changed number 3.
Oh, well, oh yeah, I do remember that.
Yao Ming.
Oh, I know this one. I should know this one. This feels like a bad job by me, not knowing this one.
I'm kind of enjoying this.
11.
11. Hey.
Got it.
Put it on the board.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know why this is so hard for me to remember. That I look at the jerseys and I'm like, I know his face. I can pick their faces
What
out in
number's
the crowd.
Justin Verlander wear?
Oh, this one's embarrassing. I don't
He's
remember.
been here for like 7 years
I know.
now.
I don't remember off the top of my head.
Same number he's worn his entire career.
I know. It doesn't matter.
35.
Oh, see. I almost.
All right,
said
I'm going to give you one last one.
Okay.
One last one.
Give me a softball.
No, I'm not going to give you a softball. Why would I give you a softball? Dallas Keuchel.
Oh my God, that one was a different one. It was in the 30s. No, it was a weird
I don't know,
one.
You tell me.
Oh my God, 52.
Andrew?
Was he 77 or no?
He was
No,
he was a weird
not.
one.
He was not number 77. Is this you're good with
52
guesses?
final answer. Yeah, I don't know.
60.
Oh, I was so close.
You guys are great at this.
60 is also the number of numbers you have asked me and I haven't been able to remember. Andrew's better at it than I am.
I'm going to put together one day in the last segment of the show. We'll actually do a list. I'll put together a list. Maybe I can do it before the end of the show today during the commercials. Like we could quiz you before we get out of here. But your Astros question of the day, guys: who is most likely to make their first All-Star team in 2024?
Ooh.
And your candidates. Now, don't laugh at any of these. I think these are the only guys that have that kind of talent, even if they didn't perform that way. Jeremy Pena, Chas McCormick, Yainer Diaz, Hunter Brown, or Brian Abreu.
Oh, man. I think because I want him to have a bounce-back year, I think he's going to have a bounce-back year, and because we've seen him have that level of talent in a moment already before, I'm going to go with Jeremy Pena.
That would be a significant development for the Astros in 2024 if he is playing at an all-star level.
I mean, we
know the glove will be there, but that would require him hitting. He'd have to hit about 20 home runs in the first half of the season. He'd probably hit about 270 at minimum.
Don't you think he has the talent to do that, though?
I think that he has the power. I don't necessarily believe that he's ever going to be a guy that hits higher than like maybe he'll fall into a season where he hits 265. I just don't think. I think he's like in the 250s. I've said it a million times. I cannot stand his mechanics at the plate. I think they're piss poor.
Well, his mechanics
I think
in general
it's amazing that he's been playing baseball. He has a dad that's a professional baseball player, and there's too much movement in the box. The way he drags the bat, it takes too long to get the bat to get loaded up, and then he's got the leg kick, the whole thing. It drives me nuts. I want somebody to shake him, and I hope he comes out this year and his batting stance is completely different. I doubt it, but what I'm hopeful of.
His mechanics, just in general, period, are weird. Like he runs weird too.
He's bow-legged.
Yeah, he is, and so I don't know if that's what causes it. I think he has the talent to be able to pull that off. My only other answer would be, there's some ones that I like, but Yainer would be an answer in here. If he hits like he did last year, he'd be close.
Yeah, I mean he has to be of consideration because he's going to play a lot more.
I'm really concerned that he's going to have not as good of a year as we would like to see from him.
I just think he's going to strike. I mean, he's going to be exposed more, but he's still going to hit. I'm sorry, but he'll default to 30 home runs. Basically, with the power that he has.
Yeah, that's fair.
I mean, if he hits 250, but he also has great contact skills for a guy that strikes out a ton. Like he has the ability to put the bat on the ball in the most ridiculous spots. Kind of like Altuve does. Like he can chase things and just make contact, but he's gonna chase a lot. Andrew, who's your pick here?
It's gonna be Brian Abreu. I think that he is the most talented guy on this list in terms of what he's asked to do in his specific role on the team, and he might be, even with Josh Hader in the mix, he might have the nastiest stuff in the Astros bullpen. That's how highly I rate Brian Abreu and what he brings. The only thing that might be holding him back is the fact that he's not going to be the closer, and because of that, he may not get the plaudits that his performance necessarily deserves. But if he's someone who's got a 1.5 ERA, and this Astros bullpen in general earns the sort of recognition that we expect them to earn with that back three of Abreu, Presley, and Hader, I think that he'll get enough pub to get an all-star nod.
I think that I've already seen a couple articles predicting all-stars stuff this year, and he's been on a couple of these lists. I think you're right. He's going to get the kind of pub that he deserves. He's, without a doubt, I think the safest pick of all these guys. Now, I say safest. He's not going to have the saves to do it, and that's if the American League's loaded with say Josh Hader and a couple other closers or racking up a ton of saves and putting up crazy numbers, he might get bodied out. But there's always usually a reliever somewhere. I mean, Ryan Preston made an all-star team.
Yeah, Will Harris made an all-star team.
Yeah,
that's such a good point.
Yeah, you can find a way to get in. It's just a little bit trickier when you're not the primary closer. But I do think he's the safest option here. I'm gonna go Chas McCormick though. And I'm going to say old Chasmo because I really do believe in what he did last year.
Yeah.
He changed his philosophy at the plate. He stopped being so closed, and it allowed him to get to fastballs in, and he really started to pull the baseball. He still is incredible hitting the ball the other way. I just like the way I think he's growing as a baseball player.
I would love that.
And I think that he is a guy that can go out and he can hit 30 home runs this season.
Yeah.
Do I think he's going to do that? No, but I'll pick for the sake of the argument here. I'm going to pick Chas McCormick as my
I like
guy.
that. That's not a bad choice.
Then we can have the Chaz Chomp.
The Chaz Chomp
the All-Star game.
And then we're gonna do it. We're gonna do it right in the microphone as loud as we can every time. The Chaz
That
chomp,
was
baby.
great. Can't wait to see
Good
that
radio.
video later. We're gonna look really coordinated.
I can turn that into a GIF actually if you want me to.
I just
Us
looking
doing
at
the
it right
Chaz
now.
chomp.
We did not look very good doing that.
That's okay. That's the whole point.
I was biting my lip for some reason.
Why?
I don't know.
You bite your lip when you think about Chaz McCormick?
No, I guess when I just think about chomping, baby. It's all about
yeah.
chomping. When we get back to Connor and Beard, speaking of All-Star games, was somebody on the Rockets snubbed from the All-Star game yesterday? We'll discuss it right here on ESPN 97.5, 92.5.
Well, don't worry if I can't remember the numbers of players' jerseys because I remember their faces. And if I'm picking players on Prize Picks, that's really all I need. I need their name. I need their face. I need their position. And if you love playing fantasy sports as much as I do what I do and take your sports action to the next level with Prize Picks, the #1 daily fantasy sports app. Right now, yes, again, I am in sports heaven because I'm winning big with Prize Picks and with the big game coming up. Basketball season is right in the heat of it. There's no better way to turn all these big games into 100 times your money than with Prize Picks. Just select 2 or more players and place your entry. It's that easy. Just turn $10 into $1,000. If you up to 100 times your money, win $1,000 with just a few easy taps. I love the easy gameplay, quick withdrawals, and that huge selection of players and stat options. Over 7 million sports fans have already signed up, and I'm one of them. So join me and watch your favorite players and get paid doing it. If you want to see if Christian McCaffrey can go for more than 75 rushing yards or maybe Patrick Mahomes for more than 2 passing touchdowns, you can go on to Prize Picks and use those players and stat options to make your entry. And right now, Prize Picks is going to match your first deposit of up to $100. Just download the Prize Picks app. It is the easiest daily fantasy sports app I have used. You can go to promos. You can do your own entries. So just download the Prize Picks app and use code JOSH975. That's code JOSH975. Prize Picks. Pick more, pick less. It's that easy.
Back to another attempt at Houston Sports Talk with these two noobs. It's Connor and Beard, live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
It is Connor and Beard, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. If you'd like to join us today, 713-780-3776 is the phone number to do so. John, real quick before we get into our next All-Star game discussion, wants to get in. Hi, John.
Hey, how's it going? So I've always had a thought on you're talking about numbers and Houston sports. And I want to say I believe there's one number that has the best average player on every team, all three sports. And I was wondering if you guys had an idea what that number would be, and I let you guys answer.
Number 34.
Yeah. Yep. There you go.
There you go. Nolan Ryan, Earl Campbell, Hakeem Olajuwon.
Yeah.
Thank you for the phone call, John. Yeah, that's a good number.
I've never thought about that, a question like that before. That's a good one.
We did the Houston Sports Awards the other day.
Yeah.
We had Daniel Gutierrez in here. Their first induction class to the Houston Sports Hall of Fame was the 34s. Nolan, Earl, and Hakeem.
Yeah.
All there in the flesh. It's a pretty good number.
It's a great number.
3 legends.
You're almost 34. You're about to be a part of the team 34 for at least 1 year.
I got less. I got more than half. I've got 9 months.
Or just me in the
9 months away.
In the grand scheme of life, you are almost 34.
In 9 months, I'll be 34.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, so
you'll be team 34. For 1 year, you'll be the same as Hakeem.
For 365 days.
Yeah, Hakeem, Nolan.
I don't want to join it. I'd
Earl
rather
Campbell,
stay team
and then
33. I'd rather be Scottie Pippen.
Michael Connor. No,
you know.
gross. Team 34 is not bad. 34 is still before you.
You know what number
really...
Charles Barkley wore when he was here?
God, why are you doing this to me? I'm glad that happened to you.
He didn't wear number 34.
33.
No.
Just guessed.
4.
Did he wear it? Oh,
Yes.
I never would have gotten that one. Never. Not in a million years.
I had a Charles Barkley jersey, Rockets jersey. I had a Barkley, I had a Pippen, I had a Drexler, I had a Key.
Don't worry. This extends to the teams that I root for as well.
Okay, I can't reel off like the Cowboys numbers or anything.
Good, because neither can I.
Emmitt Smith.
22. That's
There you
easy.
go.
That's like
Troy Aikman.
8. I had to think about that one for a second.
I can't do the Cowboys. Yeah,
well,
you can.
okay, it's a little bit faster.
Michael Irvin.
But football's a little bit better. 88. He's one of the classic 88s, though. You have to go with like oh well, no, I remember
Leighton
Jason.
Vander Esch.
I don't know. 50, 51?
55. Way to go. I'm going to do that list at some point.
Yeah.
Hey, yesterday, the NBA All-Star Game reserves were announced, and everybody was holding out hope that, of course, Alperen Şengün could make the Western Conference squad. But guess what? It did not happen. Reserves named for the West were Kawhi Leonard, Anthony Davis, Devin Booker, Anthony Edwards, Steph Curry, Paul George, Karl Anthony Towns, guys. So no Alpy in the All-Star Game this year. Was this a snub, or was it just a numbers game?
No, we prepared ourselves for this last week. We prepared ourselves for the eventuality that Alperen Şengün did not make.
Hey, what number does Alpy wear?
Oh my God! Stop doing this to me. This is like the most embarrassing thing anyone's ever done to me. We prepared ourselves for Alperen Şengün to not make the All-Star Game, and not make it as a reserve. The only world where I would have said he got snubbed or where I would have been frustrated is if Victor Wembanyama had made it instead of any of these other guys. The other person that would have been fine on this list is Sabonis. I feel like Sabonis probably got snubbed. If I had to pick a snub from the All-Star reserves, it would be him. Alpy's close to a snub, but he's not. Like, all these guys deserve to be on that list.
Sabonis this year, pulling up his numbers, averaging 19.9, 13 rebounds a game, which leads the league, and 8 assists per game. So, yeah, pretty damn good season. He's not scoring as much as the other two. Karl Anthony Towns, I think, is the one guy that you could look at and go, okay, maybe Alpy gets in over him. Karl Anthony Towns, 22.7 points per game, 8.7 rebounds, 3.1 assists, shooting 52% from the field, 44 from 3, of course. It helps that his team is number one in the West. Are they number one right now, still in the West?
Number one in the West, and when you've dropped 62 points in the last month, that tends to stick in people's minds. Even if you lost the game somehow, well, dropping 62. When you put up a number like that, especially this close to All-Star selection, that's going to stick in the back of people's heads when they're thinking about who they
Not only did he lose that game, he got called out by his coach in the media
Yep.
after the game. Because they were playing selfishly and playing immature basketball. It was like the greatest. Chris Finch, former Rockets assistant and Rio Grande Valley Viper champion back in the day. It was fantastic. But Şengün this year, 21.7 points, 9.2 rebounds, 5.1 assists, 54% from the field. Doesn't shoot the three much, 28% there.
I'm really surprised Rudy Gobert didn't make it, I think, too. That's another name that I would have been fine being on the reserve list.
I'm not surprised at all. That
You're
he
not.
didn't make it.
He's had a good year.
Yeah, but he doesn't score. Like,
I mean,
are you going to put Karl Anthony Towns, Domantas Sabonis are all more deserving than him?
Sabonis is probably more deserving than him, but at least Rudy Gobert plays really high level defense.
That's fine. I guess. But we really handing out all-star game spots for.
I mean, if a guy can
defense?
score enough and he can get enough rebounds and he can play defense,
There's not one guy on this list that's averaging less than what?
20 points.
20 points?
Yeah.
At all? Like Kawhi's got to be
That's
about
all.
25.
That's all most NBA fans care about. That's all the NBA cares about.
Yeah, because
Why
they're
the
going to go into
is
this
the way
game
it
as the
is.
final score is going to be like 220 to 210.
Can't wait to see that. It's gonna be fun. Do you ever watch the All-Star game?
Not anymore.
Nope.
I used
me
to.
either.
I loved the All-Star game as a kid. I used to buy, one of my things as a kid is I would get All-Star game NBA jerseys. I love them.
Yeah.
The Rockets ones. I had a Francis, I had the Yow's, I had the McGrady ones as well. But then as the years have gone by, no,
It's just lost its luster.
They don't play.
Yeah.
It's they literally run up down the court, either shoot a half-court shot basically, or throw the ball off the backboard and dunk. Like the NBA, they're all worried about everything. Like you should be worried about that product because that's something that you should bring the league together and get. Like look at the score last year: 184 to 175. Year before, 163 to 160, 170 to 150. That's not basketball.
Right. The way they.
Oh my God, 2017, 192 to 182.
Yeah. The way they have it formulated now, it's slightly more competitive at the end of each of the halves or whatever that they do now. Because the way you have to win is like, it's a really weird formulation. It's not like a normal NBA game, or it hasn't been for a couple of seasons. And so it gets a little bit more competitive at the end, but it's still just a bunch of dudes kind of trotting down, throwing up alley-oops, shooting crazy threes. It hasn't mattered. I haven't really watched it at all, probably in about 11 years, 12 years. I haven't really cared about it as much.
I will watch 0 seconds of All-Star Weekend. 0. You guys?
I'll watch All-Star Weekend. I always do. I always end up watching it. I'll watch the three-point contest. I'll watch the dunk contest, which apparently Cam Whitmore was invited to, but he passed on it because his dunks are more violent than they are quote impressive, which I think violent dunks are impressive. But the last time the dunk contest was good was whenever it was Zach LaVine, and was Dwight Howard in that one too? Was Zach LaVine?
I couldn't tell you. I can't remember the last time I've watched it.
I think
Jalen was in it. What, a couple years ago?
Yeah, wasn't great.
Or last year?
Wasn't great. But the dunk contest hasn't been good since the Zach LaVine one, in my opinion. There was a guy that like a couple of years ago, or maybe it was last year, that had some fun dunks, but they were low rated. Or, I don't know. The dunk contest doesn't matter anymore. The All-Star game doesn't matter anymore. I'll watch it because I'm dumb and I force myself to watch it, but I'm not going to enjoy it.
Will you watch it, Andrew?
Yeah, I'll be tuned in. I don't know if I'm necessarily going to be locked in, but it'll be in the background probably with whatever I'm doing that night. And
yeah,
just to sort of clean up a point that you made just a second ago, Josh, with the rules of the NBA All-Star game. So they used to have the Elam ending where it's like a target final score at the end. That is no longer the case in the All-Star game. So so it's just going to be a timed fourth quarter, timed ending, just like every other basketball game. But they're keeping track of the quarters, and whoever wins each quarter gets donations to their charitable organizations of choice.
Yes,
that aspect of it has made it like a little bit more.
Those players don't care.
No, I mean they care a little bit, but not enough. I just don't. I haven't watched it in a long time. That one I will not watch. I won't even turn the All-Star game on. All-Star Saturday night, that'll be on, and it'll be on my TV. But the All-Star game itself, haven't watched it in a long time, and I won't watch it.
Yeah, I'm not gonna bother.
Why'd they move away from that ending?
The NBA,
I
how
thought
the
that ending-
NBA can't get their stars to do a dunk contest is the most mind-blowing thing ever.
The fact
how
that-
LeBron James has gone through his entire career and not done one dunk contest is mind-blowing.
Him never doing the dunk contest, I think, is what ruined the dunk contest, and stars in general not doing it is what's ruined it.
I mean,
nobody really, truly cares about what dunks this, that, or the other guy are doing. They want to see stars dunking the ball.
You know what that makes all of them?
Soft ass boys.
And guess what's coming up in just a couple of seconds, guys? We are going to do our first Soft Ass Boys of the Week segment. If you have a candidate for who the Soft Ass Boy of the Week is, 713-780-3776. It could be a boy, it could be a girl. It doesn't matter who it is. We don't discriminate on Soft Ass Boys. This is, of course, thanks to Ime Udoka calling LeBron James a Soft Ass Boy earlier this year. Maybe he'll be on the list this week. Get your Soft Ass Boys of the Week in next on Connor and Beard, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with two dudes just slogging through life with no direction or motivation. Just like you, it's Connor and Beard.
It is Connor and Beard, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. It's time for SAB. Soft-ass boys. Soft-ass boy of the week is what we're looking for here. And I got SAB from a text that we just got in. So if you'd like to send in your candidates for soft-ass boy of the week, 713-780-3776. You can text it. You can call it. This is something that I think we're going to continue to do moving on. So you know what? I'm going to go first on my first one because I've got a few here today. There's a lot of people.
Now, does this have to be sports related, or can it be something? Oh,
it
awesome.
can be.
Good.
It could be somebody in your life.
Yeah.
It could be somebody you just met. Like it does not matter, Josh. It's all about calling out the soft ass boys of the world. Actually, you know what? I closed my tabs for it, so you have to go first. I'm sorry.
I have to go first now. Way to put me on the spot.
Yeah, I'm gonna find my tabs here that I had open for him. This is. Oh, actually, okay. You know what? I'm gonna get my first one. Now, this is something that I saw come across the timeline earlier, and it was just a reminder. And it's a little bit dated to go back, but the Oakland Athletics today made a trade with the San Francisco Giants for Ross Stripling. And if you've heard that name, you might think of him as a former Aggie, because he is. But he was also a former Dodger. And back in 2020, when the Astros sign-stealing scandal that everybody wanted to talk about came out, and the Dodgers stood up there, we got cheated, they stole this, they stole that, Ross Stripling said he'd consider throwing at Astros hitters. Well, since then, he's not thrown at Astros hitters. He was a teammate with one of those guys in George Springer, and I want to see if that soft-ass boy this year is going to throw anything at Astros hitters. I bet he won't.
I don't think
because he's a soft-ass boy.
Yeah, he won't because that's absolutely why he won't do it, because he's a soft-ass boy.
Yeah, so he's my first candidate of the week.
My first nomination is for Baltimore fans and Baltimore sports media, because all week I've seen stuff on Twitter. I've listened to bits of other radio hosts doing the job that we're doing, where they are all calling out Lamar Jackson for failing to get past the Chiefs. They're all saying they're done with Lamar Jackson. They want to move on from him, that the team should have moved on from him before, and they don't want Lamar. The guy is literally about to win the MVP again, and the entire city is mad that he lost a game. And it wasn't just him. He didn't lose the game by himself.
Josh.
He lost a playoff game to a team who has continued to they have been there, done that. The defense looked good. They lost by a touchdown. It happens. It sucks. But bunch of soft-ass boys for calling out their MVP quarterback, saying that they're done and want to move on.
713-780-3776 if you'd like to send in your soft-ass boys of the week. We got one from 0613 that says he'd like to nominate Paul Gallant. That's not nice.
Not nice.
It's Paul Gallant.
Paul Gallant. It's two L's.
Yeah, I guess.
One Y, two
I don't know
L's.
why. Is it because he took off today? Is that why he's nominating Paul?
Maybe that's why he felt comfortable.
Paul is skiing.
I think he felt comfortable enough to take a shot because Paul's not here.
Yeah.
He says he's always a sab. That's not nice.
Yeah, I mean, that's okay. You can. I mean, look, we could be candidates for soft-ass boy.
That's
Maybe I'm
true.
a soft-ass boy for getting an ear infection this week.
Yeah.
I don't know. Andrew, do you want to give a soft-ass boy for yourself?
Yeah, I'll nominate, and it's maybe not necessarily just one boy. It's a bunch of boys, and that would be the NBA players that are all complaining recently about this 65-game rule that the league has put in place, where if you're not familiar, you have to play 65 games in order to be eligible for either the MVP or All-NBA, Defensive Player of the Year, all those sort of postseason awards and accolades. You need to play 60. No, I don't think that's a crazy thing to ask, but Draymond Green actually was on his podcast, and he was moaning and complaining about the rule, and this audio, I think, sums it up pretty nicely as to why me and a lot of other fans of the sport are tired of what these players are talking about.
Joel playing tonight felt very much so because of the 65-game limit. Well, I think it's actually quite bullshit. Guys didn't face those rules before, but those same All-NBA teams, those same MVP awards lists, Defensive Player of the Year, those lists are the same. I once lost a Defensive Player of the Year award to Kawhi Leonard, and I think he played 51 games. In turn, you get Joel, who comes out there tonight and he forces it. And Freak played with him and J.K. diving for the ball, but maybe it's not as bad if the knee isn't already banged up. I don't really bang with it. And now we got one of our premier faces in this league, the MVP of our league, possibly hurt for an extended period of time because he's forcing it.
He might be the biggest soft-ass boy there ever was. Do people listen to his podcast?
Oh, I'm sure.
I would assume a decent number of people do.
Why?
It's the same reason people watch like some of the NFL players and some other NBA players stream. They just want to see these guys outside of their element. They want to hear from them, see what they do, listen to them talk, be able to try to interact with them, stuff like that.
Okay. Good for them.
I mean, I
I'd
guess
say find something else to listen to.
Yeah, there's a lot of other things that I'd rather listen to. That is so soft. He is soft, and the NBA players in general. I understand everybody's gonna be like, you're just shitting behind a microphone and you're fat, whatever. But I'm gonna say this: comparative to other professional athletes and professional sports, they are the softest.
Oh yeah.
Compared to NFL, MLB, NHL, they are the softest, and I don't even think it's close.
You can continue to send in your soft-ass boys, 713-780-3776.
There's a text that I saw that kind of piggybacks with my next one.
Okay.
7584 on the text line says Travis Kelce getting butthurt about Tucker makes him a soft-ass boy of the year. I disagree with that. And that piggybacks with I was listening to our station late at night after I was done at the gym, not last night, but the night before. And there's a little show called Amber and Ian that comes on our station at night. It's an ESPN national show. And Amber Wilson and Ian Fitzsimmons are the hosts of that show. And I heard them. Well, Ian Fitzsimmons said that if aliens came down to Earth and saw the interaction between Justin Tucker, Patrick Mahomes, and Travis Kelce, they would automatically assume that Travis Kelce was the a-hole in that situation. And that Travis Kelce and Patrick Mahomes, Amber Wilson said, Travis Kelce and Patrick Mahomes didn't conduct themselves with any modicum of professionalism, and why are they allowed to get away with unprofessional behavior just because it's sports? They were already working out down there. Justin Tucker walked into the middle of them and sat all of his stuff down. A, that's disrespectful. Don't disrespect people. Talk about professionalism. B, that is the softest mentality from both of them that I've ever heard. If somebody gets all up in your business, you show them that they shouldn't get all up in your business. Justin Tucker deserved everything that was coming at him. And what I heard from Amber and Ian is one of the softest things that I've heard, period. Wow. They are the soft-ass boys of the week.
Calling out hosts on the radio.
Wow. I will. Soft-ass boys of the week. Both of them combined.
Okay, I'll give soft-ass boy to Lance for not being able to put his phone up to his ear at some point during the Senior Bowl the other day. The schedule's all funky. We can't get, it's hard to do it. We got another one on the text line from 0446. It says, I would have to say someone who goes into work with a cold, bragging like they are some kind of tough guy would qualify as a soft-ass boy. Man, I wonder who he's talking about at work.
I don't know. I don't know who he'd be talking about. I have no idea. I'm very confused. Who would they be talking about?
I don't know. I don't have a clue.
That's crazy.
We got another one from 7032 says Mike Florio. I think that's always a great one. He apparently wrote some article about gambling or something. There's a lot going on in this text. Mike Florio is always a good candidate for soft-ass boy.
Yeah, should we just make him an every-time candidate?
There's like a Mount Rushmore of soft-ass boys. LeBron James, Mike Florio, Draymond Green. I don't know if Mike Florio gets in the same realm as those two,
I think what we should do is weekly, we should always have our nominations, and then at the very end of it, and as always, Mike Florio. Say his name as a blanket coverage for soft-ass boy.
3993 says, I want to nominate all H-Town fans who say they are done with our teams and then come back as soon as we become relevant again.
I mean, that's just fair weather fans. You got to every fan base deals with
they're
that.
Soft-ass boys.
Oh, yeah, it is definitely. They deserve to be nominated, but that's just every fan base deals
I'm going to give my next soft-ass boys here. I saw this article from the New York Post a couple of days ago, and it's a Harvard mega donor. He's calling out the student population there at Harvard for being soft-ass boys, and I think I have to agree with him overall. He's taking away all the money. He's given over $500 million to Harvard. He's doing this because he says all they're doing is producing whiny snowflakes. So congrats to him, and I don't even know what the details are on it other than, yeah, they probably are a bunch of whiny little babies. Soft-ass boys.
Yeah, all of them. Him and all of them. They're all soft-ass boys. He's being a soft-ass boy, whining about them being soft-ass boys. Get out of here.
You know who's also a soft-ass boy?
Who?
The NBA. Not the players, but the league.
Just the league in
general. And I'm giving it to the league here because Anthony Edwards this week was fined $40,000 for calling out crap officiating.
Dude.
Every time you even mention the word official, I mean, hell, Jeff Van Gundy apparently got fired for it, for criticizing officiating too much. They are so soft. Quit having bad officiating in your league, and guess what won't happen? You won't have people jabbing at you in public.
Did you see? You know what? I have another. That reminds me of. I have a third. I didn't have a third, but now I have a third. There was what's his name? Max Strus. He plays for Cleveland now. Did he play for Miami before, or who was it that he played for before? Andrew.
He played for Miami.
Was it Miami?
Yeah.
So the other night he was handing the ball back to an official after a penalty, and he just kind of like. He leans forward, and it's not really aggressive, but he kind of leans forward quickly and hands the ball back to the official and kind of tosses it in the lean. And the female official talked to him and immediately teed him up. He didn't throw it at her. He didn't underhand chunk it at her. He just leaned forward and just kind of like barely tossed it to her while he was leaning forward. Got teed up for it. Didn't say anything during it. The entire I wasn't even just Cleveland. The team, everybody was confused as to what happened, and then they ended up having penalty or the free throws. It was ridiculous. The referees in the NBA in general, they're coming really, 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 really close to umpires in the MLB.
It's bad. 0170 says people who oppose the Second Amendment are soft-ass boys. I mean, I guess that's a just general topic there. That one doesn't feel like a weekly one. I don't know if you could count that one for weekly. But if you have your soft-ass boys of the week, is what we're saying, 713-780-3776, you can still send those in. But we're about to kick off hour number 3 of Connor and Beard here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And I have a very serious question. This is our first weekend since August that we are not going to have a football game. You don't come at me with your Pro Bowl games, Josh. No football games are being played this weekend in the NFL or college football.
But the Pro Bowl games.
There's no football. That flag football game does not count at all. What are we supposed to do with ourselves? We'll discuss what it is we're going to do, you're going to do, as we try to get through this life without football next. Final hour of Connor and Beard this week here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. If you'd like to join us in this final hour, 713-780-3776 is the phone number to do that. Call or text. We appreciate those of you that contributed to the Soft Ass Boys of the Week. That's going to be a new thing that we'll do on Fridays, so prepare yourself for that every week. Love Doctors are apparently coming back this hour.
They're
the final
coming
segment.
back, baby.
Yeah? I'm looking forward to that.
I'm excited about it.
The real question is, maybe that's what we could do this weekend, Josh. What are we supposed to do with ourselves this weekend, guys?
I don't know.
There's no football. There's still 10 days as of today before pitchers and catchers report, but there's a few weeks before they even play spring training games, and even watching spring training games after a while becomes stupid because they don't matter. What the hell are we supposed to do with ourselves this weekend when we don't have football?
I don't know. I've been thinking about that a lot, and it makes me wish that wedding that I went to last weekend was this weekend. Like last weekend, there was stuff.
Yeah.
There was stuff to do. There was stuff to watch, and I missed some of it because of the wedding, which is fine. The wedding was fun. It was a good time. It was good to be there for family.
You danced, bro.
I did. I danced.
I heard that you had a
I did the.
you had a circle around you on the floor at one point.
No, not this wedding.
I heard you
I
did.
did.
I've got sources.
This is how old I am now. I had only had a couple of beers the whole time because I had to drive home. But I ended up dancing the Cupid Shuffle with a coffee in my hand. I had a cup of coffee. I was doing
such
that.
Dad move.
And then the Superman came on. So we decided to Superman some hoes, and I also had coffee in my hand during that one too. But those are the only two dances that I did. Oh, I did dance to a George Strait song with my wife. So we did a little two-step.
There you go.
A little two-stepping, which I'm not the best at, but I'm also not the worst at.
I'm
which is
terrible
fine.
at it. My big ass feet, I step on her feet all the time. We got our wedding video back recently,
Yeah.
and watched the dancing on it. And our dancing is just very much rocking back. We didn't do any practice on it,
Yeah.
but also I cannot dance at all. Step on her feet constantly.
I could do some. The problem is she historically likes to lead while dancing, and I do too, and so it's hard. I'm not. I'll be honest. I'm one of those guys where like, I'm a man. I'm not gonna let my wife lead me in a dance. It's just not gonna happen. And so she struggles to adjust to that, and it can create some awkward footing sometimes. But for the most part, it's all right. But we've always been that way. We don't dance a ton because
so you wish that wedding had been this week. But what the hell are you gonna do with yourself?
I have no idea. I honestly was just laying back in the chair during the break, and I think that's my weekend. I think that was I'll go to the gym,
decompress, get yourself ready for next weekend.
Yeah, yeah. I'll decompress this weekend and prepare myself for next weekend. I think I might just, especially if the weather's a little bit not so great tomorrow, I'll probably just
rain a bunch.
I'll lay down on the couch, read some books. I'm in the middle of reading this series called Red Rising by Pierce Brown. It's really good. I'm on the second book called Golden Sun. It's awesome. Very big fan. If you're a reader, you like sci-fi fantasy, then Red Rising is a series you need to read. So I'll probably read a little bit of that. Probably play some video games. No, not Lego Fortnite. I haven't been playing that. Don't even say it. I've been playing maybe a little there's the World of Warcraft Season of Discovery that they've been doing, so I might play a little bit of that. Little WoW Classic. Might play some Smite, some other stuff.
All these games are going right over my head.
I know. I'm just saying, real nerdy weekend. Like that's it. My family will be around too, so there will be a point where all four of us will be in the living room, sitting on the couch together, all reading completely separate books because it happens all the time. And so we'll probably do that a lot. Other than that, I have no idea. I can't do that for 2 straight days. I don't know, man. I don't know what I'm going to do. I think I'm going to do all these things, but then I'm going to end up being like, I'm bored. I'm going to do it for like 4 hours, and there's still a whole weekend. Maybe I'll play some basketball. I don't know. You can come play basketball. You and Andrew can.
Okay.
Get up and play. I know you got your sinus infection, but we could play some basketball.
I'll be all right. I'm grinding through it. Andrew, what are you going to do with your weekend?
Play
wait, I
basketball,
already
Andrew?
know.
You can
He's
play
going to
basketball?
watch basketball tomorrow.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, you guys need to be bigger college basketball fans. This weekend wouldn't be an issue. We've got 4 top 10 matchups this weekend. We've got UH going to the Fog, Allen Fieldhouse up in Kansas.
I can't bring myself to want to watch 4 games where there's no offense.
Look, it takes an acquired taste,
Yeah.
you know. But once your team is good at college basketball, it makes watching other college basketball easier because then you can trick yourself into thinking there are implications for all these other big games. When in reality, as long as your resume is good enough, it doesn't really matter what goes on in those other games anyway. But I'm very, very excited for the matchup between Houston and Kansas at 3 p.m. on Saturday. It's going to be a lot of fun. This is what Big 12 basketball and the University of Houston joining the Big 12 was all about, was to get matchups like this. And After being in the building in Austin on Monday, I'm kind of sad I won't be there in Lawrence on Saturday, but I can't wait to watch
Should have
it.
gone with Branham.
That's
Is
true.
he already there?
I would assume
guess he
that
is.
he is already in Kansas, yeah.
Why didn't you go with Jeremy? Do you not
Dude,
like
tickets
Jeremy?
as low as $117 right now.
Easy.
How hard is it to get to Lawrence, Kansas via an airplane?
I can't imagine it's the easiest thing to do in the world.
Driving's not that
Let's
bad.
go to Skyscanner and see what we can get Andrew here.
Yeah, see if we can find him a ticket.
Get you,
The-
get
you know
you a
what?
last
The-
minute
the
ticket.
third
Andrew.
hour
you
is-
buy the game ticket. We'll buy your flight. Maybe not.
I'm on
Maybe
board
we'll-
with that.
maybe we'll
Unless
flip
it's
that.
if it's cheaper than $70, then
the
we'll do it.
flight.
Yeah, we'll do it.
There's no way it's cheaper than.
Shh, I know.
Oh, it's 35 miles from Kansas City. So you fly to Kansas City, you got plenty of options.
Yeah, that's real
easy.
You could honestly you could drive there. It's not that bad of a drive. You already did Austin and back. Why don't you just leave as soon as the show is over and go there?
It is a 12-hour drive to Lawrence from Houston, so
That's not that bad at all.
it's not great.
If you drive as fast there as you did
Yeah.
back from Austin,
Yeah.
the other
I'll
night,
get
you
there in
break-
11 hours.
Grab
maybe
some
10.
Grab
You
some
never know.
Bucky snacks and you'll be good. Yeah, and well, that Kansas Turnpike, people just fly down that anyway, so you'll be in really really good shape if you do that. I think you can make it
what's
like
the
9
line
hours.
on that game this weekend? Is Kansas? I would
have
assume
no idea.
Kansas is a decent favorite here.
All I know is the ESPN matchup predictor has Houston as 75% favorite, so that's all I
What?
care about.
Wow, it does. I don't even see a line on
That's
it.
awesome. Oh, Mardi Gras in Galveston's this weekend.
Oh, okay.
We could go to
Never
that.
been.
I haven't either.
I
Be
don't.
a first time for everything.
That's too much.
Kinda
for me. I'm
entertainment
too
do we
old
have
for
there?
that now, Josh.
What? You're too old for Mardi
I'm too
Gras.
old to go out.
You don't
want
want to. You don't want to eat the baby.
I
Is
gotta
that what
worry
they-
about getting home.
Eat the happy baby? Eli Youngband's going to be there. I like Eli Youngband. That's a good
They're
band.
still a thing.
Yeah,
They're
apparently.
around? Is there like any new hobbies we should pick up? Should I go out and froth?
It's not frolf. It's disc golf.
It's
but
froth.
dude, if you want to go play disc golf, I'll go. Don't mess with.
Well, we
don't play
can't
with my
again.
heart.
Saturday's supposed to be a bunch of rain.
Well, we go on Sunday then. We play basketball tomorrow. We and then we can go play disc golf on Sunday. There's some really
you want to play actual golf? I'll play actual golf with you.
I don't know if that's a good idea.
Why not?
Because you would have a easier
I ain't
time.
played now in a month and a half
You would have an easier time throwing a frisbee than I would hitting a golf ball.
since I messed up my shoulder there a little bit.
Oh,
Yeah.
wait. Is it your throwing shoulder? No,
It's
it's
my
your
left shoulder.
Yeah, you'd still be fine playing disc golf.
Okay.
We could go do that.
Maybe one of these days.
The Gin Blossoms are going to be out at Mardi Gras in Galveston.
The what?
The Gin Blossoms.
Who the hell's that?
I don't know. Just
I think I'm just gonna do
they're
what Andrew's
headlining.
suggesting. I'm just gonna watch college basketball. I think it's what
I guess that's fine. Honestly, that's all we were going to end up doing anyway. Let's
I'm gonna watch U of H. I think U of H is gonna win. I'm gonna say it.
I
I'm
do
gonna call
too.
my shot. I know Andrew's not. Andrew's got the pessimistic ass Andrew.
It's- Pa.
What's
is
your
here.
middle name? Can we get something different for you?
Starts with an E.
No, that doesn't work
P.
either.
Wait,
We just
Pay.
call it
We could just go
pessimistic ass
Carlson.
Carlson.
Yeah.
Pack. All right.
I mean,
cynical ass Carlson.
I want to be optimistic, but Kansas is a phenomenal basketball team at home. And I believe Bill Self, every time he has been facing a higher ranked team in Allen Fieldhouse, I think it's 13 times, they're 13-0. So Kansas is 13-0 in the Bill Self era, I believe, when they are the lower ranked team in a top 10 matchup.
At least your coach doesn't have a toupee like theirs.
It's true.
Worst hair in the game. Bill Self.
I
I think it's so fake.
My favorite thing on ESPN. Do you know ESPN has multiple times confused Bill Self for Mike Krzyzewski? Multiple times they have.
How?
They have shown either pictures of Coach K or Bill Self and used the wrong name. I have screenshots of every time they've done it.
That's embarrassing.
It mostly happens with Bill. They show Bill Self and then put Coach K's name below it. It hasn't happened since he retired, but before he retired, it happened a lot.
That's not good. We could, of course, put it's not just college basketball this week. We got NBA going on.
Yeah,
we got the Rockets.
That covers the nighttime, but we don't have anything
They're
else.
playing
during the
Toronto
day.
tonight.
What other? Do you want to do some woodworking? I could get you into
No,
some
I
woodworking.
took shop class in 7th or 8th grade, and I damn near sliced off a finger at one point.
Don't do that.
Like the tip of it right here.
I
Like, I
will
sliced
say,
it pretty deep.
As injury prone as I am, the fact
I
that
was trying to make a mini baseball bat. Didn't go very
didn't
well.
go well.
No.
That as injury prone as I am, the fact that I've never lobbed a finger or something off with the table saw or with the miter saw is pretty phenomenal.
Oh, the best. I was watching those. She sends these 8 million reels or whatever on Instagram,
Yeah.
and then I started watching them the other night. And I sent her one. And this video, this guy goes through this elaborate process to build this bedside water dispenser for his wife. And the comment on the end of it is, now everybody's going to get screamed at by their wives for not making their bedside water dispenser. Like, he's like this whole process.
I saw
wood
the
and
one.
everything.
It's got those the little wooden rods.
Yeah,
and then it cuts
that one.
Yeah, I saw that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, my wife wants one now too.
Yeah, no, that's
she's
not
like
happening.
It would be.
That's what you could do this weekend.
No, I don't want to do that. That looked like it didn't look like it was hard. It just looked like an annoying process.
You know what we
a
can
very
actually do
annoying
this weekend? We're
process.
going to watch Premier League.
Oh, you know what? I will be watching Premier League this weekend.
Oh, yeah? Who's Man City got this weekend, Josh?
I haven't looked at the schedule. I can't remember. Look,
A
I
real
can't-
fan would know.
That's not true at all.
That they don't play till Monday.
Huh? That's why I haven't looked at the schedule. I have no idea.
That
Dude, I can't even
fake-ass
remember.
fan.
I couldn't even remember the numbers on players' jersey. You think I'm going to
Arsenal
be
gets the chance to lose to Liverpool on Sunday, Andrew.
They're not going to lose.
They're going to lose. 1,000%. Like, hey, guarantee Arsenal loses the.
Hey, look, if they lose, I'll let you get out of your cheeseburger. If they win,
oh wow,
you're getting me too.
Okay, that's a big
yeah,
one.
I'll
All right.
get you your double cheeseburger next week.
Okay, so guarantee Arsenal loses.
I guarantee that Arsenal loses to Liverpool. Where's the game? I don't even know. Was it Emirates?
Yeah, it's at home.
I don't care. You know what? I'm confident. I'm doing it. I'm going for it.
All right.
I'm more confident in that than I am Chelsea beating Wolves. Because guess what they're not going to do probably? Beat Wolves. Freaking Wolves, man. You can go lose to Wolves. There's literally a team called Wolves.
Man, that is a long name. Wolverhampton Wanderers.
It's just It's just Wolves.
I know it's just Wolves, but that's hilarious.
That's who I get to watch.
Yeah,
them
Man
lose
City
to
plays
tomorrow.
Brentford on Monday.
I just said that.
You're
I said real
trick
fans would know they
question.
play on Monday.
I know, but I was looking at who they were playing.
Doesn't matter who they're going to play. They're going to win.
They're going to win, yeah, because
Yeah.
that's all Man
'Cause
City
they're
does.
cheating ass
I
Man
ordered
City.
I ordered my Man City kit though.
Did you?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Which one did you get?
I decided to go custom. It's got beard on the back with my number 14.
Did you really?
Yeah.
I can't wait to see.
Yeah, it's gonna be awesome.
I can't
well,
wait to see this.
You know, a little kid growing up watching the Premier League and following along with Manchester
you
City.
did? You
yeah.
watched as a kid?
Yeah, it
was readily available as a child.
It was.
in
I
America.
I always wanted to see my name on the back of a Man City. You know, like singing Blue Moon as a kid, wearing the kit. That's what I always wanted. So,
congrats to you,
Andrew. How long did you tune out that time?
What were you saying? Something?
Yeah, Mister. I'm a Man City fan. Okay, Yankees fan.
Andrew did legitimately admit the other day after the show that he's just going to tune me out anytime I start talking about Manchester City and Premier
There's
League.
only two actual Premier League fans.
Yeah, me
on
and
this
you.
Show. His name is Andrew.
No.
The other one's name is Michael. The
I'm
other one, fake fan
bigger.
Josh.
That's a real fan. I'm a way bigger fan than both of you guys. I know more about my team than either of y'all combined.
Okie dokie, buddy. Whatever you got to tell yourself. So I guess that's what we're going to do this weekend. Hey, who is the most underperforming or overperforming units in the NFL this year? Well, we'll tell you about that when we return to Connor and Beard. ESPN 97.5, 92.5.
Beard is teaching Connor how to use all of the technical advances in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, like how to close the door and stuff. It's Connor and Beard.
Connor and Beard, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Thanks for joining us on your Friday, getting your weekend started right. That's just the way to do it. Right here. Coming up at 2:45, final segment of the show. The Love Doctors are in the building. They're ready to go.
Well, the Love Doctors are evolving.
So start thinking of your questions if you have a love question.
Yeah.
713-780-3776.
If you need love advice,
yeah.
We're Love Doctors. We can fix.
Yeah.
We
we haven't gotten an update with Andrew in a while on how his love life's going.
We haven't, and honestly, we have an update for him of how we can continue to help him find love. So, but if
you do, I don't know if I'm going to agree to this or not.
You are going to agree to this.
Okay.
If you have a question about a relationship or love that you're currently experiencing, or if you would like to experience love and need to know how, we can help you out with both of those.
Yeah, that's what we're here for.
We're experts.
We are experts. We
on
know
that. Not on everything, but on
love,
that.
People.
We love love. Well, for the most part, we love love. Michael doesn't love some love.
No, I don't.
You don't love Travis
love
Kelce and Taylor Swift.
Love,
Did you?
Which is Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift.
Did y'all happen to hear the clip after the AFC Championship game where she ran up to him and hugged him?
Yeah, you sent to us, and she said she's so turned on right now. Like, Jesus Christ, keep it in your pants.
Travis Kelce
Taylor.
was like, "I'm so in love with you," and she's like, "I've never been so turned on in my entire life." And I was like, "What?"
All of a sudden, they're gonna start banging at the 50-yard line,
bro. Well, it makes a little bit more sense. Like maybe she has a little bit more Travis Kelce in her than we think.
Yeah, they're perfect for each other.
I think they kind of are, which that means it's real love.
Keep doing your thing. I can't wait for her to fly back over from Japan to go to the Super Bowl, and we get to hear about it for hours on end. Congrats! I do love. It was one of the political sides is blaming the other side for Taylor Swift or something now. Who the hell?
I don't know.
What world are we living in?
She's a part of the deep state. That's what you don't know.
Okay, so that what is it? The Democrats are pushing her out there or something?
That was a part of the rant that we heard the other day.
Yeah. But I just saw there's legit articles and stuff.
Yeah, they think that she's a plant in the NFL to gather a whole other fan base to one side over the other.
Why are people so stupid?
I don't know. That's a question I've been asking myself for years and have never found an answer to.
Why do people click on these things?
And he tried to give her a friendship bracelet, but they wouldn't. She never came down and
friendship.
Yeah, that's her thing at her concerts.
Yeah,
he tried to give her a friendship bracelet. She didn't come and see him, and then she found out about it and reached out to him, and that's how they connected.
He said on his podcast, and I remember this because this is how she would talk. She said that was so metal.
Yeah.
So metal, bro. That's so metal. Let me sound more like a generic white ass woman. It's so metal.
I can't get past the "I love you so much." I'm more turned on than I've ever been in my entire life. I have to imagine that they had been dating well before we found out.
They're dropping love that quickly?
Well, Travis Kelce seems like a guy who would drop love that quickly.
Yeah.
And from another guy who wears his heart on his sleeve and is quickly passionate, I don't blame him for it.
Yeah, I don't either.
It's a good thing. There's a silver lining to it. There's some bad stuff, but there's some good stuff too.
Well, he and Taylor Swift can go do whatever. I don't care. Hey, Josh, tell us about the most underperforming and overperforming teams in the league. You found this list before the show today.
We will move on from Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift.
We'll save the love for the final segment.
Speaking of overperforming units. NFL.com did a list. NFL.com did a list of overperforming and underperforming units. Cynthia Freeland, she works for NFL.com. She does a whole bunch of other stuff. You've seen her before. She did this article on overperforming and underperforming units. And there were a bunch of teams on there where she specifically chose offense or defense. So with the Detroit Lions, she chose them as an overperforming unit. Their preseason win share ranking was 14th. Their final win share ranking was 4th. So talking about how they overperformed. Well, I looked on this. I'm like, hey, I wonder if she thinks that either the Texans defense or offense overperformed. Let me look at this article. Let me click on it. The Texans, it says that she didn't just choose offense or defense. They were an overperforming unit, and it just says Houston Texans, entire team. So the entire team preseason win share rankings were 29th, and their final win share ranking was 11th. And she said, I've never not isolated a position group or at least a side of the ball for a team before in this exercise, but I'm making an exception with this squad, which was one of the most surprising stories of the 2023 campaign.
I mean, honestly, when I'm trying to go back and think on it, they're easily the most overperforming team based on
yeah.
preseason expectations, correct?
Yes, they
I
have.
don't think
They have
there's,
to be.
there's not a close second.
I think the NFL.com had them as 29th in the rankings. A lot of people had them as like 30th or 31st. And so, yeah, by far they are the most overperforming. And a lot of it goes back to the performances that you saw, multiple guys stepping up in their second or third year, and then the performance of C.J. Stroud. Like the guy who had this is what she says in the article. Wonderkind quarterback C.J. Stroud's report card for the regular season includes an 8-0 touchdown to interception ratio and a 142.8 passer rating on deep passes. So anything 20 plus, those explosives that we love to talk about so much. An 8-0 touchdown to interception ratio and a 142.8 passer rating on all of his passes with 20 plus air yards. That's insane. Of course you're going to overperform whenever you have a quarterback that can do stuff like that. Will Anderson, he finished with 7 sacks, 22 quarterback hits, was one of the most successful in pass rush success rating. Like, this team overperformed. You look at the role players all across the defense and the offense, they all overperformed. So I thought this was telling to see that people noticed how much D'Amico Ryans got out of this team this year.
They got a lot, and I went back and I'm not talking about from the overall standpoint again. Like, would the Raiders qualify because they played Aiden O'Connell all year? They went 8-9.
Oh man, that's a really good one. They should qualify, in my opinion.
The Pittsburgh Steelers going 10-7 with the quarterback play that they had.
I think that would go in like the over winning, but not overperforming, because I don't feel like they really ever overperformed.
To have that record has to be considered, correct?
It also could just be a little lucky, and you played teams that underperform whenever they played you.
Yeah, there's a little bit of that. Would people say the Packers overperformed, given how young they are?
Personally, I think so. She only did the Lions, the Bucks, the Texans, the Rams, and the Chiefs for overperforming. So the Chiefs defense got it. The Rams offensive and defensive fronts got it. The Texans entire team, which is still hilarious. The Bucks passing offense, and then the Lions offense.
I don't know if I'd put the Bucks in there.
I
know the passing.
I would say the passing offense I would put in there. Nobody expected Baker to do
looking at that division, like,
that's fair.
It was crap. It was the worst division in football.
That's fair. But they
won it at 9-8.
You look at how efficient Baker was compared to what everybody thought, and how efficient their receiving weapons were with Mike Evans and Chris Godwin and Rachaad White to a certain point too. They were really, really good. So I wouldn't mind that. I don't disagree with you. I think like maybe the Packers should be on this list above the Bucks passing offense.
Yeah, I mean, and like they should have had, it felt like a win against the 49ers. Could you imagine if that happened? They pulled off that win we'll be talking about right now.
Oh, it'd be it'd
be the Lions.
I personally would have been pissed. I personally would have been angry if they had beat the 49ers. I know you'd be fine with it, but I'd be pissed because it'd just be one more notch against the Cowboys. One of the last stat that she put on there and she ended it with the future is exceedingly bright in Houston. This is a stat I didn't know. And I think it only helps lend credence to us wanting Nico Collins as the clear-cut wide receiver 1 moving forward. Next Gen stats show that Nico Collins led the entire league in yards over expected with 399 yards.
Wow.
Which is nuts. I mean, that is the guy makes a move, breaks a tackle, and goes. The yards over expected, we had a whole discussion about that with the Pro Football Focus quarterback rankings, where that's a knock against the quarterback. But whenever you talk about yards over expected, where if a play was supposed to be 12 yards, it ended up going 30, or if it's supposed to be 16 yards, it ended up going 60, that is a huge, huge positive for a receiver, a tight end, or a playmaker, because that means they had to make a move to make that happen, either through the way they caught it, the way they ran the route, breaking a tackle, whatever it is. Nico Collins led the league in all of it, which is awesome.
He was definitely, for like, if you're talking about individual overperformers for us as fans, of the team, he has to be number 1, correct?
Yes.
Considering the expectation you had. Maybe, I don't know, maybe Tank Dell being a 3rd-round pick and being a rookie, doing what he did, that probably qualifies well.
I think so. Puka Nacua should have been on the list as like a person, 5th-round pick.
Yeah, I mean, if you're doing just the individual players, I mean, you have to give it to C.J. Stroud because he's a rookie, and you weren't.
Well, that's why she gave it to the entire team, because there was so much.
No,
she couldn't.
I'm just going to if we did an individual specific player, list for the.
Yeah,
Texans.
I think it would default to C.J. Stroud, but Tank would be up there. Nico would be up there too, though.
Yeah, Devin Singletary.
Yes, Derek.
Did not see that.
Derek Stingley, I think, would be up there as well.
Is it overperforming if you're just finally meeting expectations?
But what were
play?
I don't think he was his expectations were not what they were when he got drafted.
My expectation for him coming into the year was that he was going to be the corner that he was drafted.
That's fair. So yeah, maybe he wouldn't be on there. There are a lot of guys who could win the individual award. It would go to C.J. Stroud, but a lot of other names would be up there.
Blake Cashman qualify?
Yeah. I think. Well, not quite as much as the other guys. I don't think. I'd give it to the other guys first.
Yeah.
What about Jonathan Grenard?
I don't know. I think that just health alone. Like he finally stayed healthy.
Yeah.
Overall,
I didn't expect him to be quite as dominant both in the pass rush and stopping the run though.
Who's going to overpay him?
I think it's going to be the Texans.
I don't think it is.
I don't know.
He's moving on.
We'll wait and see. I think it's going to end up being the Texans because they know how important it is to spend money on the defensive line.
We'll see. It's one of those things that we're just going to keep watching every day as the offseason continues. Hey, there was a big move last night in the American League for the Baltimore Orioles. Does that now make them the biggest threat for the Astros in the AL this season? We'll discuss it next here on Connor and Beard.
Back to Connor and Beard in the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Do you smell that? What do you think that is?
It's smell on the weekend that's coming up.
Smell of the weekend.
Yeah. What's the weekend smell like?
Depends on the weekend.
Chocolate
and it depends on
covered
the
barbecue for you?
No, it's not. I don't actually
chocolate covered brisket.
I don't smoke my brisket in chocolate, people.
Yeah, you do.
Stop. I do not.
He dips it in Hershey chocolate sauce.
I do not.
Throws it right in the green egg.
I kind of want to try it now, to be honest. I don't know what that would taste like.
It's a waste of money, but
yeah, it would be a waste of money, but it'd be hilarious. What does the weekend smell like to me? Vodka soda.
Okay.
outside.
Red wine for me.
Okay, if I were to make it a Josh's weekend candle. All right?
Oh yeah, because you already. What
I've
was
already
that
done the
candle
flannel.
you want to give?
The flannel
flannel
candle. Yeah, the flannel candle. I also have a bacon candle I can bring in, which is kind of nice. But for me, Saturday mornings we always do a nice big breakfast. So it'd be breakfast food, so like bacon and eggs, vodka soda, fresh cut grass, and the smell of the breeze. I don't know what that means, but that's what it would smell like on any given weekend. There's other weekends where it might smell different. Maybe it smells like salt water because we go to a beach or something. But for the most part, that's I like to do like woodworking stuff. So like sawdust too. So my scent would be sawdust, vodka soda, what else? Fresh cut grass, fresh cut grass, and bacon and eggs. Yeah,
that sounds like one hell of a weekend.
Yeah, it's a good weekend.
Mine's gonna be pancakes, bacon and eggs, and red wine.
That's
there you
just
That's it.
those four.
That's it.
Andrew, what does your weekend smell like?
Snacks.
No, don't. He doesn't
Musty
have
snacks.
No, we'll get
Wings.
into that.
We're going to Pluckers to watch
Okay, there you
the
go.
game tomorrow, the UH Kansas game. Me and a couple boys, so it'll be fun. Beer and wings.
Boy, the Saturdays are for the boys, is what they say.
That's what they say.
That's the way it should be.
It's gonna be that way during baseball season. So yesterday, guys, in the American League, significant move. It's been a good week for the Baltimore fans. Outside of the Ravens fans, their franchise, the Orioles, finally got sold from that wacko family, the Angelos family. They sold it off to a group of guys, an equity firm. Maybe now they'll act like a major league team that has good players. But they already did because they've picked up Corbin Burns yesterday in a trade. Now, Corbin Burns will be a free agent after this season. The likelihood of him staying in Baltimore, about slim to none. Kind of like when Garrett Cole came to the Astros. But they didn't give up a lot because they only gave up a couple of prospects in the deal because they've only got 1 year left to control. But this is the kind of pitcher that the Baltimore Orioles have been missing. They've needed an ace of the staff. And the question here is, are the Baltimore Orioles now the Astros' biggest overall threat in the American League going into 2024?
Absolutely. Yes. I mean, look, Corbin Burns had a down year last year. Now, I know more about Corbin Burns than I do about other Milwaukee Brewers players because I had Corbin Burns as one of the aces on my MLB The Show online team.
Oh, look at you.
But Corbin Burns, he had a little bit more of a down year, if you want to call 3.39 a down year. But if he gets back to any semblance of what he was the 3 seasons before,
Cy Young winner in the National League.
The guy's going to be nuts. And so if you're looking at like an AL championship, an ALCS against the Baltimore Orioles, man, it is going to be a tough matchup. I still give the Astros the edge because of overall.
Yeah.
But they're definitely the most staunch competition.
I hear that all the time, and I think it's funny. You know, they're the next Astros, which they could be. They're still very young, or they're going to be better than that. Like, if it came down, let's just play that scenario. If it was a 7-game ALCS against this team, like right now, even with home field being in their advantage, if it gave it to Baltimore, I would pick the Astros because they haven't been there and done that. Like, you could sit here and think that talent-wise, it's easy to do as well because their general manager's a former Astros guy, Mike Elias, and Sig Maydal's there as well. Like, it's easy to think they're going to be the next team, but like we've seen franchises that have had this kind of stuff before, and then none of them achieve it.
Yeah.
So, like, just assuming they're going to achieve it is silly. Do I think that they're going to? Yeah. I mean, look, at some point this year, they're probably also going to bring up Jackson Holiday. And I think they've got another prospect that's getting ready to come. Like, they've got a stupid loaded farm system.
Yes.
They're just extremely young. But this is the kind of piece that they needed to try and push it over the top this year in that rotation. I think that, you know, overall, they probably are the biggest threat to the Astros. I still think the Astros, compared to everybody else in the American League, are still a tier above everybody else, even if they didn't win it all last year.
Well, I think the big thing, if you're looking at, so you look at that 7-game series, look at a 7-game series and what the pitching would look like for both of those two teams. Corbin Burns gives the Orioles a lot of high-end stuff, but I still would say, like, if the Astros, let's say the Astros have a bounce-back year from Fromber and even a mini bounce-back year from Christian Javier, the starting rotation is still better for the Astros, right? You go Verlander, Fromber, Christian Javier, that's better than the top 3 that the Orioles have, which I'm assuming it would be probably Burns, Bradish, and Rodriguez for their top 3 guys.
Yeah.
So Burns is incredible, but I mean, you're talking game 1, Justin Verlander versus Burns.
Those are the kind of games where you feel like it's a wash. Whoever blinks first is going to get the victory.
Yes, but the difference maker too is the 7, 8, 9 that the Astros have now. if Verlander can only go those 6 innings, don't you feel good about what can happen in those last 3 innings with what they have? So like, it makes them better and it makes them more dangerous. But yeah, I'm absolutely picking the Astros to beat the Orioles, whether it's home field advantage or not.
Now with the AL East, that's an interesting one as well because that division's always competitive.
Yes.
I guess hands up. Do we think the Yankees are going to rebound this year? Yes or no?
I don't know if they'll rebound enough.
Okay.
I think they'll rebound, but not enough.
Andrew, do you think they rebound?
I think they'll be a wild card team this year.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, picking up Juan Soto's really nice. They've got question marks still pitching-wise. Garrett Cole's awesome. Rodon was god-awful last year when he pitched, and he's always hurt. Somebody else is hurt for them, isn't there? Pitching-wise, I think. See, I got to go look
Is
at
Juan
it.
Soto still only 21 years old?
No,
It's
he's going to be like 25 by now.
It's
I think.
incredible. Juan Soto, only 21 years old. I don't care if he's 36. He's still.
I hope the Yankees give him $450 million.
Yeah.
And they just tie all their money into him
Oh,
and
that'd be
Judge.
so beautiful.
He's 25. He's really good. Like he's still really awesome. He's going to be a factor. I don't know if I'm going to pick that. I don't know yet if I'm going to pick them to be a wild card team. I'm not sure.
It's tough, man, because they'd have to jump the Blue Jays and Tampa Bay to be able.
Well, yeah, it feels like Tampa should probably take a little bit of a step back this year.
Yeah, but how big of a step back?
But we say that, yeah, then they're going to go out and win 95 games because they're Tampa, because they're going to out bullpen you all game, and they're going to have a bunch of guys that don't have sexy numbers, but they just win baseball games. That's what they do.
It's so frustrating.
I really don't know how to that division. I don't know how to predict. Other than I know Baltimore's gonna be at the top.
I honestly I feel like it's gonna be Baltimore. I feel like it'd be Baltimore, Toronto, and New York. But I would not be surprised at all if Tampa Bay kind of jumps in there.
I think Tampa Bay can still linger.
Yeah.
The Toronto, I'll never believe in Toronto
at all.
No. Every year I dupe myself into thinking this is gonna be the year that their talent comes together and they're gonna do this or they're gonna do that, and then they're mid. As the kids would say today, Josh, they're mid.
We need
every
to find
year.
We need to find a different one, a different word than just mid.
Well, I think that's still the hottest one out there.
Does it change your mind about Toronto at all that Vladdy Guerrero Jr. is the cover athlete for MLB The Show 24?
Makes me feel worse.
Makes you feel worse?
Yeah.
It's not like there's a curse like the Madden curse.
Why did they pick him, by the way?
I have no idea.
He's
they did
not that good. Like, you go look at he's had like one good season where he almost won an MVP. Not saying that he's bad by any means, but like he's not lived up to any of that hype he got. You know why? He's fat and out of shape.
You know what? Okay, fat people can do things
but,
too.
Like,
fat people
Josh,
can be good at things,
he's like
Michael.
24 years old and he's wasted the early portions of his career because he's fat and out of shape.
I didn't get that choice just because I felt like there were just so many better young options than him. Like that one feels real weird.
I mean, there's this guy called Shohei Ohtani that you could just put on.
Well, he was on there last year, though.
I know, but you could put him on there again. He's a Dodger.
You could, but they're not going to do Shohei Ohtani 2 years in a row.
They never put an Astro on any of these.
I know, which is dumb. They never will.
Well, after the Science,
they won't.
Altuve would have been the pick.
He absolutely would have been the pick.
Yeah.
I think Jordan would be a pick to be up there too because he's just freaking nasty.
I don't think they put. He's not marketable. If you're a casual sports fan, you don't have a clue who Jordan Alvarez is.
That's fair. Well, honestly, if you're a casual sports fan, you barely know who Vladdy Guerrero Jr. is too.
True, that is true.
But at least he's younger and a little bit more marketable.
Yeah, but I mean, Jordan doesn't even speak.
You know who should be a cover athlete?
Who?
The cover athlete for MLB The Show. If they chose one for the Astros, it should be JP France.
No.
Yeah, imagine having that mustache.
It'd be very easy. It's Verlander.
Well, yeah, duh. But I was trying to be funny. Thank you very much.
No.
You just have the cop.
Verlander and Kate, their infamous picture on the internet on the MLB The Show cover.
No. Inappropriate, man. Kids buy that and download it.
Andrew, do you think the Orioles are the biggest threat in the American League now?
Yeah, I think so because they were probably the most talented team outside of the Astros in the American League last season. And I think part of the reason they faltered in the playoffs against the Rangers is the fact that they just didn't have the capacity to really deal with those moments with how young they are. A year of seasoning, I think that they're going to be a serious, serious threat in the American League.
I think that they will as well. I just hope that the moment's still too big for them. That they're not there yet. Like the Astros went from, they had that moment in 2015, and then it took them a year. They fell back, had some injury issues, whatever. They didn't do enough to the team. But then they didn't. It's like they just hit the gas from there. I'm hoping that the Orioles don't hit the gas.
You don't
from
think?
That moment.
But you don't think that losing to the Rangers gave them a little bit more of that experience at a bigger moment?
Oh yeah, no, it definitely does.
And I feel like that
you got to get it out of the system first.
The scary thing is that might be enough. that might be enough to help
guess-
put the foot on the
I
gas.
still don't look at their starting pitching and go, you know what? That's
It's-
a top tier rotation.
It's
to where it's-
scarier, but it's not scary.
Yeah, like I know it's not the best state that the Astros have had a rotation in, but right now they still have a rotation that I think you look at in the American League. That's probably the best up there.
Yeah,
if everything plays out how
it's
it should.
it's like top 3 for sure.
God, I just need
at
baseball
a minimum.
back.
Yeah, I do
miss
too.
I miss baseball season. When will it get here? Oh wait,
10 days.
10 days until pitchers and catchers.
Yeah,
report. So that'll be a lot of fun. We'll do our final segment of the week in just a couple of moments, where the love doctors will be in session. So get you got love questions, you got love. Any kind of love advice you need, 713-780-3776. But right now, I want to tell you about what you will love, which is heading over to mybookie.ag and putting in the promo code BET975 right now. Get your match deposit bonus on, because you can get in on the action. You know, the big games coming up, you're going to have prop bets all over the place. You got the traditional lines. You got all kinds of great action that you can get in on at mybookie.ag for that big game. Make Sunday way more enjoyable than it's been in forever. Hey, maybe this weekend you're feeling playing some college games. The basketball, of course, and of course the NBA as well. They've got you there. Golf going on, Pebble Beach Pro-Am. Well, mybookie.ag if you're feeling like throwing down on some golfers. Again, head over there now with the promo code BET975. That's BET975. Get your match deposit. They also have, of course, the live casino with real live dealers in the flesh. So much fun to be had across the entire website. So I suggest to you get your weekend started right by getting over there right now. MyBookie.ag, Bet975 is the promo code. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere, only with MyBookie. It is true we are buttholes.
I'm a nice guy. I'm not a butthole. I just pulled a Michael. Started talking before I turned the microphone on.
Well, usually Andrew does it for us, which I got to say, Andrew, you're very kind to do that.
I never did that as a producer.
I never
so
did
it's
it
way
either.
better than any. When I've tried to explain to people, they're like, "Hey, is Andrew a good producer?" I try to say he is
Better than I was, because he even
Yes.
turns them off, and I would never turn. Lance would never
No.
turn his off back in the day when I.
No,
would do
me
his
either.
He would just start talking in the middle of commercials and stuff.
I've told people he's literally 100 times the producer I ever thought I was. Not even
Yeah.
the 100 times the producer I was. He's 100 times the producer I ever thought I was.
Yeah. It's exactly what it is. Hey, it's that time, guys. 713-780-3776.
Excited.
If you have your love questions, send them in via text or call right now. But Josh, you wanted to bring the love doctors back out today.
Honestly, this is the only reason I didn't check out after the Astros question of the day is because I was so excited for this. We're bringing back Connor and Beard Love Doctors, and guess what, Michael?
What do you got?
Connor and Beard Love Doctors is going digital. That's right.
It?
Yeah, we are. We talked about it yesterday. We talked about how David Carr was using ChatGPT to write his little tidbits and blurbs for his offensive list. Well, apparently you can do that on the dating apps too. And so we're going digital for Andrew Carlson, all right? A Tinder user trained a bot to I want to get real sexy with this one. Yeah. Connor and Beer Love Doctors. So a Tinder user trained a bot to swipe right on women based on his preferences and used ChatGPT to talk to him. That man is now engaged to one of the women that he met. Does
this woman know this?
I don't know, but it's one of the women that the computer suggested through his algorithm that he should choose, and now they're engaged to be married.
I don't think that's a good thing.
Why not?
First of all, you're
simplifying the process.
No, it's really not. You're not getting to learn anything about the person.
You don't need to learn anything about people. You learn after you get married.
You're having a computer do everything, and then you're going to go on a date.
No.
And so, Josh, I think for love doctor advice, this is terrible. We
No.
give the advice
Did
of
you
don't
learn?
do this.
Did you? No, you absolutely do this. Did you learn more about your wife before you married her, or after you? Oh, sorry. Let me change that. Did you learn more about your wife before you lived with her, or after you lived with her?
Probably before.
Get out of here.
We
You
weren't
learned
living
facts.
together. No, we weren't living together, but we were like living
Yeah,
together, man.
that's what I'm saying.
We were together all the time.
That's what, and that's what I mean. Is like you learn facts about people. You learn people once you start living with them. Once you spend every single waking moment with them, and they're staying over.
It's true. I mean, there's one thing that she still does to this day that annoys the hell out of me. She goes to the bathroom, and it's usually right before she goes to take a shower. She takes all her clothes off on the toilet, then leaves them by the toilet. And there's always clothes there.
I do the same thing, and it pisses my wife off.
Pisses me off so much.
Yeah, my wife gets so mad at that. But this is what look. He was still reading their responses. He just had ChatGPT. He didn't have to swipe. He didn't have to come. He's socially awkward, so he didn't have to come up with the responses himself. He let chat. He set up the algorithm. He set up the bot. He set up his preferences, and he let AI take care of it for him. And now he found love. You can find love with robots, Michael, and that's what we're going to do for Andrew.
Is the love that he's found with another robot?
No, it's with an actual woman who he met through the use of AI.
Do you have a picture
and
of this couple?
Yeah, click on the link.
Okay.
The picture on the left is the couple. You look at him. He looks like a guy who trained a bot to swipe right using AI.
Andrew, would you do this?
Absolutely not.
Why?
You're
Come
right.
on.
It's so dumb.
No, this is great. It simplified the process. You could watch the Cougs while you're swiping right on thousands of women.
Well,
This is
okay.
Yeah.
This looks like a stock photo.
It is not a stock photo. It is a picture of them. It's like one of their engagement photos.
They look like they belong together.
They do. She looks a little nerdy, but it was based on his preferences.
Hold on, this has got to be fake. That ring is on the wrong finger, Josh. She's
Maybe
got the ring on the right hand.
Maybe she's just showing it off. They're also young, and young people are stupid. This is from an article that I read from Dixerto, and Dixerto is a big website with lots of different things.
He chatted with over 5,000 women with the ChatGPT. Yeah. That's insanity. Andrew, continue.
There's also a guy who is the most swiped right guy on Tinder, and he uses ChatGPT for all of his conversations too. And to create his, this one's worse. He created all of his pictures using AI.
Oh my god,
that one's worse.
Yeah, that's real bad.
Okay, Andrew, sorry.
Yeah, I would never do this.
Why?
Because in order to date someone, you need to actually have some conversation and get to know them.
Nah.
Yeah.
It's overrated. You don't learn anything about them. Everybody's pretending until you really, really start dating hard. Get all that stuff out of the way early, and then whenever it progresses more, then you actually go on physical dates. Then of course you can't have it. Well,
so
maybe you could have a
just
robot
hope that ChatGPT is spit out like a Cliff Notes list for me for whichever women I match with.
Yes.
And
yeah, you just read. You're still
use that.
You're still reading the responses. You can still keep track of it. But yeah, if you have the right bots, then yes, it could give you a synopsis of everything that's happened, or at least a list of all the messages that you've gotten. It would simplify your process.
It may simplify it, but I'm out on this.
Andrew,
this is
my
terrible.
love doctor advice is don't do it, and I'm glad that you're on board with that.
I'm just trying to help automate his love.
Don't automate your love.
Just
it's got to be authentic.
It's not full
you want
automation.
it to last, it's got to be authentic.
This man found love. He's getting married. He's engaged. He found exactly what he's looking for because our future robot AI overlords helped him find it through an algorithm that he trained.
It's terrible. 713-780-3776 is the number to send in your questions. You got a few minutes to send in your love doctor questions.
I think I might actually start having conversations with my wife using ChatGPT.
Good luck with that. I'm sure that'll go
I think
over
it'll
very
work.
well.
We did have a listener love question that came through, so I wanted to bring this one up. The listener love question is, my fiance is freaking out about me missing one credit card payment, saying our credit score is going to be ruined before buying a house. How do I lessen her anxiety? I've made 99% of my payments on time, but lost 2 points for this missed payment. Well, losing 2 points is not that big of a deal.
Yeah.
It sucks.
As somebody that's actually recently gone through this because his dumbass forgot to pay one credit card bill, and I paid it like 2 or 3 days later because I was just remembered, I didn't pay that.
Yeah.
It's not that big of a deal.
It's
It'll
really
be
not.
okay.
I
pay all my stuff on time. It's going to happen occasionally. If they can't figure that out, then whatever.
This is what you do. Okay. First of all, you say, "Hey, calm down. You're being hysterical." That's the first thing you do before anything else. And then you walk up to her. You say,
tell her you're being hysterical.
Say, "Calm down. You're being hysterical. It's probably your hormones." And then you walk up to her and you just gently brush her cheek with your hand. And you say, "Listen, girl.
Why you got to do the
It's
voice?
okay.
I think this is worse than your Mechie So Catchy.
We're still going to be able to buy that house." And you have this music playing in the background while you do it. A couple points. It's not that big of a deal. Oh, yeah. That's what you do. It's that simple. But you have to lead off with, "Calm down. You're being hysterical. It's probably the hormones."
I'm going to tell everybody, don't take that advice.
Just don't take any of Josh's advice, to be honest.
This advice is worse.
It's good advice.
Especially with the Kool-Aid Man voice he had going on there with the, oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
We got one text in that says, LMAO, the listener is dumb because if he misses ever again, he's truly effed.
If he misses another payment ever again?
I guess. I don't know. You'd be all right.
I mean, like if you're missing payments all the time frequently, it's a big deal. But like missing 2 payments, you're fine.
Yeah.
One texter 5030 wants to know what happened to Andrew's sushi girl.
The one I'm currently talking to?
Yeah.
Yeah, things are fine. We're going on
Good?
a date today.
Nice.
But
that's cool.
Look, I don't know what the long-term potential is for this, but it's fun right now. So
that's all that matters. Fun right now is fine.
Sounds like it's casual snacks.
Okay,
people.
I will pull back from the creepy voice and giving obviously horrible advice. What is keeping you from what is making you say I don't know about the long-term potential?
I don't know if there's some personality. I don't know if we're necessarily a personality fit, and there are also things that where I know how I feel when I am really, really just like head over heels for somebody, and I don't really feel that way right now. So maybe that'll change.
That's fine.
But if it doesn't, then
you just keep having fun.
You
keep
move
hanging
on
out.
eventually.
Yeah.
Josh, we actually got a specific question
Did we
for you on the text 713-780-3776. In your professional opinion, Josh, what's the best way to play the skin flute?
Well, that's hurtful. Also, treat it. You know what? Follow the golden rule. That's the best way.
What's the golden rule, Josh?
Do unto others as you would do unto yourself. Or no, do unto others as you want others to do unto you. So just follow the golden rule. Whatever you like, do that.
Oh, man. I wasn't expecting that question from one.
I'm not surprised at all. I will always have an answer for a question like that.
That was look. I'll give it to you off the top of your head. That's pretty good.
Yeah, follow the golden rule. I feel like that's probably any questions about advice in the bedroom. Follow the golden rule. Do unto others as you would have others do unto yourself.
Yeah.
Until they tell you otherwise. Listen and be attentive. They'll tell you.
Here's a real question I have for you. You've been married longer than I have been.
I've been married for a very long time, yeah.
She keeps sending me these reels on Instagram about asking to be her Valentine. Do I have to ask her to be my Valentine?
If she's sending them, she wants you to do it. Yeah. If she's sending you, especially if she sent multiple ones, and she may even do a thing where be like, did you see those silly reels? Do you see those silly reels that I sent you? Isn't that ridiculous? But then that absolutely means, okay, I have to ask her to be my Valentine.
This is dumb.
It's all right. It'll be fine.
Biggest scam there ever was.
It's not that big of a deal. My wife hates Valentine's Day, but she's one of the people that subscribes to, if you have to do this, do something different on that day versus what you do every other day, then something's wrong.
One final text that came in says, "Don't fall for the good girl act, Andrew. Remember, women are bipolar." That's not accurate. Get out of here. This show's about love. Women are fine.
Yeah, women are all right.
They're fine.
Just
They're
tell
good.
them to calm down and everything will be all right.
Don't listen to anything these people are saying at all. But what you should do is keep listening to this station, because from 3 to 6, you will be entertained by the Killer Bees. They are coming up next. Josh and I and Andrew will be back Monday. We'll see how many snacks Andrew's had, if the Cougars have won, and if Josh has fallen down at anything. Enjoy your weekend.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
That was pretty good. That was a Friday. What up, H-Town?
Damn right it was.
Step there. The W is what gave it away. The W, you hit it hard. That was a Friday W.
Yep.
Is what that was.
Now you get yourself a Saturday W, and as the weekend's going to
Yeah.
start off really nice.
I was being heckled in the airport. He's blank. I'm Joe George behind the glass. Friday edition of the Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Joe is our assistant to the regional manager. He is our queen bee. Yeah. I was getting heckled. They were saying rock chalk as I was walking through the airport.
Because you obviously had your red on, right?
No, not even red. I had my white hat on with the red UH letter. I didn't even have red on, and they were rock chalking me, whatever that means. Whatever a rock chalk means, I was getting rock chalked as I walked to the baggage claim. A lot of Kansas City jerseys, too. A bunch of Pat Mahomes. No Willie Gay jerseys. A lot of Pat Mahomes jerseys, no Willie Gay jerseys for whatever reason. A lot of Travis Kelce jerseys. Not much on the defensive side of the ball, though, which was interesting. Coug Blaze can't believe they have an airport there. Well, they actually don't. You have to fly into Missouri. Well, I did. I flew into Kansas City, Missouri, and then I had to drive to Lawrence. But that's enough about me. I don't know why I had this on my mind today, Blankers. Probably some sort of Discord on Twitter. That's where I get all my stuff. One-hit wonders. We've seen plenty of one-hit wonders, whether it's in music. There's a lot of music artists who are one-hit wonders. They have one hit. They don't make anything else that's worth a darn the rest of their lives. You're one-hit actors or actresses, directors, and we see a lot of one-hit wonders in sports where one guy or lady will jump onto the sports scene and then they'll disappear forever. Mac McClung, kind of a one-hit wonder. He's on the scene in the slam dunk competition and then can't even play well in the G League. Or a guy has a really good year and then he's gone. Or maybe just a period of time, like Jeremy Lin. I know Jeremy Lin lasted more than 1 year, but it was that one hit, and they made a living off of that. Maybe a Tim Tebow. Like, there's a bunch of one-hit wonders, and if you want to send us some of your favorite one-hit wonders, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Killer Bees aren't one-hit wonders because we've lived through two different time slots. Joe George is not a one-hit wonder because he's making his way up the alphabet. 2 of the 26 have been accomplished, so congratulations on that, Joe. From a Houston Texans perspective, who are you most concerned is a one-hit wonder? And I have a list here of 7 players that had career years, I would call it, and maybe I missed a couple. Y'all can add some on. 713-780-3776 or Blankers or Joe. C.J. Stroud's one of them. Yep. Nico Collins, career year. Tank Dell, first year, career year. Will Anderson, first year, career year. John Gernard has had a solid season before. Now, this was a career year. You could nitpick me here and say he's not a one-hit wonder, that he had 8 sacks 2 years ago. You're an idiot. How do you put a guy who had 8 sacks 2 years ago on this one-hit wonder list? But for the sake of conversation, he's there. Christian Harris is there, and Derek Stingley Jr. is there. Off the top of your head, am I missing anybody here?
I got one. Cashman.
Who is it? Okay, see, I thought about Cashman. The reason that I didn't want to put Blake Cashman here, but we will, since you brought him up. I don't think he's in the tier of these guys. I don't think he's in, like, if you just read off a list of 8 players, C.J. Stroud, Nico Collins, Tank Dell, Will Anderson, John Gernard, Christian Harris, Derek Stingley, and Blake Cashman, SAT question, what's the one name that doesn't belong?
Yeah, probably.
But we can discuss them.
I mean, because the thing is he may never play better than he played this year.
Right. Yeah. And I think he is a good name to discuss one-hit wonders.
In this
the reason
system,
that I didn't put him on this list was because of I don't think he's on the same tier, but maybe that doesn't matter. Maybe
in this system, he might excel. I don't know. It just seemed like he had, came out of nowhere to be a pretty big contributor.
All right, let's throw him on there. Joe, do you have any off the top of your head that we can throw on here that maybe we both overlooked now?
No, I think you guys got it. I don't really see anyone on this list that I would want to add past that. Noah Brown didn't play enough. Singletary?
See, I thought Singletary had comparable years to this in Buffalo.
Yeah, that's fair.
What about Johnston?
Yeah.
You want to debate a punter?
He's a hell of a punter.
He was
a hell of a punter. I'm just saying.
He had a good year last year too, though. Like he's been a good punter. This wasn't like out of the norm for him. Now I think why we noticed more is because he was on a good football team. Whenever you're punting on a team that wins 11 games in 3 years, it's like okay, whatever. You're just a punter. But we can discuss him maybe at the back end of it. Somebody said Jalen Petrie. Jalen Petrie didn't have the career year. Jalen Petrie had a better rookie year than he did sophomore year.
Yeah,
his one-hit wonder was last year.
Yeah. Now, hopefully that's not the case. Hopefully, maybe Jalen Petrie's the casualty tale of what we're talking about to you right now, that he is the one-hit wonder of the Houston Texans, and that's the reason we're having the conversation. I hope not. I hope that he can figure it out next year, have a bounce back in year 2 with DeMeco Ryans. So who are we most concerned is a one-hit wonder? I'm not concerned that C.J. Stroud's a one-hit wonder. And there's been some one-hit wonders, let's be honest, at the quarterback position. Like Vince Young made the Pro Bowl in his rookie year and then never did after that. Robert Griffin got hurt, and, that was the reason that he stunk the rest of his career. I don't have really any concern of C.J. Stroud being a one-hit wonder.
I don't either. I mean, look, and we're going to get into some other stuff throughout the show, but you watched him last night in the Pro Bowl. You look at the things that he was able to do, and we go back and we think about who we heard he was supposed to be. Yeah, he had touch, but could he do all these other things? He checked so many boxes, and then when we kept hearing from people week after week when we were singing his praises, well, he hasn't done this, and he hasn't done that, and he kept checking every box. You're right, and we've called out a couple of the guys that were basically went to a sophomore slump and never got out of it, but I just cannot see any kind of scenario where that's him.
Yeah, see, I'm out on CJ. You have no exception here or objection here, Joe? I'm imagining
not at all.
You're cool
There's
with CJ.
no chance CJ Stroud's a one-hit wonder.
Nico Collins, possibility of him as a one-hit wonder.
I don't think so. I felt like at certain points, are we watching Fool's Gold? Is this going to last all season long? But then when he just kept getting better and kept, again, kind of like not as nitpicked as much as CJ would be at the quarterback position, but, the fact that he went up, we knew he could go up in traffic in high point footballs, but, catches in traffic, catches, he make it all the deep balls, yards after the catch. I don't see a scenario where I think that he's gonna take a step back.
I don't either. Like, he seems legit. I think that you can certainly debate certain tiers with Nico Collins relative to the rest of the league. Like yesterday, we mentioned Nico Collins. What did we say he was? Like, he was being drafted as the number 9 wide receiver in the NFL.
Yeah.
I think he was top 10 currently. And I know it's super early to be drafting fantasy football, but these things are usually pretty accurate even this far out. Now, a big reason because of that is because of C.J. Stroud. He went from 33 catches, 37 catches, and yes, he had injury concerns, to all of a sudden 80 catches. So I'm always a little bit leery of guys who take a huge jump, like being able to sustain that level of jump. But my eye test tells me with Nico that I'm not really worried about it because he has good hands, he has really good size, and he has the ability to run after catch. So I'm cool with Nico. I don't really have much fear that he would be a one-hit wonder. Joe?
No, I'm not going to. I want to say yes and no, guys. I want to say no as long as he's a Houston Texan. I question if down the road when Nico Collins hits the market, if he'll have the same success.
I was kind of piggybacking on that.
Interesting.
I was going to say I don't have any question he's not going to take a step back. I do have questions if he thinks he's wide receiver 1 somewhere else or even here.
Yeah.
He's great because of the complement of Tank and with the quarterback that spreads it around. But if he gets kind of grandiose ideas that he is a true wide receiver 1, I would have questions about that.
Yeah, because I think the comp that I would use here, too, is – and now, not that Tank Dell is going to be Jamar Chase, okay? But look at what T. Higgins did this year. Like, he kind of just vanished for most of the season. I think he had less than, 5 touchdown catches the whole year. And he's a guy that I still love, but we viewed him as this number 1 wide receiver going into the season, and he's barely getting open when he has Jamar Chase on the other side of the field. There's still part of me that wonders if Nico is a little bit of what he was with Davis Mills. So I say 20% chance he's a one-hit wonder, but I'm still curious about him long term.
But if you're not concerned with him and CJ, I think this would be more of a two-hit wonder because under contract for 1 more year, and we assume that the Texans would be interested in bringing him back, but there's certainly no guarantee of that. I like that take, actually, because I do think that Nico gets elevated because of Stroud, quite honestly. And I think that the reason that his numbers surged was because of he took, this is disrespectful to Nico Collins, but he did take that next step. But if Nico Collins took that next step and you still had a below average quarterback throwing him the football, what do his numbers look like now? Are we debating Nico Collins and T. Higgins, or are we debating Nico Collins and Gabe Davis? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think that Stroud elevated him a tier, which takes you to the next wide receiver, guy that I hold near and dear to my heart. I look down on
Noah
him sometimes. Go Cougs. No, Tank Dell.
Oh, yeah.
Tank Dell. Yeah, Tank Dell. Tank Dell, one-hit wonder, yes or
No
no?
chance. No chance. To me, the only thing would be a slow start because of recovering from the injury, but the injury wasn't ligaments. I think I was encouraged by that. He's already in the facility and been, and it seems like he's on schedule. Look, what he did, the way he was able to do it, not really being in the plans early, but then once he came onto the scene, and yeah, defenses are going to pay more attention to him, but he's so elusive and quick. I just think he's going to get better if that's possible, but I don't see any chance he's going to step back.
No, and I also like the injury kind of plays a part in this too. Like he played in 11 games, and people do have some concern about his health because he is small. But he had 47 catches, 700 yards. Like I expect him now. 7 touchdowns might be tough to do again, but I expect him to pass those numbers and the connection that he has with Stroud. Now, like again, it kind of goes into that C.J. Stroud conversation. But Tank Dell's here for at least the next 3 years under that rookie deal. So I have again very little concern of Tank Dell being a one-hit wonder.
For me, there's no chance that he's a one-hit wonder because unlike Nico, I'm pretty confident Tank Dell could pretty much play with any quarterback in the NFL and have some success. Like let's see, like Zay Flowers, Jordan Addison, what they did their rookie years, Tank Dell would still be doing the same thing anywhere else. So no shot.
Let's take a look at the defensive side of the ball on the other side. Who are the greatest or worst one-hit wonders that you remember? It can be Houston-related. It can be non-sports related, whatever. 713-780-3776, the HRMP listener line. Alpy got snubbed from the All-Star game. I'm curious how much Blankers cares. I don't really care. But I also wanted to take a look at every NBA All-Star and seeing what they were up to when they were 21 years old because people get impatient with 21-year-old basketball players around here. What is the good comp for Jalen Green, former Rocket comp? Also, which quarterbacks on a rookie contract have the best chance to win a Super Bowl? It is a Who Said It Friday, and it also is a Mean Text Friday where we'll read all the mean things that you said through us all week long. 713-780-3776. We're on the Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN975. Beware of dog there. Or you can just search ESPN Houston on YouTube. We are alive and well there as well. He's at Pac-Man Joe on Twitter. Joe's at Joe George Radio. I'm at Jeremy Branham. We are the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back where you belong, in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with the Killer Bees, who won't sting you unless provoked. Here's Joel and Jeremy.
You know what song this is, Blankers?
Yeah, I do.
You really?
It's Billy Ray Cyrus, Miley's daddy,
dad.
with
Yeah.
when he had the long, long hair and the
You remember the
achy,
name of the song?
breaky heart.
Yeah. Well done. This is what I think of whenever I think one-hit wonder. Billy Ray didn't have another wonder, did he? Like this was, or another
well, he had a
hit. This
wonder
was
and a
hit,
kid
right?
that actually produced more hits than he did.
I meant to say hit. He never had another hit, right? Like this is it.
I think you're pretty. I think that's accurate.
This was like my early elementary days.
Now-
Joe, did you ever hear this song in Chicago? Did it get up north that high?
Not really. I mean, it's also probably a little
This was
old
a pretty
for
big
me.
deal for a while.
I remember hearing this song whenever I was like doing PE at Lakeland Elementary and Humble ISD and doing the jump rope. We would jump rope to this song.
Okay, that makes me feel like I also did the same thing.
That's a bit uncomfortable to think about, but
How
okay.
old were you, Blake? Were you you were out of college?
I don't even remember, but this is like, what is it? Gangnam Style.
Yeah,
But see, he's a superstar. We just don't know.
Not here, because I couldn't name another
Well,
song.
He was once.
Yeah, but like I saw this random TikTok of him performing like overseas, and it looked like he
Yeah.
filled up the biggest stadium on the planet.
Would that be a GIF? The one where he like jumps through the stage?
Yes,
because I've
that's
seen that. I see that all over the place. Like walking into
100%.
the weekend, like this guy, and he's like
Yeah.
lifted up.
Yeah, they
onto the
they
stage.
catapult him like out of the stage. It looks
Yeah.
awesome.
It's one of my favorite gifts that exist. So that's what I think of whenever I think of one-hit wonder. What do you think of when you think of one-hit wonder? 713-780-3776.
I can rattle off,
Oh,
like,
yeah.
you know me, I could rattle off a list right now for you of, like, probably
Give me your top three.
Men Without Hats Safety Dance.
What is that?
It sounds like a.
You
I
would
think
know
that's-
the
I think
song.
that's a-
Believe me, you would know the song.
I think they have a residency at the that Castle Casino in Vegas.
Kaja Gugu. Too Shy. And then right at the same time as oh gosh darn it. Right at the same time as the Safety Dance. There Come On Eileen by
Come On,
Dexy's Midnight Runners. There you go. Those are three.
Did Vanilla Ice have another hit besides Ice Ice Baby?
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't
Which
think
he
so.
stole that too from Queen and
The
David
riff.
Bowie.
He sure did.
He lost.
He had
lost
like
money
one
on that.
other very popular song. If you're someone of like my age, just
I thought you were about to say
Wasn't it
something
from
else.
a movie?
Yeah, he has. It's Go Ninja.
Oh yeah, from the Ninja Warrior.
From
Vanilla Ice does?
From Ninja Turtles.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, he does like this. Like he says, Go Ninja, go," and it's like one of the funniest songs in the world. But it's great.
Did Chris Cross have another song besides Jump Jump?
We get a whack, make it a mac. Chris Cross will
so
make
they
you
did. They weren't a
jump,
one-hit
jump.
wonder. Then. Oh no, you're singing the.
Yeah,
you're singing
that's the only
song.
one I know.
So they never had another hit, did they?
I don't think so.
I don't think that they had another hit. New Kids on the Block, did they ever have more than one song?
I'm afraid they did.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
afraid they did. Yep.
Joe was eager.
There's
to
a lot of
say
there's a
that
lot
it
of females that would be able to rattle off the catalog.
There's some people I used to work with that still like they
Oh.
make it a point to go.
Oh, by the way,
Joe
there's some people
Joe's
that
got
I
every
used to
album,
work
it sounds
with
like.
too that you know because they have prominent jobs with the Rockets that would not miss being as close to New Kids in the on the block as possible when they come back.
713-780-3776. 0002, biggest one-hit wonder, Lou Bega's Mambo?
Mambo number 5. Yep,
Great
that's a
Mambo
good
number
one.
5. I didn't see the rest of that. Or you said La Macarena.
That's another big one.
I don't know
yep.
who. I don't know who sang that. I have no idea who put that together. But that's still a hit. Like that's still a hit to these days. But it is the only
Los
hit.
Del Rio.
Is that? Oh, that's who sings it.
Macarena. Yeah.
Oh, Mickey.
Oh yeah, Tony Basil. Yep.
Yeah, somebody said that Billy Ray had that Old Town Road with Lil Nas, but he did that like 40 years.
Oh, that's
after
right. Yeah, that's
it was
right.
his one
That was
hit.
pretty recent.
Those were it was recent, but it was not. It was like probably. I promise you that it was 30-ish years removed from My Achy Breaky Heart.
Oh, you're absolutely right. Yeah, for sure.
So he went 30 years with nothing except for Miley, and he went from Achy Breaky Heart to Miley to Old
What was the
Town
dude?
Road.
The one I was thinking about at the same time as the Dexy's Midnight Runners and all that was Falco Rock Me Amadeus. That was
That's
another.
it?
That was another one.
That's
yeah.
all they had?
Yeah, that's all they had.
Oh man, who let
And
the
it was
dogs
one
out,
dude.
says
It
somebody?
was just one dude.
Somebody, Richard Hidalgo could be. Nah, he had a couple of good years.
Yeah,
he had
he
a
did.
couple of good years. 713-780-3776. Will Anderson, one hit wonder.
No way. God, no.
Yeah, I'm
No
comfortable.
chance.
He's like super solid everywhere. That he's just going to be a really good football player for a good amount of time.
See, that's what I think. Sorry,
Go ahead.
that's where I think people will try to draw the line. No matter what, he's going to be an above-average, really good football player. It's just the expectations are that he's going to be a dominant, top-5 pass-rushing football player.
Yeah, it depends on where's his ceiling, and like, does he get to that ceiling? Well, it's more can he get to the ceiling, because I think his ceiling's incredibly high. It's can he get to the ceiling, and I think he developed a lot in his rookie year too. So I'm a hard no on that one. John Gernard, who went from an injury-prone season to 12.5 sacks in a contract year, 2 years removed from an 8-sack season.
I can't see him this being the best he's got. But as we said, injuries are the biggest concern I have for him because he's starting to, he's got more moves now. He seems to have really figured it out. I would be concerned about injuries, but I don't think that this is the best year that he's ever going to have in his career.
I'm going to say yes.
I hesitate to call him a one-hit wonder because he was pretty solid 2 years ago, and I don't see him going from 12.5 sacks to like 5 and like never getting past that. But I do think that 12.5 sacks is going to be his career high.
That's kind of why I say yes. I don't think he ever gets this point again. He might get close, but I think he'll max out at like 10 going forward in his career.
Okay, yeah, we're kind of similar ideas there. Christian Harris, who really came on second half of the year.
Yeah, I don't think so because of D'Amico and because of the fact that he was kind of, I was a big fan of his when they drafted him, and I thought he was a steal, and he showed some signs and then kind of faded. And then under D'Amico, he just kind of took the world by storm. I believe that the best is still yet to come for him.
I think he's about to take off. I think he's going to go nuts and be one of the better linebackers in football. When I say better, let me qualify that. I think he's going to be like a top 15 linebacker in football, like maybe even top 10. I think he's about to really take off.
So he could be D'Amico's Fred Warner?
Yeah, and that might be too high of praise. Like, he still might have a little ways to go there, but I think he's about to take off. And I think we saw it, like, in the last 4 to 6 games of the year. He was playing on another level last 4 or 6 games of the year.
For me, it's an easy, like, no chance he's a one-hit wonder. I think
Derek Stingley.
Yeah, he's
go
a star.
Go ahead.
No, I just think Christian Harris he's all over the place. Like, the way he developed from like week 1 to where it was at the end of the season, like they're putting what we talked about, the green dot on toe, and then by the end of the season, Christian Harris is making every big play possible on this team. That relationship with D'Amico, like when you go back to the pick 6 against Flacco, there's so much there that I just think I'm with you guys. I think he takes off next year in a big way.
Where are you at on Derek Stingley?
I think the best is still yet to come with him too. He might be, because of the injuries, because of the coaching, because of the scheme. I think he got off to a super slow start. But when you look at what he did this year, and he missed some time. But when you look at it, like, you got to believe like there's going to be better seasons ahead for him. So I would say definitely that he was not a one-hit wonder. That there's better seasons coming for him.
Yeah, to me, it's if he can avoid injury. If he's on the football field, he's a really good football player. It's just about avoiding injury for Derek Stingley.
Yeah, he's not a one. I don't think he's a one-hit wonder.
No, but I think eventually that contract could be a problem if he doesn't really truly show out between now and then.
Last one, and then we can get back to the music ones because that's the real fun part of the conversation. Blake Cashman is a one-hit wonder.
Boy, I honestly think that he is. I think that this was his career year. I think that, when we started talking about how well he covered on tight ends and receivers when they got out in the open field, when he was all over the field. I mean, this is something we hadn't seen before, and he's been in the league for a decent. I think that I definitely think we saw the best of Blake Cashman this last year.
Yeah, to me, it depends on where he ends up. Like, if he stays with the Texans, but I think the Texans might try to out-recruit him and get better there, I could see him having a similar season, but it's hard to imagine. I think this is his career year. Yeah, I'll go one-hit wonder on him as well.
Yeah, totally agree. I think part of it is for him is he's going to get a pay increase, and I just don't think he can live up to a pay increase.
And I also don't think Caserio is going to pay for it. Like, I think Caserio realizes that he squeezed as much out of Blake Cashman as possible, and he's playing at his ceiling. Why pay him over his ceiling? I don't think he's going to get paid. I think he's going to be on a different team next year. Mark says Chris Cross had 2 hits. Mark and a bunch of people, by the way, on the Twitch and the text line, they're taking exception to us saying Chris Cross only had 1 hit.
What did
he
they?
said jump.
I'm
he said
Googling
warm it up. He said warm it up.
Oh, warm it up, Chris. I'm about to. Okay, that was decent. All right.
There you go.
Are you really? But like, is it really that different between a one-hit wonder and a two-hit wonder?
Yeah, it's much different.
Like Jeremy
Absolutely.
Lin is
it's like winning. No, it's like winning it's like winning one major versus winning two majors. I think it's drastically different.
I don't think it's that different. Like you're still not like you're not a top artist or anything like that. You're not a great player if you have two good moments. That's all
but
they
if you
really
win
have.
two majors, maybe that's all you got. Maybe you won two majors and you're not a top 25 player in the world.
Yeah, that's still kind of one-hit wondery.
That's like
Fred Couples only won one major. Go Cougs.
Michelle Wee. Remember how everybody was top? She could take everything by storm. She won one tournament?
LPGA portion of the show.
I know, but
Was
Nike
she
signed her to the monster deal, and she was all over on commercials, and everybody's like, oh, boy, she's going to be like the female Tiger. Not so much.
She was never Annika Sorensen. What was the game the bench used to play? Female golfer?
Male golfer, female golfer, food.
Yeah.
Michelle Wee.
If someone yells steamed rice, I'm not. I mean,
Peyton Hillis.
Remember when
yeah,
he
that's a good
wanted
one.
to get like hyper paid after one good year?
Yeah, he was on
He got on the
Madden.
Madden cover.
Yeah.
It was the Madden curse, maybe the greatest Madden curse of all time. I mean, he did save his kids in the ocean though, so I would say he's more than one hit, Joe.
Baja Man.
Oh, that's not fair.
Baja Man, what did they sing?
Who let the dogs out?
Oh, what a great song!
That's right. That's not a great song.
It is a great song.
My
That's a
kids
bad take.
love it.
It's a terrible song.
That song came out when I was like 12. I love that song.
Well, then right there with
something-
that, wouldn't that be Whoomp? There it is, too, tag team?
It's pretty good.
I think those two
4070.
more modern.
You can
yeah.
win one major but still be a good player. Most wouldn't hit wonder musicians don't have any other good music. You're right. It's a bad example. I'm just saying that you have to have more than one hit. That wasn't my best. That wasn't my best one. One hit wonder. This guy said Ray Rice Elevator. Ooh.
Oh, literally, ouch.
Don't send us stuff like that. We're not going to read that stuff on the radio. 713-780-3776. Don't send us that stuff. It's not going to be read. 713-780-3776. This guy says House of Pain, Jump Around. That
you know,
song
I'm very
is a
partial
great
to that
walk-up
song. I mean,
why is that?
Because that's at Wisconsin to start the fourth quarter.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
That's the tradition.
We had a U of H baseball player, Caleb Ramsey, played minors for a little bit. He used that as a walk-up song. It was electric as a walk-up song because it gets like the crowd into it and stuff.
Did they name the artist?
Yeah, House of Pain.
Okay, there you go. Yeah, House of Pain.
House of Pain.
Great. I mean, but that's all they got. I've heard a friend of mine said they once saw them in concert and they had to play that song 3 times.
Really?
Yeah, like they didn't have all that much. Yeah.
Somebody said Jeremy Pena. Jeremy Pena was fine in his sophomore year. Like Jeremy Pena's regular season in year 2 was very similar to Jeremy Pena's regular season in year 1. It's just the postseason were very different, and it seems like he lost all his power.
Yeah, but maybe that's the one-hit wonder is the postseason.
Yeah,
Like,
the whole collection of a season
The
to do all of that.
I know.
But one-hit wonder makes it seem like you're lousy every other time of your life. And Jeremy Pena Jeremy Pena's first 2 years is a good big leaguer, especially because he plays shortstop and plays at a high level. So that's where I nitpick that.
I mean, is he really that good if Lance Berkman doesn't know who he is?
Lance Berkman is clueless on Astros. That doesn't mean that Jeremy Pena stinks. It means that Lance Berkman doesn't follow the hometown team. Eddie Grant, Electric Avenue. I like that song.
It's a good song. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know Eddie Grant.
No, he had one from a movie too. Joe would never, but "Romancing the Stone." I know that Eddie Grant had another song.
There you go. Our one-hit wonder. Somebody said Steve Slayton, one-hit wonder in Houston sports. That's a good call.
Pretty
Someone
good call.
said Jason Lane. Jason Lane's a good call too. Somebody else said Morgan Insberg. Morgan Insberg had a couple of solid years. His standalone year was just so far better than every other year that he had.
Yeah, you're right.
All right. Those are our one-hit wonders, sports and non-sports. Alpi Shingun, not an all-star, which I'm sure he's upset. He's ill today, too. I wonder if he's sick about not making the all-star team. Whatever. But I want to look at every all-star and where they were when they were 21 years old. Because a lot of you out there, a lot of the Hive are done with Jalen Green because he's 21 years old and he's disappointing you and he's letting you down and you have zero patience. How about all these other All-Stars and what they were up to when they were 21 years old? It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, deep inside the secret bee cave, it's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Miranda says "Take on Me" by Aha. Is that the song that says "Take on Me"?
Yeah, great
take
video.
Me on. That's how it goes, right?
Yeah, it was that really cool video where the charcoal sketches come to life on MTV.
They had TV then?
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Do you want
play
the
that funky
top
music,
10?
White boy. The great top 10 greatest one-hit wonders.
Great,
Here,
yeah.
hear another one before you do that.
Okay.
King of Twitch, who's always a beacon of positivity. He said
Right.
Yonder Diaz. Unbelievable.
See, that's
that guy.
unreal. No.
Unbelievable,
Way
that guy.
to
All right, what's
start
your
the
top 10?
weekend off right. Number one all time was Macarena. I find that somewhat surprising. I would think there was others, but
That one's still a banger, too. Like, go to a wedding and don't hear
oh,
that song.
of
Doesn't
course.
happen,
But
especially
so is
where I come from.
Electric Slide.
Okay.
I mean, that's
number
another
2 on the
one-hit
list?
wonder that you're going to hear at a wedding. I used to DJ.
Yeah.
I used to have to play all these songs.
What's your DJ name?
Same. Macarena number one.
What?
Tainted Love
DJ
number 2.
Blank?
No, Tainted Love number 2.
Love.
Dexy's Midnight Runners, Come On Eileen, number 3. Right Said Fred, I'm Too Sexy. 5 is Tony Basil, Mickey. 6,
some people did text that in.
Yep. 6 is Who Let the Dogs Out. 7 is Ice Ice Baby. 8 is Take On Me. 9 is Rico Suave. And 10 is 99 Luft Balloons.
Who sang that one?
Nena.
Nena sang that
Nena. She was German. Because the American version was 99 Red Balloons, but there were 2 versions that were out. Just letting you know.
Oh, man. That's
like
very good. That's
Rico,
good stuff
you guys
there.
know the song Rico Suave?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Rico Suave.
So the guy who
Like that.
sang it, his music name was it's like Marky Mark from Mark Wahlberg. His music name was Gerardo, but he was actually in movies and soap operas. I think his name was like Adrian's Med or something like that, or something close to that. He was
really?
in Bachelor Party, I think, with Tom Hanks.
Huh. Someone said Marwan Gonzalez was the Milli Vanilli of 2017. You're not wrong. You know,
That's
if we're
very
gonna be
true.
Impartial, you're not wrong. Someone said Brady Anderson. That was
The
performance.
Orioles, the year he hit 50 bombs
Allegedly.
and had forearms like some power lifter.
He went from being a 12-homer guy to a 50-something homer guy.
Yeah.
12-homer leadoff, slapping Judy guy into hitting tanks, 50 of them in a single year.
There-
Allegedly.
Now, there's another
Allegedly.
ex-Astro that did something like that one year.
Luis Gonzalez. Or
Gonzo
Steve
did.
Finley.
He sure did.
So did Finley.
That's
those
true.
dudes were super skinny, and they were hitting 50 home runs. It's like, what is going on?
Maybe there was some
What
truth
is
to some of those
happening right
rumors
now?
back in the day.
What is happening at this moment? All right, here is Alpi Shingun got snubbed from the All-Star games, according to some. Do you think he got snubbed?
I think you could. I think there obviously Rocket fans could make a case. I think he's having a really, really good year. But unless they do what baseball does, where you need at least one representative from every team. I was looking at it last night, and really, I don't think there's many that you would say got snubbed. And I think that actually Sabonis with the Kings is having another great year that might get it right. It's a shame he had the success for him to get there.
Yeah, I mean, you could nitpick a few things. I don't think that it was an obvious snub because I think it is hard to take out somebody else now. Hey, maybe it motivates Alpi. Maybe, he can take that game to an even higher level. So, hit wonder JR told he was a one pipe. He's a bust. There's of every 20 years old, 6.5 guys, some of the best in the league, who were doing it at a very injury, and it was the second straight season. Joel Embiid didn't play a game in the NBA until his age 22 year.
He got Sam Hinkie fired.
Yeah, because she trust the
process.
Was on the IR. Tyrese Halliburton, he got traded in his second year when he was 21. He was he was okay, 15.5 points, 8 assists, 4 rebounds. Okay. Damian Lillard, when he was 21 years old, he was still in college. Damian Lillard was still in college when he was 21 years old. Yeah. His rookie year, he was 22. And he had a good rookie year, 19 points, 6.5 assists, but that wasn't all-star caliber. His rookie year was when he was 22. Same thing with Jalen Brunson. When Jalen Brunson was 21 was his final year of college. Whenever he was a rookie at 22, he averaged 9.5 points, 3 assists, 2.5 rebounds a game. Bam Adebayo, who's kind of he's kind of a big, so it's a little bit hard to compare here. But he only started 28 games when he was 21. He had 9.7.5 rebounds. Jaylen Brown, 14.5 points, 5 rebounds. Tyrese Maxey, 17.5 points, 4.5 rebounds. Donovan Mitchell, 20.5 points, 4 assists, 4 rebounds a game. Julius Randle, 11 and 10. Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, 19 points, 6 rebounds, 3.5 assists. Nikolai Jokic, 16.5 points. I did have 10 rebounds a game. Steph Curry, when he was 21, 17.5 points a game, 6 assists per game. Paul George, 12 points, 5.5 rebounds. Kawhi Leonard, 12 points, 6 rebounds. Jalen Green this year at the age of 21, 18.5 points a game, 5 rebounds a game. And this isn't me trying to tell you that Jalen Green is someday going to be a perennial all-star. I have no idea what Jalen Green's going to do. No one does. No one has any clue what Jalen Green's going to do over the next 5 to 6 seasons. What I'm trying to tell you is that all of you that are jumping to conclusions on a 21-year-old who's already oozed incredible potential. He's in his 3rd season and has already had a year where he scored 20 points or more. Currently at 18.5, if he finishes hot, he'll have back-to-back seasons of 20 or more. He's currently in a heater right now, and he's playing for a real coach for the first time in his life that is trying to teach him how to play team basketball and how to play winning basketball. I have no idea what Jalen Green's going to become. I have no idea if Jalen Green's going to be a disappointment. I have no idea if Jalen Green's going to turn into a perennial all-star. What I do know is that you can't quit really talented basketball players at the age of 21.
No, and you know what? And I've also brought up, and I appreciate the research you did. The one guy that I always go to that comes to my mind right away was Chauncey Billups, who was like Jalen Green. He was a high lottery type pick, and he bounced around from the Celtics, who I believe drafted him, to the Nuggets, and then the Pistons finally got him, and then boom, he becomes a Hall of Famer. You just don't know, and this is kind of the conversation we had with Will Anderson during Texans season 2. Like, you just don't know when a guy's going to take off and not only bloom, but just like explode. And that's the kind of thing that you have to be very cognizant of. That's why we both said, hey, look, you could see what the market is right now just to see what people are thinking. But there's no way you trade Jalen Green unless you have to, because there's just so much untapped potential. And because of the fact that he literally threw away the first 2 seasons of his career in terms of how to be a great NBA player because he wasn't coached, he got no guidance, he got nothing other than the ball in his hands every time he wanted it. And now he's in a position, like you said, where he's learning how to be a true NBA player, both ends of the floor, not complaining about calls as much, basically sharing the basketball. He's finding out right now the rebounds are a great story, but also the fact that when Udoka made a point of saying, when Fred VanVleet's out, this is one of the guys that I want to facilitate the offense, to where he could be more of a facilitator. I just don't think in his head, because he never really played the position, that he actually contemplated how good that could be for him.
Yeah, the other thing, too, is he's shown the ability. Like, we know he has it in him. Mm-hmm. That's the other thing. It's like, I wouldn't quit on a 21-year-old really ever, but especially a 21-year-old that shows you that he's capable of having a 40-point night. That shows you he's capable of averaging 20 or more in a season. So you know he has the capability. I totally understand the frustration. I get it. And especially in the society we live nowadays where, hey, it's microwave society. I don't have any patience, or give me patience and give it to me now, blah, 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 blah. Like, I get it. Like, I understand the conversation. I understand the argument. I don't understand the logic, but I understand the argument. He has shown us he's capable of doing it. So it's not only quitting on a 21-year-old, it's quitting on a 21-year-old that has shown you that he is capable. So now, because you finally have a good coach, maybe he can bring it all out of him. Maybe Jalen Green in 3 years is going to be a complete player that has been able to, sand the rough edges, and he's turning into this player who makes the right decisions, who is more consistent, who's not as streaky and rides these waves, and he's a more consistent player that is a perennial all-star. Or maybe he just turns out to be a guy who's off the bench who's a six-man, which, that's possible, that's plausible, that's in play, but I'm going to find out first.
No, you have to, because the thing is, when you say, well, you know what, he hasn't really, his whole mentality is always shoot first. And we've talked about this, and how when the ball's in his hands, he feels like first thing he's got to do is he's got to go, shoot, get the ball up in the air, figure out a way to put some points on the board. But it's because it's the only way he's ever known. Now you put him in a system where he starts to find out, hey, I can move the ball, I can pass the ball, I'll get the ball back if I'm open, but it's better for me and better for the team. And then he becomes more of a facilitator that can score. Now he opens up not just the team aspect, but it opens up more avenues for him too, because what are people noticing over the last several games? Rebounds. No one ever thought Jalen Green was going to be a rebounder, but because all of a sudden he's figured out, hey, I can make an impact on the game, and a lot of this generation feels like the only way they impact the game is how many points you can score. But when he can get other things on the stat sheet, people are taking notice. And I think to your point, Jeremy, the other thing is it depends on where you were drafted, how the critics and the skeptics come out of the woodwork even faster. When you're a top 5 pick, you're supposed to already be an all-star. You're supposed to be a guy that everybody's already wowed by, and it hasn't happened for him. But a lot of it's because if you're the top, it's not like the NBA used to be where if you're a top 3 pick, you're supposed to be a bona fide all-star difference maker for a team. It just doesn't – the success rate's not as good as it used to be.
713-780-ESPN. What is the Jalen Green comp? Is there a Jalen Green comp to a former Houston Rocket? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Hey, right now I want to tell you about my good friend Doc Linville. Doc Linville, best in the business at a lot of things. He does plastic surgery. He does Botox. He does spot treatments. He does a lot of stuff that help a lot of people. The thing I think he's absolutely the best at is the NeoGraft procedure because I experienced it myself, and I'm telling you, it is a game changer. It gets your hair back, guys. It's not the sprays and the creams and the foams that just mask the problem. No, it's actually getting your hair back because one thing he told me that I wasn't aware of when I had the consultation with him was the fact that no matter where you lose the hair, anywhere else on your head, genetically, you're never going to lose it on the sides and the back. So, therefore, he takes some of those follicles, moves them where you need them most. Maybe it's your hairline in front. Maybe it's up on top in the back. But he makes a difference because those follicles, like I said, they're never going to go away because of where they came from. If he repurposes them, now suddenly you have a better coverage area. You have more self-confidence. You like the way you look again. And you have a overall better feeling about yourself. It's phenomenal. And it's all done with the NeoGraft procedure. And you can figure out if it's right for you or not for absolutely free. Most people, it costs $150 to have a consultation with Doc's office. You get it for free by listening to us and going to 975hair.com. Set up the appointment. Go talk to them. Ask questions. Get answers. Find out if it's right for you, too. I'm telling you, the game changer for me was the fact that almost 99% of the follicles he moves are going to stay and grow and be with you for the long haul, but there's so many others. And the other thing is you're going to see the follicles there almost instantly. You'll see the true full results in about 6 to 9 months, and you are going to love it. Check them out today. Tell them I sent you by. Go to 975hair.com.
You're back where you belong, in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with the Killer Bees, who won't sting you unless provoked. Here's Joel and Jeremy.
He's blank on Branham, 0773. What's your point, Branham? It's like saying the 12th pick in the draft is historically good, so all 12 picks will be good. I thought I was pretty clear with the point that Jalen Green is 21 years old, and by looking at this year's All-Stars, doing what they did when they were 21, we shouldn't close the book on Jalen Green at 21. And what Jalen Green has done in his first 3 years of the league, and his oldest being at the age of 21, it's a lot better than some of the current All-Stars at the age of 21. So the point is be patient with a young kid.
Yeah, no doubt about
that
it.
is the point. That's what the point is. 7107, wasn't Kobe slow to blossom, or am I tripping? I seem to remember Eddie Jones being better for the Lakers before he went to, I think, Charlotte. Well, Kobe went straight out of high school, so he was a year earlier than Jalen Green. And I remember they did kind of take it easy with him early, like first couple of years.
And then remember, they pushed him into the starting lineup late in the year, and he airballed a potential game winner that he basically looked guys off to take, and he took a whole lot of heat in the offseason, and they were starting to question what he could really do, and then he just went nuts because his work ethic was unbelievable.
Yeah, he was super young too. Like
right.
When his rookie year was the age of 18. He started 6 games, played 15 and a half minutes. His second year was when he was 19, 79 games. Only started 1 game, played 26 minutes, averaged 15 and a half. Made the All-Star team. I think he got voted in though. And he wouldn't have been an All-Star if it wasn't for the vote. He just didn't have the numbers. And his third year is when you started to see, okay, now he's an everyday starter. He averaged 20 points a game. He was 20 years old. And then when he was 21, he averaged 22 and a half. And then he went on this tear where he was an All-Star every single year. So, yeah, I guess you could say it took him a little while to blossom. Jalen Green had a better age 19 and 20 year than Kobe Bryant. Not saying that Jalen Green's going to be Kobe Bryant. But if you just went Jalen Green, 19, 20 years old, looked at those 2 years and looked at Kobe's 19 and 20-year-old year, Jalen's got better numbers.
Yeah.
It's the truth of the matter. But Kobe went nuts. Like Kobe became an all-time great in the years to follow. And I don't think that Jalen has the work ethic that Kobe Bryant does, because I don't think anybody does.
No, I think you're right. And there's just certain things that, that very few have, and his will, desire, and drive were unbelievable. But there's no denying we know he has talent. We know he can jump out of the gym. We know he's quick. We know that, he's athletic. But the fact is there's also been plenty of players that have all those attributes and can't figure it out at that level. And maybe they don't want to. Maybe they don't understand, and they're not willing to learn. But for whatever the reason, there's been a ton of guys where you can go, man, that dude coming out of college or that guy coming out of high school was unreal. And then you see him get to the ultimate level, and they don't want to do what is necessary for them to kind of take it to where everybody expects them to take it. And that's just part of the game too, because some guys, whether it's your upbringing, your training, the systems you've played in, maybe inside genetically, you just don't have that drive or that focus to say, this is what I want to do and I want to be the best at it. There's tons of examples.
Yep, 713-780-ESPN. Someone's asking if we touched on Carl Weathers yet. No, we were having a little fun in the first couple of segments. Didn't mention that yet. You know what's weird about that, Blankers? Is whenever I got to the hotel, one of the channels was they were showing a Rocky marathon, but it was before he passed, so it was weird.
Oh, really?
I actually had it on. I was watching it. I was watching Rocky 3 right when I walked in, as I was unpacking, doing some other stuff, getting ready for the show, and then about an hour later, I pull up the Twitter and there's the breaking news that Carl Weathers passed away.
Yeah, and the thing that's crazy about that too is he's now doing he was doing the commercials with Gronk leading up to the big kick Gronk is making Super Bowl Sunday during the game. And so he's even more prevalent again. He's in the commercials. They're referencing, when he was training from the movies and stuff like that. Now all of a sudden it's like you can't run any of those commercials.
That's weird. I hadn't realized that.
Yeah,
it's too bad on Carl Weathers. He was really good in a few of his roles. I loved him best in Rocky. I know a lot of people like him in Happy Gilmore, but I think his best role ever was Apollo Creed.
No doubt.
The early Rockies were awesome.
He played, some people you go, I don't know if that's the right fit for a character like that. He was the ultimate kind of, badass, knock me off my throne kind of boxing. He fit that role perfectly. He was fantastic.
713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. Speaking of Jalen Green, you had a rocket comp for him, and this is really weird because a texter just nailed the comp that you have for the Rockets. But what is it?
So to me, I was wondering, because of the fact that I was listening to Udoka start talking about that he needs to be more of a facilitator. He wants to be, he wants to lean on Jalen to be one of the guys that kind of takes the rock and gets people going. And my first correlation was, if he became Stevie Francis, Would fans be okay with that? Because we've been talking about how fans have wanted to trade him. They're down on him. They don't believe in him. They don't see the possible potential that a lot of us see. And I'm thinking, you know what? It was kind of like, it wasn't like a flash in the pan, but it wasn't a long run. But Stevie was an all-star, and Stevie was in the dunk contest, and Stevie was a guy that was the leader of his team. Now, that team wasn't very good, but Stevie was averaging good numbers, and, he was all over the place, and people were calling him Stevie Franchise. I was just curious, like, would people be okay, and is that a good comp if Jalen becomes the next version of Steve Francis?
Yeah, I have a tough. Are you talking about just caliber of player? Because they feel different to me.
Yeah,
like
but
Francis obviously had much better dribble.
More so about the fact that he was the leader of the team. Yeah, you had other players on the team. You had Mobley and other guys, but he was the unequivocal best player on that team. So there's different ways to look at it. Yeah, he was more of the point guard, but the point guard shoot first mentality. Jalen's not definitely a one, but he's going to evidently Udoka wants him to facilitate a little more. We'd like to see him have more than just that kind of blinders on approach to when the ball's in his hands. But I was just curious, overall with this rebuild and all these young players, if he turns out to be Stevie Francis for, however long Steve Francis had his most success, but would you be okay with that?
Yeah, if you go caliber of player, because I have a hard time thinking of
fine.
player comps, but 9744 said, let me read this real quick. He said maybe a comparison for Green could be Stephen Francis, question mark. I'm not as well versed on basketball, but maybe that's a fair comparison. I love Steve Francis. In hindsight, maybe I shouldn't have loved him as much as I did, but he was just super fun. He brought a lot of athleticism. He could certainly yam on you. His ability to throw down some slams was a lot of fun. Francis was a 3-time All-Star, never a first-time All-NBA. I think people would be disappointed if he had the career of Steve Francis. Now, if you could parlay Steve Francis into a bigger superstar, you could parlay Jalen Green into a bigger superstar. Not now, wait a few years, then that would be something that's interesting to me. But if he had the career of Steve Francis and he was here for a decade, I think he would be looked at widely as a disappointment.
See, and that's the reason why you can have that discussion, too, is the fact that he was a 3-time All-Star, but he was voted in all 3 times. I believe. I'm almost positive that he was voted in. That's when the voting mattered more, and it was all based on balloting for several years. But it
looks like 2 of his years were legit. It looks like the final year that he got voted in, if he did get voted in, it looks like the final year that he got in probably shouldn't have been an All-Star. But 2 of the 3, it looks like pretty legit. He was averaging over 20 when not a lot of guys were averaging 20, was rebounding, was handing out some dimes. So I would say 2 of the 3 minimum were legit.
See, and that's where I also go back to where he was drafted, right? Because at that point, everybody that was drafted in the top 5, not named Darko Milicic, was supposed to turn out to be a potential Hall of Famer, a longtime All-Star, and the best player on your team. And nowadays, it's just not the case because the kids are coming out way too early, and it's tougher to judge their potential and how far they can go. But I'm just thinking you have so much young talent on this roster. If you can get that out of Jalen Green, especially for the naysayers that don't believe you're going to see even close to that. But if you could get that from him and then start thinking about, well, I've got 4 or 5 other guys to choose from that I could also get to be guys like that for him, like Alpi, like Cam, like Amen. It may, and I don't think that Jabari's that guy, but that doesn't mean that Jabari can't be an above-average player in this league. But I think that as long as people could kind of get off of Jalen to the point where they could say, okay, at least he could, if he turns out to be that, and there's a 3 or 4 year window where you could go, okay, as long as I got guys around him, that's not so bad.
No, it wouldn't. A 3-time All-Star for a guy who's number 2 pick. I think people would be disappointed in that, quite frankly. 713-780-ESPN. We can open up to the Hive. Would you be disappointed if Jalen Green had that Steve Francis career? 713-780-ESPN, 713-780-3776, the HRP listener line. Also, you might have seen this today. The SEC and the Big Ten are setting up advisory committee to look at college sports. How would we fix college sport if we had all of the power in the world? Also, if you want proof that there's some issues in college football, how about you take a look at some of these coaches around college football? It's Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
It's time to sit back, relax, and enjoy this next bit of brilliance with Joel and Jeremy. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
Real quick before the college football conversation, this texter wants to know, who do you think was better, Carmelo Anthony or Steve Nash?
Ooh. Well, did Carmelo ever win an MVP?
I don't think so.
Nash
won back-to-back.
Yeah, he won 2. Shaq still would like to have a word, but he won 2. And Melo never won a ring. He won a college championship.
Yeah, he won it with freshman
Yep.
with Boeheim. I go Nash.
I think
love
Nash
Steve Nash as a player, though.
Melo lasted a long time, though. I mean, his numbers were, and he was a scorer, so his numbers probably scoring wise are better. But I guess I'll lean Nash.
I'm more Nash. Melo, you could say, has like the better volume numbers. Nash had a better peak, and maybe shouldn't have won that other MVP like you mentioned. But I have a bias towards Steve Nash. Like, I was kind of a point guard, so I love the way Steve Nash played. Couldn't play much defense, but I love the way that he played.
I was telling Joe in the break, just randomly, do you know that Carmelo has a real problem that the Nuggets gave the Joker his number? And
I didn't know that.
And he said they did it purposely. And he goes, you give a second-round pick my number, and now my number's not going to be retired because you're going to retire it for him.
Wow.
Yeah, because he wore 15 in Denver, and then he went back to 7.
Steve Nash hasn't had the best life post-career. He's had a lot going on in his life since he's retired, and I hate that for Steve Nash.
Well,
did you see what's that?
I was going to say, yeah, they're in multiple phases. You could talk Jason Richardson, or you could talk the Nets.
Yeah, you could talk his marital status.
That's what I mean. Jason Richardson, his teammate.
I didn't know that Jason Richardson was part of that.
That's been a long-standing, yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
That's terrible. Look at all these college coaches that are leaving or want to leave college football, and it shows you that there is issues with college football. And then you had the news today of the SEC and the Big Ten setting up an advisory committee to kind of stay ahead of the times in college football. But Nick leaves. He retires. And like Nick Saban was retirement age, but one of the first things that Nick Saban said that he wanted to do in retirement was help fix college football. So if he's looking to help fix college football, it means he thinks there's something wrong with college football. Jeff Hafley leaves Boston College to be the Green Bay Packer defensive coordinator. Chip Kelly, who's currently the head coach at UCLA, he's a candidate to be Washington's offensive coordinator and was apparently interviewing with the Raiders as well to be their OC, means he wants out. And Ryan Grubb, who was the Washington Husky offensive coordinator, is currently the Alabama Crimson Tide offense coordinator. He's in the mix to be the OC in Seattle. So all these college coaches are trying to get out of the college game
and David Shaw.
That's right. Forgot Harbaugh. Now Shaw left a long time ago.
He's
not like in this current carousel this season. But I forgot Harbaugh.
Oh, no, he was
Harbaugh
interviewing.
Slipped my mind.
I
understand that, but he left college football like 2 or 3 years ago. So he's not in this coaching, like this cycle of leaving the sport. He had already left the sport previous years ago. But yeah, you could throw him into the mix too. Like there's lots of these guys that are leaving the college game because I don't think they like the way the college game is currently governed. And you had the news coming out today, SEC, Big Ten, setting up an advisory committee to kind of try to stay ahead of the game. This is something the NCAA should have been doing 30 years ago, by the way. Like all of this NIL stuff, it's out of hand. We know that. Transfer portal is the wild, wild west because there's not like an organization to actually govern it. NCAA's never had less power than they currently have, but the NCAA also screwed up when they had any sort of power. Like the NCAA should have been ahead of the curve and figured out all of this NIL stuff, all of this transfer portal stuff in a way to make it fair 30 years ago, but they were just sitting on their hands and letting it get out of control, and it makes me sick. But let's play We're the Boss, and we can do whatever we want with college sports. I'm specifically going to look at college football, but if you had all of the power, you had total control, how do you fix the college game?
Well, I think the first thing that they've got to do is, as it relates to just the transfer portal alone, is that they've got to they can tweak the rule. I think it's totally fine if a kid makes a decision, just like, and the coach leaves, or the kid makes a decision and realizes after a year or so, or whenever he realizes that it wasn't the fit I thought it was going to be, that he could have one time to transfer. But the fact that these kids every year can transfer, and then if they have a big year at like a mid-major or a smaller school, that everybody's going to come knocking on, or even a smaller Division I, and everybody's coming knocking on the door with their checkbooks open, and the next thing you know, he's one and done with you because he's getting more money somewhere else. And that's what it comes down to. I think the first thing that I'll throw out there for you guys, and you guys are more the college football experts than me, but I think the first thing I would do is say, if you can't have both and have legitimate, true college free agency year after year after year. So I think you can have one transfer. After that, you got if there is a second transfer for any reason, you have to sit out at least a year.
Here's where I'm at. I like that idea. I like the one-time transfer. Now, if your coach leaves or you graduate, like a second-time free transfer, like I'm open to that as well. The first thing that I want to do is I need someone or something with billions of dollars. So now money is not my influencer on what I'm trying to achieve. And this can also just be a strictly college football conversation, or you can do all sports, because you'll see why you can do all sports later. But it all starts there. Like I don't want to use Live Golf as the example, but I want someone or something who has billions of dollars. Money is never an issue, and all they're doing is for the entertainment of the sport. The second thing I'm doing after I have this, disposable income source that I'm never going to have to worry about money or making decisions that are based on money, I'm going to create a new league, or whatever we're going to call it, that's going to have somewhere between 50 and 70 teams. I really don't need a round number. Like, if you make the cut, you make the cut. But it needs to be somewhere between 50 to 70 teams. After that, I'm going to divide those 50 to 70 teams in about 5 or 6 conferences, somewhere between 10 and 12 teams. And I would like for all of the conferences to have the same number. After that, I'm going to have a true round robin within the conference. I don't want conference championship games because now we have a playoff. I don't think you need conference championship games, and the only reason the conference championship games will continue to exist is because it makes a lot of money for the conference. I don't have to worry about that in my structure because we have a ton of money that I don't have to worry about finances. So give me 50 to 70 teams. Give me 5 to 6 conferences with 10 to 12 teams in each of these conferences. Give me a true round robin schedule where you play every team in your conference once, no more than that. That way you have a true champion. You're champion of that conference. You get a bid into my 12 or 16 team playoff. You can pick. I really don't care. And then you get wild cards after that 5 to 6 conference automatic. If you win your league, you're in the tournament. One other thing on top of all of this, those 50 to 70 teams that are divided in those 5 or 6 conferences, those are going to be geographic. It's going to be determined based on where you are on the U.S. map. I'm not going to have Stanford and Cal in the ACC. I'm going to probably bring back the old Southwest Conference for the most part. It's going to be regionalized. It's going to be based on geography. That is my model to fix the college game, and I dare you to argue otherwise.
Yeah, I mean, mine's kind of similar to that. I mean, I'm starting here though. Because I'm including men's basketball when I think about fixing college sports, because they're the two sports that make money is men's basketball and football. And I'm going to say
SEC baseball makes money though.
Yeah, but see, I think it's too narrow. It's too narrow of a group to expand into like one of these super conferences. So what I would do is I would go out to every single school in the country and say, if you are willing to pay your football players and your basketball players this amount of money each year, you are welcome into our new league. So a school like Vanderbilt and Stanford, they're saying we're not paying those guys, they're out. They're going to the NCAA. They're not part of this new league. And I'm making one super conference, dividing it however you see fit, with schools that are going to pay their players and treat them like pro athletes, because that's what they are. But then every other sport you're associated with, I'm done with you. You're a part of the NCAA. You are not part of this new mega power of college football and college basketball. The Southwest Conference exists for Texas A&M and Texas, for volleyball, for baseball, for soccer. Like, I'm taking the money-making sports, putting them in one league, and then I'm taking everything else and kicking you to the NCAA. Because, like, my problem with the transfer thing is, like, I think they need to figure out who are these kids? Like, what are you? Are you students or are you athletes? Because if they're students, my issue with the transfer thing is that it doesn't apply to anyone else on campus. I transferred in the middle of school. There was no like issues with it. If they were student athletes, they should be able to transfer as much as they want, because anyone studying math and science can do the same thing. I know they're athletes, but like if they're students, they should have the same rights as everyone else. And that's how it's always been. Like, I could go to school and I could make money having a job, but athletes couldn't because it broke rules. Like, it's dumb how the NCAA has tried to treat athletes and regular students different. So, like, I think you have to figure that out first is like, who are these kids to you?
There's a competition element. Like, I think that's the one
No,
thing
you're
that
right.
kind of. I don't hate what you're saying, but you're one thing that you're very much ignoring is the competition element. Like, these math students aren't competing for. Well, I guess they have their mathletes and their.
But they are.
But they're also generating revenue.
The athletes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
the
some
mathletes are not.
Some athletes.
A lot of them.
Not really. I mean,
Yeah, it
most
depends.
of these
the
sports.
football, your basketballs, and your big schools.
But I'm saying in particular in those two sports, your star players are generating a ton of revenue for the university, different than just an average student on campus.
But then, how do you? And that to me is also why, that's to me is why the volleyball player is no different than the math student, because they're not bringing any revenue to their school. They're not bringing anything. They're playing
that's
volleyball.
Title IX now.
I understand that it is, but that to me is why it's different.
And actually, some of them are, depending on how their
For sure.
social media accounts are.
But that's why to me it's like
small, like 1%.
Right, I get
tops.
that. I get that.
Like they should pay the athletes and the schools that are willing to pay. You create the super conference, and everything else goes back to the way it's used to be. It's geographical. It's NCAA.
Why is
run.
why exactly is it the school though? Like if you have, how many teams did you have in your 2 super leagues?
However many are willing to pay their students.
So let's just that's right. So let's just say that there's 40. Let's just say that there's 40
Sure.
schools that do that, or 50, whatever the number that you want to say. Why are those 40 and 50 schools on the hook for their player payroll whenever you have billions of dollars that are coming in from television?
Well,
Like,
because
why
they're
wouldn't-
getting most
why
of that
wouldn't
money.
they? But why wouldn't they get that cut just straight from the top?
Well, no, I guess that's kind of what I'm saying. Like they're getting all this money from the television revenue, and they're just keeping it for themselves instead of giving it to the students. So whether it's they're getting the money directly from ESPN, and I think that's the most likely case here, is that if this happens, it's going to be ESPN and Fox collectively buying like college football and college basketball. I don't think it's going to be some like billionaire, whoever runs Amazon, and doing something like that. I think it's going to be the television networks would say, we're just going to buy college football, we're going to buy college basketball, and we're going to pay these guys.
The one thing that I want more than anything, though, and it's like we understand like what we're having right now is not realistic. Like this conversation certainly is not realistic. I would love to have just the geography back in it. Like that to me would be the main thing that I wanted, and I think that's a big deal of like why the SEC is a lot of fun is because you have a lot of natural rivalries that exist. You have Alabama, you have Auburn, you have Florida, and you have Georgia. Like you have these rivals that have been around forever. LSU, Arkansas, and like that's fun. Like the old Texas, like I'll use my case. Like I'm a big Houston Cougar. Like, do you think that the Houston Cougar fans rather see their team play Texas, or you think they rather see their team play Wisconsin? Like, because of the natural geographical rival, you much rather, because we all work together, right? Like people that are listening to us, they work with Aggies, they work with Longhorns, they work with Cougars, they work with Baylor Bears, they work with Texas Tech Red Raiders, they work with TCU Horned Frogs, SU Mustangs, Rice Owls. So like that stuff is what makes it fun. Like it adds stakes to the game. It makes it more intriguing. It puts more on the line. So like that to me is the one thing that I want to create more of. Like Stanford going to play at NC State, what does that do?
Well, that's what I was going to say, because you know what? And the Big Ten really bothered me from the jump when they started adding all the East Coast schools first, when they added Rutgers, when they added Penn State, when they added these teams, and you're like, wait, what? Maryland's in the Big Ten? How the hell did that happen? And then it just got preposterous when you start saying, well, because of financial reasons alone and because it's one of the two biggest conferences in the sport, that suddenly USC and UCLA are going to come from the West Coast with a 2-hour time difference, and they're expected to play noon kickoff Central Time, which is 10 a.m. for them, and then when the teams go, vice versa. I'm with you in the fact that it's not just about the rivalries, but it's also about if you want an even playing field. That's ridiculous when you're expecting schools who don't have the NFL budgets to say, oh, we're going to go in, a week earlier or 4 days, 2 or 3 days early to get a time adjusted and things like that. If they're truly going to school, I hate that element of the fact that you got West Coast schools playing a Big Ten schedule.
My only counter to that is like I know it was right before, it was like 2 years before I was born when Penn State joined the Big Ten. But like, could you imagine Penn State not in the Big Ten now? Like, are we sure that in 10
That's
years?
That's pretty geographical, though. Like,
no,
that's a
you're right.
geographical fit. Like,
Yeah.
Stanford playing on the East Coast is never going to feel right.
No, but like USC playing Michigan and Ohio State every year, like
I'm
I
not
think
sure
we're
that's
gonna
ever
warm
gonna
up
feel
to
right.
That
I
feels
don't-
off.
like,
It doesn't
maybe,
feel right at all.
maybe those two, but USC at Rutgers, Rutgers at UCLA, like that's I don't think that'll ever feel normal.
Like I don't want to be too rude to those schools, but like part of my plan, if they're not going to pay
Delegate 'em.
these guys, like I personally, I've always said like the relegation system that they use in overseas for soccer always would have made way more sense. It would have made way more sense instead of the University of Houston and UCF and these schools joining the Big 12. It would have made way more sense to take the American Conference, partner it with the Big 12, and create a relegation system and reward the University of Houston or UCF for winning that and facing the worst team in the Big 12 and moving teams up. Like there's more drama, there's more intrigue.
Yeah.
Like that could have worked so much better. You
There
could
would
put the
be
MAC in the
more
Big 10.
entertainment.
Like it would have been so much cooler.
There'd be a lot of entertainment in that. The thing that makes me mad about this is like I applaud what the SEC and the Big Ten are doing. I think that them getting together and like I don't know how quickly this is. Like I doubt that they do anything drastic anytime soon. But at least it's starting to put plans in place in case things go that direction. And I'm sure they'll talk different scenarios. And that's what ticks me off about the NCAA. The NCAA should have been doing this 30 years ago. They should have had the wheels in motion to, okay, our players are eventually going – they should have had the foresight. These players are eventually going to get paid. Instead of drawing their line in the sand and battling it, they should have been working with them in a way to create financial means to pay players. Whatever you wanted to do with a transfer portal. Instead of just fighting, let's work together. And you probably would have a better – state of college athletics if they were working on this for 30 straight years, and maybe you don't see the breakup of some of these conferences because there's more money to go around, and maybe you do create some sort of, I don't know if you can create any sort of delegation with the way contracts are, but I feel if the NCAA would have had the foresight as opposed to fight, combat this, we would be in a lot better place.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. I mean, the fact that you weren't proactive enough to try and get your arms around this when you were just stuffing because your arms were so, enthralled with stuffing all the money in your pockets that you were turning the other cheek to it. You didn't want any part of it, and now you're going to let your two biggest conferences do the work you were supposed to have done already. It's pretty sad.
713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Mock draft season. How are we making the Texans better? It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
It's time to sit back, relax, and enjoy this next bit of brilliance with Joel and Jeremy. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
He's blank. I'm Branham. We are the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. 713-780-3776. Just need 4 conferences, West Coast, Southeast, Midwest, East. Yeah. I would love it. I would love geography, but it's just probably not in the cards. All right, mock draft season. How are we making the Houston Texans better today? It's what we aspire to do. Make the Texans better each and every day and try to make you better each and every day, and we hope that we achieve that with you listening to us. This one's from Deontay Lee of The Athletic. He has Caleb Williams going number 1. Did you see what Colin Cowherd said about Caleb Williams yesterday?
Was that after?
And did you hear what Colin Cowherd said today about Caleb Williams?
This was after he said he started the rumor that Caleb didn't want to play for the Bears.
It was crazy. I was listening to the clip and it was like regurgitated what he said last year about CJ and the Texans, just nonsense.
Really?
And then he had to recant because apparently his camp said it's not totally true.
His dad called him.
Was it his dad? I didn't watch the video. I just saw the tweet.
He basically said his dad.
It was
called.
his dad.
Yeah.
So it's true that his dad is very, very, very loud and hands-on. But
his dad was like, we don't want that out there. Like, we want to play for a passionate fan base. Chicago is a passionate fan base. Like, we do not want to not play for Chicago.
Colin Cowherd want to play for Chicago?
I think he does.
Okay.
If he didn't want to,
good with Caleb Williams going to Chicago?
Yeah, I'm good with it. Minus 1,200.
All right.
Those are the odds.
Wow. Number 2 is Drake May to Washington. This one does not have a quarterback at 3. This is the highest I've seen Marvin Harrison selected. Number 3 to the Patriots. Okay. Dallas Turner goes number 4 to Arizona. J.C. Latham, number 5 to the Chargers. Malik Neighbors, number 6 to the Giants. Joe Control-Alt-Delete to Tennessee at number 7. Jaden Daniels falls all the way to 8 for the Atlanta Falcons. They would love if Jaden Daniels fell to number 8. Olu Fashanu, the offensive tackle for the Bears, say with conviction, or goes to the Bears, number 9. And then Brock Bowers falls to number 10 for the Jets. So Aaron Rodgers gets him a Brock Bowers to throw to. Michael Penix is taken number 13 by the Raiders. I think that's it for the quarterbacks that's it for the quarterbacks until the Texans are on the board. So this one has the Texans taking Troy Fautanu, the tackle guard from Washington. We've discussed him a couple of times. Are you okay with the Texans going this route if this is the pick at 23?
The fact that he has versatility is big. The fact that he is very, very strong in the run game is something that obviously D'Amico has pointed to and said we have to get better, and I would think that Slowick feels the exact same way, and that if you get a big, powerful guard that can do this, it kind of adds a lot of, attention to the fact that you missed on Green, and that would be on Nick. But at the same time, your only goal now is to make sure this team keeps getting better, and if this is a way to do it, and this is a guy that has the versatility in a different way than like Scruggs could, but he can help you, then I'm fine with it.
Yeah, I would have no issue if this is the pick for the Houston Texans because I can certainly see why they would make this pick. I really don't need it for the versatility because I want him to play left guard. Now, maybe in 2 to 3 years you can move him out to a left tackle, right tackle, but I don't really need the position versatility. I just want if they feel like they could upgrade a guard and help the running game that way, and they make this selection, it's not one that I would be mad at. Now let's put our feet in the small shoes of Nick Caserio. Let's put our chest in his sweater vest. We're now expanding this to include 4 players that we have the choice of choosing from. So Fautanu is on this list, tackle guard from Washington. The next one's Patrick Paul, go Cougs, the offensive tackle for the Cougars. Tyler Nubin, safety from Minnesota. And then Brian Thomas, the wide receiver from LSU, is our multiple choice of who we could select doing this little exercise. Joe, who do you have, Blankers?
For me, it comes down to either Brian Thomas or sticking with the pick that they're going to make in Fautanu. To me, I just if there's that many receivers and that the receiver is sliding there, and you already have 2 good receivers, above average receivers on your roster, I'm going to lean towards staying exactly with what they did because of the other options. I don't think they need a safety, but not in the first round. I'm fine sticking with exactly who they picked.
I'm going to go with the Houston Cougar, Patrick
I knew
Paul,
you were
go
going to do
Cougs.
that.
If you could give me the option of taking a Cougar or a guy from Washington or a guy from Minnesota or a guy from LSU, I'm taking the Houston Cougars. So Patrick Paul is my pick. Go Cougs. If I eliminate my bias here, I'm intrigued by Brian Thomas. Like his size is something that intrigues me with his speed, but I'm just gonna stand on the table for this. I want Caserio to draft a wide receiver in the middle rounds or the non-first round rounds. Give me the guard. Give me Troy Fatunu to be the next left guard for the Houston Texans. I know where Joe's going with this.
Can Patrick Paul play guard?
No, he's a tackle.
Man,
he can't play guard.
I probably watched this video from him at the Senior Bowl.
It was impressive.
Pummeling that
really
dude.
Good.
Yeah,
He's really good. He gave up one pressure, I think, in his entire career.
You know what?
He's a stud.
Figure it out, Nick Caserio. Take Patrick Paul. Figure it out,
that
man.
Means if he does that, that means that Titus Howard's your left guard.
Okay.
And I'm not even sure if Paul can play tackle. I've never seen him play right tackle.
I don't know. I've watched that video so many times. I like Brian Thomas, but I've watched that video so many times, and he was legit in college. I'm taking a Coug. I'm rolling with you here, Jeremy. I'm taking Patrick
what's your
Paul.
plan here?
I don't know.
Your plan?
I don't know
what your plan is.
Figure it out, Nick Caserio. Trade Titus Howard. I don't know. I don't know. Figure it out. Best player on the board, that's him.
Would you trade Tunsil?
Yes. Absolutely. That's my plan. Trade Laramie Tunsil for a first round pick.
That would be where you'd have teams' interest.
No false starts. Let's go.
I can't believe you didn't take the receiver.
I'm taking Patrick Paul. I'm trading Laramie
stunned.
Tunsil. I'm wheeling dealing son of a gun.
I think Laramie Tunsil has a negative, he has more dead cap if you trade him. I think it costs more for Laramie Tunsil to not be on this team than to be on this team.
But what if you could get another first for him?
Then you're going to pay $20 million for that first rounder.
Fine.
It's not fine when you're a team that's
Let me
trying to
double
get
check
better.
that.
I don't know, man. I'm just not a huge
Houston
Tunsil
Texans
guy.
over the cap. If you trade Laramie Tunsil before June 1st, you're in the actually you do save $3.5 million.
Let's go. Trade him.
If you cut him, which you're not, you would lose $14.5. So there's actually a little bit of savings. And if you trade him after June 1st, you save $18.5 million.
Okay. Then I'm all the way
there is a plan to this actually.
Trade Tunsil, draft
This is
Paul.
outrageous.
Let's go.
Okay, and I threw it out
This
there.
is
and
why
you
they
bit
make
on
fun
that
of you
too.
in the Twitch, Joe.
That's why they make
there
fun
are
of me on
people-
other radio stations, apparently, Jeremy. I got called out on 790 for having hot takes today.
What happened?
Apparently, Matt and Ross called me out for my takes that I used to have over there on the air.
Oh, whenever you were there.
Yeah.
Well, at least you've got to a better place now, Joe. as you
You're living
progress.
rent-free. You're living rent-free.
I live rent-free. My takes live forever.
Did you hear it
That's
and go,
one of my
what should I
favorite
do?
things.
No, probably not. Yeah, that's a bit much. So
I can't
actually,
believe you didn't take the receiver.
Actually, Joe, the other thing, though, when you think about all this, too, is this is the offseason that people would want you to trade Tunsil because all they're going to – you hit on it. They are going to refer to the penalties in the playoffs, and they are going to point fingers and say, and he's so overpaid, and he's not getting any younger, and I'm sure there are people who jump on board with that.
Yeah, I'm not alone. in
Yeah,
this.
I don't. I feel like Tunsil actually has a good approval rating in Houston.
I don't know
Let's
if
try
it's
it
as good
out.
as you think. Yeah, I'm curious.
Can you do this?
How do we? Let's tweet it. Yeah. How do we want to word this tweet? What's your approval rating? Or, it would just be a yes or a no. Is Laramie Tunsil doing a good job? Yes or no. That's what they do with the presidents, right? That's how they determine approval rating. Is the president doing a good job? Yes or no. I think that's how you determine a POTUS approval rating.
Man,
Yeah.
That's
See,
fine.
it's pretty you're saying it's too general?
I think it's too general.
Because
how would you grade Laramie Tunsil? A, B, C.
This is the Google here. An approval rating is given to a politician based on responses to a poll in which a sample of people are asked whether they approve or disapprove of that particular political figure. Do you approve? Do you disapprove of Laramie Tunsil? And then you have two choices: approve.
Jeremy, I
disapprove.
don't want you to get suspended.
That's
so
the
you got to
approval
be
rating.
careful if it's coming
What's
from
going
you.
to come from the station's account?
Okay, I'll put it out there.
You go.
I mean, if you're reluctant, I have no problem doing it.
No, I'll do it right now. It's coming up.
All right. So I'll send you the wording here so you don't screw it up, Joe.
Can you follow up from that to say?
I was going to say, would you trade Laramie Tunsil to save $18.5
yeah.
million?
Are you good paying him as one of the
No,
top five?
no, because the conversation, because you blankers said that everybody would be like, oh, false starts, yay, whatever, and I countered by saying I bet the approval rating for Laramie Tunsil in Houston's positive.
Okay.
So no counters, no.
All right.
No, none.
Go
That's
ahead. Make the
no.
rules. You make
Iron
the
fist,
rules.
no.
In the poll. Go
Well,
ahead.
that was the disagreement. I mean, why would we move away from where the disagreement was. 713-780-ESPN. HRP listener line. I cannot wait to see the results of that. 713-780-3776. It's everybody's favorite game. Joe reads to us things that were said by ESPN 97.5 personalities. We guess poorly as of late who said those things. Who said it with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. All right, this is everybody's favorite game. More of a favorite game for Joel as of late, as Blankers and I have struggled in recent days, recent weeks. I don't think we've won a game this year, as a matter of fact. Joe's going to read to us quotes that were said by ESPN 97.5 personalities. We guess who said it. 5162 said who said it would be a good game for listeners to win prizes. We tried that.
We did.
Listeners they weren't very, how would we say, like, they took too long in their answers. So
yeah, they weren't versed in how radio works.
Yeah.
Which made it
We tried it.
tougher. Yeah.
We tried it. They failed. The listeners failed us, but we did try it. So
Well, we do have a suggestion here from the Twitch chat, which I think we're going to add to the Wheel of Bits. Who twitched it?
Oh, that's a good idea.
So we'll take some Twitch comments and see if you guys can guess which Twitcher twitched it at some point. So that
I
won't
thought
be...
we were making the move to YouTube.
No, man, we gotta stay. It's got to not crash for that to fully happen. All right, number one. I don't even know if she'll take a shower that morning. I don't think she'll get all gussied up. Reba's old school.
Talking about Reba.
Reba's singing the national anthem for the Super Bowl.
Reba McEntire?
I think it's the national anthem, yeah.
Blakers, did you watch her show? Her sitcom?
No.
Yeah, I every now and then at a hotel I'd catch it. It was awful.
I
it was
know
so bad.
She's a judge on The Voice, right?
Is she? I have no idea.
I think so because my daughter watches The Voice.
So no Dell this week, I'm assuming? Just normal rules?
Yeah, no. Dell and Fred Davis are not included.
Okay. I would think
I
that
noticed
Beard.
you got a Jayhawk today, by the way. I don't think that wasn't lost on me.
Oh, I saw that.
You think Beard?
I think Beard's a country music aficionado.
Do you?
So I think it's oh yeah, for sure. I think it's possible.
Say it again.
Yeah, who would be
Joe?
this well versed on Reba?
But they don't have to be well versed on Reba if she's singing the anthem. Like she would have been. I didn't realize she was singing the anthem, but if she is, like she would have been a name that's come up. Just
Yeah, but
like
the way
in
they
normal
said she might not even
life.
shower and knowing how she is.
I mean, I think they're goofy. Can you say it again, Joe?
I don't even know if she'll take a shower that morning. I don't think she'll get all gussied up. Reba's old school.
Huh? That's a weird comment. Weird comment that's super vague. You feeling Beard? You don't think it'd be a morning show person?
Who uses gussied up? It could be Granado.
Maybe John. That's kind of an older word, you know?
Yeah, it could be Granado.
I think, yeah, I'm kind of leaning Granado because it's an older word. I don't really see the morning shows or the afternoon show saying that. You good with Granado?
Yeah, I'll go with it. That's fine.
Granado.
I don't even know if she'll take a shower
Yes.
that morning.
Boom.
I don't think she's going to get all gussied up. Reba's old school.
Drilled.
There you go.
Yeah, nailed the who would
Gussie
use it.
Gussie up is an old head.
No question.
It's an old no one like that's mid-age or younger saying that.
Yeah, John, if you're listening, they're calling you old. Just to be
I'm
clear.
not calling
Called
him
me
old.
plenty
I'm
this
just
week.
calling
Yeah,
him,
it'll be fine.
I'm just calling him a godfather.
Dell called you sensitive, not
No,
John.
John piled on too. It's fine.
All right, number 2. I'm pumped watching Dylan Brooks play basketball. He makes you want to get into a squab. Dylan Brooks makes it a little more exciting to watch basketball.
That sounds like something I would say.
Yeah, I was going to say Jeremy Branham is ineligible. I
is
think
a
it sounds
great
like
take.
Paul. Initially, it
Would he
sounds
say
like Paul.
squab?
Yeah, I think so.
See, I was thinking either him or Michael or Beard. See, they're all the same now. Those three are so similar.
Yeah.
Say it again. Like here, let's listen to the words.
Okay.
Say it again, Joe.
I'm pumped watching Dylan Brooks play basketball. He makes you want to get into a squab. Dylan Brooks makes it a little more exciting to watch basketball.
Who would say squab? All three of them could say
I think
squab.
Beard would.
Are you Beard or Paul here?
First blush on the entire quote, I said Paul. If I answered your question about who would say squab, I would say that Beard would be in the mix, and he watches basketball quite frequently. Lance, maybe.
I don't know
And
if you
Paul.
use the word squab. All right, you call it Paul or Beard.
I think it's between Paul and Beard, huh?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go with my gut feeling. I'm gonna say Paulie.
All right, Paulie.
I'm pumped watching Dylan Brooks play
Atta
basketball.
boy.
He
Boom.
makes you want to get in a squab.
Now,
Still
Jeremy,
real
let's not get
bullet.
ahead of ourselves. We did this last week too, and then we crapped the bed.
Did we start 2-0 last
We
week?
started 2-0 last week, and then
Did you hear how high of an octave Paul got when he said squab? The vowels in squab were as high pitched, like that would have broken glass.
That happens a lot.
Man.
Yeah.
That was a high pitched Paulie.
All right, number 3. The saddest part about him going to Costco is that he didn't get to enjoy the best part of Costco, and that's grabbing a slice or hot dog before you leave.
This is a fatty.
I mean, that's been forever and a day to take at Costco.
Really?
Yeah.
Like you've heard this before?
I've heard from several people. Yeah, heard people talk
Like
about
on the station?
Yeah, maybe.
Like if you've heard it on the station before, it's probably Lance. I think it's either Lance or Beard because this is kind of like, yeah, I don't want to say a bigger guy move, but it's a bigger guy move, and I can say that because I'm a fat kid, so I'm allowed to say that. This is a fat kid move. I'm a fat kid. I'm allowed to say that. So I think it's one of those two. I lean Beard.
Do you?
I lean Beard.
Okay,
yeah.
because I was
lean
with
Beard.
you on the fact that it could be LZ.
See, the reason that I lean Beard between those two, and I'm down to those two, but the reason that I lean Beard over LZ is I feel like Beard spends way more time at Costco than Lance does. And that's not a knock on anybody. I just think Lance is super busy. He probably doesn't go to the grocery store very often or the store.
That's a pretty accurate call. You know
So
what?
I think it's Beard.
You talked me into it. I'll go with that.
Beard.
The saddest part about going to Costco is that he didn't get to enjoy
And
the
we
best part of
won!
Costco, and that's
Schneid.
grabbing a slice of a hot dog.
Beard was our slump buster. There we go.
Winner!
Yes.
Mark Grace would be proud.
I even had to bleep out when he said Andrew by name because
He said Andrew by name?
yeah, so I bleeped it out in the cut. I changed it to him in the word because I couldn't give it away that fully. But all right, number 4. Try to see if you guys can crush me. All right, number 4. Oh, I know what he was doing. You were looking at Instagram and thinking of different ways to kill Mark Wright.
Who is Mark
Who's Mark Wright?
Actually, I don't know.
boy. Now, the key here, Jeremy, is we got a chance to do what we've never done before, which would be go 5-0.
Oh, 5-0.
So we got to at
yeah,
least
so we
focus
should
a
mail it
little
in.
bit. But, yeah, I don't know who Mark Wright is.
Yeah, I have no idea who Mark Wright is. So usually if I don't know who somebody is, it's usually like the world of fiction. So that would be a lot more likely to be Paul
Or Beard.
Connor and Beard.
Okay.
But it could be like Mark Wright had been somebody that maybe they've said, and it could be Connor talking to Beard. Can you say it again, Joe?
Oh, I know what he was doing. You were looking at Instagram and thinking of different ways to kill Mark Wright.
Huh. This one's tough.
Who the hell? I don't even know who the hell Mark Wright
I don't know
is.
who Mark Wright is either. I want for some. I'm leaning Connor here. I'm leaning Connor talking to Beard,
So
like because I could kind of see say the first few words again. Like this is where
Give me
I
it all
hear
again
Connor.
one more time, Joe.
Oh, I know what he was doing. You were looking
I know
at
what he was doing.
Yeah, you were looking at Instagram and thinking of different ways to kill Mark Wright.
Oh, I know what he was doing. I think it's Connor.
Okay. Well, I'll go with that.
Connor?
Oh, I know what he was doing.
Yeah, dang it! It was
You
Bernardo.
were looking at Instagram.
Who is Michael Wright?
Who is Mark Wright?
Mark Wright.
Mark Wright is a English television personality, and they were talking about this because Lance is obsessed with Michelle Keegan. And apparently they're
How
getting
do they coexist?
divorced, I think. They're getting divorced.
Okay, and the
I've
next
never
question would
heard of
be is
Mark
who's
Wright.
Michelle Keegan? Because
Yeah,
I don't know who
Michelle
she
Keegan
is either.
And a very attractive lady.
Okay. But what is she on a show or something that Lance watches or
Looks like soap operas.
Oh,
No
that explains
way.
a lot. When he's
I mean,
supposed
only
to
a
be
morning show would be able to watch soap
Yeah,
operas.
he's supposed to be
so-
breaking down film and he's breaking down soap opera chicks.
Well, that's his respite.
What's her
He
40?
does the morning show. He goes to do soap operas, and then he gets back to work evaluating film. That's his day. That's what Lance does. He probably has some bonbons as he's watching this reality television or this daytime television. I watch the reality television. All right.
Well, let's just.
All right, last one. And they always say you don't want to kill snakes because they eat rats. Tell me what kangaroos do. You could kill all of the kangaroos and there would be no problem.
Paul? Unless this is what would be the subject matter? What's the context? Where would this come up?
No.
News of the weird?
Talking about different animals of the animal kingdom.
Yeah,
Frogs
or-
didn't come up, I guess.
It could come up in News of the Weird. It could come up. Anything could come up on Paul's show.
Say it again, Joe.
And they always say you don't want to kill snakes because they eat rats. Tell me what
I've never heard that.
kangaroos do. You could kill all of the kangaroos and there would be no problem.
I've never heard that saying that you shouldn't kill. Oh, okay. I see what they're saying. You don't kill snakes because they eat the
'Cause they
rats.
eat
You have to worry
rats.
about the rats. I got it. I have no clue. You call it blankers. I don't really care because we already won.
Okay. Man, I don't know.
It does seem like something. It seems like something Lance or Paul would say. That's where I'm at.
Yeah,
I would say
was
either
kinda
Lance
thinking,
or
yeah.
Paul.
Screw it.
We haven't used Lance yet. We've already used Paul. You want to go that way, that route?
Yeah, sure.
All right, Lance.
And they always say, well, you don't want to kill
Yes.
snakes because what snakes
Boom.
do is they eat rats. Tell me what a kangaroo does. You could kill
What's
off all the
Lance's problem with
kangaroos. and there
kangaroos?
would
They
be
jump.
No problem.
I don't know.
They got,
mean.
they got a
Kangaroos are super
pouch.
mean.
I just randomly found it.
Kangaroos are super mean.
Are
They
they? I
like
heard
fight you.
koalas are
Yeah.
too. Is that true? Koalas
Kangaroos
are too?
super mean. I've never heard about koalas, but I trust you. I believe you.
Yeah, I think they.
The
I
kangaroos are
everybody
super
says,
mean.
"Oh, koalas look so cute," and they're really kind of a pain in the ass.
Congrats on your guys' first win at 2024.
Thank
4
you.
out of 5, Joe.
Yeah,
Appreciate that.
got me good.
Appreciate
Freaking
that.
Mark
We
Wright.
won.
Who the hell's that?
We're starting off February with a bang.
That's
All right,
right. We're a new month, yeah.
Which quarterback's on a rookie contract will win a Super Bowl? It's Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Guys, before we get back to the Hive, I just want to talk to you about the weekend coming up and the fact that, look, with no football until next week and with the big game coming up, you want to prepare yourself for how you might be able to actually capitalize on it, make some money on it. Maybe there's some games, big college basketball schedule tomorrow, lots of sporting events still going on besides the NFL. You have a chance to actually make games that maybe you're not as interested in otherwise be more interesting if you go to mybookie.ag, because at mybookie.ag, it's the safest, best spot where you can put your money down and have a good time betting on sports, but it's also better than that. Yeah, they've been in business for 10 years. That's why your money's safe. That's why they're going to take care of you, but they take care of you other ways too, like all the different ways they give you bonuses just by remembering our promo code, which is Bet975. You listen to us, you get the code, you use it with them, and you cash in. How, you might ask? Well, if you put anything from $50 to $1,000 in your MyBookie account and you use the promo code Bet975, that money will actually double. That means that if you put 100 in, suddenly you got 200 in your account. More money in your account, more games you can bet on, and of course, more chances you can win. And when there's not games going on, there's still chances for you to win because live dealers are standing by to play casino games like poker and blackjack. It's phenomenal. It's a great site, and it's a great way for you to make some money by doing what you love, either gambling or watching sports or both. That's why I always tell you to go there, because I'm telling you, if you go to mybookie.ag and use our promo code Bet975, you're going to cash in even if you don't win, because you're going to get double the amount to put on games. Do what I always tell you to do. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. With the only place I tell you to do it, it's mybookie.ag, and use that promo code Bet975.
Most bees make honey. These killer bees make great sports insights, but they also make honey. Don't ask about the process. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Joel and Jeremy.
He's blank on Branham. Joe behind the glass, who is our assistant to the regional manager, he's our queen bee. He's getting torched on the text line. 6927, how many times did Stroud get sacked when Tunsil was hurt? ? That should help sway the approval rating. Trading Tunsil is moronic. Trade someone who's arguably the best in the league at protecting your greatest asset? Really dumb.
Whatever.
How long is this poll going on to?
I tried to set it. If I did it right, it should be over by the last segment.
It should be over by the last segment.
I'm getting crushed.
Yeah, it's not going your way.
Yep.
It's not going. It's like 78% whenever I saw it. Approve, Laramie Tunsil. Yeah, people don't like that one there, Joe George.
I don't like approval ratings. Every time we do an approval rating poll, I get crushed.
Well, I don't think you know how approval ratings.
I didn't say it this time. I said it about Slowick. You said it. You said his approval rating.
But on YouTube, Shredder said no more false starts is worth a $20 million cap hit. Joe, you got some positivity.
I got like 3 people on my side.
That is the vocal minority.
Yeah, 23% right now.
That is the no. I don't think you got Phil, Joe. I don't think you got Phil. I don't think you got Phil for what the city thinks.
I think I see people react harshly to things on Twitter.
I really thought that there'd be more people jumping on too.
I think I overthink it sometimes. I'm just saying.
I would trade Phil. I think I got Phil.
I would have no problem trading Tunsil.
You're gonna double down on it now.
I'm not saying he's not a great left tackle, but like if I can get Patrick Paul and trade him, save $18 million, I can use that money to keep Grenard.
But you got a cap hit this year.
No, not if you cut him after June 1st or trade him after June 1st. You get a first-round pick. I guess you can't do that, actually. I guess that's part of the problem. You cannot trade him for a first-round pick.
You can still save some money. If you trade him before June, it's like $1 million or whatever in savings.
But it's not worth trading him for $3 million. You know,
now you're starting to see the light.
No, I said 18, but then I forgot the draft's way before June 1st. The math doesn't math. I know, I'm in the minority here, okay? I'm just tired of him jumping off sides.
Honey Glazed Branham says, speaking of annoying bees, I have one that won't leave me alone. What bee do you think he's referencing?
That won't leave him alone?
He said, speaking of annoying bees, I have one that won't leave me alone. Do you think he's talking about blank? Do you think he's talking about Branham? Do you think he's talking about a real bee?
I'm going to go a real bee.
I'm going to say a real person that he might refer to with a bee.
Which rookie quarterback contract can win a Super Bowl? There's several in the NFL. I don't think there's very many that actually are capable of winning a Super Bowl with their quarterback under a rookie contract. Atlanta has Desmond Ridder. I don't think Desmond Ridder is going to be the starting quarterback for Atlanta.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I'm with you. I think they're going to find hell or high water, whether they go and take a run at a Kirk Cousins or someone like that, or they just look to draft another. I'm with you. I don't think Desmond Ritter's going to be a starting quarterback.
Cross Atlanta off the list. Las Vegas has Aiden O'Connell.
O'Connell, yeah. No, again.
I'm crossing him off of the list.
Bye-bye. Yep.
I don't think he'll be the starter there either. The Patriots have two.
Luck of the Irish goes with Aiden O'Connell, but, yeah, more power to you, but it ain't going to happen.
Patriots have two rookies. Well, I don't know. Bailey Zappi's been bounced around. I don't even know if he has a rookie contract. And then they have Mac Jones.
No.
Yeah, no on that. Their roster's terrible too. The Pittsburgh Steelers with Kenny Pickett.
But their coaching staff's really good.
Their coaching staff is trash.
Yeah.
Not a fan of their coaching staff. Now, I'm a fan of the Steelers coaching staff.
Yeah.
They haven't hired an OC yet, have they?
Yeah, they have.
Who's
Arthur Smith.
They announced it
That's
today.
right. That's right. They are Arthur Smith.
Yeah.
I don't know if I liked Arthur Smith in Pittsburgh.
Well, it depends. Again, I like Arthur Smith as an offensive play caller if he has the right tools. I don't think his rosters are great.
What do you like about Arthur Smith as a play caller?
I think I think that he has a pretty good grasp and understanding of how to use players and look. Maybe
it's like the biggest knock on him was that he doesn't know how to use Kyle Pitts and Bijan Robinson.
But at Tennessee, he did a hell of a job. It wasn't just Derrick Henry. I mean, he found a way with a less than quarterback to get guys, A.J. Brown and guys involved.
Yeah, he got a little bit out of Tannehill. I don't think it's hard to get Brown and Derrick Henry to play well. I wonder if they try to get a mobile quarterback. Did we mention Fields to Pittsburgh yesterday?
I think we did. As
that would kind of make some sense.
I think we did as an outside chance.
Can you really do that to your fan base? Take
Bring in
another
Fields?
leftover Bears quarterback and try to make him into something?
Yeah, but they got Trubisky on a bargain, so they were just taking a flyer.
And he wasn't really supposed to be the starter either. I know that he was probably penciled in to be the starter, but they also drafted a first-round quarterback.
Yeah, he was more to groom Kenny Pickett and kind of bridge the gap.
He was bridge at best.
Was that the same year?
I believe so.
Okay.
I think this is Trubisky's second year there.
It is.
believe so.
It is. I'm almost positive
because he was the backup
that's right.
in Buffalo before that, right?
Yep, he sure was.
Yeah, I know way too much about the career of Mitch Trubisky and the career arc.
Well, but
of
when
Mitch
he left,
Trubisky.
it opened the door for your boy Case, didn't it?
Yeah, Case was the backup after Trubisky, and then Case came to Houston and called C.J. Stroud the greatest quarterback he's ever played with, which was a stray for Josh Allen, and no one really caught it.
The
Carolina,
answer on the Steelers is no. The answer on Carolina is I'm going to say no.
I'm going to say no here, but I'm not giving up on Bryce.
No, I'm not. I was just going to say, look, he had everything stacked up against him with just a completely no-win situation a year ago. I don't think he lacks talent, but it remains to be seen if they get the right talent around him and the organization can right that ship with that owner at the top that's a little bit off. And then the fact that, the one thing that is going to continue to come up, and we saw it because we saw it live finally, as it translates to the NFL, he's very small.
Yeah, I'm not going to rule him out, but I don't see them winning a Super Bowl either. And all the what they traded for is going to diminish their overall roster. Colts with Richardson, I think, are interesting. It's hard for me to imagine them winning a Super Bowl in the next 4 years, but I think that I would put them as one of the teams that have a shot.
Yeah, look, the rest of their roster has been pretty good for quite a while now. The fact that you match up the perfect coach in Steichen for a quarterback like Richardson coming off of what he did for Jalen Hurts, and we saw that without Steichen, that Jalen Hurts was and that offense was different. I think that they're going to be a competitive football team. I think that that's going to be the biggest competition for the Texans in the next couple of years because like I said, the rest of their roster is decent with Jonathan Taylor and others. They've got to re-sign their receivers, but other than that, I think that they have a chance to be competitive. I just don't see them winning a Super Bowl. It's the AFC and Patrick Mahomes and Burrow and Herbert and all these guys. I don't know, and CJ. I just don't think that the Colts have enough to win a Super Bowl.
Yeah, I think they're more of a long shot, but I think that they're plausible. They're capable. Washington, we gotta go through these here. Tennessee with Levis, I go no.
No.
Washington with Sam Howell, I go no. Now, here are the ones that they highlight. They say Chicago here with Fields, but they also highlight the picks that they have. So, this would be Caleb Williams probably. Yeah. I still think that they have a ways to go, although I do think that Bears roster is better than people give them credit for.
Well, their defense really came on in the second half of the season. But winning a Super Bowl, the Bears? No. I'm saying no. That's easy.
Trevor Lawrence, they list the Jags here with Trevor Lawrence. He has to be coming up on his
He didn't re-up yet?
No, I think this is the offseason when you do them.
No,
he still has a year left.
Him and Tua are the same draft?
No, him and Fields are in the same draft. So they
played 3 years in the league.
Yeah, they're eligible extension right now.
Yeah,
So
so
then-
this is the
so
this
then-
is the offseason they usually do it.
So Lawrence would be next year?
No, I think he would get an extension this year.
Okay.
Because this is his fourth, so the following year, 2025, will be his fifth-year option.
All right. I don't see Jacksonville doing it. I really don't. I think that, they committed. They committed hard with a lot of money. I don't think that money has panned out all over the place. I'm not as big of a believer in him as you are, Jeremy. I don't see Jacksonville winning, especially getting over the hump with the Texans and Indy too. And they didn't look great this year. I'll say no.
I don't know if I'm a believer. I think he's a good. I don't know what believe means. I believe that he's good.
Well, you and I've had the discussions, and when you saw him, there was times this year that you were defending him hard by saying, "Look, this dude has got all." I'm not going to quote you, but you were pretty positive about him, and I was like, "Yeah, I've seen him make some good throws, but I also just don't think he's going to ever live up to what people expected with him being a number 1 pick in the draft."
Yeah, I believe he's good. I don't know if I believe that he's Super Bowl good. Is there anybody better than the Texans with a rookie contract?
No.
I say no.
No, not even close.
I say no. 713-780-3776. Did we overlook anybody? A team with a rookie contract at the quarterback position that can win a Super Bowl. Also,
Jordan Love for 1 more year.
Yeah. Also, Wills of Bits. You never know what you're going to get with the Will of Bits. What do you get today? It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. He said start, sit, cut. Yeah, I heard it this time. Well, somebody tweeted in and said we forgot the 49ers with Purdy. Great call.
That
Great
is a good call, yeah.
That's the best. That's the one at the top of the list. That's our bad. We miss Purdy. We miss San Francisco. All of you that are texting in, that are tweeting in, you're 100% right. San Francisco's one. I'd say the Texans are two. Though.
I think Texans are a clear cut,
the Texans
too.
are
Yeah.
two. All right, so start, sit, cut is what I heard, Joe. That's
Yes.
accurate. Start, bench, cut. Start, bench, cut.
Start, bench, cut. Start, sit, cut. Same thing.
I guess it is the same thing. You're right. I'll take the L on this one, too. All right, what are we doing today? Who we start, sitting, and cutting?
We're going to go through some running backs here in free agency. So we got 3 running backs, start, sit, cut. Saquon Barkley, Derrick Henry, Devin Singletary.
I like this one.
So it's pretty easy to me. I don't think Derrick Henry fits at all. I'm going to cut Derrick Henry, and I think that there is probably a good spot for a landing spot for him somewhere. It's just not Houston. I think Singletary did a lot of good things, so I'm going to keep him on the roster, but I'm going to sit him. and I'm going to start Saquon Barkley because I believe that unlike a lot of these running backs that are trying to get big contracts, it could be good, it could be bad, but I don't think there's a lot of tread that's worn off those tires. The injuries may be a blessing in disguise. He's got a ton of talent. He's still got speed. He's versatile. He can catch the football out of the backfield. He can get you some tough yards too. I would go Saquon Barkley as my starter. I would sit Singletary and I would cut Derrick Henry.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree. As much as I hate agreeing with blankers, I'm gonna have to agree on this one. Now, I have heard some discuss Derrick Henry being better in the zone blocking scheme than most people give him credit for. He's not. I'm not picking him over Saquon here. But if the Texans ultimately landed Derrick Henry on a pretty bargain veteran type of deal, like, I'm not going to be mad at it. You know what I mean? Like, you just added Derrick Henry. I ain't going to be mad at that. You kidding? And I think that Derrick Henry still has a little bit more in the tank than maybe the average person does. So I wouldn't be mad at a Derrick Henry. I want to make sure that I, put that on tape now. Put that out there right this second. But Saquon Barkley, like, very much intrigues me. The salary for Saquon Barkley is something that I'm curious about. Like, but running backs don't really get paid a ton anymore. So if you sign Saquon on like this $33 million 3-year deal, or maybe that third year you can kind of get out of it, if in case like he's hurt or anything like that. I'm pretty intrigued by that idea, and I think he's the best of these three, in my opinion. So I'm also going to start Saquon Barkley. He can catch the ball out of the backfield. There were so many times this year where C.J. Stroud had a check down and for whatever reason didn't take it. It's one thing that I want to see him do more often is use the check down more often. And if you have Saquon Barkley as a check down option, that's something that intrigues me. It's why I don't hate the idea of Austin Eckler, because he can catch the ball and run with it. But Saquon Barkley's my start. Because I don't want to pay two running backs, give me a sit for Devin Singletary. Plus, he was really good. I want him to be your number 2 running back. I don't want him to leave. So give me Devin Singletary as my sit, and cutting Derrick Henry, even though I do like him more than most. Joe?
See, Saquon Barkley's interesting because, like, we got the first report today of a team wanting to bring him in and use him heavily, and that was the report is the Chargers. Like, Harbaugh already is identifying Saquon Barkley as someone that can come in, run the ball, catch the ball from Herbert, and I think he's the one guy in this offseason that's going to get paid. So I'm going to cut Saquon Barkley. I've officially declared I'm out on Saquon Barkley.
Because he's going to make too much?
I think he's going to make too much.
Where do you draw the line? Yeah, where do you draw the line on him specifically?
10?
Okay.
Like, I think that's the most he gets a year is 10.
He might get
so
11.
if he gets 33 for 3,
yeah, he might get 11.
Would you not like that?
Yeah,
Aaron Jones is making 12. I think Saquon could at least get 11.
Yeah. I think if it's anything over 10, I'm out on Saquon. I don't think Josh Jacobs could be close to that, but like Eckler, Pollard, Henry, I really don't like Pollard. I just kind of lump him into that because he got franchise
this year too, and I know he held out and everything. Josh Jacobs, and he wouldn't fit here anyway. But Josh Jacobs, I don't know if he's going to get that much.
Yeah, I think Saquon's going to make too much with where this team's at, like with the holes they have to fill, the amount of guys that are free agents. I'm not investing $10 million into Saquon Barkley when you can get Singletary and someone else, and I think you still have positive production.
You don't think you'd be better off with Saquon when D'Amico was adamant and hell bent on upgrading the running game?
I just not for that much money. Like I think you have too many holes elsewhere to like invest that much money into running back means you're going to invest less at like corner or trying to find a new safety to replace Jimmy Ward. So mine will be start Derrick Henry, sit Devin Singletary, cut Saquon.
So what are you figuring that Henry gets?
I think like half that.
You about like 6 or whatever, 5
yeah,
or 6?
He has run
Let me
so
pull
much.
up the projections on this.
I don't think he's going to get a big contract.
I think a lot of teams are going to be hard pressed to start him full time.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to get a full time contract. And I do think like his interviews with Bussin' with the boys with Will Compton and Taylor Lewan was interesting. He does talk more about, I've made my money. And like I want to win, and
I could see him go to Dallas. I could really see him going to Dallas.
Well, if he wants to win, he probably knows that's not the best idea. But like I wonder if Derrick Henry at this point in his career would focus more on, the winning because he's already gotten paid. I think at least once.
But remember now, Jura said he's all in this year in Dallas. If all in means I'm going to add Derrick Henry and something else.
Yeah.
Here are some things that support Joe's case. Maybe I feel bad for him because of the whole Laramie thing. Saquon Barkley was under 4 yards per carry this year, 3.9. Derrick Henry was over 4 yards per carry at 4.2. Derrick Henry had 12 touchdowns. Yeah, you know how much value do you put in that? Saquon Barkley had 6 touchdowns on the year. You look at their Spotrac projected salaries. Derrick Henry projected at under $4.5 million for 1 year. Now you get to free agency, you're probably a little bit higher than your market value. But it listed at 4.3, and for Saquon it listed 9.9, but on a 3-year deal, where Derrick Henry's on a 1-year deal. So
can I push back at that?
That would be half of the salary, and Henry had a more productive year.
I understand the half the salary part. Can I push back on the fact the Giants' offensive line was just hot garbage? It was trash.
How are the Titans?
It depends on what point in the year. It wasn't great either, but I'm just saying the Giants, I mean, when they forced us to watch them on national TV, I mean, everyone was running for their life on every play, no matter what play they called.
Yeah. I think that Henry also gets a bad rap for not being able to catch the ball out of the backfield. Like, I don't think he's, like, fluid at it, and not nearly as much as Saquon, obviously. But Henry caught 28 passes last year and 33 the year before that with a team that doesn't throw it very much.
But you're right. But I also think the knock on the other side, they think that he was a battering ram that has taken a ton of abuse over the last several years, especially when Tannehill was terrible, and they just kept turning around and handing it to him, and he just kept getting the hell beat out of him.
Yet he ran for more yards per carry than Saquon did.
Okay.
Like, Derrick Henry never in his life has been under 4 yards per carry.
Derrick Henry is a physical specimen.
Saquon's done it 2 of the last 3 years.
I think he's still athletic. I just my thing is just that I think the offensive line was better. I don't know how much, but I think it was better in Tennessee than it was the Giants. But I think Saquon's got a lot more left in the tank and a lot more versatility than Derrick Henry.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a short-term move, I think, regardless. But, like, you'd like it to be a short-term move regardless, but it's not with Saquon. Like if you look at Saquon's career, I don't think it's going to hold up over time. And it does seem like, it hasn't really been elite since his first 2 years in the league. He hasn't rushed over 4 yards per carry only once since 2019. He did it last year in 2022. If he's 3 years, $33 million, it's too much. Like, for a guy that does have an injury history, who doesn't have the production all the time, who frankly just kind of feels like one of the more overhyped players in the NFL. I do love Saquon, but
yeah,
I'm not paying that much money to a running back whose production is like that when I can get someone whose production is better for half the price. And I think you can get Singletary and Henry for cheaper than you can get one Saquon.
I was going to say, to your point, you probably can get both of them for the price of Saquon.
Yeah. Where do you guys fit?
Yeah, that is I mean, you're right. Like, maybe Saquon takes you out of the ability to bring Singletary in too. 8664 Saquon was unreliable for my fantasy team. I'll pass on him. That was Ocho. 0002. He seems like he would be a short yardage or third down guy. He's probably talking about Henry.
Henry, yeah.
What were you saying, Joe?
Well, if we changed out Saquon and we bring in another running back who's kind of fallen off, cliff, but a little older. I know you said Eckler. But, if it was Eckler and Derrick Henry, that debate.
I would take Henry. I would take Henry over Eckler.
Would you?
Eckler's cliff was steep, it seems like.
Yeah. I mean, Henry's a better runner. Like, people
Eckler's
are acting like
better
Henry was
receiver.
chopped liver last year, and he was not. Like, Derrick Henry was still a good runner last year. Like, you don't run for 4 yards per carry and stink. Like, and watching him play, because I'd watched him play pretty closely, especially when Levis took over, and then watching him whenever he played the Texans. Like, I know he didn't have a good game the first time. Like, he still has some juice.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, look, it's unfair to just crap on Derrick Henry because the Texans just loaded the box and dared Will Levis to beat them when they played them in Tennessee. But I get. Look, again, I think Derrick Henry is an unbelievable athlete, and he's still, when he gets in the open field too, he's still plenty speedy for a guy that's that size. I just don't think he'd be a great fit in this offensive system.
Yeah, I've read some things where he's a better fit in the zone blocking scheme than we think, because I don't know exactly why. Like, he's better at the one cut, sees the hole, et cetera, et cetera. I still lean Saquon, but I don't hate Joe's idea, because I don't think that you can bring back Singletary if you do sign Saquon. So it's more, do you want, let's say you're going to keep a fourth running back, but let's just say you're top 3, and assuming you keep Pierce, would you rather have Barkley a fourth-round running back in Dameon Pierce, and then maybe like a Mike Boone type that just fills out your room? Or would you rather have would you rather have Henry, Singletary, Pierce, and then that fourth-string running back?
I think option 2 is probably better.
Yeah.
Because at least you keep a guy that's Singletary that you know fits the system, that you know had success, that you can trade off if you have to. And again, to the point that was made a couple days ago about, he stayed fresh because early in the season he wasn't taking a lot of abuse or getting those carries. Fair. But if you have a guy that you can hand the ball off to like Derrick Henry too, and Derrick Henry also benefits from not having to take the full load of every carry at the running back position, and you can possibly draft someone too, I'm all for that.
I don't think there's a wrong answer. Like I like both options. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. I can't believe it, but I actually have a take based on the NFL skills competition. Yeah, me, who doesn't like the skills competition, actually have a take based off of it. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Welcome back to the Killer Bees these nuts. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Here's Joel Blank and that Jeremy Branham guy.
He's Blank. I'm Branham. We are the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. 0315. Get an offensive line that can run block, and Singletary and Pierce will be fine.
Maybe one of them.
I'm out on Pierce.
Yeah, me too.
I'm out on Pierce. 1509. Dang it. I hate to agree with a guy who says Lamar Jackson is similar to Peyton Manning, but it's a very frugal and savvy running back game plan. That
Joseph?
was for you there, Joe. After you compared
Whatever.
Lamar and
That's not what I really said.
It's the beauty of doing what we do, Joe.
It's not really what I said, but
Context is
thank you for
king.
agreeing with me.
Also, Saquon can score an 80-yard touchdown. What other free agent running back can do that? I would say most of them.
Yeah, I don't think
most
they're
of
gonna-
them have it in their bag that are capable. But I would agree that Saquon's the more likely to bust out and have a crazy, ridiculous, outstanding run. So I can't believe this, but I actually have a take based on the NFL skills competition. Call it talent, call it being a content king, call it being the most entertaining man in sports. I call it whatever you want. That's up to you to decide. But yeah, I have a take based on the NFL skills competition. Now, I didn't watch it. Are you kidding me? I didn't watch it, but I saw some of the I saw some of it on Twitter. I saw the Houston Texans posting the Stroud part of it. Now, what I found interesting here, and what's the irony, and this is where the take kind of was born, is that C.J. Stroud did well in the precision passing competition, which of all the skills competition, this one is my favorite. I do like a good little quarterback challenge, and Stroud finished second to Baker Mayfield, I believe.
He did.
Now, what I found interesting here was that Stroud did really well, and the game is actually called precision passing. And whenever I saw that, I was like, that word sounds familiar. And I was like, where did I hear that? Oh, yeah, that was Bobby Slowick before the draft last year talking about how they wanted an offense that's built on precision when he was discussing the quarterback position. Take a listen. Bobby Slowick, Blankers, I think tipped his hand yesterday, and I think we can cross a certain quarterback, rookie quarterback, first-round rookie quarterback, off the Houston Texans big board completely. Bobby Slowick was meeting with the media. The two coordinators were meeting with the media for the first time yesterday in Houston. And Bobby Slowick talked about the Houston Texans offense, and I think, at least the way that I'm interpreting it, that he is out and the Texans are out on a certain rookie QB. Take a listen.
It's not any one position. It's kind of the whole unit, how it all fits together. We kind of take a top-down view, but how we see everything working together is, we're an offense built on precision. Everybody kind of working together in unison, on time, in rhythm. That's the starting point, but it's not any one given position. We see how it all fits.
There you go. Bobby Slowick tipped their hand. Now, what we didn't know, we should have known, was that they were going to – and D'Amico tipped his hand too. We needed a young quarterback. He flat out said precision. And if we would have been smart, now we did rule out a couple of quarterbacks. We ruled out Anthony Richardson. Probably should have ruled out Will Levis because Will Levis is not precise. He's got a howitzer for an arm, but he's not accurate with it at all. We should have known in that moment he was talking about C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, I mean, look, they're never going to tip their hand because we went through all the different exercises with both teams, with Carolina and with Houston in particular. But I mean, look, if the dude knows what he wants, and I said myself, look, the best attribute that I heard about C.J. Stroud coming out was his touch, his ability to place the football, in different spots and be able to really, put the ball where it needs to be placed. I wasn't sure of how good he was at that until I saw it live and saw him do what he did for a full season here. It was amazing, and he's definitely a precision passer. So, kudos to them, and especially, I'm sure Bobby had quite a bit to say when they were in the draft room, but that's fantastic.
Yeah, that was it was cool to see that. Did you watch much of that with Stroud yesterday?
I saw some of it. I was flipping back and forth. The Celtics-Laker game was not what I thought it was going to be, so I was flipping back and forth.
Yeah, I didn't watch. I don't think I watched any. Actually what I watched last night? I was watching Wisconsin in
they lost in overtime.
Nebraska.
Yeah.
Yeah, I watched the last 5 minutes of that game.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, Wisconsin was up 19 in that game.
They were up 15. 15. They had not lost the game. I forget how many years. Went up 15 plus at the half until last night. Yeah, it's good memory. Thanks.
Yeah, that was quite the game. Not the outcome that you were rooting for. I was pulling for the Badgers for you. They're having a good team. It's 6th in the country. They'll be fine.
It's crazy that they're that high because they're not that good. But yes.
3338 says, I can't believe he lost to Baker. Says, do you have a hot C.J. Stroud take because he lost to Baker Mayfield in the precision passing competition? It was just interesting to me. Slowick talking about precision in the offense. We need a quarterback with precision. And then the guy who's good with precision was their pick at number 2 all along.
Like, from what I saw and from how much we were like, there's nothing there that interests us and all that could happen is the guy gets hurt, it was worse because I saw a couple of the competitions. I saw the precision passing. I saw the dodgeball. I saw highlights of the golf and maybe one. And I'm like, no, and no. And anybody that watches this, in its entirety or the majority of it, you need to get a life because it was awful. And like I said, the only reason why I flipped there a couple times was because the basketball game that I was expecting to be was awful too. But I'm like, this is just, it's mind-boggling how people love football so much that this would be interesting.
So who got crushed in that game? I have no idea.
The Lakers
Celtics.
The Lakers sat both AD and LeBron and won, which was amazing to me in itself.
Oh, they beat Boston?
Yeah, but freaking Austin Powers went off. Yes, I know his name is Austin Reeves. And D'Lo. And I'm like, if you're Boston too, how are you supposed to be the best team in the East and you get crushed by the Lakers without AD and LeBron?
Yeah.
At home, where they had only lost 2 games all year.
I saw LeBron is going to get traded rumor.
No, Rich Paul kiboshed it.
I know he did, but just saying. The guy's been accurate in the past. But now that Rich Paul came out, I doubt that it's true. 3338, I would not call you any of those things ever. Appreciate that. 3338. Simpatico, you and I. 4280 on the running back conversation. No on Barkley. He's overrated. His teams always stink. That was Robert in Beaumont. He did go to the playoffs 2 years ago, and they beat Minnesota.
Oh, Danny Dimes was playing, right?
Yeah, he was playing. Honey Glazed Branham, I watched CJ talking bad word to Baker. Watched that and changed the channel when they had the best catches of the year and Puka was water skiing and catching footballs. That's weird. He was talking trash. I didn't catch this. Joe, did you see any of this? CJ Stroud was talking trash to Baker?
Yeah, he said it's a young man's league now to Baker. Before he lost.
I was going to say there's no cuss words involved in it.
Before he lost. Why wouldn't there be cuss words?
Because CJ doesn't do all that.
You don't think CJ does that?
I don't think he does. Ask Snoop Dogg.
I'll bet you.
Well, I'm not going to bet me, but Snoop Dogg was also talking about that.
I feel like I've heard him cuss.
Have you?
Yeah, whether it was like a mic'd up thing or whether it was that little.
I can't recall ever hearing
build up
him
to
cuss.
the draft. 40. Yeah, I watch more than you though. Like he did like a 45-minute video pre-draft thing where I feel like he might have.
I definitely watched that more than me. Yep. Rich Eisen,
of the Houston Texans.
Rich Eisen had Snoop on, and he came up through.
I could be wrong.
Snoop's Little League Football League, and Snoop was talking about how what's really extra special about CJ is his character and the fact that he is dedicated to and a true believer in the Bible and the way he carries himself, and he's so proud of the way he does things on a daily basis, and it's not just when he's on the field and all those things. I just feel like he's not putting on an act. That's genuinely who he is, and genuinely who he is. I could see him maybe in the locker room, obviously with the guys and things like that. Yeah.
I'm not. Yeah, I believe what you were saying.
Yeah.
Like that's 100% true, which is great. That's admirable. I love that about CJ. 713-780-ESPN. HRP listener line 713-780-3776. So we've been hearing a lot about the Astros ever since they signed Josh Hader, that games are over after 6 innings, which is great. And I don't disagree that when you have a lead, more than likely the game's going to be over after 6 innings. But will they win the first 6 innings? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Hey, before we go to the break, I want to tell you about my good friends at Allstate Siding and Windows because they are the best in the business. I know personally because of the fact they put new windows on my house. And when they did, it was Mike coming out. Mike and Mary and the family have owned the business for almost 50 years. But the bottom line is they're still involved on a daily basis. Mary holds down the fort with everything in the office. Mike gets out there personally, comes to the house, tells you how they can help. It could be siding, but in this case for us, it was windows, and they did a phenomenal job. They explained how the vinyl windows are going to last with all of the different things that they're going to go through, from the hurricane season here in Houston to all the tough summers and the occasional cold weather in the wintertime. They are going to keep your energy bills down, reducing it sometimes up to 40%. And on top of that, they are going to keep your house looking unbelievable. The facelift on the front of our house when they put those windows in was so noticeable and was so outstanding. It just added to why we were glad that we made this change. And they're Houstonians. They love Houston sports. They love ESPN 97.5, and they're going to do whatever they can to help you. So therefore, they are going to have all kinds of deals going on right now, like a window special, 30% off on all windows, and you get 24 months interest-free. They have discounts for senior citizens, first responders, and military, but you need to call them if you need anything with windows and siding, or you're considering upgrading your biggest investment. In most people's case, that's a house. They can protect that house and upgrade the overall look and feel every time when they get to work on doing what they do best. Call them today, 832-204-1936. That's 832-204-1936, or look them up online, allstatewindowsandsiding.com.
All teams covered. No stalking points necessary. You're back with the Killer Bees on 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
He's Blank on Branham. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN at 92.5. So the logic with the Astros, ever since they signed Josh Hader, is that games are over after 6 innings. I think that's a fair thing to say. Like I also think that when you have the lead, I feel very comfortable going with Abreu, Presley, Hader, in whatever order you want. I don't even really care what order you go. I feel comfortable you're going to get those last 9 outs, come away with a victory. I think it's also enticing from the idea of maybe it's a tie game after 6 innings, and you can turn to those 3 guys. You give your offense a chance to win because they're probably going to put up some goose eggs. So that's good. Question, I think, becomes, what about those first 6 innings? Can you win those first 6 innings? And you have your starting rotation that I think it has a ton of upside, but also thinks it has tons of questions. Can Justin Verlander go 6 innings to where you don't need somebody to bridge you to those last 3 guys? How much does Justin Verlander have left in the tank? Framber Valdez, is he going to be second half Framber Valdez or first half Framber Valdez? Christian Javier, is Christian Javier going to find what was working? Hunter Brown, who got progressively worse each and every month, is he going to be able to do the opposite of that? Can France and Urquidy give you the 6th? What does the rest of the bullpen look like that can try to bridge the gap to the back end of the bullpen, and then your offense obviously comes into play too. So, yes, I feel good about the last 3 innings, and I feel like the game's over after 6 if you have the lead, but how confident are you the Astros have the lead after 6?
Well, so I would take the second part of that first because it's a twofold proposition. You're right. It starts with the starting pitching in terms of getting you there, but it's also how much can your offense put up. And the fact that you take Martin Maldonado's basically 0 offense for the totality of the season with the occasional home run, and you add Yiner on a more full-time basis, I think that's a massive upgrade. I think that center field's going to be a question because, Chaz would play sometimes there, but, Jake got starts there too. So I would rather see Chaz in center field, but I know we've had that discussion. But I just think overall the offense, I don't see anybody taking a step back. Abreu couldn't have been much worse than he was early on, and then if you believe the back or you believe whatever happened, the last part of the season he came on and he was more the guy we expected him to be. So I think that offensively this team can outscore and is capable of outscoring the majority of the teams that they're going to face getting to the 6th inning. I think they're going to put runs on the board. I think they're going to be a better offense than they were a year ago. And Altuve, hopefully not missing as much time as he missed, would also help that equation. Bregman in a contract year is going to obviously he's playing for cash. I expect him to have a good year. The starting pitching is what worries me. I think Verlander's going to – I don't worry about how many innings he can go. It's just how effective can he still be? Because last year he could have teetered on, if not for the Mets start of it, he still had a chance to get to, 17, 20 games. I think that Justin's arm is going to get you into the 6th inning. Now, his effectiveness, it's different than it was even his first go-around with the Astros. So there's a bit of a concern there, and you're right with Fromber. Which Fromber are you going to get? He's getting closer to trying to earn his keep for money. We know he wants to chase a Cy Young. I would believe Fromber and both Javier with some rest this offseason. I expect them to be good enough to get you to the 6th. It's those last 2 starting positions, and if you go 6 deep, those last 3 starting positions, I would genuinely be concerned about in terms of the Astros starters.
Yeah, I agree with you about the offense. I think the offense has a chance to be top 5 in the league, and I think the reason that they kind of struggled last year were more injury related. You miss Jose Altuve, who's your spark plug for as many games as you missed him. That's going to hurt you. Yordan Alvarez missed 40 games. I think Altuve missed around 60.
Yeah, he did.
So, that's going to hurt you. Now, I kind of pencil in Yordan to miss 40 games every year because it kind of seems like that's about the average for Yordan. Remember, he missed a full season entirely. That's kind of rare for Altuve. Altuve doesn't really miss a ton of games, but he is getting older. But the offense, you're improving at catcher with Yiner Diaz. A lot of people are saying that you're dropping off with your outfield. That's not really the case. We assumed that Michael Brantley played all of these games when he really didn't. Chas McCormick and Jake Myers were getting a lot of at-bats in the outfield already, and you could make the case that there were some other outfield starts that shouldn't have been made. So I actually feel really good about the offense. I expect Jeremy Pena to be better offensively. I actually think we saw signs of him being better offensively last year than he was in his rookie year. He was striking out less. He was getting on base more. It's just the power was gone for whatever reason. Now, when I look at the rotation, I don't really count on Javier being a 6-inning guy. I think that the Astros need to kind of make Javier a 5-inning guy. Now, it depends on pitch count, obviously. But he struggles when he goes deeper into games than a Fromber, per se. And I also think that they need to be looking at Hunter Brown a little closer than they did last year. It was weird how Hunter Brown got so much worse as the season progressed. It seemed like there was some fatigue there, and I know that they'd never really admitted to that, or they'd never come out and say that, but Hunter Brown pitched more innings than he's ever pitched in his career. His velo was going down, and his ERA, month by month, got from better to worse as the season was going. So it wouldn't bother me if they made Hunter Brown a guy who throws 85 pitches a game just to try to get him into the second half of the year. That's where I think that we put a lot of stock in the back 3 guys of the bullpen, which they are elite. They're all very good. Best in baseball. I'd put those 3 against any 3. They do need people to step up in the bullpen. It's not as important because you have those other 3 guys, but you need to find a guy who has a sub-4 ERA. It doesn't have to be lockdown, doesn't have to be nails, but if Rafael Montero can pitch to that 3.50 ERA that he had in the second half of last year, that would be critical. I don't need Forrest Whitley to be a 1.5 ERA guy. If he can be a sub-4 ERA guy, that would be critical. Same thing with Bennett Souza. Same thing with the guy that they traded for, Dylan Coleman. Like, if Dylan Coleman's going to take one of these jobs too, hey, be a sub-4 ERA guy. I don't need you to be nails in lockdown. I just need you to be adequate.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that because, it's actually when you were saying that too, I started thinking, how many guys fell off the second half of the season? Like, was this because
it seems like all of them?
Yeah, I mean, you think about, like you said, Hunter Brown did it, right? Well, we also know that Fromber did it. We also know that Maton did it. And Maton obviously did get a ton of work, but he was hyper effective in the first half of the season and then just fell off the planet as well. And there were a ton of guys on that pitching staff, when you think about it, way more than I had thought initially, about guys that just fell off halfway through. So maybe it is like the version of load management where you're not going to use them as much. But absolutely, the first guy I thought about was, well, Montero's got to have somewhere meet me in the middle between 2 years ago and what he was able to figure out last season. That would be a great start, because it would be great to have a guy like Graveman. But if you had Graveman, would they have gone out and gotten Hader in the first place? I don't know. But there has to be some kind of cohesive mix where you get the next version of guys like Maton, guys like even Stanek when he was used, guys that are capable of keeping, teams from putting up crooked numbers for an inning or two.
Yeah, I don't need guys to go crazy. Like, you just have to be able to be big league average. That's it. And I think you have some guys that are capable of doing that. Souza, I think, is capable. Forrest Whitley, we haven't really seen him do anything in his entire.
I liked what I saw Souza last year.
Stuff.
I would have loved to see Souza
too.
make the playoff roster just because I thought he was that guy you're talking about. He could get some guys out.
Yeah, unfortunately, just not eligible. Because I agree with you. If he was eligible, I would have had him on my playoff roster. But you don't need these guys to be, Ryan Presley. You need them to be Phil Maton.
Mm-hmm.
The bar's not as high as. That's not a knock on Phil Maton. Phil Maton, solid. He still is out there in free agency if he wanted to agree to a super cheap deal. 3-3-3-8. Are we going? And one of the other things too is and we've kind of ridiculed Dana Brown a little bit when it comes to signing all of these 4A relievers. But whenever you have a collection of 10 4A relievers and you need 2 or 3 to jump out and be average, it increases the odds of 2 or 3 guys jumping out to be average.
Mm-hmm.
So, kind of under the radar, maybe it can help your big league roster type of deal. It seems like Dana is pretty big on that, and I think that's why he traded for Cabbage, too. Somebody that could fight for the job, upgrade the roster slightly, but if you upgrade it slightly, you're still upgrading it. 3-3-3-8, are we going to bring Stanek back? He was amazing at times. I think they're done. I think they're done. I definitely think they're done with the pitching staff. If they have one more move left in them, I still think they could potentially sign a Major League Baseball outfielder, not like a minor league prospect, Cabbage type. It was really not a prospect, more of a 4A guy that they're hoping they can maximize his skill. That's the only thing I think they could still do is sign an outfield bat. I think they're done though, and definitely done with the pitching staff.
I definitely think it's a bat, and I would think that that's something that if Crane is willing to open up the checkbook with what he did with Hader, that I could see them considering. And again, everything matters on price, as I always say. But I think that if Maton gives you a sweetheart deal, I think Maton's the exact guy we're talking about too. And now your bullpen looks a hell of a lot better. But I would hope that for the sake of the lineup and Jordan's health, I would hope that they spend just a little bit more, and they look at a major league outfielder.
Yeah, I would. I'd like that as well. Ocho, he says that the Astros need plus bats like the Rangers to offset the lack of quality starting pitching. Now, Rangers do have a lack of starting caliber pitchers. Like Scherzer's going to be out for a while. Eovaldi is probably their best starter, but he's always hurt. Jordan Montgomery, they've been rumored to be, maybe a front runner for Jordan Montgomery, but they've yet to sign Jordan Montgomery. So, yeah, I don't like the Rangers rotation. I think late summer.
Yeah,
at the earliest.
I thought both DeGrom and Scherzer are more like all-star break.
Yeah, I think Scherzer's. I don't quote me on this, but I believe Scherzer is more likely to be back sooner than DeGrom.
Okay.
from the way that I understand it. 1483, all the players you said will be rested with no WBC. I hope that's what it was. I hope that's why Christian Javier was not that good, was because of the WBC. Now, Fromber didn't pitch in the WBC. Luis Garcia did. He's out until the summer. And then Jose Urquidy, I think, did for Mexico. But, yeah, I hope that's what it was with Christian Javier.
Well, the good news, too, from a starting pitching perspective is when you get Garcia back, when you get Lance back, you're already getting two guys that are capable of being like your third or fourth starter. So you have the ability to get better as the season goes, too. But, yeah, starting the season is when I'd be most concerned about getting it to the sixth inning with a lead.
Yep. That's, yeah, exactly. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 1509. I'm going to miss Papa's gut feelings more than Correa's mound visits. That's a good question. What are you going to miss more, Papa's gut feelings or Correa's mound visits?
I'm going to miss Correa's mound visits because Papa's gut feelings drove me nuts.
They both got you a title. Correa's mound visits got you one title, although he wasn't making as many mound visits in 17 as he was later in his career. And Papa's gut feelings got you one title. Papa's gut feelings got you a title after Correa's mound visits.
Well, my blood pressure tells me that if I use that as my analytics, that my blood pressure was boiling a lot more on Papa's gut feelings than they were on Correa's mound visits.
I'm just going to go no to that text. The answer is no.
What are you going to miss more? Who's in Dusty's lineup?
No. Well, I'm just going to turn that over to. I think I'm going to say Espada though. I don't want to put that on Joe. I don't want Joe to get some strays from that. I'm just going to say what's wrong with Espada's lineups, but I'm not going to do it in spring training because that takes a psycho individual. That takes a sick person. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. As we do every Friday to wrap up the week, all of the very mean, heinous, nasty text, tweets, Twitch comments. It doesn't happen on the YouTube, but all of the mean stuff you said through us throughout the week. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. And every Friday, our car wreck of the day are the mean things that you tell us throughout the week. Whether you tell it to us in the Twitch, they're professionals in the ESPN Houston YouTube, so it doesn't happen there. You tell it to us through the text. You tell it to us through the tweet. Sometimes it's not about us. Usually it is about us, but not all the time. Alex saying the car wreck of the day is Lance Zierlein for voting for Brown's head coach as the coach of the year. Alex, we don't do that on Fridays. We do mean text on Fridays, Alex. So maybe you might be a car wreck of the day nominee for Monday for Joe, since you're kind of talking out of turn there, Alex. All right, 713-780-ESPN if you want to throw some mean things.
I'll never nominate Alex.
There
Yes, you will. There will be a time for all of us.
King of Twitch, he's been chomping. Actually, it's champing. Isn't champing at the bit the right way to say that? He said, just get to mean takes already. It's not mean takes, it's mean text, King of Twitch, you idiot. I've also noticed that a bunch of texters, I've noticed they've started to be a little meaner in their text, trying to get onto mean text. I've noticed a lot of the same people say mean things over and over, yet continue to listen to our show. So it tells me that they're trying to make mean text, which is perfect. It means that they're trying to contribute to the show, which, yeah, it means that they're P1s.
They're
it means they're listening all the time. They're
Yeah.
engaged, and they're trying to contribute to the show. That is fantastic. It's exactly what we want. Let's start off with this one. This one's an entire show text, I guess. He said, a year ago we had the wheelhouse. It would be nice to go back.
Ouch.
Okay.
Jeez.
I think that was one that was trying to make mean text.
Well, this segment wouldn't exist. We'd be still talking about football.
Which I think that's what's cool about mean text is now you have people just trying to like text in and get on this list, this illustrious list. This was one earlier today when we were talking basketball. I can't remember exactly when. They were like, what basketball we were talking? But someone texted in and said, who cares this much about basketball?
Me? I'm not going to run from that.
I care that much about college basketball.
Yes, I know.
care about my Cougars. I care about the Rockets. I can't wait for tomorrow. I'm pumped up. I'm about to go to shoot around here in a couple minutes. Check out Allen Fieldhouse a little bit. It's gonna be nice.
Will you be digitally posting?
No, probably not.
Why not?
Probably.
Show us some of the insights on Fog Field.
I'll probably do that from game day. I won't do that during
All
shoot
right.
around. We try to listen, but Branham sounds like he gargles glass in his nasal passage.
That guy right there is what that emoji guy is to Paulie. It's the same guy all the time.
That's what I'm saying. I think that he's intentionally saying these things in order to make it.
Okay, well, he made it. Now he can quit.
Because I think he's keep it up.
All right.
He's doing it to me, not to you.
Still, I'm protective. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't need that. I don't need your protection. I
All right.
appreciate it.
Screw you. Hit him harder next week.
There we go. This one's for you, Blankers. Do you go home and ever think that you did a good job?
Yeah, never. No. I can't imagine one time that I did. No.
That's a good line.
It's something that like I will use on if someone really pisses me off in the future. Like
That's a great burn.
Like it's one I think everyone should keep in their bag.
You just change the name. Like yeah, you should always have that in your arsenal. Like that's just a great one to have in the chamber,
Like, if you ever-
loaded up,
Yeah.
ready to go.
Like if you have a problem with a salesperson, just be like, do you ever feel like you go home and look in the mirror and think to yourself, did you do a good job today? It's good. It's a good one to keep in the chamber.
Yeah, I'm a fan of that one. Branham's insight on sports is the equivalent of R. Kelly's moral compass.
Oh, man.
That's a.
You gonna load that one in the chamber too, Joe?
You gotta be in the appropriate setting.
That one's
that's
for
pushing it a little
appropriate audiences only.
Tyler and Conroe says it's comping at the bit, not champing
it
at
is
the bit.
chomping
you moron.
at the bit.
I think it is champing.
I think it's chomping.
I'm pretty sure it's champing.
Joe, do you have a vote?
Pretty sure it's champing.
I think it's chomping.
Webster says it's champ at the bit. Like people, it's been misconstrued to where everybody thinks it's chomping at the bit, but it's really champing at the bit.
Okay, but I think that most people say chomping at the bit.
Yeah, most people are inaccurate. I agree. That's what I'm telling you. Champing at the bit, waiting in an impatient way to do something.
Okay.
That's from Webster's. It's just like the I could care less when it's really I couldn't care less. More people say I could care less than I couldn't care less, but it's really
What about
couldn't
RBIs?
care less. Well, that one, there's a rule for that. There's an MLA rule and an AP rule, and I know the rule.
I know you do.
Yeah, I don't know how they're relevant.
Well, because I know that's the one that gets under your skin.
7308. King of Twitch is stupid and he stinks and his bad word stinks and he sniffs his own bad word. All right, some of you guys are getting a little cheesy. Here. Honey Glazed Branham, that's because texters are better. We actually have lives and have become more cynical. I mean, the Twitchers don't have jobs, so that is true.
We're going to restart up that war between the texters and the Twitchers.
I'm just the
I would enjoy observing that one. Yes.
Tyler and Conroe, Blankers looks like he wears Skechers shape-ups.
Send us a picture, Tyler. I can return the favor.
Chomping at the bit like a race chomping on its bit on race day. I think it's champing, bro. Google it. Google.com. Pretty sure it's champing. Webster's Dictionary is telling me champing, not chomping. Joe is a typical Longhorn with terrible takes.
Yeah, this idiot.
A Longhorn?
Yeah. What an idiot. I'm not a Longhorn.
Yeah, how did that ever happen?
I don't know.
I mean, there's some days that you're a Cougar. There's some days you're an SMU Mustang. There's some days you're a Texas A&M Aggie. It depends on what T-shirt you're wearing that day.
Now, you do wear the SMU.
I wore it like once.
No, a couple times.
You've worn an SMU T-shirt and you've worn a Houston T-shirt.
Well, the Cougs give lots of nice free stuff, so I like to do that. And I like to support my friends that are Cougs.
Well, who do you know that's at SMU?
I don't really know how I got that T-shirt.
I thought you told us the last when we questioned it the first time.
I think it was my brother-in-law's, and I took it.
I think you said something about that, yeah.
What I'm learning here, if it's free, Joe will take 3.
Yes.
He's not alone.
Sure.
He's not alone. I'm in on that game.
$3.99.
Yeah, I've noticed that. Aggie Matt, love how John and Dell say Blankers is sensitive, and then you prove them right.
Yep, and I said I was Aggie Matt, but I also wasn't a coward and took shots at me at other shows. I would do it in the show that they were in.
What happened? Who somebody else took shots at you?
Aggie Matt was the one we used last week where they said something about Beard knows so little about this. It's like Blankers talking anything but basketball, and he signed it Aggie Matt. So I went, Aggie Matt, I don't know if I should say anything because I don't know anything about football according to you. And that's when he sent that text. But his cowardly ass sent his shot at me in Beard's show, not in our show where he had some grapes and could stand by him.
I would rather listen to Juggalo, Trey, and Gilbert than listen to the show before y'all.
Oh, God.
I didn't say it.
You kind of did, but you didn't have to.
Messenger.
That doesn't matter who said it.
I can make that happen. Not from 12 to 3, but on like a Saturday, Gilbert and Trey show.
Good luck with the producer who takes that gig.
See whoever pisses me off the most.
All right. That does it for Mean Text. If you didn't make the cut, you got to be a little bit meaner next week. Does it for us. Thanks to Joe for doing all the hard work. He's Blank. I'm Branham. Joe, you're up next, right?
No producer today, so
Oh, Joe. Good work the full week.
Joe.
Couldn't work the full week. All right. Thanks to Joe for doing all the hard work. He's Blank. I'm Branham. We'll talk to you on Monday, Houston. Have a great weekend.
Go
Goodbye.
Cougs.